Yi Xiao, the third prince of the Great Qian dynasty, possessed unparalleled talent in martial arts. At the tender age of 14, he embarked on a decade-long journey through the martial world. Having acquired the legacy of the emperor, he returned to the court with aspirations of seizing imperial power. However, to his astonishment upon his return, he was unexpectedly betrothed to a formidable female general, notorious for her ruthless campaigns against countless enemies, a woman who instilled fear across the imperial capital. On a scorching summer day, outside the capital city of Tiangong, the air shimmered under the relentless sun. A weary carriage approached slowly. Unlike its modest exterior, the interior of the carriage was opulently adorned. Enchanted frost spells maintained a refreshing autumn-like ambience, shielding its occupants from the oppressive heat. Leaning against the plush cushions, Yi Xiao, at 24, bore a striking visage, chiseled and sharp. His sword-like brows and starry eyes were complemented by a faint smile, giving him an air of nonchalance. "Master, open your mouth," a charming young woman offered him a peeled lychee. As he savored the fruit, she patiently awaited the moment he would spit out the pit into her delicate palm, only to discard it and peel another lychee for him. Peering through the carriage curtain, Yi Xiao beheld a scene both familiar and foreign. 10 years had passed, and the pangs of nostalgia stirred within him. Suddenly, the carriage halted, and the voice of the coachman broke the reverie. "Master, it seems there's trouble ahead. The city gate is blocked." Indeed, a crowd had gathered before the gates of Tiangong, their murmurs rising in a tide of curiosity. In the midst of the throng, a young man clad in fine garments mercilessly assaulted a middle-aged man. "Damn you, blind fool! How dare you kill my hound? Today, you shall pay with your life." The besieged man, dressed in coarse cloth, cowered on the ground, offering no resistance but pleading for forgiveness. Near them lay a bloodied black hound, its life ebbing away from grievous wounds, while a young boy, covered in blood, wailed in despair. Yi Xiao furrowed his brow and inquired of a nearby gaunt man, "Pray tell, what transpired here?" The man, eager to explain, recounted that young lord's dog attacked the man's son. In a fit of paternal rage, the father struck down the hound with an axe, inciting the young lord's wrath. Hearing this, Yi Xiao pondered. While the dog's demise may seem justified, is it not brazen for him to act so violently in broad daylight, with so many city guards present? The man lowered his voice. "Ah, you must be from afar. That young man is none other than Yi Xingyuan, the son of Prince Jing. Who would dare intervene? A beating is all we can hope for, as long as it does not claim a life. We common folk cannot afford to offend such individuals." Realization dawned upon Yi Xiao, so it was this arrogant scion. As the altercation escalated, Yi Xingyun, in a fit of rage, seized the axe discarded by the fallen man, declaring, "I have raised this dog for 7 or 8 years. You have slain it, and I shall not be cruel. You shall lose 2 fingers in return." He was no fool. He understood that should a life be lost, matters would spiral out of control. Grasping the axe, he pulled the father's hand forward, aiming for his thumb. The boy, seeing his father in peril, disregarded his own pain and hurled himself at Yi Xingyuan's legs, crying, "Please don't harm my father. It was your dog that bit him. Get off me." Yi Xingyuan kicked the boy aside, his eyes flashing with malice as he swung the axe toward the man's thumb. Just as the axe descended, a figure soared through the air, delivering a punch to Yi Xingyuan's face with resounding force. Bang! The impact sent Yi Xingyuan sprawling to the ground, the axe slipping from his grasp. The newcomer was Yi Xiao, toying with the axe, a playful smirk gracing his lips. Instantly, 4 bodyguards rushed to Yi Xingyuan's aid, 2 helping him to his feet while the others shielded him. "Seize this assailant!" Yi Xingyuan bellowed, his anger palpable. The guards charged forward, drawing their blades, but were left astounded as Yi Xiao, wielding the axe effortlessly, dispatched them with mere flicks of his wrist, leaving them sprawled on the ground. Realizing the gravity of the situation, Yi Xingyuan turned to flee, but he was no match for Yi Xiao's speed. In a heartbeat, Yi Xiao caught him by the collar. Unfazed, Yi Xingyuan sneered, "You'd best let me go. I am the son of Prince Jing. Harm me, and you will find no escape from this city." Regardless, in Great Qian, he felt invincible. Crack! Yi Xiao delivered a resounding slap, sending Yi Xingyuan reeling, his balance disrupted, his right cheek swelling visibly. "You!" Yi Xingyuan managed to utter, but before he could finish, another slap followed. Crack, crack, crack. Yi Xiao unleashed a torrent of slaps, leaving Yi Xingyuan bloodied and his teeth shattered. It was only then that the city guards reacted, rushing toward them. Cease this at once. He is the son of Prince Jing, their leader commanded. Yi Xiao, holding the dazed Yi Xingyuan, glanced at the guards with a cold smile. And what of it? If you dare intervene, I shall kill you. The leader of the guards felt a chill run down his spine. He sensed the extraordinary nature of this man before him. Lowering his gaze to Yi Xingyuan, Yi Xiao remarked, "Little Yuanzi, while I've been away from Tangon, you've grown quite arrogant. Do you recall my words? If I catch you bullying others again, I shall shatter your teeth and break your legs. 10 years have passed, yet you have forgotten?" Yi Xingyuan's eyes widened in realization, the handsome visage of Yi Xiao merging with the haunting memory of a long-ago encounter. Three, brother? He stammered, recognizing the third prince of Great Qian. Once a prodigy adored by Emperor Yi Sun, he had vanished at the age of 14, leaving the capital in silence for a decade. Yet, in Yi Xingyuan's childhood memory, this figure was terrifying. As Yi Xiao narrowed his eyes, Yi Xingyuan trembled. The familiar recollection surged forth. This man meant business. Brother. I was wrong. I shall not dare again. Spare me this once. He pleaded desperately. The city guards stood frozen, recognizing that the one being called brother was indeed of royal blood. However, what transpired next left everyone in shock. Yi Xiao forcefully pinned Yi Xingyuan to the ground, addressing the gathered townsfolk with righteous fury. Yi Xingyuan, as a member of the royal family, you oppressed the common people, tarnishing the imperial reputation. Today, I, Yi Xiao, third prince of Great Qian, shall sever your legs. Let this serve as a warning. Chapter 2. Has the prodigal returned? Upon hearing the words, Yi Xingyuan was taken aback, as if the sands of time had reversed a decade to that early spring. He recalled the moment he was cast into the icy lake by Yi Xiao for bullying his sister. Yi Yuner, nearly drowning in the frigid waters. The coldness of the lake and the despair of nearly succumbing to death lingered in his heart, instilling a profound fear that persisted for a long time. He understood that Yi Xiao was capable of anything. Third brother, I was wrong. Please spare me this once, and I shall never offend again. Yi Xingyuan pleaded desperately. He knew that threats held no sway over Yi Xiao. As he begged, Yi Xiao leaned closer, whispering ominously in his ear, "If you had merely struck him, or even just severed a couple of his little fingers, I might have spared you a leg, considering your royal status, but your intention was to take his life. Such malice warrants no mercy from me." Yi Xingyuan was horrified. He had underestimated how thoroughly Yi Xiao could perceive his venomous intentions. It was universally acknowledged that among the 5 fingers, the thumb was the most crucial. To lose the thumb would render the hand almost useless. His earlier aim at the farmer's thumb had been driven by this very thought. A farmer rendered utterly helpless was akin to a death sentence, perhaps even a fate worse than death. To harm a mere hunting dog with such cruelty revealed the depths of his wickedness. Before he could conjure a defense, Yi Xiao delivered a swift kick to his left knee. Crack! The sound of shattering bone echoed as Yi Xingyuan let out a piercing scream. The same fate befell his right knee, the force penetrating to the bone. The excruciating pain caused Yi Xingyuan to roll on the ground like a dying animal, his eyes rolling back in agony. Yi Xiao surveyed the surroundings, his gaze settling on the soldiers stationed nearby. The soldiers instinctively lowered their heads. Noticing their demeanor, Yi Xiao chose not to linger on words and simply gestured towards a carriage in the distance. The coachman drove the carriage closer, and a beautiful maid opened the door, playfully exclaiming, "Young master, come quickly. I've peeled so many lychees for you." With a faint smile, Yi Xiao climbed aboard and departed, leaving the onlookers in stunned silence. Moments later, a voice from the crowd erupted with applause, igniting a wave of cheers. The fickleness of public sentiment has been a constant throughout history. In the depths of the palace, a middle-aged eunuch hurriedly approached, appearing extremely anxious. He finally reached the imperial chambers of Emperor Yi Sun. Upon entering, he caught sight of the emperor engrossed in a book. The eunuch fell to his knees with an urgent expression, exclaiming, "Your Majesty! Your Majesty! Something has happened." Yi Sun tossed the book aside, furrowing his brows. "What is it? Why this frantic demeanor? I have told you time and again to remain composed in times of crisis. The town guard just sent word that the third prince has returned to Tangan City." The eunuch's words had barely left his lips when Yi Sun's earlier displeasure transformed into elation, causing him to leap to his feet, disregarding his previous admonition of composure. Xiao has returned? However, as soon as the words left his mouth, he realized something, his expression hardening. That rebellious son. So he knows to return. Quickly fetch the dragon robe crafted by Master Feng for me. I shall let that rebellious son understand the weight of my authority. Master Feng was renowned as a master tailor, having traveled extensively. 5 years prior, he had come to Great Qian and was summoned to the palace to personally craft a dragon robe for Yi Sun. The materials, style, and craftsmanship were all to Yi Sun's liking. Over the years, he had only worn that robe on significant occasions. After pacing back and forth, he commanded, "Go. Instruct the kitchen to prepare the blue-eyed wind hound sent by the barbarians 2 days ago for slaughter. Although my rebellious son is disobedient, I cannot allow him to go hungry after punishment. Also, notify all officials and royal relatives that Xiao has returned to Tangan City. Tomorrow I shall host a grand banquet." But just then, he noticed the eunuch had not moved. Yi Sun, displeased, inquired, "Why do you still linger?" Zhou Tong, the eunuch, forced a smile. "Your Majesty, I have yet to finish my report. It is true that the third prince has returned to Tangan City, but according to the message from the town guard, he has knocked out all of Yi Xingwen's teeth at the city gate and shattered both of his knees. I fear the Jing Wang is already on his way to the palace." Before he could finish, another eunuch rushed in, announcing, "Your Majesty, the Jing Wang seeks an audience outside the hall." Yi Sun rubbed his temples, contemplating briefly before stating, "Let him in." He then turned to Zhou Tong and commanded, "Go fetch the dragon robe for me, and prepare the blue-eyed wind hound." As well as he spoke, he muttered to himself, "Even if he has caused trouble, he cannot go without a meal." Zhou Tong, being a close servant of Yi Sun, understood him well enough to recognize that the emperor had no intention of imposing a severe punishment. Although aware that the emperor favored Yi Xiao above all, he was surprised to see such affection for Yi Xiao even after a decade away from Tangan City. Even with the knowledge of Yi Xiao injuring the Jing Wang's son, the emperor showed no interest in the reasons behind it. At that moment, in the crown prince's residence, the first prince sat regally while a figure clad in black reported news below. "Are you saying the third prince has returned and shattered Yi Xingwen's knees at the city gate?" "Indeed, the news has spread throughout the city. The Jing Wang should have entered the palace by now." "Ha ha ha!" The first prince stood, laughing heartily, his eyes gleaming with excitement. "Wonderful! The third prince returns only to stir up such trouble. With the Jing Wang in the palace, even if father loves him dearly, he will surely be punished severely. This could not be more perfect." His attendant looked puzzled. "Your Highness, why are you so pleased? The third prince has been absent from the capital for so many years. Logically, he should hold no animosity towards you." The first prince's expression darkened as he gritted his teeth. "You don't understand. Do you know why father has never named an heir all these years? It is because of the third prince. In his heart, the third prince is the most suitable to inherit the throne. No matter how hard I try or how well I perform, it will never matter to him." Just then, an elderly man with white hair entered the room. "Your Highness, I believe that while the third prince is undoubtedly talented, he lost the court's trust when he left to wander. Whether the emperor names an heir may not concern him. Over the years, your true rivals have been the second and fourth princes. Addressing those two should be your priority. As for the third prince, even if he returns to Tangan City, he lacks the capital to contest you. His reckless actions will ensure that the officials will not support his ascension." Upon hearing the words of the white-haired strategist, the first prince took a deep breath and clasped his hands. "Thank you, Master Mei, for your guidance. I see now that I have miscalculated. Once father punishes him, I shall personally visit to express my fraternal kindness." Seeing him thus, Master Mei nodded in satisfaction, stroking his white beard. "Traditionally, the eldest son is the rightful heir. Your birth mother is the current empress, and you are the eldest son. As long as you exhibit kindness and magnanimity, your position as heir will be virtually assured. Even if the emperor wishes to favor another, the court will surely speak on your behalf." Chapter 3. The royal prodigal inside the palace. The Jing Wang wept bitterly. "Your Majesty, while my son may have erred, there are reasons behind it. In light of our blood relation, it is unacceptable to resort to such cruelty in broad daylight. Moreover, according to the laws, royal family members who commit offenses should be dealt with by the ancestral court. This is absurd. I implore your Majesty to uphold justice for us." The Jing Wang was astute. He did not claim Yi Xingyuan was innocent, Instead, he focused on the shared bloodline and the disregard for propriety to implicate Xiao. This was to ensure Xiao had no chance of evading justice. Regardless, these 2 points were inescapable. Yi Sun regarded the sobbing Jing Wang below, forcing a smile. Seventh brother, Xiao has always been defiant and unruly. After wandering the world for years, he has inevitably adopted a certain wildness. Fear not. Once he returns to the palace, I shall administer severe punishment to provide you and Xingyuan with an explanation. The Jing Wang looked up, slightly surprised, and asked, Xiao has returned to Tangan, yet he has not entered the palace to pay his respects. He was deliberately sowing discord between Yi Sun and Xiao, as expected. Yi Sun's anger flared, exclaiming, How outrageous! He returns to the capital yet fails to come to me at once. I shall punish this rebellious son severely. As his words fell, a lazy voice interjected, Ah, here he comes. I merely sought a place to settle down. At my age, I cannot stay in the palace, can I? Surely, I cannot go out to the streets after paying my respects. As the words echoed, Xiao strolled in, clad in a green robe, moving leisurely from outside the hall. The Jing Wang sprang to his feet, pointing an accusatory finger at Xiao. How can you enter the emperor's chambers without permission? This is utterly disrespectful. Yi Sun's expression mirrored that of the Jing Wang. Indeed, you rebellious son, do you not have any sense of propriety? In the face of their reproaches, Xiao produced a jade token from his robe and smiled. Father, have you forgotten? You granted me the right to move freely within the palace, and it has yet to be revoked. You once stated that I could enter the Ministry of Rights, the imperial chambers, and the military affairs office without prior notice. Seeing the token in Yi Zhao's hand, Yi Sun's expression turned icy. Humph! I only granted you such privileges because of your youth. How could I have overlooked? The Jing Wang's eyes widened in disbelief. Xiao possessed such privileges, a fact unbeknownst to him, at that moment. Xiao turned to the Jing Wang, jesting, Seventh uncle, what brings you here? At your age, surely you are not here to whine like a child. That would be quite embarrassing. The Jing Wang's face flushed crimson with rage. Xiao, how could you be so heartless? Regardless of the circumstances, Yi Xingyuan is your brother. How could you shatter his knees, targeting such a crucial joint? You have ruined his life. Better he be ruined than for the reputation of the Qian royal family to be tarnished. Xiao retorted with a cold smile. If royal family members bully the common people like him, how could the Qian royal family maintain its honor, inviting scorn from the masses? With that, Xiao turned abruptly, bowing, I hereby petition Father to admonish the Jing Wang for his poor parenting, allowing his offspring to oppress and harm the common people, thus tarnishing the royal reputation. The Jing Wang was momentarily stunned. It was he who had broken his son's legs, yet Xiao sought to implicate him? A heavy accusation loomed, and the Jing Wang hurriedly turned to Yi Sun, his voice tinged with panic. Your Majesty, what Xiao says is not true. Xingyuan has committed no wrongdoing. It was merely an unfortunate incident. His beloved dog was killed by that farmer, and in his fury, he acted out of anger. There were extenuating circumstances. I hope your Majesty will discern the truth. Xiao chuckled. How fortuitous. I too have committed no wrongdoing. If there were extenuating circumstances, then I too am innocent. If one is not guilty due to extenuating circumstances, then I am free of blame. The Jing Wang's mouth fell agape, unable to formulate a retort, finally sputtering, You are merely quibbling. Xiao grinned. What are you saying, Seventh uncle? How can this be considered quibbling? You stated it yourself. Now we face two paths. First, we all share guilt, and thus must each face the consequences of Father's judgment. Or second, we are all innocent and may return home to rest. Which do you think it shall be? I thought the Jing Wang found himself in an untenable position, unwilling to choose either option. He glanced at Yi Sun, only to find the emperor remained calm, not inclined to intervene. Your Majesty, I implore you to make a fair judgment. The Jing Wang urged, adding, Xiao is merely quibbling. I am not adept with words, so I request my royal brother to decide for me. Yi Sun responded languidly, Seventh brother, I believe this rebellious son, while indeed outrageous, possesses some semblance of reason. You are my brother, and he is my son. Both are flesh and blood. If punishment is to be meted out, it must be done impartially. We cannot simply punish one party. The Jing Wang could hardly fathom how the situation had spiraled to this point. He could not abide by the notion of leaving Xiao unpunished, especially when his own son lay bedridden in agony. Yet to punish Xiao would mean trading one grievance for another, and he felt he would come out the worse. Most importantly, he had keenly sensed a peculiar undercurrent in Yi Sun's demeanor. Sometimes what appeared to be impartiality was anything but. In a moment of contemplation, the Jing Wang closed his eyes, inhaled deeply, and softly said, "In that case, I request your majesty to dispatch palace physicians to treat Xing." Striving to preserve his legs, "Granted. You may leave now," Yi Sun replied. The Jing Wang turned, casting a deep, resentful glance at Yi Xiao, who wore a broad smile. "Seventh uncle appears rather dissatisfied. Would you care to engage in a spar with me? Given your age, I shan't take advantage. You may use one hand. After all, I have always respected my elders." "Humph." The Jing Wang snorted coldly and exited hastily. Once he was out of earshot, Yi Sun waved his sleeve, signaling the eunuchs and palace maids to withdraw. As the servants dispersed, Yi Sun's expression shifted dramatically, his eyes blazing with fury as he admonished, "You rebellious son, you dare to return." When an emperor is enraged, it is as if thunder has struck. Anyone would be terrified. Yet Yi Xiao merely smiled faintly. "What can I say? I've grown weary of wandering. It's time to return and play the role of an emperor for a change." Seeking a measure of stability, this, Yi Sun, furious, retorted with a sardonic smile. "You possess quite the audacity to speak such words." Yi Xiao, however, stood firm. "What is there to fear in saying it? I, your son, Yi Xiao, desire to be emperor." "I have more than one son," Yi Sun declared, his head held high. "Your brothers are all exceptional individuals." His expression clearly conveyed the message. "Come and plead with me." Yi Xiao stroked his chin, chuckling. "Very well. I shall prepare to leave in a few days. If I cannot be emperor, Tang'an City holds little allure." "You dare?" Yi Sun's face turned ashen. His true fury ignited as he roared, "Yi Xiao, if you dare to leave without notice again, do not blame me for severing our ties." Chapter 4. I grant you an opportunity within the palace. Father and son locked gazes. After a prolonged silence, Yi Sun sighed deeply. "If you wish to be emperor, you may, but know this. The throne of our family was earned through the blood and sacrifice of our ancestors. The realm and its people are of utmost concern, and cannot be granted lightly. If you wish to ascend, you must demonstrate your capabilities to me and the officials. Seizing the throne through your own merit, I shall grant you the chance to contend for the title of heir. But you must also agree to one condition." Yi Xiao raised an eyebrow. "A condition? What sort of condition?" Yi Sun smiled slightly. "Marriage. I wish to arrange a marriage for you. If you agree, I shall permit you to establish your own residence, recruit followers, maintain a personal army of 3,000, and receive a monthly stipend of 100,000 silver coins, along with the authority to engage in court matters." One could not deny that Yi Xiao was intrigued. Although he proclaimed his desire to be emperor, he was acutely aware of his own tenuous position after years away from the capital. Returning to the capital would pose numerous challenges, and Yi Sun's conditions undoubtedly provided him with a swift opportunity to enter the center of power and cultivate his own influence. Deep within Yi Xiao's core, a golden cauldron floated, inscribed with the characters "Human Emperor." This was the treasure he had risked his life to obtain. It was a relic from ancient times, possessing the power to suppress fortune. With it, Yi Xiao had acquired the royal cultivation technique, the great transformation of the human emperor. This technique was immensely powerful, albeit notoriously difficult to master. Unlike conventional techniques, this one required secret methods to gather the loyalty of others, allowing the practitioner to refine the true energy of a ruler within the human emperor cauldron, thereby nurturing the practitioner in return. The greater the number of loyal subjects, the stronger the emperor becomes. As more people gather around him, the essence of the emperor's true energy is further refined. It is precisely for this reason, coupled with Yi Xiao's years of wandering and witnessing the suffering of the common folk, that he chose to return to the capital of Qian. On one hand, he yearns to return to the court, seize the throne, gather support, and cultivate the Dian Huangji Gong. On the other hand, he wishes for the people of Qian to live just a little better, even if only by a fraction. After a moment's contemplation, Yi Xiao ultimately succumbed to this temptation, despite being uncertain of Yi Zhuan's true intentions. He decided to agree for now, but before doing so, he needed to clarify a few points. Yi Xiao raised his head and, with a serious expression, said to Yi Zhuan, "Marriage can be arranged, but the bride must not be ugly." "Humph, what are you saying? You are my son. How could I possibly choose an unattractive wife for you? Nor should she be short." Rest assured, she will be tall and slender. Nor should she be plump. Hee. I will definitely find you a beauty of the highest caliber from Qian. Upon hearing this, instead of delight, Yi Zhao's brows furrowed with concern. What if that woman cannot bear children? Yi Zhuan, infuriated, retorted. What nonsense are you spouting? How could I possibly find you a wife who cannot bear offspring? Yi Xiao scoffed coldly. Heh, do you take me for a fool? If there were no issues with her, why would you offer such a hefty price and be so secretive? I simply want you to remain in Tang and at ease. As for the candidate, I just haven't decided yet. You suspicious brat, are truly vexing. Yi Xiao looked at Yi Zhuan with skepticism. His intuition told him there was something amiss, yet he could not pinpoint the issue at that moment. I agree. Yi Zhuan waved his hand. All right, you may go now. Go to Mingyue Palace to see your mother and sister. It has been many years since you last met. I have ordered the kitchen to prepare the Exquisite by Yin Si Feng Ho, which is incredibly delicious. We shall dine together in Mingyue Palace shortly. Suddenly, he turned to Yi Xiao and asked with a smile, after traveling for a decade, what is your current cultivation level? Qian is a nation built on martial prowess, and given the many experts across the continent, martial cultivation is of utmost importance. Yi Xiao cupped his hands and replied, reporting to father, I have entered the soul refinement realm and currently possess a 7th grade cultivation level. The martial realm consists of 4 foundational stages: body refinement, blood nurturing, energy accumulation, and soul refinement, each with 9 grades. A 7th grade soul refinement level at the age of 24 is not considered low. However, upon hearing this, Yi Zhuan's eyes flashed with disappointment. A 24-year-old at 7th grade soul refinement might not even open the heavenly gate by 30, limiting future achievements. The heavenly gate is the critical juncture that must be crossed at the 9th grade of the soul refinement realm. The earlier one opens the heavenly gate and enters the Tian Yuan realm, the greater their potential. Many remain stuck at the peak of the soul refinement realm for several years without progress. Waving his hand, Yi Xiao stepped back while Yi Zhuan sat alone in the room. Sighing after a while, this child should never have left. It has been a waste of time. His voice was filled with regret. After all, in his memory, with Yi Zhao's terrifying martial talent, he should not have reached this age without opening the heavenly gate. From the shadows, a voice emerged. Your Majesty, although the 3rd prince is merely at 7th grade soul refinement, I observe that his heavenly gate has indeed opened. Upon hearing this, Yi Zhuan, who had been somewhat despondent, suddenly raised his head. Are you certain? How can this be? From the darkness, a frail old eunuch stepped forward, smiling. The true energy within the 3rd prince is surging and exceedingly domineering. It is no longer the martial arts he practiced in the past. If my conjecture is correct, after the 3rd prince opened the heavenly gate, he must have acquired a powerful martial technique, which, in his attempt to cultivate this new technique, resulted in a decline in his original cultivation, leading to a drop in rank. Yi Zhuan fumed. The Great Sun Yuan Yang technique he cultivated back then is already one of the finest techniques in the world. What technique could possibly surpass it? This is simply a case of forsaking the essential for the trivial. The old eunuch replied softly, Your Majesty, sometimes circumstances differ, and until the end, no one can determine the outcome. I implore you not to be hasty. Yi Zhuan fell silent, lost in thought. At that moment, a eunuch named Zhou Tong entered, holding a tray adorned with a black gold embroidered dragon robe. He stepped forward and bowed. Your Majesty, the Si Feng Ho will take another half an hour to prepare, but I have brought the dragon robe. Yi Zhuan opened his arms, and the old eunuch stepped forward to help him undo his clothing. Zhou Tong, draft an edict for the Internal Affairs Court, granting the 3rd Prince Yi Xiao a residence, allowing him to gather guests, and permitting him to maintain a private army of 3,000, with a monthly stipend of 100,000 silver. Draft an edict for the Marquis of Pingbei, Liang Qingyin, granting his daughter Liang Qing to marry Yi Xiao as a secondary wife. Upon hearing this, Zhou Tong, who was kneeling while holding the dragon robe, could not help but display a hint of shock. It is known that although Liang Qing is exceptionally beautiful, she has been raised among soldiers since childhood, her temperament being rather indifferent and straightforward. 2 years ago, during a battle into enemy territory, Liang Qing led 7,000 troops to raid the enemy's rear, capturing 4 cities and disrupting their supply lines. This was a great achievement. However, before each departure, she ordered the burning of cities and the killing of all able-bodied in that battle. She slaughtered countless enemies. After that battle, everyone in Tang'an spoke of her with fear, and the name the butcher Liang Qing spread throughout the land. Clearly, Yi Zhuan's earlier decree expressed great favor towards Yi Xiao. Why then did the second decree grant this woman in marriage to Yi Xiao? For any man, it would be uncomfortable to sleep beside a woman known for ruthlessly killing tens of thousands. Chapter 5. He is your biological son in Mingyue Palace. A beautiful woman, eyes brimming with tears, gazed at Yi Xiao. Her trembling hand caressed his unfamiliar yet familiar face. Hua Mingyue, Yi Xiao's mother, bestowed with the title of imperial concubine. You child, you finally know to come back. After all these years, do you have any idea how much your mother and sister worried for you? The tone of concubine Hua was filled with sorrow. Yi Xiao smiled gently. Am I not back now? I am much taller than you, mother. When he left, he was still a half-grown boy, but now he had become a tall young man. Concubine Hua wiped away her tears and said, Now that you are back, you cannot leave again. It is fine to stay in Tengan as a noble prince. Give it some time, and I will find a girl for you to marry. Compared to the other princes, it is exceedingly rare for Yi Xiao, at this age, to remain unmarried. Yi Xiao shook his head. No need. Father has said he will arrange a marriage for me. Concubine Hua was momentarily taken aback, but then smiled with joy. That is wonderful. It seems that although the emperor has not seen you in many years, he still cares for you. This, she became somewhat melancholic. What a pity, had you not left, you might have already become the crown prince. It is not too late now, Yi Xiao replied with a faint smile. However, concubine Hua's expression changed, and she lowered her voice urgently. No, Xiao, you have been away from Tengan for so long that you are unaware of the current situation. The eldest, second, and fourth princes have all developed their own powers and supporters. If you express your intention to vie for the throne, they will surely target you, putting you in great danger. Listen to your mother. You must act discreetly and avoid conflict with them. I desire nothing more than for you to live a safe life. Before concubine Hua could finish speaking, a girl's eager voice suddenly interrupted from outside. Brother. Brother. A girl, lifting her skirt, rushed into the room. Upon seeing Yi Xiao, she immediately leaped into his embrace. Brother, I missed you so much. The girl clung tightly to Yi Xiao. She was none other than Yi Xiao's biological sister. Yi Yunerd, in the ruthless world of imperial families, where the emperor has countless offspring, emotions are generally rather detached. However, Yi Xiao and Yi Yunerd shared the same mother and father, and their bond was naturally different. Deep within the palace, fraught with hidden dangers, Yi Xiao's first experience with killing was because of Yi Yunerd. In her heart, Yi Xiao was also her closest person. After years of separation, there was naturally much to discuss. The three of them shared endless conversation. Meanwhile, 2 imperial decrees had already been issued from the palace. The residence of the first prince, he listened to his subordinate's report, his face darkening. I knew it. I knew the emperor favored him. The third prince shattered Yi Xingyuan's knees, yet he faced no punishment. Instead, he was granted a residence, the right to maintain private troops, a monthly stipend of 100,000, and permission to participate in court discussions. Why? Why? His face flushed with anger, he shouted. Yi Zhuan's treatment of Yi Xiao is completely beyond my expectations. Mr. Mei, who was graying, stood beside him with a long sigh. Your Majesty is overly indulgent with the third prince. Indeed, even Mr. Mei, who previously thought Yi Xiao had no opportunity to contend for the throne, was now somewhat shaken. The first prince stepped before him, eyes blazing. When I established my residence, the emperor only granted me a monthly stipend of 10,800 private soldiers. He has been away for 10 years, and upon returning, he received such vast privileges. What is the emperor thinking? Is he truly trying to forcefully support the third prince to ascend the throne? His questions left Mr. Mei at a loss for words. Is it unfair? Indeed, it is, in contrast to the other princes, who acquired greater privileges through continuous performance and display of their capabilities. Yi Xiao's return has already garnered enough support to stand on equal footing with the other princes. The emperor's intentions remain inscrutable. A hint of ruthlessness flashed in Mr. Mei's eyes as he quietly advised. However, it seems that the third prince may truly become a significant threat. Your Highness, it is time to make a decisive move. Why not eliminate him while he is still unstable, especially since there is a conflict with the Jingwang? Upon hearing this, the first prince was momentarily startled, a flicker of struggle crossing his face. Mr. Mei, you previously advised me to ally with him. Why now are you suggesting I kill him? Mr. Mei's gaze was calm as he replied coldly. People have 10 fingers, each differing in length. If there were no decree, The emperor's favoritism could merely be seen as a display of paternal love. However, this decree clearly indicates that he is to participate in court affairs, thereby engaging in the competition for the crown prince position. This means that even if his foundation is still weak, the emperor's favoritism will eventually aid him, and one day, he may push you and your brothers aside. The first prince's expression darkened further. Yet he was still conflicted. If the emperor favors him, what if I send skilled protectors? If I send assassins? Would that not be a net to ensnare myself? Mr. May appeared resigned. Opportunities must not be missed. They do not come again. Even if there is risk, it is still worth trying. Just send your trusted assassins. Even if it fails, it is merely a life lost and will not implicate your highness. Let me think it over. Let me think it over. The first prince murmured to himself, the Pingbei Marquis's residence. Marquis Liangqing wore a troubled expression, while across from him stood his wife. Wu Shi. That moment, Wu Shi's eyes widened with anger as she scolded Liangqing. Did you not say that Zhou Tao was your old subordinate, as close as a brother? You only had to speak, and the marriage between Qing'er and his son would surely be established? How could it be rejected? Liangqing, in his 40s, with a short beard and a sturdy physique, seemed deflated like a frost-bitten eggplant. He sighed in resignation. They say they are already engaged. What can I do? Engaged? Nonsense. I have heard that they made an engagement the night after your visit. Wu Shi snapped. You always talk about brotherhood and loyalty, but when it truly matters, it seems to be all nonsense, Liangqing retorted. You cannot say that. Zhou Tao endured 14 wounds to save me. That bond is genuine. Then how is it that his son marrying our daughter would be a burden to him? Wu Shi replied indignantly. After all, he is his biological son. Liangqing muttered. Well, that is precisely the issue. Upon hearing this, Wu Shi was even more enraged. What nonsense are you talking about? Is our daughter not his biological daughter? Liangqing lamented. Who told her to be so ruthless? She even took the lead in slaughtering the young men of the Chu state. How many soldiers witnessed her slay thousands in a single night? The rumors that emerged are horrifying. How could those young masters not be frightened? Wu Shi fell silent. Is this not your fault? Had you not taught her martial arts and allowed her to join the army? Would there be such rumors today? Now look, a 20-year-old girl is unable to marry. What will she do in the future? As she spoke, tears streamed down Wu Shi's face. Liangqing was at a loss for words. He too felt helpless. Ever since that incident, the rumors had only escalated. He had even approached Yi Zhuan to have Liangqing's military position revoked and to keep her at home. Yet, prior suitors had come knocking, and now, after all that, even when he proactively sought suitors, no one would agree. As the husband and wife wallowed in despair, a sharp voice suddenly rang out. Pingbei Marquis Liangqing, receive the decree. Chapter 6. Just kill him at the Pingbei Marquis's residence. Liangqing and his wife stood respectfully. Before them, Zhou Tong read aloud the imperial edict. Marquis Liangqing's daughter Liangqing is to marry the third Prince Yi Xiao as a secondary wife, as decreed. Though he was a eunuch, his tone bore no trace of effeminacy. As his words fell, Liangqing stepped forward, raising both hands to receive the decree. Zhou Gonggong, has the third prince returned to Tang'an City? Zhou Tong smiled. Yes, he just entered the city today and is currently in the palace. Liangqing hesitated momentarily, then produced a silver note and handed it to Zhou Tong, softly asking. There is something I wish to inquire about. Why is the marriage designated as a secondary wife? Typically, when the emperor arranges marriages, he does not specify the position within the household, implicitly recognizing the primary status. However, this edict clearly stated Liangqing would marry Yi Xiao as a secondary wife. The difference of a single word is monumental. Zhou Tong did not accept the silver note but smiled. I cannot say. I am merely conveying the edict. The emperor's intentions are for you to interpret. However, there is one more thing the emperor wished me to convey to the marquis. Speak. This secondary wife status need not be publicly proclaimed. Merely stating the marriage is sufficient. After speaking, Zhou Tong smiled slightly. I have other matters in the palace, so I shall take my leave. He turned to exit but suddenly turned back, smiling. By the way, let me inform you of one more matter in advance. His Majesty holds the third prince in very high regard, granting him the right to establish a residence, a monthly stipend of 100,000, permission to maintain a private army of 3,000, and the right to participate in court discussions. The intentions of Yi Zhuan would soon be known to all, and Zhou Tong was quite happy to perform a favor. As Zhou Tong left the courtyard, Liangqing frowned. Meanwhile, Wu Shi appeared delighted, taking the edict and examining it closely. A proud smile crossed her face. Let those scoundrels dare say that Qing'er cannot marry. My daughter is now the consort of a royal prince, enjoying unmatched honor. As she spoke, she noticed that Liang Qing'an did not seem pleased. My dear husband, why do you look so downcast? Liang Qing'an smiled wryly. The third prince may be harboring considerable ambition. I fear this will bring trouble. What do you mean? Wu Shi asked, puzzled. Liang Qing'an sighed heavily, pulling her toward the back courtyard. The emperor's gifts to the third prince clearly indicate that he is to participate in the royal struggle. However, the third prince's foundation in Tang and is still shallow. This marriage edict now binds our Liang family to the third prince. Whether this is a blessing or a curse remains uncertain. Wu Shi, unbothered, replied, I do not care. At least my daughter's marriage has been resolved. Deep within the palace in Mingyue Palace, Yi Xiao and Yi Yuner had just taken their leave. The emperor of Deqian, Yi Zhuan, lay drunkenly on the couch, while Hua Mingyue massaged his shoulders. Unable to contain her curiosity, Hua Mingyue finally asked, I heard Xiao say that your majesty intends to arrange a marriage for him. May I ask which lady your majesty has in mind? If there were no candidates, I could introduce a few gentle and cultured individuals. No need for your concern. I have already made my selection. It is Liang Qing, the daughter of the Marquis of Pingbei. Ah! Hua Mingyue gasped in astonishment, covering her mouth. The room fell silent, and after a moment, Hua Mingyue mustered her courage to speak. Your Majesty, could we consider someone else? The decree has already been issued. Yi Sun replied indifferently, his tone leaving no room for negotiation. These words, a glimmer of helplessness flashed in Hua Mingyue's eyes, and she forced a smile. Yi Sun closed his eyes, relishing her massage, and continued. This marriage has been carefully considered. Although Liang Qing's actions may seem ruthless, she has served the country well. We cannot allow her to suffer. She has faced much criticism these past 2 years, and the marriage to Xiao provides her with a sense of belonging. Your Majesty is wise. Hua Mingyue spoke these words, yet she remained unconvinced. In her view, Liang Qing could marry anyone. Why must it be her son? After all, there is not just one prince. However, Yi Sun's next words left her utterly shocked. Secondly, upon returning to the capital, Xiao Er's foundation is weak. If he wishes to claim the throne, he requires reliable support. This union could provide Liang Qing'an as a strong backing. Moreover, Liang Qing possesses exceptional military command, which would bolster Xiao Er's strength. Upon hearing this, Hua Mingyue's heart surged with tumultuous waves. What does this imply? Is he suggesting that Yi Xiao should become emperor? No matter how she pondered, Yi Sun added. Thirdly, Liang Qing's name carries a certain infamy. As long as the decree regarding the title of wife remains undisclosed, it could serve as a source of confusion. After all, the future empress cannot be a merciless killer. This may help reduce some hostility toward Xiao Er. Your Majesty is truly wise. Hua Mingyue's voice held an unmistakable excitement. After all, from Yi Sun's words, it seemed everything was being arranged with Yi Zhao's interests in mind. There was even a hint that Yi Xiao might be designated as the heir. Yi Sun leaned on her leg and softly said, Xiao Er is most aligned with my wishes and resembles me greatly and my youth. I too yearn to travel the world like him. But alas, I lacked his courage and could not escape this Tang city. I hope he can achieve greatness and not disappoint me. These words should remain between us. If Xiao Er wishes to withdraw from the engagement, please persuade him. Rest assured, Your Majesty, if he wishes to withdraw, I will certainly advise him. Yi Sun did not elaborate further, seemingly desiring rest, his expression tranquil. Yet no one knew that within him, he was murmuring, Yi Xiao, you must return. Whether to become emperor or not, it matters not. But if you have no cards to play, even in death, do not blame me at the palace gate. The night was deepening. Yi Zhao's carriage awaited patiently. He emerged from the palace and climbed into the carriage. He Kun, the coachman, appeared to be an honest peasant. Hearing Yi Zhao's words, he smiled. Your Highness, in the future, simply call me by name. Outside the Jianghu, such a title may not be suitable. Yi Xiao replied with a smile. It matters not. You are my uncle, and I have recognized you as such. Even if my father were present, I would address you the same. Let us depart. The hour is late, and Lu Er is likely growing anxious. Following Yi Zhao's instructions, He Kun cracked the whip, and the carriage began to move slowly. The hooves of the horses clattered crisply against the stone road of Tang City. The pace of the carriage was steady, neither fast nor slow. Soon, Yi Zhao's breathing deepened. As if he were drifting into slumber meanwhile, on a nearby rooftop, a figure swiftly advanced, dressed in black and masked. Their movements were as quiet as the wind, and they bore a long knife, fixated on Yi Xiao's carriage. As the carriage turned a corner, a cold glint flashed, and a fierce slice of the knife aimed at the coachman. Sparing no mercy, the tranquil street was momentarily pierced by the sharp whinny of the horses drawing the carriage before reverting to silence. Young master, there is an assassin. Kill him? Shouldn't we ask a question? No need to inquire. Whether we can extract information is uncertain. Even if we could, who knows if he would speak the truth or simply fabricate lies? It would only add to our troubles. After all, it's merely a few individuals. The carriage continued on its way. The black-clad figure collapsed to the ground, a clear blood hole in their throat, crimson liquid staining the stones. Their eyes widened, filled with disbelief and shock. No one knew what they had seen, nor what they had experienced before their death. But there was no doubt. They died silently. Chapter 7. Don't toy with me in the early morning. Within the inn, Yi Xiao sat upon the bed, energy circulating through his body. A vast amount of natural essence flowed through his acupuncture points, merging with the golden energy within him. The Daiyin Huang Ji Gong, an ancient imperial cultivation method. The true energy cultivated from it is exceptionally formidable and fierce. However, the difficulty of advancing in this technique is far greater than in ordinary methods. Yi Xiao opened his eyes, a hint of helplessness flashing within them. Too slow. The pace of this cultivation is far too sluggish. I must hasten to acquire those 3,000 private soldiers. Since childhood, he had exhibited extraordinary talent, and on the path of cultivation, he had never experienced delay. Because of this, he was exceedingly dissatisfied with his current progress. To cultivate faster, he needed more subordinates. Only then could he gather more essence through the human emperor cauldron and enhance his cultivation. Within the palace, during the morning court session, Yi Xiao donned a pale blue dragon robe, standing in the great hall. Even while merely standing there, the aura of a king emanated from him, as he practiced the human emperor technique. Many officials had already arrived, gathering in small groups, none daring to approach Yi Xiao. So, that is the third prince. He is indeed handsome and carries an extraordinary demeanor. He, what of it? He acts too rashly and ruthlessly. Just yesterday, he broke the leg of the son of the King of Peace at the city gate. I hear the censorate intends to bring him to justice today. But I've heard that the King of Peace personally entered the palace yesterday and did not request punishment for him. What use is it for the censorate to act? Whether it is useful or not will only be known once it is reported. At that moment, more individuals arrived. The first, second, and fourth princes entered the hall, all dressed in dragon robes, heads held high. The eldest prince approached Yi Xiao, stopping before him with a smile. Third brother, it has been 10 years. I have missed you greatly. Yi Xiao gazed at his disingenuous smile and shook his head. There is no need to miss me. I will be here every day. Father has granted me the right to participate in court discussions. At these words, the eldest prince's smile froze. The second prince stepped forward, his skin as fair as jade, tall and slender, smiling. After many years, third brother remains as straightforward as ever. I hear father has granted you a monthly allowance of 100,000 taels. If it is for daily expenses, that is not insignificant. However, you must also support 3,000 private soldiers. Moreover, you are now in Tengan, all alone. With this amount of silver, should you wish to marry, it might be somewhat inadequate if you need money. You can certainly ask second brother. No matter the amount, I will definitely help you, and I only require an interest of 8%. While he spoke as if being considerate, the reality was that an interest rate of 8% far exceeded that of ordinary moneylenders. He did not genuinely wish to lend money. It was merely a veiled mockery of Yi Xiao's lack of funds. Among royal siblings, genuine affection is scarce. Mutual sarcasm is commonplace. Yi Xiao, however, did not take offense. Instead, he smiled and grasped the second prince's hand, casting a glance at the eldest prince. Second brother is truly considerate, unlike certain individuals who can only express empty sentiments. But you are indeed correct. I am currently somewhat strapped for cash that I wonder if I could borrow 10 million taels to tide me over. I assure you, I will return it as soon as I can. Those present gasped in astonishment at Yi Xiao's boldness. A staggering 10 million taels. The second prince was also taken aback. He truly wanted that amount, and now it was being requested outright. What if he did not repay? The second prince gritted his teeth. Third brother, you have quite the appetite. Are you not afraid that such a large sum might crush your feet? His words were laced with sarcasm, and Xiao was unyielding, forcefully tossing the second prince's hand away. Oh? Is borrowing too much? If second brother cannot provide it, it is no concern. After all, your words have always been as empty as flatulence. Merchants are always like this. Xiao's tone dripped with derision. The second prince's mother hailed from a family of wealthy merchants, in the eyes of royal siblings. Such a status was unworthy of respect. He had always been particularly sensitive about this matter since childhood. As expected, upon hearing Xiao's words, the second prince's face flushed with anger. Xiao, do not go too far. Xiao raised an eyebrow. Oh, it was clearly you who offered to lend me money and said I could state any amount. Now you cannot provide it, and I am the one going too far? Is there such logic in the world? At that moment, the fourth prince stepped forward, bowing slightly. Brothers, do not quarrel. It is a joyous occasion that third brother has returned. Let us not provoke father's displeasure, or we shall all be punished. Xiao regarded the fourth prince, smiling. Fourth brother, your reputation in the literary circles of our Great Qian has soared. Your poetry is praised throughout the land. Even though I am in the Jianghu, I often hear literati singing your new works. Remarkable. This was indeed true. Compared to the other two princes, the fourth prince was the most renowned. His poetic talent was celebrated across the entire Great Qian. Upon hearing Xiao's compliment, the fourth prince revealed a shy smile. Thank you, third brother. It is merely some articles, not worth mentioning. While they were conversing, Xiao's gaze fell upon a tall man leading a young woman. The girl had a healthily bronzed complexion and striking features, undeniably beautiful. What brings Liang Qing to the palace today? I thought there were no ongoing battles. Is it possible that father intends to reinstate her? The eldest prince mused. Xiao regarded Liang Qing with interest, smiling. So it is she, the butcher of our Great Qian, who has slain tens of thousands of enemies. It is rumored that during her attack on Chu, she decapitated their soldiers to play soccer with their heads. Who knows if it is true? The second prince scoffed. Not just soccer. She even extracted their brain matter to drink. Xiao rolled his eyes. Haha, one would need a brain to believe such tales. You may believe what you wish. As far as I know, she personally killed no less than 10,000 able-bodied men of Chu. Rumors often exaggerate with each retelling. Just then, they noticed Liang Qing's gaze directed towards them. Meeting Xiao's eyes, she offered a slight smile, which was quite lovely, Xiao remarked. The fourth prince leaned in, whispering, If third brother is interested, I can help facilitate an introduction. She is still unmarried. Xiao rolled his eyes. Please do not harm me. Bringing such a fierce spirit into my home would mean that if we had a quarrel, I would have to check my head every morning to see if it remained intact. Ha ha ha. The fourth prince laughed heartily, clearly in agreement. Third brother, you speak wisely. If it were otherwise, she would not remain unmarried for long. I hear her father has been searching for suitors, yet no nobleman dares to propose. I suspect today she might be seeking a marriage decree from the emperor. Upon hearing the mention of a marriage decree, Xiao's previously cheerful expression suddenly stiffened. He realized something. Damn. Yisun, do not toy with me. The emperor has arrived. As Zhou Tong's voice echoed, everyone immediately fell silent, taking their positions and bowing their heads in anticipation. Yisun entered, casually seated himself upon the dragon throne. He gestured to Zhou Tong, who opened the prepared imperial edict and proclaimed loudly, The third prince, Xiao, having traveled the world, returns to Tang'an. From this day forth, he is permitted to establish his own residence, maintain 3,000 private soldiers, participate in court deliberations, and is granted the hand of Liang Qing's daughter, Liang Qing, in marriage. Chapter 8. The Majesty of the Emperor in the Great Hall. Yisun fixed his gaze on Xiao's expression. When he observed Xiao's face contort momentarily, a wave of satisfaction surged within him. Ha ha ha, you brat. Let us see you throw a tantrum now that you've run away. This was a small amusement for him. What he had said to Hua Mingyue was true. He wished to arrange a suitable marriage for Liang Qing and provide Xiao with reliable support. However, if he desired, there were certainly other ways to achieve the same objectives. His feelings toward Xiao were complex. On one hand, he cherished him and hoped he would accomplish great things, yet on the other, he harbored an obsession. A son must heed his father's commands. Thus, witnessing Xiao's displeasure while knowing he had no choice but to comply brought Yisun immense satisfaction. While Yisun reveled in his secret delight, three individuals stepped forward in unison to express their gratitude. Your son, Xiao, thanks the emperor for his grace. Minister Liang Qing'an, Liangqing, expresses gratitude to your majesty. The eldest, second, and fourth princes widened their eyes in disbelief, unable to suppress the smiles tugging at their lips. Just moments ago, it had been spoken of, and now Xiao had been granted Liangqing in marriage. It could not have been better. Most importantly, this subtly conveyed a signal. Yi Sun seemed to have no intention of designating Xiao as the heir. Regardless, the rightful empress would likely be the future queen. Given Liangqing's reputation, it was destined that she would not be suitable for the position to the three of them. It appeared that Yi Sun was indeed signaling his lack of intention to make Xiao the crown prince. Suddenly, a voice interrupted their thoughts. Your Majesty, I have a matter to present. Censor Zhang Pengfei stood up from the crowd. Yi Sun, momentarily displeased, asked, What is it? Zhang Pengfei proclaimed loudly. Your Majesty, I wish to report the third prince, Xiao, who, lacking any official position, committed a violent act in public, injuring the son of the King of Peace. If everyone were to follow his example, what need would there be for government offices? This trend must not persist. I implore your Majesty to punish the third prince and issue an imperial edict to warn the populace. Watching Zhang Pengfei speak so eloquently, Xiao narrowed his eyes. This fellow, he had never encountered before today, yet here he was, reporting on him. Loyalty to the emperor? Perhaps not. Whose man is he? Xiao glanced at the eldest prince beside him and inquired. Is he one of your subordinates? The eldest prince was taken aback, then replied softly, Do not jest. All officials in the court are under Father's command. What does it have to do with me? Xiao then turned to the second prince. Did you bribe him? The second prince's face flushed with anger. Do not speak nonsense. How could I act in such a manner? Xiao stroked his chin, murmuring. It cannot be that he has defected to the King of Peace, for that would indeed be quite foolish. Upon hearing his words, the princes exchanged glances. His directness was startling. Many things may be common knowledge, but one cannot openly speak of them in court. Their murmurs caught Yi Sun's attention, causing him to frown and admonish. What are you all discussing? Xiao, Zhang Pengfei has reported you. Do you have any words of defense? Xiao smiled slightly, approaching Zhang Pengfei and bowing to Yi Sun. Then turning to Zhang Pengfei with a smile. My lord, according to your statement, if I were to see Yi Xingyuan committing an act of violence in public, what should I do? Zhang Pengfei, without glancing at Xiao, had a ready response. Firstly, I wish to remind the third prince that although Yi Xingyuan acted first, it may not necessarily be classified as an act of violence. There may be reasons behind it. Secondly, even if the third prince intervened, he ought not to have injured him severely in public. He should have brought him to the authorities for proper handling. That would be the correct course of action. This fellow spoke without a hitch. He first denied the premise of Yi Xingyuan committing an act of violence, and then indicated that even if Xiao intervened, he should not have caused significant harm. Xiao regarded Zhang Pengfei and asked with a smile, How much did you receive? What? Zhang Pengfei looked bewildered. I mean to ask how much you have accepted from others to create such confusion. At this, Zhang Pengfei was immediately enraged. How can you slander me, third prince? I, Zhang Pengfei, was born and raised in the Great Qian, have received the emperor's grace, and attained this official position. How could I ever accept money from another nation? Xiao maintained a broad smile, addressing Zhang Yushi. If you were not receiving silver from foreign lands, how could you utter such words devoid of respect for the sovereign and father? Zhang Pengfei, still bewildered, retorted, What disrespectful words have I spoken? Prior to today's session, he had rehearsed various possible responses from Xiao, carefully considering his own speech. Reflecting on their earlier conversation, he genuinely perceived no fault in his words. Xiao nodded slightly, his gaze sharpening as he challenged Zhang Pengfei. Zhang Pengfei, Yi Xingyuan is of royal blood, my father's own nephew. Before the eyes of the public at the city gate, he assaulted the impoverished citizens, kicked their children, and intended to maim them. Such vile conduct, once known, would surely lead the people of Qian to regard us royal kin as ferocious beasts. When the populace's loyalty wanes, the realm itself trembles. Is this not a simple truth that you, Zhang Yushi, ought to comprehend? Without pausing for a reply, Xiao continued, his voice rising in intensity. Had I not punished Yi Xingyuan at that moment and taken him to the ancestral hall, how would the people know? If they remain ignorant, how can we cleanse the royal family's tarnished reputation? The rumors would spread like wildfire, and by the time the ancestral hall rendered its verdict, the tale would likely be known throughout the land. Pray tell, Zhang Yushi, how could we clarify matters then to regain the people's trust? With each word, Yi Zhao's fervor escalated, filling the grand hall. The people's disrespect and resentment toward the royal family is an issue that could shake the foundations of our nation. Can we afford to abide by decorum? You suggest I should not have punished him before the populace, but rather take him to the ancestral hall. Would that not trample the dignity of the Qian royal family? You repeatedly claim to be a beneficiary of the state, yet fail to protect the royal house. Is that not a betrayal of both sovereign and father? Yi Zhao's words flowed like a rapid barrage. As his voice grew louder, a faint golden light emanated from the emperor's vessel within him, an invisible majesty of royalty radiating from his being. With his aura reaching its zenith, he glared at Zhang Pengfei, demanding, "Zhang Pengfei, do you not recognize your transgressions?" In a daze, Zhang Pengfei perceived not Yi Xiao, but rather Yi Sun clad in royal robes. Fear gripped him as sweat drenched his back. His legs weakened, and he collapsed to the ground at that moment. The gazes of all present in the hall shifted towards Yi Xiao, their expressions altered. Unlike the other princes, Yi Xiao exuded an indescribable aura of dominance. Liang Qing among the ministers also brightened at the sight. This man was indeed the one she admired. In truth, Yi Xiao himself remained unaware of the formidable presence he wielded while reprimanding Zhang Pengfei. When he noticed Zhang Pengfei on the ground, he was momentarily taken aback before turning toward Yi Sun, respectfully declaring, "I have completed my defense, father." He then stepped aside. Zhang Pengfei, realizing he had made a fool of himself before the assembly, hurriedly rose, kneeling before Yi Sun, repeatedly bowing his head. "I merely lacked forethought and harbored no such treacherous thoughts as the third prince suggested. I beseech your majesty to discern." His voice trembled. Yi Sun nodded slightly. "Rise. I know your intentions are pure. Simply exercise more caution next time." Zhang Pengfei stood, steadied himself, and rejoined the ranks of the ministers. Yi Sun smiled, addressing them. "Do any of you have matters to discuss? If not, we shall conclude the court session." The hall fell silent. At this moment, the second prince stepped forward, bowing to Yi Sun. "Father, the third brother intends to form a private army. If left to recruit soldiers on his own, they will mostly be inexperienced, lacking in combat effectiveness. I propose that you allow him to recruit from the Divine Martial Academy, where those willing to follow him may join his ranks, thereby quickly establishing a formidable force to protect him." In Tangan City, several institutions cultivated talent. The One Yuan Pavilion welcomed all learned individuals, hosting scholars who imparted knowledge daily. The Lingxiu Star Tower specialized in nurturing spiritual masters, while the Divine Martial Academy focused on training military officers and warriors. Those within the Divine Martial Academy not only practiced martial arts but also studied battle formations, many becoming vital personnel in the military. Numerous renowned generals of Qian hailed from this institution. Upon hearing this, a glimmer of amusement appeared in Yi Sun's eyes as he looked toward Yi Xiao. "What do you think?" Yi Xiao glanced at the second prince standing in the center of the hall. Laughing heartily, "Your intention is kind, second brother. I cannot refuse. If father grants me permission to select personnel from the Divine Martial Academy, it would be splendid." "Very well. I permit you to recruit 30 individuals from the Divine Martial Academy. Anyone willing to join your household may do so." Court dismissed. With those words, Yi Sun rose calmly and exited the palace. Yi Sun walked ahead while Zhou Tong followed closely behind with his head bowed. "Zhou Tong, do you believe the third prince will be able to recruit enough personnel from the Divine Martial Academy?" Zhou Tong smiled sheepishly. "This servant cannot say for certain." Yi Sun's tone turned cold. "I command you to answer." Realizing he could not evade, Zhou Tong replied reluctantly. "It may prove somewhat difficult. Those in the Divine Martial Academy are all eager to achieve merit and titles. Joining a prince's household, while noble, may cut off their path to future accomplishments. They may not be willing to wait 10 or 20 years for an opportunity to prove themselves." Yi Sun stroked his chin, chuckling. "The second prince wishes to see Yi Xiao humiliated, and he is not shy about it, jumping into the pit he has dug. If Yi Xiao truly returns empty-handed, it will indeed become a laughingstock. What do you think his thoughts are? This servant does not know. Only the third prince knows his own plans. We shall wait and see. Go. Inform the Divine Martial Academy that should Yi Xiao come, they need not offer him any special treatment. I wish to see if he has the capability to recruit those proud individuals." Outside the palace, Yi Xiao emerged, only to find Liang Qing waiting by his carriage. As Chen Xiao exited the palace, she stepped forward. "I am Liang Qing. Pleased to meet the third prince." Liang Qing introduced herself with poise. exuding an air of confidence rather than girlish timidity. "Let us converse in the carriage." As onlookers began to gather, Xiao gestured for her to enter. Liang Qing, unreserved, leaped into his carriage, followed by Xiao, who wore a faint smile as he climbed aboard. Inside the carriage lingered a subtle fragrance from Liang Qing. This was their first close encounter. As the coachman cracked his whip, the carriage moved forward. Liang Qing sighed and spoke. "Third prince, today the second prince intentionally set a trap for you. Anyone with ambition in the Divine Martial Academy would not choose to become a private soldier of a prince. His suggestion for you to recruit from among them is likely to yield no results. I am aware." Xiao replied calmly. Liang Qing was taken aback, then chuckled. "So, the third prince has a strategy in mind?" "Of course." Xiao beamed confidently. "The second prince's proposal is merely an attempt to see me fail. However, had he not brought it up, how would I have had the chance to go to the Divine Martial Academy to recruit talent? He is not entirely wrong. If all the recruits are inexperienced and no one manages their training, it will take a long time to develop combat effectiveness." Xiao's gaze was resolute. "For me, this is an opportunity, and no matter what, I must give it a try." Observing the determination on Xiao's face, Liang Qing softly remarked, "It seems the third prince harbors great ambition. Indeed, I returned to the capital to seize the position of heir." Xiao did not conceal his intentions. Since the marriage decree was issued, he had no intention of defying it. This woman, in any case, was aboard the same ship as him. Inside the carriage, silence enveloped them as Liang Qing processed his words. After a moment, she inquired, "How does the third prince plan to contend for the position of heir?" Xiao understood that her question represented not only her own curiosity but also that of the Liang family behind her. The marriage decree had been issued, but they had not yet wed. If they were truly at odds, or if he were indeed unreliable, the engagement could very well change. Xiao replied with gravity, "Having been away from the capital for many years, I lack connections among the ministers. Those who could be swayed have likely already allied with the first, second, or fourth princes. To compete with them, I cannot focus on the court. I intend to use these 3,000 private soldiers as a foundation, aiming for military achievements to build strength and secure the position of heir. Starting from the military, do you not fear inciting suspicion from His Majesty?" Liang Qing voiced her concerns. Xiao laughed heartily. "Ha ha ha. Do you not wonder why my father arranged our marriage?" This question left Liang Qing momentarily speechless. Xiao turned his head to gaze out the window, softly stating, "In the royal family, everyone harbors countless thoughts. My father has long anticipated the path I would take. Hence he found me a capable ally from among the military leaders, simultaneously signaling me to act boldly. If I cannot see through this, and proceed with trepidation, how could I speak of contending for the position of heir?" As he spoke, Xiao suddenly leaned closer to Liang Qing. Their faces mere inches apart. He gazed into her eyes, teasingly asking, "It is said that Liang Qing is ruthless, having slaughtered tens of thousands. I wonder, if we were to quarrel, would you come for my head in the middle of the night?" Inside the carriage, Liang Qing felt a twinge of bitterness at Xiao's question. Ever since that battle, people had regarded her as a cold-hearted killer. Because of this, the Liang family had endured much disdain and ridicule regarding her marriage. With a self-deprecating smile, she replied softly, "What, third prince, are you afraid? If you fear me, you may easily seek to annul the marriage with His Majesty." Their eyes locked. Xiao sighed. "To be honest, as a man, the thought of my future wife, my partner, having countless lives on her hands does make my heart uneasy." "Is that so?" Liang Qing seemed to anticipate his next words. However, to her surprise, Xiao clasped his hands together and bowed to her. "But as a member of the Qian royal family, and as a citizen of Qian, I deeply admire what you have done." Liang Qing responded with self-mockery. "What is there to admire? Admiring my ruthlessness?" Xiao's expression grew serious. "I respect you for fighting valiantly for Qian, for bearing the burden of infamy, and for enduring hardship for our nation." Looking into Xiao's earnest eyes, Liang Qing felt an indescribable emotion stir within her. Over the past 2 years, no one had ever spoken to her in such a manner. Yet, what had she done wrong? Fighting for her country was merely a general's duty. The young and able-bodied men of enemy nations must be slain, or else they would become foes in the future. Yet, she, as a woman, had made decisions that many men would hesitate to take, inviting endless criticism. Xiao's words warmed her heart. Their gazes met as Xiao gently declared, The men of Tangan City may not dare to marry you, but I do. From this day forth, I am grateful for your guidance." At the Prime Minister's residence, Prime Minister Su Mingxian sat before a spread of exquisite dishes, each more delectable than the last, tantalizing the senses. Standing beside him were his 3 sons, who dared not utter a word, merely observing their father as he indulged in the feast. Finally, Su Mingxian set down his chopsticks, casting a glance at his sons before focusing on his second son. Suyu, it seems you have been rather close to the first prince. Starting tomorrow, I will transfer you away from Tangan for several years." Taken aback, Suyu questioned, "Father, did you not previously say that I could maintain a closer relationship with the first prince?" Su Mingxian shook his head. "The first prince is the legitimate son, his mother being the empress. Though somewhat indecisive, from my understanding of his majesty, it is highly likely that he will favor the first prince for the position of heir. Therefore, I allowed you to grow closer to him." Still confused, Suyu inquired, "What has changed? What has changed?" Su Mingxuan's eyes flickered as he recalled the scene in the Grand Hall where Xiao chastised Zhang Pengfei. He shook his head. "The difference is significant. The third prince has returned." At this, Suyu remained perplexed. "And what of the third prince's return? He has been away from Tangan for many years. Even if he returns, he possesses no power in the court. Can he truly contend with the other princes?" With a heavy sigh, Su Mingxian stated, "That boy is no ordinary person. Though he has been away from the capital for many years and carries a rustic demeanor, his anger commands the authority of an emperor. Today, in the Grand Hall, when he reprimanded Zhang Pengfei, his power and presence surpassed that of the other princes. Most importantly, he returned to the city yesterday, and today was granted a marriage and rewards, indicating that his majesty holds him in high regard. Even if his foundation is shallow, given time, should he demonstrate real capability, the position of heir is far from certain." As the prime minister, Su Mingxuan's sensitivity to the political landscape was unparalleled. He sighed, looking at Suyu. "I know the first prince has treated you well, and you may not wish to leave the capital. However, court politics are fraught with danger. One must proceed with utmost caution. Remaining in Tangan may lead to your being used by the first prince against the third prince. Yet, if you rashly sever ties with the first prince, you will offend him. The wisest course is to transfer you from Tangan." Suyu felt powerless yet unwilling. He did not wish to leave Tangan. After a moment's contemplation, he stated, "Father, is one third prince truly worth this? What if he is merely an empty figure? I have heard he intends to recruit from the Divine Martial Academy, yet those within are unlikely to choose to follow him. In that case, he would become the laughingstock of Tangan." At that moment, Su Mingxuan's eldest son chimed in, "Father, Suyu makes a valid point that Xiao has just returned to Tangan and has received such favor from his majesty. He is bound to become a thorn in the side of the other princes. Moreover, having injured the heir of the Jingwang, his position is precarious, and his foundation is weak. He is likely to make enemies and may not survive long. It would be wise to observe further." The youngest son quickly added, "Father, let us wait and see." Seeing his son's reactions, Su Mingxian remained unperturbed, smiling slightly. "Then let us observe. However, I wager that this third prince will undoubtedly manage to recruit some talent from the Divine Martial Academy." It was evident that Yi Zhao's return had cast ripples across Tangan City. The news spread like wildfire among the populace. "Have you heard? The third prince has returned. Yesterday he broke Yi Xingyuan's legs at the city gate." Why did he do that? Yi Xingyuan had been oppressing the common folk, and the third prince caught him red-handed. Laughter erupted in the streets as people recounted the tale. "I was there. It felt so gratifying." The third prince first slapped him, leaving him searching for his teeth, then shattered his knees. "I got a close look, and they were deformed. He'll surely be crippled." In a tea-house, patrons animatedly discussed the event. When had Tangan City witnessed such thrilling happenings? Breaking the legs of the heir to the Jingwang was unthinkable for any other prince. In a private room of the tea-house, 2 women sat together. One, stunningly beautiful, exuded a captivating charm with every gesture. The other, though also fair of face, seemed to pale in comparison, like a firefly next to the moon. The clear-featured girl remarked, "Miss, the third prince is far too reckless. After all, he has just broken the legs of the Jingwang's heir. The repercussions could be dire." The alluring woman smiled faintly. "You worry too much. Hurry and finish your tea. There are still accounts to settle at home." The woman listened to the praises of Xiao from the surrounding commoners, a glimmer of delight flashing in her eyes. "Your Highness, You have finally returned. Chapter 11. Entering the mansion, Zhao Mingyan was the name of the enchanting woman. She could not suppress her smile as she listened to the citizens below extolling Xiao. Her. Xiao was the most significant person. However, just as she was reveling in her happiness, a scholar-like figure in a tea-house suddenly stood up and loudly proclaimed, Xiao disregards the law and recklessly harms others. How is he any different from Yixingyu? They are birds of a feather. Moreover, as I understand it, Xiao has a very poor reputation in court. This time returning to the court, the emperor has allowed him to form his own army and select talents from the Divine Martial Academy. I fear none of the Academy's prodigies will wish to follow such a person. Zhao Mingyan furrowed her brows. Who was this person? Why deliberately spread unfavorable news about Xiao? In the struggle among princes, public opinion and reputation were crucial elements. Those disseminating such information aimed to magnify Xiao's potential rejection by the Academy's elite. Once he was turned away, it could be exploited to undermine him further. Meanwhile, across the city, there were more than just one person spreading similar sentiments. At that moment, Xiao was oblivious to these happenings. His carriage entered the prince's mansion. This was the residence arranged for him by the ancestral hall, vast in area, with pavilions and towers, exquisitely luxurious. The eunuchs and maidservants of the prince's mansion had already gathered, awaiting their new master. Xiao stepped down from the carriage, followed closely by his personal maid. Lured out in his life, Luer was the person he had spent the longest time with. She began serving him when he was 7, and at that time, she was merely 8. At 14, he left Tengan City with Luer. After wandering the world for a decade, all that was meant to happen had already transpired. Luer was undoubtedly the person Xiao trusted and cherished the most. Xiao disembarked. A eunuch around 40 years old approached with a fawning smile. I have met the third prince. I am Chunji, the steward of this residence. Please, command me as you will. Xiao's gaze lingered on him for a moment before coldly retorting, You may leave. There is no place for you here. Upon hearing this, Chunji's complexion changed drastically. He immediately knelt and pleaded, Old servant has committed no offense. You may punish me as you wish. I beseech your highness not to send me away. I said you may leave. Xiao's voice remained frosty. He had no interest in who Chunji was connected to or associated with. He simply did not care. However, the steward of this residence must be someone he completely trusted. This was indisputable. Moreover, he understood that these eunuchs were funded by the ancestral hall, and even if they were dismissed, they would not truly be left without a place to go. A flicker of resentment flashed in Chunji's eyes, but he had no other choice but to rise and leave hastily. Zhao's gaze swept over the people within the mansion, and he declared coldly, From today onward, all matters, big and small, within the mansion shall be handled by Luer. Anyone who dares to oppose her shall be dealt with by her as she sees fit. The eunuchs and maidens fell silent, clearly intimidated by Zhao's decisiveness. He paid no mind to their thoughts and, after clarifying everything, turned to his coachman, Quan. Uncle He, please find a room in the outer courtyard. I will call for you if needed. Your command shall be followed. Quan bowed in response. Xiao had no intention of concerning himself with the mundane affairs of the mansion. He entered his room, and the first thing he did was sit cross-legged on the bed. He had begun to feel a peculiar change in the emperor's cauldron within him today, as he entered a meditative state. He found himself within his consciousness, surrounded by a misty haze. The emperor's cauldron floated in midair, emitting a faint golden glow. Upon his appearance, countless golden specks began to float out from the cauldron, slowly converging towards Zhao's body. Simultaneously, the true energy within him began to circulate rapidly. With the infusion of these golden lights, his cultivation level swiftly ascended. Gradually, Zhao's consciousness seemed to be drawn into the emperor's cauldron. He could distinctly sense the respect and admiration the common people held for him. It was an extraordinary feeling, one he had never experienced before. After acquiring the emperor's cauldron, Xiao had struggled for a long time to harness its power. It was not until he gathered subordinates that he realized the cauldron could attract people's energy and transform it into the emperor's aura, aiding his cultivation. Thus, he had always believed that only by subduing enough subordinates could the cauldron unleash its potential. However, it now appeared that earning the admiration of the populace could also gather energy. Meanwhile, a wealth of information flooded into Zhao's mind. Finally, as all the emperor's aura infused into his body, he achieved a breakthrough in his cultivation. He leaped from the 7th rank of the soul refinement realm to the 8th rank. Xiao opened his eyes, filled with astonishment. Without the assistance of the Emperor's cauldron, he would have needed at least 3 months to achieve this breakthrough through his own efforts. Yet now, in the span of a single night, his reputation had propelled him to the 8th rank. A glimmer of excitement flashed in Xiao's eyes. Moreover, just moments ago, as the Emperor's aura converged within him, he received a plethora of information. This knowledge included methods for crafting special equipment, techniques for refining weapons, and strategies for battle formations. In summary, it was a top-tier military training method, indomitable in battle, as solid as a rock. The training methods of the ancient emperor's personal guards, the golden scaled guards. Once selected, these golden scaled guards would have a unique breathing technique. Once trained, they would form a profound connection with the emperor's cauldron, in providing energy to the cauldron. They would receive feedback in return. This feedback, combined with the special techniques and training of the golden scaled guards, would inadvertently strengthen their physique, will, and spirit. Alongside various battle formations and meticulously crafted equipment, they would be considered the foremost elite troops in the world. It seemed that enhancing his reputation among the common people also granted him access to the emperor's aura. Yi Zhao's lips curled into a slight smile. With this, he had found yet another path to power. Furthermore, the feeling of receiving the pure and direct admiration from the common people was immensely satisfying. On the other side, in the second prince's mansion, Qianji knelt on the ground, his face filled with despair. With a voice laced with tears, he lamented, "Your Highness, I truly did not provoke the third prince. Yet the very first thing he did upon entering the mansion was to expel me. I am utterly powerless." At that moment, the second prince was lounging on a grand bed made of white jade, draped with a massive tiger skin. He listened to Qin Ji's report while casually selecting from a large platter of golden pearls. The third prince is indeed quite vigilant. But that's what makes it interesting. If he were truly a waste, wouldn't that be rather dull? Qin dared not interject, fully aware that if the man before him was displeased, he could vanish at any moment, completely disappear. Suddenly, the second prince put down a pearl and turned to Qin Ji, asking, "Do you think Xiao can bring anyone out from the Divine Martial Academy?" Qin Ji trembled as he replied, "This old servant does not know." The second prince grinned mockingly, "Since you don't know, let us make a wager. If the third prince cannot bring anyone out from the Divine Martial Academy, I will spare your life. If he brings out less than 5, I will take one of your hands. If he brings out 10, I will have you dismembered. And if he brings out more than 20, a fierce glint flickered in the second prince's eyes, I will have you tortured to death. Chapter 12. The challenge. The Divine Martial Academy was vast and populated. At this moment, news had already spread. "Have you heard? The third prince is forming his private army, and the emperor has allowed him to recruit from the Divine Martial Academy." "Of course I have heard, but didn't the dean say that it requires our consent? Do you intend to join?" "Forget it. Being part of the third prince's private army means being cooped up in the capital. When would we have a chance to achieve merit?" "I agree. Besides, the third prince has no popularity in the court. Even if he were to form a private army, there would be no future in following him. It's better to align with the first or second prince." At this moment, Xiao had been away from Tengan City for 10 years. Now that he returned, he was seen as a prince with no foundation. Even if he were to lead a private army, one would prefer to choose someone capable of ascending the throne rather than Chen Xiao. Within the Divine Martial Academy, in the Martial God Pavilion, Dean Xiao Qiansu sat high above, leisurely sipping tea. Though he was 60 years old, he appeared no older than 40. Before him lay a chessboard, and opposite him sat a young man. Noticing Xiao Qiansu's distracted demeanor, the young man chuckled. "That boy has returned. Aren't you going to lend him a hand?" "Not a chance. That little rascal rejected my offer to take him on as a disciple back then. Thinking about it now still infuriates me." Xiao Qiansu gritted his teeth. The young man, who was actually not so young, was Elder Qin Quanqing of the Divine Martial Academy, of a similar age to Xiao Qiansu but appearing younger due to his unique cultivation method. He observed Xiao Qiansu's indignation and replied, "What he said makes sense. The Divine Martial Academy is directly affiliated with the royal family. If he wishes to learn martial skills, with just a word from the emperor, he must be taught. Why bother with a master? Moreover, what could you teach him? His talents require no mentor." "Humph." Xiao Qiansu retorted coldly, "The emperor has issued a decree to not provide him special treatment. I want to see how he intends to recruit these young people dedicated to achieving merit from the Divine Martial Academy. It may indeed be quite difficult. After all, in this world, no one would gamble their own future. Chun Quanqing sighed. This time, he will likely face some embarrassment. Just as he finished speaking, a loud crash resounded. Bang! Two massive iron gates flew open. What happened? Hurry and check. Everyone in the Divine Martial Academy heard the commotion and rushed toward the entrance. Upon arriving, they found Xiao standing there, hands behind his back. Xiao Qiansu, furious, shouted, Xiao, what are you doing? Apologies, Dean Xiao, but your gate seems to be quite old and in disrepair. I merely applied a bit of force. And it broke? Xiao replied nonchalantly. However, the clear footprints on the iron gate made it evident that it had been deliberately kicked open. Although Xiao claimed to be sorry, his expression showed no hint of remorse. Rather, it was filled with a sense of disdain. The students of the Divine Martial Academy glared at Xiao in anger. Taking a deep breath, Xiao Qiansu gritted his teeth. Xiao, I will inform the Emperor about this incident. Xiao smiled slightly. Hehe, Dean Xiao, it has been many years since we last met, and you have indeed become quite adept at lodging complaints. I wonder if the disciples you have nurtured are also adept at merely complaining when faced with challenges? At this, someone in the crowd could not help but yell, Xiao, you'd best show some respect. Xiao stepped into the Divine Martial Academy, approaching the person who had spoken. When I was young, I also thought the Divine Martial Academy was quite impressive. However, having traveled the world, I now realize that the individuals nurtured here are rather ordinary. Take you, for instance. You may be tall and have a loud voice, but I wonder if you possess any real skill. The towering figure reddened at Xiao's words and retorted angrily, Xiao, do you dare to fight? Of course. However, you all know I am establishing a mansion and require some help. If you lose, you shall serve as my household servant. At Xiao's declaration, the man momentarily regained his composure. From the crowd, someone chimed in sarcastically, Oh, I see now. You deliberately provoked us to engage in combat, intending to recruit us if you win. How clever win, and you take us. Lose, and you incur no cost. Do you think we are fools? Ha ha ha. Xiao laughed heartily. Well done. You have some wits about you. I hope you won't let me down. With a wave of his hand, 10 large boxes filled with silver were brought forth. Xiao surveyed the crowd and declared coldly, This is 100,000 taels of silver. I, Xiao, hereby challenge everyone in the Divine Martial Academy. The cultivation level is limited to the 9th rank of the Qi Gathering realm. If your cultivation is below the 9th rank of Qi Gathering, I can suppress my own cultivation to match yours. You may choose any battle technique you excel at to compete against me, and I will respond with the same technique. Anyone who defeats me will receive 10,000 taels of silver. I will leave the Divine Martial Academy immediately. The room fell silent, astonished by his audacity. What kind of confidence was this? Or rather, what kind of arrogance? Xiao's challenge was not merely about cultivation. It was a test of mastery over various battle techniques. The Divine Martial Academy, as the breeding ground for military officials of the Great Qian, had no less than 1,000 students, each training in diverse martial techniques, fist, leg, finger techniques, claw techniques, and myriad weapons. For Xiao to challenge them all with just his own skills, particularly using their preferred techniques, was an unimaginable difficulty. The young people within the Divine Martial Academy were initially silent, and then an uproar of discussion erupted. Had he lost his mind? Did he truly believe he could master every martial technique and suppress all of them? How arrogant! Does he really think he can handle my ancestral double ring hook technique? Ha, seeking attention. No one can achieve such a feat. In everyone's eyes, Xiao's proposal was a clear path to self-destruction. A person's energy is limited. No one could master all weapons. Dean Xiao Qiansu looked at Xiao with a complex expression, knowing better than anyone how extraordinary this man was. When he first witnessed Xiao's martial talent, he was utterly astonished. An unparalleled level he had never seen before, even to the point of feeling inferior. It was precisely because of this that he had disregarded everything to propose taking him as a disciple, only to be rejected. Why Xiao's lips curled upward as he surveyed the crowd. What? Is there still no one willing to step forward? 100,000 taels of silver, the honor of the Divine Martial Academy. Are you all indifferent? Why bother practicing martial arts or seeking achievements? You might as well find a pond and hide like a turtle. As Xiao's words fell, the first to challenge him, the burly man, stepped forward. I, Wang Hu, excel in boxing. Do you dare to compete with me in a fist fight? Upon hearing this, the crowd erupted in cheers. Many began to call out Wang Hu's achievements, intending to apply psychological pressure on Xiao. Brother Wang has once defeated a fierce tiger with his fists. His strength is extraordinary. The camp commander of the Divine Fist camp sparred with Brother Wang for 200 rounds without a victor. I still remember when Brother Wang taught me boxing. After just 3 moves, I was sent flying by his punch. These individuals shouted loudly, extolling Wang Hu's past glories. The muscular Wang Hu couldn't help but smile. He was naturally strong, and even without utilizing true energy, his strength was formidable. Because of this, in the realm of boxing, he had an inherent advantage. Even if someone had a higher cultivation level, it was a different story when it came to equal-ranked warriors. He was confident he could defeat anyone in the Divine Martial Academy without weapons. This was precisely why he was the first to step forward. Xiao, however, maintained a calm gaze as he looked toward Xiao Qiansu. Dean Xiao is here. Let him serve as a judge. Surely, it will not lead to any fatalities. They can exert themselves to the fullest, lest they find excuses for their defeat. Xiao Qiansu nodded with a smile. Very well. After speaking, he turned to the disciples of the Divine Martial Academy, stating solemnly, "Remember, since you have chosen to challenge, you must give it your all, as long as your cultivation does not exceed the limits. You may employ any techniques to attack any part of the body. With me here, nothing will go awry. Do not hold back." His words undoubtedly dispelled the last lingering hesitations among the disciples of the Divine Martial Academy. After all, Xiao is a prince. Who would dare to truly harm him? However, with Xiao Qiansu present, and his assurance that nothing would happen, they felt emboldened. As his voice fell, everyone dispersed, and Xiao stood facing Wang Hu. Wang Hu was exceptionally tall, towering at around 2 meters. His eyes bulged with fury, energy swirling within him. Behind him, a faint yellow phantom of a fierce tiger began to materialize. Fierce tiger fist. Excitement erupted among the crowd. Brother Wang's fierce tiger phantom is clearer than before. Indeed, he must have gained insights from the recent hunt of the fierce tiger. In my opinion, Brother Wang's current boxing skills should rank among the top 3 of our generation. The fierce tiger fist is an exceptionally unique technique. Practicing this fist requires one to observe the fierce tiger and comprehend its might. Only after reaching a certain level can one condense the fierce tiger phantom behind them. Each strike unleashed is akin to the roar of a tiger, its momentum overwhelming. Many who practice this fist even engage in combat with fierce tigers to seek breakthroughs. Wang Hu's muscles bulged, and the phantom of the fierce tiger behind him let out a deafening roar. Suddenly, everyone felt a pressure on their eardrums. In that instant, Wang Hu surged forward, charging at Xiao. Yet, as he advanced, his eyes widened in shock. Not just him. Everyone present turned pale. For behind Xiao, another fierce tiger phantom had emerged. This fierce tiger, pure white with black stripes, was even larger than the phantom behind Wang Hu. Its eyes emanated a chilling intent to kill. If Wang Hu's fierce tiger phantom was already impressive, the appearance of the white tiger behind Xiao made the disparity palpable. Xiao's white tiger was a battle-hardened beast, merciless in its ferocity. With a similarly fierce roar, Xiao's fist had already struck out. The energies collided. Although both were restricted to the same realm, and Wang Hu appeared more robust, a thunderous sound erupted. And Wang Hu stumbled back while Xiao remained steadfast, unmoving. In that exchange, the difference was stark. Wang Hu's eyes widened. "You can also perform the fierce tiger fist?" Xiao smirked slightly and replied. "The fierce tiger fist is indeed a commendable technique. I practiced it for a few days when I was 10. Your fierce tiger phantom lacks killing intent. Your energy is dispersed and not condensed. Merely superficial. If you wish to improve, on the 8th shelf of the 7th floor of the Divine Martial Academy's library, there is a technique called the 5 Styles of the Hidden Tiger. Although it merely strengthens the physique, it should be remarkably effective for you." Wang Hu stood rooted, clenching his fists tightly. Yet, he did not advance again. If Xiao had employed another technique, even after suffering a loss, he would still have the courage to fight. However, Xiao used the same fierce tiger fist as he did. In their previous exchange, Wang Hu had fully grasped the overwhelming power of Xiao's phantom and the exquisite application of energy. The gap was too evident. It rendered him desperate. Despite his own divine power, he was still no match for Xiao. Seeing Wang Hu silent, Xiao chuckled. "What? Are you having second thoughts?" Wang Hu lifted his head and replied solemnly, "Your Highness, the third prince must be jesting. Even if I, Wang Hu, am a fool, I am still a man of honor. I would not stoop so low. I, Wang Hu, pay my respects to your highness the third prince. From today onwards, I shall follow your lead with that. He knelt on one knee, cupping his fists in salute to Xiao. Xiao quickly stepped forward to assist him up, bringing him behind himself. He then turned to the disciples of the Divine Martial Academy and said with a smile, "All right, next." A silence fell over the crowd. Everyone could see that Xiao's martial arts were extraordinarily formidable. Another figure stepped forward from the crowd. This person was tall and handsome, exuding an air of a noble air. Sun Qing from Ning'an Prefecture requests guidance on techniques from your highness the third prince. Upon hearing the surname and location, Xiao smiled slightly. The Sun family of Ning'an is renowned for the Star Moon Finger. It seems you are a descendant of that esteemed house indeed. Sun Qing raised his chin slightly, a hint of pride on his face. Practitioners of finger techniques are relatively few, and the Sun family's Star Moon Finger is exceptionally intricate. The Sun family holds a prestigious reputation in Ning'an, known far and wide, with a high status in the martial world. Then let us begin. Xiao stood with his hands clasped behind his back, speaking indifferently. Sun Qing ceased his words and immediately mobilized his true energy. Closing in, the two rapidly approached, and Sun Qing struck. He extended his fingers, shouting, "Countless stars in the sky." Instantly, the air was filled with the flickering shadows of fingers, enveloping Xiao's vital points. If Wang Hu's fierce tiger fist triumphed through brute force, Sun Qing's Star Moon Finger aimed to overwhelm his opponent with the finesse and intricacy of its techniques. As he executed this move, Xiao Qiansu could not help but nod in approval, murmuring, as expected of a family heirloom technique. Sun Qing's countless stars in the sky is profound, the movement seamless, showcasing great effort. Chen Quanqing shot him a glance, sneering, "What use is that? He still cannot win." Only those of their age understood how terrifying the martial talent of the third Prince Xiao truly was. The disciples of the Divine Martial Academy erupted in cheers. In the arena, Xiao gazed at the myriad of incoming finger shadows, a smile gracing his lips. He likewise extended his fingers. A burst of white light erupted from his fingertips. In an instant, it illuminated everything, casting the surroundings into shadow. Sun Qing's countless finger shadows seemed to dissipate under the brilliance of Xiao's light. Simultaneously, Xiao's finger precisely struck Sun Qing's attacking finger. In that moment, their energies clashed. Sun Qing's eyes widened in disbelief as he cried out, "Cold moon hanging alone." As his words fell, he was sent flying, a sharp crack echoing as his bones broke. Bang! Sun Qing landed on the ground, his right index finger twisted grotesquely. Yet, he disregarded the pain, scrambling to his feet, his eyes filled with astonishment as he looked at Xiao. "How could you possibly know the Star Moon Finger? Have you also reached the realm of the Bright Moon?" The Star Moon Finger actually comprises 3 levels. The first is the realm of the countless stars, which is the level Sun Qing currently practices. It primarily invokes the Star Moon Finger's countless stars technique. Xiao's cold moon hanging alone is the second level of the Star Moon Finger, known as the Bright Moon Realm. Xiao shrugged slightly and smiled. The Sun family's finger technique is recorded in the palace library. I practiced it for a few days in my childhood. Impossible. I have diligently trained for 10 years and have not entered the Bright Moon Realm. How could you have reached such a level after just a few days? Sun Qing could hardly believe Xiao's words, shouting angrily at him. This finger technique was the pride of the Sun family and his own pride. He had devoted 10 years to mastering the Star Moon Finger, training relentlessly through storms and rain. Now, he was defeated by Xiao with a single finger strike. How could he accept this calmly? At this moment, the one who could empathize with him the most was Wang Hu, standing behind Xiao. As he observed Xiao's back, his expression was complex. Just moments ago, he had felt the same despair when defeated by Xiao. Seeing Sun Qing's incredulous expression, Xiao shook his head and said, "Often, the world is unjust. People are not the same. You may have exerted tremendous effort, yet in the presence of certain individuals, your efforts may seem futile." Sun Qing stared blankly at his twisted, broken index finger, bowing and clasping his fists. Sun Qing, pay my respects to your highness the third prince." As Xiao had already bested 2 opponents in succession, the other disciples of the Divine Martial Academy were stirred by the desire to compete. "I refuse to believe that this third prince truly knows everything and excels at everything." A slender man stepped forward, shouting, "Li Si from the Divine Martial Academy wishes to learn leg techniques from your highness the third prince." The sparring resumed, showcasing the same martial skills but with deeper insights. Victories and defeats transpired in mere moments. More individuals emerged from the crowd to challenge Xiao. Lu Mingtian from the Divine Martial Academy sought to learn spear techniques. Zhou Shan from the Divine Martial Academy requested guidance on sword techniques. One by one, disciples stood forth, only to be defeated by Yi Xiao. An increasing number of them rallied behind him. Yet, Yi Xiao's performance continued to astonish. Fists, palms, claws, fingers, swords, spears, sabers, halberds. Regardless of the type of martial art, Yi Xiao consistently matched the challengers with the same type of technique, and his mastery and understanding of these arts utterly overwhelmed the disciples of the Divine Martial Academy. After more than 20 consecutive challenges, all were defeated by Yi Xiao using the same martial art. Following the 25th defeat, someone finally voiced the question on everyone's mind. Your Highness, how many martial techniques do you truly know? Indeed, how many martial techniques did Yi Xiao know? This remained a question in the hearts of all present. As he surveyed the crowd, noticing the puzzled expressions, Yi Xiao replied softly, the palace library holds 1,375 martial techniques. By the age of 12, I had mastered them all. The Divine Martial Academy has 582 techniques, and by 14, I had learned them all. After departing from Tengan, I traveled the world. How many martial techniques I know now, I have not counted, but it is undoubtedly over 3,000. Hearing this, the disciples of the Divine Martial Academy gasped in disbelief. Is this even human? Xiao Qinsu, watching Yi Xiao speak confidently, felt as if time had reverted 15 years. That year, when Yi Xiao was 9, it was when he first witnessed Yi Xiao. As Yi Xiao effortlessly demonstrated various martial techniques before him, he was utterly astounded. Many people do not understand why some can instantly recognize a genius, because a genius truly differs from ordinary people. When witnessing Yi Xiao seamlessly transition through various martial techniques, Xiao Qinsu was certain that all the geniuses he had encountered in his life, including himself, paled in comparison to this boy, and now, Yi Xiao remained as astonishing as he had been back then. The disciples of the Divine Martial Academy had fallen into complete silence. Even the elder martial artists observing the spectacle were equally astonished. Could it be that the third prince was jesting? Is there truly anyone capable of such feats? Moreover, although they had heard rumors of the third prince's exceptional martial talent, they had never heard of these accomplishments. Finally, a martial artist in his 40s voiced his skepticism. Yi Xiao's claims were too outrageous. Suddenly, Xiao Qinsu interjected, "These words are no jest. I once instructed the third prince for a period. He has never taken more than 2 days to learn any martial technique. However, the affairs of the third prince have been classified as top secret by the emperor, and none are permitted to disclose them, else they would have long since spread across the world." With Yi Xiao's statement and Xiao Qinsu's corroboration, talent can often sway people. For no one wishes to follow someone mediocre. At this moment, Yi Xiao undoubtedly showcased a shocking and remarkable ability. The crowd fell silent, gazing at Qin Xiao with complex expressions. Should they continue to challenge? In the face of such a presence, was there still a need to challenge? Yi Xiao smiled and asked, "What? Is no one willing to challenge anymore? If no one wishes to, then let us conclude here. 25 opponents is quite sufficient." Suddenly, a figure stood forth from the crowd. "Your Highness, I am Lu Chongfeng, willing to follow you." "I, Wu Cheng, wish to follow your Highness." "I, Jiao Dahai, wish to follow your Highness." Suddenly, 7 or 8 individuals stepped forward, expressing their desire to follow Yi Xiao. No one is a fool. With Yi Xiao's martial talent, he would inevitably be a formidable contender for the throne of the Great Qian Empire. The sooner one aligns with such a person, the greater the chance of soaring to greatness. Observing the number of individuals stepping forward, Yi Xiao smiled slightly and declared, "Those willing to follow me, come along." Upon hearing this, Xiao Qinsu immediately interjected, frowning, "Your Highness, the Emperor has decreed that you may only select 30 individuals." "Ha ha ha." Yi Xiao laughed heartily, retorting, "Director Xiao, my father permitted me to select 30 individuals, but he never said others could not pledge their allegiance to me. If they wish to follow me, and I cherish talent, I shall naturally not refuse. Director Xiao may report to the Emperor. If he disagrees, you may summon these individuals back." Chapter 15. Stirring the hearts of men in the Divine Martial Academy. After Yi Xiao responded to Xiao Qinsu, he turned to those who had pledged allegiance to him. He smiled slightly and proclaimed, "Everyone, since you wish to follow me, there are a few things I must clarify." For some reason, as Yi Xiao spoke, Everyone's demeanor shifted to one of seriousness. The reality is that some individuals can instantly capture the attention of their listeners with their words, while others merely induce drowsiness. Yi Xiao belonged to the former category, captivating all with his presence. Yi Xiao's gaze swept across the crowd. I, Yi Xiao, act with transparency. My return is to aspire for the position of crown prince. At this declaration, everyone's eyes widened in disbelief. It is known that while many princes harbor ambitions for the throne, few dare to declare such intentions openly. Yet, Yi Xiao had boldly proclaimed his aspirations before all. Simultaneously, those who had pledged loyalty to Yi Xiao felt a surge of excitement. Indeed, Yi Xiao continued, I establish a private army not for protection or show. Once formed, we shall seek to achieve great deeds. Battles will be plentiful in the future, and in the face of life and death, I cannot guarantee safety. If any of you fear death, you may leave now. Not a single person stirred. Wang Hu bellowed, Your Highness the Third Prince, we of the Divine Martial Academy may have varying abilities, but we are certainly not cowards. The crowd echoed in unison, We are not afraid of death. Yi Xiao's lips curled upward, proclaiming, This is the spirit of my Divine Martial Academy disciples. Individuals may have varying abilities, but none among you are cowards. As Yi Xiao's praise resonated, the disciples lifted their chins slightly. Yet, Xiao Qiansu felt an unease creeping in. He sensed that the emotions of the Divine Martial Academy disciples were being stirred by Yi Xiao. What is this boy planning? Xiao Qiansu pondered. Why Yi Xiao's speech was far from over. He waved his hand, and a sword flew from behind him, landing directly in his grasp. Yi Xiao gazed at those who had already pledged allegiance, wielding the sword with an air of authority, an invisible aura of slaughter enveloping the space. He declared, As men born of heaven and earth, we must wield swords to slay foes, achieve greatness. We martial artists seek fame through our blades and wealth through our armies. From today onward, let me, Yi Xiao, lead you brothers to slay enemies and etch our names in history. Are you willing? Yi Xiao's movements were incredibly charismatic, and the murderous intent emanating from the gleaming sword further ignited the passions of the disciples of the Divine Martial Academy. Everyone exclaimed fervently, We are willing. Dozens of voices echoed, soaring into the sky. The onlooking disciples of the Divine Martial Academy were filled with fervor, their spirits ignited by Yi Xiao's words. Some even envied those who had pledged themselves to Yi Xiao. Ha ha ha! Yi Xiao laughed heartily, then turned to the disciples of the Divine Martial Academy, shouting, Unparalleled glory lies upon the edge of the blade, amidst life and death. Qian warriors, feel free to depart with me today, to roam Tangan together and create lasting tales. When we meet again in the Yellow Springs, let us not forget our glory. As Yi Xiao's words fell, he leapt onto the top of a carriage. He produced a golden dragon flag, unfurling it with grandeur. With his left hand holding the flag and his right hand wielding the sword, Yi Xiao stood tall, exuding the spirit of a man, radiating an imposing presence. The carriage began to move, and all those who pledged allegiance to Yi Xiao followed without hesitation. Meanwhile, the remaining disciples of the Divine Martial Academy were swept up in the fervor. One among them quickly followed suit. His movement sparked a torrent, as if triggering an avalanche, causing everyone to surge out in a steady stream. In an instant, the entire group amassed into a throng of over 1,000, marching forth from the Divine Martial Academy with great momentum. What a calamity! His Majesty instructed him to select 30 individuals, yet he incited everyone to join him. I shall report you, Yi Xiao. I will go to His Majesty and inform him of your actions. Just wait. Observing the retreating figures, Xiao Qiansu pounded his chest in frustration, his shouts echoing into the distance. Beside him, Chen Quanqing scoffed, Oh, still playing the part? If you intended to stop this, you should have spoken up sooner. A single word would have sufficed. Why didn't you voice your concerns earlier? Now that they've departed, you choose to shout. Xiao Qiansu glared at him furiously. Do you think you're the only one with a mouth? Do you dare believe that I want to make things difficult for you? Chen Quanqing sighed. If I were 40 years younger, I might have joined them today. That lad possesses an impressive ability to rally people. Xiao Qiansu replied softly, youthful exuberance and passion aren't necessarily a bad thing. However, with so many people, he cannot possibly accommodate them all. His Majesty would not grant him that many. Chen Quanqing's tone held a hint of regret. It no longer matters. These disciples will be his followers after today. Xiao Qiansu's expression revealed a trace of helplessness. Nonetheless, I must go to the palace and lodge my complaint. There are protocols to follow. And besides, since his son damaged the gate, surely our sovereign must provide some form of compensation. Within Tangan City, Xiao led a grand procession. Initially, it consisted of merely 1,000 individuals, but soon countless citizens joined in. Drawn by the spectacle, the reason for their participation was quite simple. They merely wished to witness the excitement. The accompanying citizens engaged in animated discussions. Is that the third prince? He is remarkably handsome. Are these all disciples of the Divine Martial Academy? They willingly follow the third prince. I had heard that no one wished to follow him before. Have you heard the rumors? Why would someone of his stature not be followed? But where are they headed? Where are they going? No one knows, not even the disciples of the Divine Martial Academy following Xiao. They were merely swept up in the fervor he inspired, and in a moment of impulsiveness, they joined him. Yet, as they paraded through the streets, the citizens' gazes filled them with an unparalleled sense of fulfillment. It was a feeling they had never experienced before, being the center of attention and surrounded by the populace. This commotion had already begun to spread. At the residence of the second prince, he wore a cold expression. Not far away, the eunuch Chanji was silenced, while executioners methodically flayed him. As he heard that Xiao had led over 1,000 disciples from the Divine Martial Academy on a procession, the second prince erupted in fury. Why? Why were so many following him? The second prince could not comprehend. Damn it. He had intended to use this opportunity to tarnish Xiao's reputation, yet instead, it had turned into a chance for him to gain fame. The second prince slammed his hand on the table in anger. Beside him, a young scholar smiled slightly. Your Highness, do not be hasty. The outcome remains uncertain. The second prince looked at him coldly. Is there a chance for a turnaround? Of course, the young scholar replied, fanning himself gently. First, His Majesty instructed him to recruit 30 individuals from the Divine Martial Academy. Yet now nearly all the disciples are following him, which contradicts the Emperor's wishes. His Majesty will surely be displeased. While the third prince may gain momentary fame, in the long run, it may not bode well for him. Upon hearing this, the second prince's anger began to dissipate. Continue. The third prince's ostentation will undoubtedly make both the first and fourth princes view him as a primary target for elimination. He has just returned to Tangan, his foundation remains unstable, and he has made enemies on all sides. Even if he revels in glory for the moment, the future holds countless perils. At this point, the young scholar took a sip of water and continued. Thirdly, the third prince leading 1,000 people through the streets must have a purpose. If it ends up being merely a routine procession, it may backfire and become a laughingstock. Therefore, Your Highness need not be anxious. It is wise to observe further. The second prince gently rubbed the golden beads in his hand, glancing at Chunji, who was being flayed at the entrance, and a faint smile crept onto his lips. Chapter 16. The blood-stained dragon banner deep within the palace. Yizhuan tossed aside the memorial in his hand. Rubbing his brow, he stretched and muttered to himself, "How tiresome! Each day, I must deal with governmental affairs, and yet so many matters arise. None of my sons are competent. Otherwise, I wouldn't have to toil so hard. I could have long since retired to enjoy life." Zhou Tong listened to the emperor's complaints, speechless. That position was coveted by many. After another sigh, Yizhuan lamented, "This Grand Dacian Empire ultimately cannot be entrusted to unworthy hands." At that moment, a young eunuch entered. "Your Majesty, the head of the Divine Martial Academy, Xiao Qiansu, seeks an audience outside." Yizhuan grinned. "Old Xiao has arrived. It seems my son has already gone. I wonder what the outcome will be. Quickly, let him in." Moments later, Xiao Qiansu stormed in, his face flushed with rage. Upon seeing his expression, Yizhuan sensed trouble. Indeed, as soon as he spoke, he was dripping with sarcasm. "Your Majesty, I am a martial man and do not engage in convoluted discussions. If you wish to provide the third prince with manpower, simply allow him to select them directly. Why must you insist that the disciples of the Divine Martial Academy willingly follow him? Your esteemed son is quite the tyrant today." Yizhuan, upon hearing this, suspected that Xiao had caused trouble. He cautiously inquired, "Headmaster Xiao, what has my rebellious son done this time? What has he done?" "He kicked down the gate of the Divine Martial Academy." Xiao Qiansu exclaimed furiously. "Your precious son, in a bid to provoke the disciples of the Divine Martial Academy, kicked down the gate. Does the Divine Martial Academy hold no dignity? What of my own face? Were it not for your majesty's sake, I would have made him pay dearly for this. Yi Zhuan awkwardly chuckled. This matter indeed reflects poorly on Yi Xiao, rest assured. Headmaster Xiao, I will certainly reprimand that rebellious son.as for the gate of the Divine Martial Academy. I will immediately instruct the Ministry of Works to repair it. Xiao Qinsu's voice rose sharply. Is this merely a repair matter? I have not yet finished speaking. Your son has led the entire Divine Martial Academy's disciples away. They are currently parading through the streets of Tangan. Yi Zhuan raised an eyebrow in surprise. You mean to say all the disciples of the Divine Martial Academy are willing to follow my son? Xiao Qinsu gritted his teeth. Your Majesty finds this delightful? Not at all, Headmaster Xiao. What are you suggesting? How could I be pleased? Observing the barely contained grin on Yi Zhuan's face, Xiao Qinsu retorted angrily, Your Majesty, you only permitted him to select 30 people. Yet now he has led away the entire Divine Martial Academy's disciples. How shall we allocate them this year? The disciples of the Divine Martial Academy are the backbone of the Great Qian military. Each year, various military divisions compete for them. Yi Zhuan waved his hand dismissively. Headmaster Xiao, rest assured, I will not allow him too many followers. I will summon that rebellious son into the palace shortly, and most of these disciples will likely return to the Divine Martial Academy. At that moment, Yi Zhuan paused for a moment and said, however, considering the continuous wars in recent years, the expansion of the Divine Martial Academy should indeed be brought to the forefront. I will grant you permission to select 7 locations within the Great Qian territory to establish branches of the Divine Martial Academy, recruiting talents to train and then hand over to the Ministry of War for allocation. This was Yi Zhuan's form of compensation. In truth, Xiao Qinsu had long desired to expand the Divine Martial Academy, but his request had been repeatedly denied by Yi Zhuan due to the complexities involved. The disciples of the Divine Martial Academy must remain under military control. While this training model could facilitate the selection and appointment of talents, it would also lead to various issues. For instance, individuals from the Divine Martial Academy might support one another, an unavoidable circumstance, and Yi Zhuan could not oversee it entirely. This would result in the Divine Martial Academy forming its own faction within the military, a situation the emperor wished to avoid. Thus, despite countless petitions from Xiao Qinsu regarding the expansion of the Divine Martial Academy, they had all ended without resolution. Yet now, Yi Zhuan had unexpectedly agreed, permitting the expansion of 7 branches at once. Xiao Qinsu was filled with joy and immediately bowed, saying, Thank you, Your Majesty. I shall take my leave now. As for the gate, there is no need for the Ministry of Works. I will find a couple of disciples from the Divine Martial Academy to repair it myself. Xiao Qinsu hurriedly left, fearing Yi Zhuan would change his mind. Once he departed, Yi Zhuan shook his head slightly, pondering for a moment before saying, Zhou Tong, go summon Yi Xiao into the palace. Zhou Tong promptly left, and after his departure, an elderly eunuch slowly emerged from the shadows, approaching Yi Zhuan and pouring him a cup of tea. Your Majesty, why did you suddenly approve the expansion of the Divine Martial Academy? Wasn't it previously denied? Unlike the ordinary eunuchs, this one seemed to bear little fear of Yi Zhuan. Yi Zhuan chuckled lightly. In the past, I always contemplated how to limit the influence of the Divine Martial Academy. Yet, regardless of how I restricted its numbers or divided it among the military divisions, the necessary support would still persist. The disciples of the Divine Martial Academy continue to hold many key positions within the military. As he spoke, he lifted the teacup, observing the tea leaves swirling within, murmuring, military positions are like the water in this cup. They are finite, and no matter what, they cannot overflow. The disciples of the Divine Martial Academy are akin to the tea leaves. If they are reduced in number, they will greedily absorb the water in the cup to enrich themselves. However, if the cup is full of tea leaves, it becomes a different matter. Once the branches of the Divine Martial Academy are established, I shall order the military officers to rotate through the academy regularly for training. This will not only enhance their combat capabilities, but also dilute the identity of the Divine Martial Academy. At that point, everyone will be a disciple of the Divine Martial Academy, and I shall see how they continue to band together. With that, Yi Zhuan chuckled in satisfaction. Humph, Yi Xiao, that lad truly lives up to being my son. Managing to rally the disciples of the entire Divine Martial Academy. Impressive. However, the destination of this outing is of utmost importance. If he fails to choose wisely, it will indeed be a mere flash in the pan, leaving me disappointed. The essence of leadership lies in one's ability to inspire. Some individuals inherently possess a powerful charisma that draws others to follow them. Xiao is undoubtedly one of those individuals, and the destination of his outing had already been determined: the Dacian heroic shrine, a place of solemnity and reverence. Here, the spirits of countless renowned generals from Dacian history are enshrined, along with the memorials of those who sacrificed their lives for the nation. As a royal prince, Xiao leading the crowd in tribute is most fitting. As the carriage came to a halt, Xiao leaped down from the roof, the dragon banner fluttering fiercely in the wind. Standing at the entrance of the heroic shrine, he bowed deeply and declared, "For a millennium, Dacian has stood strong, with countless loyal and brave souls sacrificing their lives for the nation. I, Xiao, as a royal descendant, lead the sons of Dacian to offer our respects. May the spirits of our forebears bless the sons of Dacian." After finishing his statement, he bowed 3 times. The disciples of the divine martial academy behind him mirrored his actions, and the surrounding citizens followed suit. In this atmosphere of solemnity, Xiao spoke again. Holding the dragon banner high, he proclaimed loudly, "I, the third prince of Dacian, Xiao, hereby vow, with my humble self, to protect the people of Dacian, safeguard the lands of Dacian, and serve the nation with my life, without regret even unto death. Should I breach this oath, may heaven and earth conspire against me." As he spoke, Xiao drew his sword and sliced his palm. Channeling his vital energy, blood gushed forth, splattering onto the golden dragon banner, instantly staining it crimson. This scene ignited a fervor among the disciples of the divine martial academy behind him. Xiao turned to them and shouted, "Those who wish to join me, step forward." As his voice faded, he felt the human sovereign cauldron within him spinning rapidly, a stream of golden light flowing into the dragon banner, causing a thunderous dragon roar to erupt. Chapter 17. Celestial Phenomena. Outside the heroic shrine, a sea of humanity gathered. Countless citizens had followed to witness the spectacle. Xiao bowed in tribute, staining the dragon banner with his blood, and made his vow. Initially, the fervor among the disciples of the divine martial academy and the citizens was merely spirited enthusiasm, but suddenly, as the bloodied golden dragon banner absorbed the crimson liquid, the once uneven distribution of blood seemed to be drawn into the golden dragon, turning the entire banner blood red. What followed was a resounding dragon roar. The dragon, a legendary creature, let out a cry that sent chills down the spines of everyone present. In an instant, an uncontrollable reverence surged from within. As they gazed at Xiao, who held the dragon banner, someone knelt down, triggering a domino effect, causing everyone else to follow suit and kneel in awe, all in response to the dragon's roar. "Look, something is emerging from within the heroic shrine." With an astonished shout from the crowd, golden light began to pour forth from the heroic shrine, converging towards the bloody dragon banner in Xiao's grasp. This situation was utterly unexpected for both Xiao and the crowd. Turning around, he saw a cascade of golden light resembling a rain of golden stars. Xiao gripped the dragon banner tightly. He could feel it being imbued with a strange energy. To everyone's eyes, it was undoubtedly the acknowledgement from the countless loyal souls of Dacian that emanated from the heroic shrine. As the golden light subsided, all eyes were fixed on the bloody dragon banner. Remembering Xiao's earlier words, Wang Hu, a disciple from the Divine Martial Academy, was the first to rise. He stepped forward to the dragon banner, cut his palm, and smeared his blood upon it. "I, Wang Hu, pledge to follow the third prince, staining the dragon banner with my blood, to protect Dacian, without regret even unto death. Should I breach this oath, may heaven and earth conspire against me." Upon witnessing this, others quickly followed suit, inspired by his actions. If this vow had previously been a momentary surge of passion, it was now solidified by the dragon's roar and the manifestation of the heroic spirits within the shrine. Who would dare forget their pledge in this moment? In truth, these individuals were not foolish. They were acutely aware that failing to pledge allegiance at this moment would lead to their exclusion and scorn. Moreover, this extraordinary phenomenon suggested that Xiao was indeed favored by destiny. If they did not show loyalty now, when would they? As the crowd swore their oaths, Xiao sensed the human sovereign cauldron within him gathering immense vitality. These people, including the observing citizens, began to unconsciously regard Xiao as the future sovereign of Dacian. They all, in an intangible manner, submitted to him, enabling the human sovereign cauldron to absorb a vast amount of vitality. While the crowd reveled in the extraordinary spectacle, Zhou Tong squeezed through the throng. "Third Prince, His Majesty summons you to the palace." Xiao smiled slightly. "I shall go at once." With that, he turned to Wang Hu. Noticing that Wang Hu had consistently spoken and acted appropriately at critical moments within the Divine Martial Academy, Xiao recognized his keen judgment. He handed the dragon banner to Wang Hu. "I am heading to the palace now. You shall keep those I have chosen today, and together, return the dragon banner to my residence." Xiao then addressed the others, raising his voice. "Brothers, my father has summoned me. I shall proceed ahead. Today's oath is a momentous occasion in my life. Regardless of where we find ourselves in the future, let us not forget today's vow and unite in our service to Great Qian. May each of you soar to great heights and achieve brilliant futures." With that, Xiao stepped into the carriage amid the cheers of the crowd. The carriage slowly moved forward, and the surrounding citizens instinctively parted to make way. Inside the carriage, Lu Er offered him a glass of cold water. "Your Highness, you have worked hard at this moment." Xiao completely relaxed. Leaning against Lu Er's lap, he sighed. To be a sovereign, one must act with a certain decorum. Ultimately, one cannot act recklessly. I never anticipated that the human sovereign cauldron would invoke such extraordinary phenomena today, aiding me greatly. The phenomenon was triggered by the human sovereign cauldron? Lu Er inquired. Astonished, "I thought it was because you were recognized by the spirits of the heroic shrine." Xiao chuckled. "Do you think a mere oath could earn such recognition? It is not that simple. The dragon's roar and the golden light were both effects of the human sovereign cauldron." Lu Er remained unconvinced. "The human sovereign cauldron and you are one. Had you not acted today to invoke it, those phenomena would not have occurred, so it was ultimately your influence that triggered it." She has a point, and Xiao doesn't argue but playfully pinches her nose, laughing. "You're so clever." At that moment, the coachman He Quan senses that Yi Zhao's internal cultivation is steadily improving. He smiles slightly. The young master has abandoned his cultivation to practice the Great Qian Emperor's art, merging with the human Emperor's cauldron, and it seems he is finally reaping some rewards. Both He Quan and Lu Er are among Yi Zhao's most trusted individuals. If they had not been by his side, Yi Zhao would never have so easily discarded his cultivation to retrain in the Great Qian Emperor's art. Hearing He Quan's reflection, Yi Zhao smiles slightly and replies, "Indeed, there should be some gains. Otherwise, did I waste my efforts in discarding my cultivation? It is a pity, though, that the young master has wasted so many years refining his true essence. If it were someone else, they might not possess Yi Zhao's boldness." At this point, He Quan, somewhat puzzled, responds, "In truth, with the young master's talent, even without practicing the Great Qian Emperor's art, you would inevitably become a top expert in the world. Why take such a risk?" Inside the carriage, Yi Zhao closes his eyes, resting his head on Lu Er's soft thigh, and softly replies, "I am someone who strives for excellence. Since I have decided to pursue this path, I must become the strongest. Human cultivation is limited by the body and meridians, and top experts of the same level often fall short against the barbaric and demon races. However, the true qi cultivated from the Great Qian Emperor's art can surpass the Great Sun's primordial yang technique, which means it should not be inferior to the top techniques of these two races. This seemingly small gap may very well be the chasm of the future. A mere decade of cultivation is not a loss." Outside the carriage, admiration flickers in He Quan's eyes. Tio speaks so lightly of a decade of cultivation. How many decades does one have in life? He is immensely impressed by such decisiveness. Moreover, among countless human beings, merely being the foremost among them is a dream pursued by countless individuals throughout their lives. Yi Zhao, on the other hand, clearly aims to be the strongest among all living beings. His ambition is evident. If it were anyone else, He Quan might mock their ignorance of their own limits. However, the one who speaks these words is Yi Zhao, a prodigy of martial arts he has never encountered before. Thus, such words do not seem excessive. "He Shu, please inform Ming Yin to come see me tonight." "Understood, young master." Lu Er pouts, murmuring softly that Vixen is probably dying to see the young master. Yi Zhao opens his eyes, pinches her nose again and laughs. "What can I say? It's simply because I am so handsome. Your Highness has quite the thick skin. Did I say something wrong?" "Well, that's not incorrect. My prince is indeed a striking figure." "Change your words. Imposing? Anything else? Say more." "Cultured and refined, dignified and graceful, unparalleled beauty, talented and charming, captivating and enchanting, and exquisite appearance." Stop. Chapter 18. The future is mine in the palace. Commander Xiao leads Yi Xiao forward. A gentle breeze passes, and Yi Xiao's voice comes from behind him. I remember when I left the palace, you weren't yet serving my father, were you? Xiao replies, indeed, at that time, I was with eunuch Yu. After he retired, I became the emperor's attendant. He speaks the truth at this moment. He dares not underestimate Yi Xiao in the slightest. Just moments ago, he had witnessed the astonishing phenomena at the courageous shrine. Xiao does not know how Yi Xiao accomplished this, nor does he understand whether it was coincidence or deliberate, but he is acutely aware that from today onward, Yi Xiao will undoubtedly be the most notable among the princes. Upon hearing Zhou's words, Yi Xiao sighs. Eunuch Yu was a good man, but at his age, with his cultivation, he shouldn't have retired at AS for that. I cannot say why. Yi Xiao smiles slightly but does not press further. The palace courtyard is fraught with secrets and countless struggles. The transition between the old and the new is inevitable. As they walk through the lengthy corridors, many palace maids and eunuchs glance at Yi Xiao. He smiles and nods at each of them. Zhou cannot help but feel a sense of wonder. This third prince seems to exude a certain ease and comfort compared to the other princes. Yes, it is precisely this ease and comfort. In contrast to the cautious demeanor of the other princes, Yi Xiao appears remarkably relaxed and at ease, with no hint of tension in his words or actions. Upon seeing Yi Xiao's demeanor, some palace maids and eunuchs are startled and kneel in respect, while others quickly avert their gazes. The rules in this palace are excessively strict and rather tiresome, Yi Xiao remarks. Zhou chuckles. These servants have never encountered someone as kind as the third prince, so they are bound to feel nervous. Yi Xiao smiles slightly. Haha, you mean to say they have never encountered someone so unorthodox as me? Upon hearing this, Zhou halts, bows, and quickly replies, Your Highness mustn't misunderstand. I would never harbor such thoughts. Yi Xiao stretches lazily and continues forward, pulling out a handful of sunflower seeds to crack while asking, Tell me, during the years I was absent from the palace, has anyone bullied my mother and sister? Zhou's forehead begins to sweat. He realizes that before Yi Xiao, he feels an involuntary sense of trepidation, something he has never felt with any other prince. The other princes, while they may speak and act with a touch of formality, have never shown him anything but respect. They would never look down on him. Yet before him, Yi Xiao, despite his casual demeanor, emanates an air that suggests he could easily control his life or death. Even viewing him as a mere servant, it seems lacking in rules, yet it inherently conveys the authority of someone in a superior position. Thus, how to respond becomes a dilemma. Should he give vague answers or speak the truth? Zhou's mind races, and he quietly replies, The palace operates on established rules, and I primarily serve the emperor. As for the matters in the harem, I truly cannot say, but I imagine that with regulations in place, no one would dare bully the flower concubine or Princess Yiming. Yiming is the title of Yi Yuner. Upon hearing Zhou's words, Yi Xiao's eyes narrow slightly, a glint of sharpness flashing within, and he softly replies, I see. The people within the palace are notoriously discreet. While Zhou's words do not explicitly reveal much, they hint at underlying truths. Yi Xiao understands. The harem's authority lies with whom? The empress. However, what has transpired in between remains a matter Yi Xiao must uncover through other means, as he cannot extract the truth from Zhou. Inside Yi Sun's quarters, Yi Xiao enters. As soon as he steps through the door, Yi Sun rises abruptly, an expression of anger on his face, and scolds, You rebellious child. I instructed you to select 30 disciples from the Divine Martial Academy willing to follow you. Yet you managed to take all the disciples away. What are you trying to do? I ask you, what is your intention? The sudden display of authority causes Zhou, who is followed in, to startle. Yi Xiao maintains his composure and smiles. What? They willingly chose to follow me. Are you envious? Zhou is taken aback by this response. When did a prince ever dare to speak to Yi Sun in such a manner? However, to his surprise, Yi Sun merely scoffs coldly. Envious? I am the ruler of the Great Qian. All subjects of the Great Qian are my servants. Why would I be envious of you? Yi Xiao chuckles. You are the emperor now. Naturally, but could you have attracted so many disciples from the Divine Martial Academy in your youth? Of course not. Yi Xiao teases. So, doesn't that make you feel your son is quite impressive? Humph. Yi Sun snorts dismissively. What you did today certainly brought you fame, but such high-handedness may only attract more adversaries. In response to his inquiry, Yi Xiao looks around, noticing a round stool in the corner, and promptly instructs Zhou. Go fetch that stool for me. Standing and talking is quite tiring. Xiao, who had been trying to hide in the shadows, is momentarily stunned. What should he do? Should he go or not? Fortunately, Yisun interjects, "Go get it for him." Xiao is somewhat bewildered. Based on his understanding of Yisun, if it were any other prince who dared to be so disrespectful, they would likely face punishment. Yet, Xiao not only avoids punishment but converses with the emperor so casually. He brings the stool over to Xiao, who sits down heavily, satisfied. "Not bad. This round stool is cushioned. It's quite comfortable. Humph. I had someone modify it so that those granted seats would be more comfortable." Yisun says, slightly pleased. For a moment, Xiao feels as though he is witnessing not a sovereign and his prince, but rather a pair of rustic father and son. This feeling is something he has never encountered between Yisun and the other princes. Just as he is lost in thought, Yisun looks toward Xiao. "You may leave now, as you command." Xiao quickly bows and exits, anxious to avoid hearing anything inappropriate. After he leaves, Yisun turns to Xiao and sighs. "You are too high-profile and far too impulsive. This way, your brothers will likely turn against you." Xiao smiles. "Being overly cautious and insincere is not my style. I prefer to stand in the light rather than hide in the shadows. If they have means, let them use them." Yisun coldly responds, "Excess personnel must return to the Divine Martial Academy. Resources cannot all be allocated to you. I have already sent them back. What are your thoughts on your marriage?" This is the main reason Yisun called Xiao here. He is still concerned that Xiao might not accept it. However, to his surprise, Xiao merely smiles slightly, suddenly rising to bow. "The blessings of thunder and rain are all bestowed by the monarch. I am deeply grateful and thoroughly satisfied." "Really? Of course, it is a jest." Xiao lifts his head, a flash of anger in his eyes. "I must ask you, would you marry a murderous female demon into the palace?" The two lock eyes, and Yisun awkwardly laughs, rubbing his nose, but does not answer the question. Instead, he counters, "And then what? What do you plan to do?" Xiao's anger dissipates, and he sits back down, sighing. "The decree has been issued. Naturally, I must marry her. Liang Qing has contributed to the Great Qian and has already suffered many grievances. If I do not marry her, would that not make her situation even more difficult?" Yisun is somewhat taken aback by this response and praises, "You indeed show some sense of responsibility." "Of course, after all, the future of the Great Qian is mine. Without responsibility, how can I bear the weight of the world?" Chapter 19. Having sons, who can't? Inside the palace, dusk descends, and light rain begins to fall outside. Xiao has already left while Yisun reclines on the couch in his quarters, half closing his eyes, playing with a string of sandalwood beads. Before him stands a tall, thin figure clad in black, reporting on the events of the day. After the black-clad figure finishes, Yisun furrows his brow and asks, "What is the reason behind the celestial phenomena?" The black-clad figure bows and replies, "It is still unclear. The star-picking pavilion's spirit masters and the secret agents of the pacification office have already investigated but found no leads. It seems to truly be a celestial phenomenon." "Impossible." Yisun sneers, "That kid went to the Divine Martial Academy today, clearly intending to orchestrate everything. First provoking those disciples, then showcasing his extraordinary martial talent to subdue them, and finally inciting the bloodlust of those Divine Martial Academy disciples to parade through Tangan, culminating in the blood-soaked flag at the courageous shrine, making a name for himself. Every step was meticulously planned. How could the final phenomenon be a mere coincidence?" The black-clad figure remains silent for a moment before asking, "Should we assign someone to keep an eye on the third prince?" Yisun glances at him. "No need." The black-clad figure stands speechless. Yisun continues, "The child has grown. Having some secrets of his own is quite normal. However, if the matter has arisen and you cannot uncover it, it disappoints me greatly." The black-clad figure, despite wanting to retort, can only bow and say, "It is my incompetence." Yisun waves his hand, "You may leave. This matter ends here. As you command." The black-clad figure slowly exits the hall. Yisun chuckles lightly, "Shower, the more I observe you, the more I find you pleasing to the eye. You possess majesty and skill, capable of rallying the hearts of people, truly a figure of leadership. The only pity is your impulsiveness. I had planned to bestow Liang Qing upon you to distract the eldest, second, and fourth brothers, alleviating some of your pressure. Yet today you boldly declared your intent to seize the throne and instigated the celestial phenomenon at the courageous shrine. It seems your reputation will soon spread throughout Tangan." He speaks loudly, clearly not to himself. The hidden old eunuch softly interjects, "If your majesty holds the third prince in such high regard, why not directly appoint him as the heir?" Yisun shakes his head, sighing, "The ruler of the Great Qian bears the weight of the world. Currently, there are the Chu and Xia kingdoms among the human races, opposing our Great Qian, while the barbaric and demon races eye us covetously. If I were to choose someone of insufficient ability, one misstep could lead to the ruin of the nation. Although Xiao has shown some ability, he has yet to face significant challenges. His wings are not yet fully grown. This struggle for the throne, while it may involve fraternal strife, is also an opportunity for them to hone themselves and strengthen their wings. Only through this experience can we truly select a worthy ruler for the Great Qian. Though I have affection for him, I will not let emotions cloud my judgment." Upon hearing Yisun's words, the old eunuch shakes his head helplessly. The phrase "the emperor is merciless" is vividly illustrated in Yisun's demeanor at this moment. Inside Yi Zhao's residence, Luer is currently massaging his shoulders. Zhao Mingyan, clad in a light yellow gown, with delicate features and a graceful figure, enters from outside, setting down her umbrella to reveal a stunningly beautiful visage. Upon seeing Yi Zhao, her eyes seem to see no one else, completely disregarding Luer's fierce glare behind him. She gently parts her lips, and her sweet voice sends shivers down one's spine. "Mingyan greets your highness. It has been so long. Mingyan has missed you every moment." The woman expresses her longing. Yi Zhao maintains a calm expression and softly inquires, "Speak. What have you achieved in this past year?" Zhao Mingyan takes a deep breath and recounts. "Over the past year, following your highness's instructions, I came to Tangan, primarily to recruit individuals from the lower echelons. Currently, I have 34 storytellers, 52 singers, 5 theatrical troupes, and 19 who perform lewd songs, to ensure a balance of income and expenditure. I have also opened 5 fabric shops. Your Highness provided me with 30,000 taels of silver, and presently, there is a surplus of 130,000 in the accounts." Upon hearing this achievement, Yi Zhao is somewhat moved. In truth, when he initially sent her back to Tangan, he did not expect her to excel so remarkably. With the 30,000 taels he provided in just a year, she not only completed his directive to control the lower echelons, but also turned a significant profit. This comes as a pleasant surprise to Yi Zhao. "You have worked hard. It is no hardship. Serving His Highness is my joy." Zhao Mingyan gently bites her lip, gazing at Yi Zhao with affectionate eyes. "Your Highness, I truly miss you." Yi Zhao already feels the grip on his shoulders growing heavier. "Both you and Luer are my closest companions. I will eventually give you both a title, but now is not the time." Yi Zhao does not conceal his thoughts. "I must rank higher than her." Luer shoots a glare at Zhao Mingyan. Zhao Mingyan promptly glares back, her tone losing its gentleness, even raising her voice. "Why should that be? I have helped His Highness earn a great deal of money and recruited those lower-tier individuals. I have made significant contributions. Why should you overshadow me?" Luer does not back down. "Simply because I have spent more time with His Highness. In the future, I can also bear His Highness's children." Zhao Mingyan rolls her eyes in disdain. "We are all women. What is so great about having children? Who can't do it? I can have 2. I can have 5. I can have 8. Enough." "Silence." Yi Zhao interrupts their quarrel. In truth, allowing Zhao Mingyan to return to Tangan first is somewhat related to the incessant quarrels between these two fellows. Yi Zhao spoke, causing both to refrain from any further argument, obediently sealing their lips. Yet their eyes burned with defiance as they glared at each other. Yi Zhao chuckled. "Let us not dwell on such matters for now. Should we fail in our quest for supremacy, and all 3 of us find ourselves with severed heads, that would indeed be a farcical end." Zhao Mingyan ceased her attention on Luer and gazed longingly at Yi Zhao, saying, "To face death alongside your highness would bring me joy." Yi Zhao dismissed her declaration with indifference. After a moment's contemplation, he instructed, "Upon our return tomorrow, send the storytellers, singers, and theater troupes to the surrounding towns and villages of Tangan to proclaim today's events through their performances, exaggerating both the martial prowess and the celestial phenomena as much as possible. Ensure this tale spreads far and wide. Rest assured, your highness, I shall see to it." Yi Zhao nodded in satisfaction. He understood that besides consolidating those loyal to him, earning the reverence of the populace would also gather momentum for the emperor. Luer discerned the underlying implications in Yi Zhao's words and expressed her discontent. "Such an important matter should require my immediate return." His Highness has instructed me to stay. You should hold your tongue and retire for the night." I will take care of His Highness. Zhao Mingyan swayed her hips, approaching Xiao, pressing against him, her slender arms wrapping around his neck, her cheek resting against his. A faint floral fragrance wafted into Xiao's nostrils, and Zhao Mingyan's voice dripped with allure. Your Highness, let us rest early. Chapter 20. Uncle Yin, do you think my blade is dull? In Tangan City, what is the most fervent topic of discussion? The third prince, Xiao. Ever since Xiao returned to Tangan, he has seemingly captured the attention of all. First, he shattered Yuan's legs, and then he led the disciples of the Divine Martial Academy in an oath before the courageous Flame Shrine, triggering celestial phenomena. Have you heard? That third prince possesses terrifying martial talent. In his 20s, he has already mastered thousands of combat techniques. Is that true? Even if he learned one a day, it would take over a decade. Of course it's true. Otherwise, how could he have commanded so many disciples from the Divine Martial Academy? I find it implausible. Such talent is rare and must be exaggerated. I beg to differ. With the celestial phenomena and the blessings of the great ancestors of Qian, how could it be an exaggeration? Mark my words, this third prince will surely achieve greatness. Who knows, perhaps he will be the future heir of Qian, as he has publicly declared his intent to seize the throne. In every corner of the streets, whenever the citizens found themselves with leisure, they spoke of Xiao. At this moment, within Xiao's carriage, he sat opposite Liang Qing. The two engaged in idle conversation while Xiao stifled yawns. Noticing his listless demeanor, Liang Qing furrowed her brows and asked, "Did you not sleep last night? Why do you seem so drained?" Xiao sighed. "Last night, I had an epiphany regarding staff techniques, so I practiced through the night until dawn." Liang Qing's face reflected admiration. "No wonder your Highness has mastered thousands of martial techniques. It seems that in addition to your extraordinary talent, you have also put in considerable effort." "Indeed," Xiao replied with a slight smile. "But what about that Yin Zhe? Would he truly be willing to serve in my household?" "I cannot say for certain." Liang Qing shook her head. "Yin Zhe hails from Dingzhou and shares some acquaintance with my father. After he killed the corrupt official in a fit of rage, he turned himself in. The emperor stripped him of his title and exiled him for 5 years. My father later brought him to Tangan, providing him with a residence, and now he makes a living by running a martial arts academy. The Huofeng camp in Dingzhou is his doing. His skills in leading troops and commanding in battle are top-notch. My father said that his fiery spirit has not yet cooled. If you can bring him under your banner, it would be beneficial for both of you." In truth, Xiao's greatest concern lay in selecting a commander for the 3,000 soldiers. While his martial talent was exceptional, he was not adept at commanding formations or training troops. Furthermore, he could not personally oversee these matters. The disciples of the Divine Martial Academy, despite their systematic training, were merely inexperienced youths. It would be unreasonable to burden them with such important responsibilities. As the saying goes, it is easy to find soldiers, but difficult to find a general. The selection of a commander is paramount. A capable leader can bring transformative change to an army. Xiao had yet to find such a candidate, which is why he had refrained from enlisting troops on a large scale. That day, he had inquired about this matter with Liang Qing, and unexpectedly, early this morning, Liang Qi had come to the prince's residence bearing a letter from Liang Qingyin, requesting to meet Yin Zhe. In truth, Xiao had a vague recollection of Yin Zhe's past deeds, but at the time, he had regarded it as mere gossip, soon forgotten. Finally, as the carriage rolled onward, Xiao arrived at his destination, the Ding'an Martial Academy. Xiao and Liang Qing alighted from the carriage to find the academy's doors wide open. Inside, more than a dozen youths were training vigorously under the scorching sun, their bare torsos glistening with sweat as they honed their martial skills. Beside them stood a middle-aged man in his 40s, his gaze sharp as he scrutinized the young trainees. "Chen Wu, slacking off again, are we? You think I can't see how half-heartedly you're exerting yourself?" "Lu Dali, 30 more with the stone lock." "Wang Xiaoxi, don't think I can't see you. When you strike, give it your all. You've slacked off for 3 strikes, now do 300 more." People are inherently inclined towards laziness. Those who can maintain self-discipline are exceedingly rare, especially among youths whose characters are still forming. In moments of interest, they may be incredibly earnest, but martial training is a tedious process that spans years, inevitably leading to lapses in diligence. "Uncle Yin, I'm here to see you. I've brought plenty of cooked food," Liang Qing called out as she entered the courtyard. Upon hearing her voice, Yin Zhe's face broke into a delighted smile as he approached, saying, "You come to visit and bring me food? You haven't been here for a while. Have you found a suitor yet? Last time your father came, he lamented to me, saying you might never marry. Hearing this, Xiao recognized immediately that Yinze possessed little emotional intelligence. After all, anyone with a modicum of sense would not have acted so rashly as to kill an official in anger. As expected, Liang Qing's previously cheerful expression stiffened. Luckily, the emperor had already arranged for her marriage. Otherwise, those words would have surely struck a nerve. She forced a smile and responded, "Uncle Yin, I have indeed found a suitor." At that moment, Yinze noticed Xiao and burst into laughter. "Is this the lad? Not too shabby. He bears a striking resemblance to me at a younger age. Boy, what's your surname, and who is your father?" Xiao grinned. "My father is Yisun." "Yisun? That name sounds somewhat familiar. Damn it, it's right on the tip of my tongue, but I can't quite recall." Yinze furrowed his brow in thought. The name Yisun was indeed both familiar and strange. After all, few would mention the emperor's name in everyday conversation. After pondering for a while, Yinze shook his head and chuckled. "Never mind. It doesn't matter who you are. You are quite bold to marry this fierce girl. I admire your courage. Uncle Yin," Liang Qing shouted angrily. Yinze seemed to realize something and scratched his head with a sheepish grin. "Did I say something wrong? My apologies. My mouth often gets me into trouble." Taking a deep breath to calm herself, Liang Qing replied, "Uncle Yin, the emperor has arranged our marriage. He is my fiancé, the third prince of Qian." "Xiao, damn." Yinze's eyes widened in shock. "Your father is the emperor." Xiao nodded with a smile. Yinze looked between Xiao and Liang Qing, taking a long moment to digest the news before finally exclaiming, "I see now. That's why you got married. So it was an imperial decree." Liang Qing fell silent, and 3 seconds later, she revealed a crimson long knife, which gleamed ominously in her hand, her aura of menace palpable as she spoke darkly. "Uncle Yin, do you think my blade is dull? Spirit weapons, crafted by spirit masters, can be transformed at will for easy transport and possess formidable power." Liang Qing's blood-red blade had felled countless foes. The mere act of drawing it signified her genuine anger. Yinze was taken aback, exclaiming, "I was wrong. Please don't make a move. There are children in this courtyard." Liang Qing's murderous intent only intensified, causing the young trainees to instinctively stop their actions, not daring to breathe. She gazed at the crimson long knife in her hand, murmuring softly, "The emperor has granted the third prince 3,000 private soldiers, but he lacks a commander." Goodness! Yinze seemed to grasp the gravity of the situation. "Just don't let me hear what I don't want to hear again, all right?" "I understand." Chapter 21. Sister Liang Qing bullying others often? The course of events unfolds in unexpected ways. Xiao never anticipated that what he thought would require much persuasion would resolve so smoothly under Liang Qing's provocation. In fact, he hadn't even needed to present Liang Qing's letter. That said, it must be noted that the murderous aura Liang Qing had exuded was genuinely unsettling. Having the lives of countless individuals on her hands, Liang Qing's presence was unlike anything Xiao had ever encountered. Even he felt a chill run down his spine, his body bristling with goosebumps. At that moment, he nearly channeled his energy and intervened. As he watched Liang Qing sheath her long knife, Xiao swallowed hard. Liang Qing turned to him, her face alight with joy. "Your Highness, that's wonderful. Uncle Yin has agreed. Just as my father said." Uncle Yan's spirit still burns bright. She smiled, revealing 2 charming dimples, her eyes sparkling like stars, a stark contrast to her earlier image as a harbinger of death. I suppose refusing wouldn't have ended well for him, Wei Xiao quietly thought, though he maintained a smile, addressing Yinze. "General Yin, since we have reached an agreement, let us meet at the residence tomorrow, as I have matters to discuss." "Excellent." Yinze wiped the sweat from his forehead, secretly giving Xiao a thumbs up. "Let us go." Xiao and Liang Qing exited the martial academy. Just as they stepped outside, the children erupted in exclamations. "Master, that woman was terrifying. Master, I thought you were going to die. Master, will you not teach us tomorrow?" From behind, Yinze's booming voice echoed. "What are you worrying about? I'm going to be a general, and you lot will come along to serve. It wouldn't do to let your tuition be in vain. But I'll say this up front. If you want to carve out a future, you'll have to put your lives on the line." Wei Xiao and Liang Qing climbed into the carriage. Liang Qing cast him a glance and said, "Do not take it to heart. Such things are unavoidable." Wei Xiao smiled. "I understand. Whoever takes the lead must have their own people. It's only natural. As the saying goes, clear waters yield no fish. Xiao was not a naive child who believed he could entirely restrict his subordinates' powers. That would be unrealistic. As the carriage rolled along, Xiao and Liang Qing engaged in light conversation. Liang Qing shared insights on training new recruits and military command, while Xiao spoke of the wonders of the world and novel experiences. They conversed happily, unknowingly growing closer in camaraderie. Meanwhile, within the queen's chamber, Queen Yongli lay reclining on her couch. As the mother of the crown prince, she neared 50, yet her beauty remained that of a woman in her 30s. Half closing her eyes, she appeared to be in a light slumber, surrounded by the fragrance of incense. Before her knelt a young girl. What was the reaction of Yi Xingro? She has already gone to seek revenge on the third prince. Upon hearing this, a glimmer of excitement crossed Yang Li's face. That's right. That wild seed Yi Xiao has returned to Tang'an. If he would only behave like a noble prince, it would suffice. But he dares to compete with my son. With Yi Xingro seeking vengeance, I shall see how he responds. On the streets of Tang'an, a crowd had gathered. In the center stood a girl of about 15 or 16, brandishing a sharp blade and pointing it at Yi Xiao's carriage as she shouted, "Yi Xiao, you have disregarded kinship and crippled my brother. I demand a life-or-death duel with you. Are you brave enough to step down and fight?" According to Great Qian's laws, life and death duels are permissible for resolving disputes. If both parties agree and establish a life-or-death contract, they may settle their differences. The one who kills need not bear any consequences. Yi Xingro, the daughter of the Jing prince and sister to Yi Xingyuan, stood defiantly, merely 15 years old. Yi Xiao frowned at the sight of Yi Xingro blocking his carriage, feeling a headache coming on. A life-and-death duel. He was unafraid. Yet the issue lay in the fact that his opponent was a mere adolescent girl. In the eyes of society, a man striking a woman is undeniably disgraceful, especially for an adult man to attack a half-grown child. It would be indefensible. If he were to truly strike her down, it would undoubtedly attract widespread condemnation. After a moment's contemplation, Yi Xiao pushed open the carriage door and leaped down. He proclaimed, "Your brother has oppressed the populace and tarnished the royal family's reputation. He has brought this upon himself. You challenge me, yet do the children of the Jing prince believe they can act with impunity and avoid punishment?" He hoped to persuade the young girl to withdraw. Yi Xingro shook her head defiantly. "I do not understand such grand principles. My brother has always treated me well. You have crippled him. Now he suffers daily at home, enduring torment, refusing to see anyone. I seek revenge. If you refuse to accept this duel, I will risk legal punishment and slay you here today." Yi Xiao sighed. He truly did not wish to engage in combat with Yi Xingro. Defeating a young girl would be an unworthy victory. However, given the circumstances, he had no choice but to confront her. Just as Yi Xiao was about to accept the duel, Liang Qing suddenly leaped from the carriage. "Yi Xingro, you possess tremendous audacity." Seeing Liang Qing, Yi Xingro's face changed dramatically. "Sister Liang Qing," she exclaimed, "what are you doing in his carriage?" The mere mention of Liang Qing's name sent the crowd into a frenzy. "Wow, is that the woman who slaughters? Step back. I heard that if you even glance at her, you might lose your head. Humph, look at you cowering in fear. Why are you afraid?" As Liang Qing emerged, the surrounding crowd instinctively recoiled nearly 2 meters back. Standing beside Yi Xiao, she declared, "The emperor has betrothed me to him. He is now my fiancé, and I am seated in his carriage. What issue could arise from that? But you, young lady, possess tremendous audacity to block my fiancé's path and challenge him to a duel. Do you not hold me in your regard?" Yi Xingro bit her lip, murmuring, "But he harmed my brother. And what of it? If your brother had not oppressed the populace, he would not have suffered. Even if we assume for a moment that you harm him today, it is likely your father, mother, and entire family would perish." Liang Qing referenced Yi Xiao's royal status. However, her words were completely misinterpreted by the crowd. Wow, indeed a woman who slaughters. She threatens to kill an entire family right off the bat. How terrifying. This woman is truly fearsome. She must be a ruthless warrior. Speaking of slaughtering entire families, Yi Xingro clenched her fists, clearly still unwilling to relent. Liang Qing stepped forward. "If you truly wish for revenge, then I shall take up the challenge on his behalf today. If you seek a life-and-death duel, I shall accept. I assure you, not only will you be unable to avenge your brother, but you may also lose your own life here." She saw that Yi Xiao was hesitant to strike. Regardless, as a woman, it was inappropriate for Xiao to engage. Thus, she would take matters into her own hands. With that, Liang Qing's gaze sharpened, and her aura of menace radiated once more. As her murderous intent enveloped the area, even the previously resolute Yixingro hesitated. After a moment of indecision, the young girl suddenly dropped her knife, tears streaming down her cheeks. "Sister Liang Qing, you bully people!" Yixingro cried as she turned and fled. "How impressive! She scared that girl to tears. Haha, I have goosebumps. Why don't you confront her?" However, to be fair, the third prince is rather formidable. He dares to marry such a woman? Who is the third prince? He is a man blessed by the great heroes of the Great Qian. Naturally, he is unafraid, impressive, a model for our generation. A true man among men, a paragon of masculinity. I have heard that the third prince is the incarnation of the martial star, while Miss Liang is the manifestation of the heavenly killer star. They are indeed a match made in heaven. Is it true? Absolutely. Chapter 22. The limitation of power. As Yixingro departed, Liang Qing surveyed her surroundings. Everyone had fallen silent. The two of them retreated into the carriage, which continued its journey. The crowd instinctively parted to create a passage. It was only after the carriage had left that fervent discussions erupted once more. Xiao lowered the carriage curtain and turned to Liang Qing with a smile. "It seems those people are quite afraid of you." Liang Qing shook her head and replied, "There's nothing I can do. How many people are truly unafraid of me?" There was a hint of bitterness in her words. Xiao gently reassured her. "Although they fear you, they also know in their hearts that what you are doing is right." "Perhaps." Liang Qing brushed her hair and smiled brightly. "To me, their opinions are of little consequence. After all, I cannot win the affection of everyone. Whether they are afraid or terrified, the thoughts of those uninvolved are beyond my consideration. Otherwise, I would not have acted so decisively in the first place." At this point, Liang Qing expressed her helplessness. "It is a pity that I am not ruthless enough. If I were to slay every man, woman, and child, it would significantly weaken the military strength of the Chu kingdom. Perhaps this is the compassion of a woman," Xiao sighed. "If you were truly that ruthless, I fear I would not dare to marry you. To slay men, women, and children, even I could not bring myself to such cruelty." This is indeed a valid point. While warfare may call for extreme measures, humanity must still prevail. If Liang Qing were to slaughter innocents, even Xiao would find it hard to accept. As the morning sun poured in, the disciples of the Divine Martial Academy, led by Wang Hu, had already arrived at Xiao's residence. Yanzhe had also changed into clean attire. Compared to the previous day, he had shaved off his beard. He appeared much more refreshed, dressed in exceptionally clean and fitted clothing, exuding a completely different aura from before. "Who is that old fellow?" "I have no idea. He certainly seems extraordinary," the disciples of the Divine Martial Academy whispered among themselves. Yet, Yanzhe remained unfazed. Finally, Xiao emerged from the back courtyard. Upon seeing the prince, everyone bowed in unison. Xiao surveyed the area and found that everyone who was supposed to be there had arrived. He spoke loudly. "I intend to form a private army named the Golden Scale Guard, with Yanzhe as the commander." As he spoke, Xiao beckoned Yanzhe to his side and announced to the disciples, "From today onward, this man shall be the commander of the Golden Scale Guard, and all matters within the military shall be under his purview." Continuing, Xiao declared, "Sun Qing will serve as the military's chief clerk, overseeing all financial expenditures and account verification. I will regularly send someone to audit the accounts, so there must be no discrepancies. Wang Hu will serve as deputy commander, assisting General Yin in handling all affairs. Xiao directly appointed the personnel himself, establishing the basic structure of the military. From now on, all promotions and dismissals within the military must be documented and submitted to the residents for review. Disciplinary actions against officers and soldiers must also be reported in written form. The authority over personnel is the most vital power of those in high positions, and Xiao would not easily relinquish it. Similarly, any punishment for soldiers must be sufficiently supervised to prevent misuse of power against them." Once the overall framework was established, Xiao had someone retrieve the funds. He seriously addressed Yanzhe. "The upcoming recruitment, including registration with the Ministry of War and Land Acquisition, will be your responsibility. Do you have any objections?" "None," Yanzhe responded calmly. Xiao nodded in satisfaction and then dismissed the disciples of the Divine Martial Academy, subsequently producing 2 books. One contained the methods for crafting the equipment of the Golden Scale Guard, while the other detailed the training and formations. General Yin may study them at his leisure. Yanzhe was taken aback. He realized that Yi Xiao's previous appointments and established rules were essentially limitations and supervision over him, which he did not mind as it seemed quite normal. However, Yi Xiao's direct handing over of the so-called methods for crafting equipment and training, including the application of formations, left him questioning whether the soldiers were to be trained by Yi Xiao or himself. Was he not becoming a complete puppet? Yanzhe felt a twinge of dissatisfaction. Nevertheless, as Yi Xiao was the actual master of the Golden Scale Guard, he refrained from disputing it and silently accepted the 2 books. Once he departed, Lu Er emerged from the side, smiling. Young master, it seems that General Yin is somewhat unhappy. Yanzhe was not the type to harbor deep thoughts, so even Lu Er could tell he was displeased. Quite normal. Yi Xiao maintained a calm expression. He has his own understanding of military training and naturally wouldn't want others to interfere. Even as his lord, if I were to restrict the amount of sugar and salt you could use while cooking, would you not be unhappy? Indeed. Lu Er wholeheartedly agreed. She then pondered. But why does your highness still interfere with him? After all, those are the recipes of the best chefs in the world. Yi Xiao sighed. The Golden Scale Guard is my first military force, and its strength is of utmost importance. Rest assured, once he peruses those 2 books, any discontent will fade away, and he may even feel grateful to me. Your Highness, there is something I do not quite understand, Lu Er inquired, puzzled. Is it not too restrictive toward Yanzhe? I overheard earlier, and it seems he must get your approval for everything. Yi Xiao stretched lazily, wrapping an arm around Lu Er as they walked toward the back courtyard while explaining. Lu Er, I will have many subordinates in the future, and I cannot assess each person's character and morals individually. Therefore, rules are essential. These regulations will ensure their actions remain within acceptable limits. In this context, Yi Xiao provided an example. For instance, I appointed Sun Qing as the chief clerk to oversee financial matters. Moreover, I want to make it clear to Yanzhe that there is someone supervising. Why? Yi Xiao smiled. Let me ask you, do you think there are more good people or bad people in this world? His question left Lu Er momentarily stunned. She pondered, pointing at her lips, but could not determine the answer. Yi Xiao continued. Then let me ask you, do you think there are more corrupt officials or honest ones? This time, Lu Er did not hesitate. There are more corrupt officials. Why is that? I don't know. Lu Er shook her head. Yi Xiao sighed. It is likely because they believe their corruption will go unnoticed. Especially in remote areas, where authority is far removed, they often act with impunity. If I were in a similar position, could I guarantee I would not be tempted? Perhaps I could not. Thus, Yi Xiao concluded. Therefore, discussions about character and morality are mere nonsense. Only supervision and a sufficiently robust monitoring system can mitigate such issues. I do not believe that Yanzhe currently harbors any corrupt intentions. But if there are no restrictions and vast amounts of money flow freely, with a mere flick of a finger, can he maintain such thoughts after 1, 2, or even 5 years? Such is not trust, but temptation. No one is a saint, and I do not expect others to be saints either. So it is best to handle certain matters transparently for optimal results. Listening to Yi Xiao's explanation, Lu Er suddenly understood. Chapter 23. Atonement. That night, at Yanzhe's residence, he looked helplessly at the 2 books before him. Ha! I have never experienced such humiliation in my life. Leading troops, wielding financial authority, appointing and punishing. Now they are teaching me how to train troops. That young brat hasn't even shed his baby fat, and he dares to instruct me on military training. Many have cursed their superiors. Even emperors have not escaped such criticisms. At this moment, Yanzhe was somewhat regretting his agreement to this arrangement. After much hesitation, he finally opened the 2 books. At first glance, he was stunned. What he had opened was the armor of the Golden Scale Guard. It was a design unlike any he had ever seen. The materials used were not iron, but rather resilient animal hide crafted into leather armor. The manufacturing process involved a strict layering technique. Using cow tendons for lacing and securing with rivets ensured that the resulting leather armor possessed remarkable defensive capabilities. Most importantly, the use of leather armor allowed for the soldier's mobility to be maintained. In Yanzhe's understanding, the defensive capability of armor often correlates with its weight. However, heavier armor inevitably affects a soldier's agility, endurance, and operational range. The methods for crafting leather armor provided by Yi Xiao were unprecedented in his experience. Yet he could recognize their feasibility at a glance. He just did not yet know how effective they would be. The mere first piece of leather armor had completely astonished Yanzhe. Without hesitation, He flipped back through the pages, discovering that each piece of equipment was filled with ingenious ideas. Upon reviewing the entire inventory, he was nearly convinced that with well-trained soldiers donning this gear, they would undoubtedly form a formidable army. Without hesitation, he opened the training manual. What he found within was even more enlightening. As dawn broke, with roosters crowing, Yanzei rubbed his reddened eyes, muttering to himself, "There are always greater talents beyond our own. Truly, there are heavens beyond the heavens." If the effectiveness is as outlined in this book, training these soldiers could indeed yield the strongest army in the world. However, Yanzei also realized that training according to the methods in the book would require funds likely several times the usual expenses for ordinary soldiers. Closing the book, Yanzei remained dazed for a moment before suddenly slapping himself across the face. He struck with great force. The blow drew blood from the corner of his mouth and left his cheek swollen. "Damn it, Yanzei, you fool. The third prince has generously shared such invaluable military training methods, yet you dared to curse him in secret. Truly, I underestimated him." At this moment, Xiao's standing in his heart began to soar. It is worth noting that in this era, the methods of training troops are foundational for military officials and are never disclosed. Certain elite training techniques are even state secrets. Yet Xiao had unreservedly entrusted him with the equipment and training methods of this elite force, and this trust was far more precious than any semblance of power. In fact, these two books of secrets could very well become the foundation for the Yin family's prosperity for generations to come. Within Yi Zhao's residence, his cultivation was steadily advancing. As his reputation grew, the gathered popularity was continuously transformed into the royal extreme true qi. Its potency was terrifying. Moreover, this royal extreme true qi was extraordinarily profound. While its strength was formidable, it did not burden the body. Instead, it nourished the practitioner's physique during its circulation. The so-called soul refinement realm is about enhancing the martial artist's spiritual essence. From this realm onward, martial artists can begin to introspect and even perceive the world around them. Xiao opened his eyes, a slight smile gracing his lips. Truly, fortune and misfortune are intertwined. Life is unpredictable. Although my self-inflicted weakening of my cultivation resulted in years of hard work going to waste, the process of rebuilding has solidified my foundation beyond measure. The foundation-building 4 realms are the stages where martial artists establish their foundations: body forging, blood nurturing, qi storing, and soul refining. Each realm is fundamental to establishing strength. Although Xiao had self-destructed his cultivation, his physique remained intact, his vitality undiminished, and his spiritual essence unbroken. In fact, during the rebuilding process, he laid down a foundation that was even more solid than that of an average person. After all, no one would easily give up the fruits of their labor. He must swiftly break through to the celestial origin realm, drawing upon the energies of heaven and earth to fuse with the royal extreme qi, thereby cultivating the true qi. Only at this stage could the true power of the royal extreme true qi be unleashed. Xiao made his resolution. Just then, a voice from outside interrupted his thoughts. "Young master, you must come quickly. General Yin is at the door, bowing in atonement." "Huh?" Xiao looked bewildered. "Bowing in atonement? What has this fellow done?" Filled with suspicion, he hurried out of the entrance of the prince's residence. Yanzei knelt bare-chested, carrying a bundle of brambles on his back. Qian sat on a stool, munching on seeds while urging, "There's no need to go to such lengths. The prince is kind. Even if you made a mistake, there's no reason to fear for your head, no? I will wait for the prince to come out. I must apologize. Apologizing doesn't require such theatrics. Honestly, it's quite embarrassing. You don't understand. This is my sincerity. Ha. Then you continue." As Qian continued to munch on seeds, Xiao emerged from the hall. Qian quickly put away his seeds and stood up. Yanzei sneered, "You old fool, you know how to play the game." Qian shot him a glare but did not respond. Upon seeing Yanzei's posture, Xiao hurriedly asked, "General Yin, what happened?" Yanzei bowed his head to the ground, proclaiming, "Your Highness, Yanzei, was blinded by greed yesterday when I returned home, holding a grudge against your interference in training the soldiers, and even uttered some foul words. Upon seeing the training methods you bestowed for the Golden Scale Guard, I realized my narrow-mindedness and have come to bow in atonement." Xiao. He had thought it was something significant. It turned out to be just some private complaints. Lu Er was also dumbfounded and leaned closer to Xiao, whispering, "Your Highness, this fellow can't possibly be of sound mind. Can he really lead troops?" Xiao quietly replied, "It should be fine. I've checked, and this fellow has rarely faced defeat in battle, consistently achieving merits." Observing Yanzhe prostrated on the ground, Xiao felt helpless and approached to help him up. Yet the man remained unyielding, instead pulling out a branch and declaring, "I beg your Highness to punish me with this branch. Otherwise, I shall find no peace." Xiao. He chuckled, "General Yin, please rise and speak. This minor error is nothing. I forgive you. No, I implore your Highness to punish me." Xiao was genuinely at a loss for words, imagining himself wielding a vine to repeatedly strike a burly man. It was a sight too ludicrous to behold. Yanzhe was unashamed, and he still wanted more. At that moment, Lu Er could not help but say, "If you truly believe you were wrong, then train the soldiers well for the prince." Yanzhe was initially taken aback, then turned to Xiao. "Who is this?" Xiao smiled. "This is my concubine, Lu Er, and she is responsible for managing all affairs in the residence." Although Lu Er held no formal position within the residence, and they had not truly married, Xiao decided to grant her an identity in front of outsiders. Yanzhe was taken aback. The prince dares to take a concubine? Chapter 24. Formation of the army, breakthrough in cultivation. Xiao looked at Yanzhe and said quietly, "Why should I not take a concubine?" Yanzhe stroked his chin, suddenly enlightened. "Your Highness is wise. Taking a concubine before marriage means when Liang Qing enters the residence, you cannot be held accountable." "How clever." Xiao. Does this fellow think I fear Liang Qing? What a joke. Yanzhe seemed to have been awakened by Lu Er, and after contemplating for a moment, he stood up, bowing to Xiao. "Your Highness, rest assured, I shall train the Golden Scale Guard to be the strongest army in Daqian." With that, he turned and departed. In the capital, the imperial edict was posted. The third prince is recruiting a private army in an instant. It stirred up a tremendous uproar. This moment, Yi Zhao's reputation among the citizens of the capital was exceedingly high. That day, Yi Zhao swore at the heroic shrine, causing a celestial phenomenon, and everyone knew, inspiring countless passionate youths to rush to enlist. In a corner of the street, two neighbors began to discuss the matter. "Have you heard? The third prince has commenced the recruitment of private troops, offering salaries significantly higher than those of regular soldiers. I have heard that my son is determined to join, and I cannot dissuade him. Don't you think it would be better for an ordinary family like ours to live in peace? Yet, he insists on venturing into that perilous realm. My child is the same. He is eager to seek fame and fortune. I should never have taken him to witness the third prince's sacrificial rites that day." On a brighter note, there are many who have enlisted. Perhaps your son may not be selected after all. Your son is unlikely to be chosen. Did you not just express your desire for him not to go? Why are you angry? Regardless, your son will undoubtedly not be chosen. You old rascal, I fear you not. Countless commoners are enthusiastically signing up. Some seek a brighter future, while others merely wish to earn a living. After all, life is not easy for the common folk. Even in Tangan City, the lower-class citizens do not fare well. Over 10,000 individuals have registered. Xiao has refrained from interfering in the selection process, entrusting it entirely to Yanzhe and Wang Hu. 7 days later, the troops will be officially established. They have purchased a plot of barren land in the capital, erected barracks, and commenced training. Yanzhe has also recruited craftsmen to forge the Golden Scales Guard's equipment. Though he may appear carefree, he places utmost importance on confidentiality regarding these matters. The components required for the gear are meticulously crafted in divisions, batches, and by designated individuals. Assembly is left entirely to the Golden Scales Guard themselves. Compared to ordinary soldiers, the training regimen for the Golden Scales Guard is exceptionally rigorous. Likewise, their rations are quite substantial. They receive 4 meals a day, with at least 2 containing meat. For these soldiers, such provisions are already a luxury. It is worth noting that at home, they typically manage only 1 or 2 meals a day. Even regular soldiers seldom enjoy more than 2. The 4 meals per day for the Golden Scales Guard are beyond their wildest dreams. As Xiao and Yanzhe toured the camp, observing the soldiers training fervently, Xiao advised, the training intensity must be sufficient, and the provisions must keep pace. Rest assured, I am well aware of this. However, the expenses for silver have indeed been considerable lately. Yanzhe cast a worried glance at Xiao. Do not worry about the finances. As long as the accounts are clear and the provisions are ensured, I have ample silver. But I have heard that His Majesty grants you 100,000 taels of silver monthly, and this month's equipment costs have already consumed a great deal. Is this truly sustainable? Yanzhe was acutely aware of the financial burden the Golden Scales Guard has incurred. To date, it has already surpassed 120,000 taels. Fear not, it is merely a matter of meal expenses. It shall not trouble me. Xiao possessed a sense of confidence. Zhao Mingyin's clothing business has been quite profitable, and he has arranged for her to send 100,000 taels to his residence. Thus, his current funds are more than sufficient to support the soldiers. Upon hearing this, Yanzhe felt reassured. His eyes sparkled with excitement as he exclaimed, "The martial arts manual you provided is truly remarkable. With adequate sustenance, these young recruits will be combat-ready in less than half a year." Yanzhe was completely convinced. The Golden Scales Guard's martial arts manual yielded astonishing results for the youth during their training, enabling rapid advancements in their cultivation. Xiao smiled slightly. The ancient royal methodology for cultivating soldiers possessed its unique merits. Their loyalty to Xiao would contribute to the royal cauldron's vitality, and in turn, the cauldron would offer them certain rewards. Compared to ordinary individuals, their cultivation speed is indeed astonishingly swift. The training methods are also of great significance. For instance, in the early morning, they cultivate martial arts, gathering the essence of the sun and moon. They then practice formation techniques to fully absorb the essence of heaven and earth, and in the afternoon, when their vitality is at its peak, they refine their bodies. The combination of these various details leads to a rapid enhancement of the soldier's strength. Yi Zhao's gaze drifted toward the dragon banner at the center of the camp, its purpose currently eluding him. However, one thing he was certain of was its mystical significance. Let them train diligently and avoid any laziness. Yi Zhao issued a final reminder before turning to return to his residence. As he departed, the smile vanished from Yanzhe's face, replaced by a grave expression. "All personnel gather. Each of you must lift a 500-pound stone lock. You little rascals, if you do not exert yourselves after finishing the meat, I shall flay your skin." Half a month later, within Yi Zhao's residence, he sat cross-legged, gathering an abundance of heavenly and earthly spiritual energy. With 3,000 soldiers under his command, they provide him with a significant influx of vitality daily, which is converted into royal true energy. In just over 10 days, Yi Zhao's cultivation has reached the pinnacle of the soul refinement realm, just a step away from the celestial origin realm. At this moment, Yi Zhao closed his eyes and focused, preparing to burst through the heavenly gate once more. Golden energy surged within him, circulating rapidly. Outside the room, all servants had been expelled from the courtyard. Lu Er, wielding a long sword, sat cross-legged at the entrance, while He Quan reclined on the roof with a wine jug, sipping leisurely yet focused. The opening of the heavenly gate requires the invocation of the soul's power to resonate with the heavens and earth. This is crucial. A single mistake could lead to failure in opening the heavenly gate. However, for Yi Zhao, opening the heavenly gate is not a daunting task. They merely cannot afford to be careless, as Yi Zhao currently has many enemies. Should anyone seize this opportunity to harm him, it would spell trouble. He Quan drank as he remained attuned to his surroundings. As Yi Zhao's true energy surged forth, breaking through the heavenly gate, a torrent of boundless heavenly and earthly essence began to converge above him. "Your Highness's talent is truly remarkable," He Quan mused. "To draw forth such an immense amount of heavenly and earthly essence during the opening of the heavenly gate, the resulting vigor must be incredibly formidable. The resonance of heavenly and earthly essence becomes more intense the higher the quality of the martial arts. Yi Zhao's rich essence is something He Quan has never witnessed before. But gradually, he sensed something amiss. The speed at which the heavenly and earthly essence gathered was increasing, and its intensity began to spiral out of control. Dark clouds began to coalesce in the sky. He Quan's countenance changed dramatically, murmuring, "Is it truly just the opening of the heavenly gate?" Any cultivator, upon reaching a certain level, may trigger celestial phenomena or even a lightning tribulation during their breakthrough. This is a manifestation of an individual's strength reaching a significant threshold. Yet, Yi Zhao is merely opening the heavenly gate. How could he possibly invoke a lightning tribulation? This is entirely incomprehensible to He Quan. However, he understands that he cannot interfere. It is solely up to Yi Zhao. At this moment, the heavenly gate above Yi Zhao's head was completely shattered by his powerful true energy. Having opened the heavenly gate once before, he now navigated it with ease, bolstered by the royal true energy's unmatched dominance. With a single surge, he broke through the heavenly gate, summoning the essence of heaven and earth to elevate his royal true energy. Simultaneously, Xiao sensed the dark clouds gathering overhead. An inexplicable pressure descended upon him. What is happening? Xiao was equally astonished. During his first opening of the heavenly gate, such a situation never occurred. Yet, the next instant, with a thunderous roar, a purple lightning bolt, as thick as a barrel, crashed into the room. Chapter 25. The return of the great sun, the celestial origin realm, as the name implies, is the culmination of one's internal essence merging with the heavenly and earthly essence to evolve into a new form of energy, commonly referred to as vigor. From this moment onward, the martial artist will undergo a transformative change. A martial artist who has opened the heavenly gate possesses true energy far beyond that of a soul refinement realm practitioner. Depending on the martial arts practiced, the vigor produced will differ. For instance, Xiao, having previously cultivated the great sun's true yang art, transforms his true energy into the great sun's fierce yang vigor upon merging it with the heavenly and earthly essence, capable of incinerating all upon a single strike. With the Yin royal true art, Xiao is aware that, according to the manual's descriptions, he should cultivate the royal extreme purple sky vigor, a fusion of the imperial aura and the purple sky thunder. Its might is unparalleled. However, Xiao never anticipated that this purple sky power would directly summon the purple sky thunder. As the barrel-thick lightning struck down, Xiao could barely react. It surpassed the limits of human reflexes. The might of heaven and earth is utterly terrifying. Suddenly, the royal cauldron flew from above Xiao's head. The purple lightning instantly struck the royal cauldron. The cauldron crackled with lightning, and after a moment, it returned to tranquility. Xiao immediately felt a sense of relief, but then more strikes of lightning descended. Yet no matter how terrifying the lightning was, all were absorbed by the royal cauldron. Simultaneously, the royal cauldron gradually infused the power of the purple lightning into Xiao's body. This lightning energy, as it circulated with Xiao's true energy, slowly merged into it. Yet suddenly, Xiao discovered that as the essence entered his body, a familiar power began to manifest within him. The great sun's vigor, indeed, the great sun's vigor, which Xiao had previously dispelled, had reappeared by harnessing the heavenly and earthly essence. A single spark can ignite a prairie fire. Xiao had cultivated the great sun's true yang art for over a decade, refining his body, nourishing his blood, accumulating essence, and tempering his soul through every realm, all nurtured by the great sun's true yang energy. Later, upon breaking into the celestial origin realm, he transformed it into the great sun's fierce yang vigor. It can be said that the great sun's true yang art is deeply ingrained in Xiao's very being. Although he had indeed dispelled his power, his blood, body, and soul remained intact. The hidden power of the sun within him re-emerged through the heavenly and earthly essence. This was the source of great amusement. Within Xiao's body, the great sun's vigor began to condense everywhere. As the royal extreme purple sky vigor circulated through his meridians, the two forces began to collide and repel each other. The great sun's fierce yang vigor may not be as powerful as the royal extreme purple sky vigor, but it is still one of the top martial arts in the world. Its intensity certainly not weak. The two forces clashed relentlessly within Xiao's body. This was a torment for him, as intense pain surged through him. Simultaneously, the great sun's fierce yang true energy appeared to multiply like bamboo shoots after rain, continuously being shattered. Even within Xiao's veins, a scorching crimson began to seep. Xiao spat out a mouthful of blood. Damn it, this cannot continue. He made a judgment. At this moment, Xiao's meridians had begun to crack due to the collision of the two energies. He understood that he must halt this situation in a moment of urgency. Xiao steeled his resolve and attempted to regain control over the great sun's fierce yang vigor. Simultaneously, he directed the royal extreme purple sky vigor back to his dantian. Then, he began to circulate the great sun's true yang art, integrating all the great sun's true energy within him. An odd situation arose within Xiao. The royal extreme purple sky vigor spiraled within the dantian, while the great sun's fierce yang vigor rapidly circulated through his veins. As the great sun's fierce yang vigor increased, Xiao began to guide it into his dantian. He was forcibly attempting to merge the two energies. This was the only solution Xiao could envision. If the royal extreme purple sky vigor continued to recklessly shatter the great sun's fierce yang vigor within his meridians, they would undoubtedly rupture. Once the meridians were severed, it would result in a complete loss of control over his true energy. His meridians could not withstand the collision of the two energies, but his dantian could. As the storage space for true energy, the dantian, colloquially known as the Sea of Qi, is also a measure of innate talent. Yi Xiao's dantian is vast, tremendously so. This allows him to accommodate more true energy and provides the two forces with space to collide and merge. Yi Xiao cautiously manipulated the two energies. First, he maintained a large amount of royal extreme purple sky vigor in a curved formation at the edge of his dantian, serving as protection for it. Simultaneously, he guided a strand of Great Sun's fierce young vigor into the dantian, followed by a strand of royal extreme purple sky vigor. He strived to stabilize the true energy within his meridians and dantian, while subtly managing the two strands of energy to collide and merge. Multitasking. Were this any ordinary person, such a feat would be impossible. Yet, Yi Xiao was different. With his extraordinary martial arts talent, he was entirely capable of executing this manipulation, collision, fragmentation, but this time, it would not harm Yi Xiao. Countless collisions, countless shattering. This time, under Yi Xiao's deliberate control, the royal extreme purple sky vigor no longer held an absolute advantage. Within Yi Xiao's dantian, the scattered purple-red essence gradually increased. This collision and fragmentation of vigor began to merge slowly. After all, the powers of thunder and fire are inherently complementary. Finally, after numerous failures, a strand of vigor, intertwined with purple, gold, and red, emerged within Yi Xiao's dantian. Upon witnessing this strand, Yi Xiao's heart leaped with joy. Success. Moreover, he could sense that this vigor was even more formidable than pure royal extreme purple sky vigor. One success signifies a beginning. More and more vigor began to be integrated into it. As this tricolored vigor underwent further transformation, the three colors gradually coalesced into golden vigor, imbued with hints of purple-red brilliance. Yi Xiao could distinctly perceive that this newly formed vigor could transform into any attribute of power at the behest of his will. Additionally, it possessed multiple combinations of powers, with royal extreme true energy as the foundation, complemented by the powers of thunder and fire, harmoniously intertwined, containing boundless variations. Within the second prince's residence, the three princes were gathered together. The fourth prince smiled and said, "I wonder what brings you and the eldest brother here." "Second brother?" The second prince spoke softly. "Have you heard the rumors circulating in Tengen? The common folk now regard the third prince as a figure comparable to the martial star. His reputation has surged in less than a month, surpassing the combined esteem of the three of us." The eldest prince sneered, and then, "What do you mean?" "I mean nothing. Merely a matter of collaboration." The second prince replied calmly. "The three of us should join forces to eliminate the third prince. Once he has lost his opportunity to vie for the throne, we can compete amongst ourselves at our leisure. Otherwise, if this trend continues, our mutual strife will only benefit the third prince." The fourth prince smiled slightly. "Second brother, are you prepared?" The second prince's expression darkened. "Of course. In 7 days, it will be the empress's birthday. The third prince has been ostentatiously flaunting his martial prowess, has he not? My proposal is to prepare a few young experts, and during the birthday celebration, let the empress propose a contest, in public. We shall humiliate him and dismantle the reputation he has built. Chapter 26. Old grudges in Yi Xiao's residence. Yi Ernyang curiously surveyed her surroundings. "Brother, please reserve a room for me in your residence. I shall come to stay whenever I have the chance, of course." Yi Xiao readily agreed. He had always been quite fond of this sister. After exploring for a while, Yi Ernyang remarked with a hint of envy, "Father treats you well, brother. This residence is far larger than my princess's palace." What she genuinely envied was not the size of the residence, but the affection Yi Zhuan had for Yi Xiao. "How have you and mother fared while I have been away from Tengen all these years?" Yi Xiao gently inquired. "All is well." Yi Ernyang seemed reluctant to elaborate, offering only a perfunctory response. "No one in the palace has bullied you, has there?" "No, I'm perfectly fine," Yi Ernyang smiled. After observing her for a moment, Yi Xiao smiled back. "That is good." Sensing Yi Xiao's probing, Yi Ernyang took hold of his hand and changed the subject, chattering about the amusing events of her life with Hua Mingyue over the years. "Brother, I've entered the star-picking pavilion. I am now a spirit master. Mother embroidered a pair of mandarin ducks the other day, but they turned out uglier than ducks. I've recently been practicing needlework. In a while, I will embroider a set of python robes for you." Yi Xiao smiled, adoringly gazing at Yi Ernyang. His younger sister was gentle by nature, which made her vulnerable in the palace. Yi Xiao understood that she had never been one to instigate trouble. She preferred to endure. She refrained from sharing her burdens with him, fearing it would cause him more trouble. Suddenly, Yi Xiao interrupted Yi Ernyang. Ernyang, do you know? I returned this time with a singular purpose. I intend to become emperor. Yi Ernyang was taken aback, uncertain of Yi Xiao's intent in sharing this with her. As she gazed into his increasingly perplexed eyes, Yi Xiao's expression turned resolute as he stated, I aim to become emperor. The eldest brother is the first to oppose me, and the empress is equally against me. They would gladly see me eliminated. Our relationship is a matter of life and death. Likewise, you and mother will also be targets of their schemes. No matter how much you endure, it shall not alleviate my troubles in the slightest. Even if there are matters you choose not to disclose, it will only serve to turn you and our mother into instruments for their assault against me. Yi Xiao looked earnestly at Yi Yuner and asked, I shall inquire once more, has the empress ever bullied you or our mother throughout these years? At this point in the conversation, a sense of grievance gradually surfaced within Yi Yuner. She spoke softly. Since childhood, you have been favored by father, attracting envy from many. Your resolute character ensured that no one dared to insult us while you were in the palace. However, after your departure, father seldom visited mother's palace, and our lives have not been as they once were. Especially in the 3rd year since your absence, as I watched you remain away for so long, the empress visited mother's palace one day, feigning to show her bracelet, which turned out to be broken and merely glued together. When mother took it, she intentionally shoved her, causing the bracelet to shatter. She then seized the opportunity to strike mother, even withholding her provisions. From that moment on, mother has constantly been targeted by her, only improving in the past 2 years since I began to show my spiritual talent. Yi Zhao's gaze grew increasingly icy. His mother had been humiliated by another, and no man could endure such an affront. Yang Li. Yi Xiao clenched his fists. I understand now. His expression turned grave. His voice as frigid as icy. Yi Yuner sensed the suppressed fury radiating from Yi Xiao and stepped forward to grasp his hand, urgently advising, Brother, you must not act impulsively. Regardless of the circumstances, the empress is the matriarch of the harem and the mother of the realm. You are no longer a child. Your every action is under scrutiny. Rest assured, I am aware. Yi Xiao managed to force a smile, patting her shoulder and ruffling her hair. Yet, within his eyes, a glimmer of cold light flickered. He had never been one to suffer in silence. Inside the palace, the lights were ablaze. Officials from the court, both civil and military, were all invited, and numerous royal kin were present. Today marked the birthday celebration of the Great Qian Empress, Yang Li in truth. As the mother of the nation, Yang Li held a position of significant esteem. Although Yi Sun had long ceased visiting her palace, and they had not been close for many years, he would still host a grand banquet each year for her birthday, inviting officials to gather, drink, and celebrate her longevity. Such honor was unmatched by any other consort. Within Yang Li's palace, maidservants attended to her makeup. As a woman of high status, the Great Qian Empress was exceptionally mindful of her appearance. Incense was perpetually lit nearby, a well-known preference of hers. Beside her stood the crown prince. Is everything prepared? Yang Li inquired softly. All is ready. I have persuaded Zhao Sun, the son of General Zhao Chuan of the Dragon Cavalry, to step in should the second prince falter. Yang Li frowned. During today's celebration, it is imperative to maintain the dignity of Yi Xiao. I do not wish to see him steal the spotlight at my birthday banquet. Do not fret, mother. Zhao Sun's prowess far surpasses that of those from the Divine Martial Institute. He himself is exceptionally gifted, having apprenticed under the Qing Yuan sect. Though he is just over 20, his strength has reached the 6th tier of the heavenly origin realm. I've inquired with those from the Divine Martial Institute. On the day Yi Xiao challenged them, he had yet to break through the heavenly gate, creating a vast disparity in their strengths. As long as he is not subjected to any restrictions, Yi Xiao stands no chance. At this point, the crown prince sneered. The third prince has exaggerated his abilities, spreading rumors of his martial talent. Yet, at 24, he has not even entered the heavenly origin realm. Zhao Sun is younger than he, and defeating him today would obliterate the reputation he has so painstakingly crafted. Yang Li shot him a glance, displeased. You criticize the third prince for exaggeration, but you are far too naive. If you possessed his cunning, the second and fourth princes would have long been beneath your feet. In truth, Yi Zhao's strength was not a secret. Within the Divine Martial Institute, many experts could discern his true capabilities. Tio, the crown prince, and his companions. Yi Xiao's so-called martial talents were nothing but a jest. What use is it to master a myriad of martial techniques if one's cultivation is lacking? At 24, he has yet to open the heavenly gate. Such cannot be deemed exceptional talent. What of the second prince? Who is he preparing for? And the fourth prince, were you not all in agreement? I truly do not know. Only the fourth prince claimed he has no experts. Yang Li retorted angrily, Humph. The fourth prince's cunning is as twisted as his mother's. It is utterly revolting. Clearly, the three of you conspired, yet he contributes nothing. The crown prince laughed. He has always been thus. Were it not for his literary reputation, would father have allowed him to attend court? Enough. Since you have all conspired, I shall eagerly await the spectacle today. That wretched boy Yi Xiao has irked me since childhood. The empress seethed, recalling how, at 8 years old, Yi Xiao had stormed into her chambers, furious over her mistreatment of concubine Hua, wreaking havoc and even soiling her bed. That was the most humiliating day of her life. Yet, Yi Sun had merely confined Yi Xiao for half a month, while she was penalized for 6 months' worth of provisions. Chapter 27. A fool's bet within the palace. Rows of low tables were neatly arranged. Royal offspring and the progeny of influential families were divided into 4 groups, each led by a member of the royal family. Yi Xiao sat in the 3rd position, flanked by the 2nd and 4th princes. As Yi Xiao settled into his seat, the 2nd prince had already taken his place. Holding a wine cup, Yi Xiao observed the 2nd prince with a playful smile. I recall that in our youth, you were solely interested in merriment. I never expected that upon your return, you would have changed. The 2nd prince replied nonchalantly, People change, do they not? You were once solely intent on martial training, yet it is a pity that after years of practice, your cultivation remains modest. You merely deceive the foolish commoners outside. His words dripped with derision. Yi Xiao did not argue but merely smiled faintly. To deceive the foolish commoners is akin to deceiving the disciples of the Divine Martial Institute. I owe you gratitude. Dear brother, without your assistance, my request to select subordinates from the Divine Martial Institute would have seemed presumptuous. Surprisingly, those fellows possess some skill and serve me well. Though the 2nd prince maintained an outward calm, inwardly he seethed with anger. I do not comprehend. Your mother has also been bullied by the empress. Why do you not confront the eldest prince instead of focusing your ire on me? The 2nd prince retorted, Do not attempt to sow discord between us. I have never targeted you. Do not presume to know my thoughts. Yi Xiao grinned. Then shall we make a wager? What shall we wager on? Let us wager on whether someone will challenge me tonight. At this proclamation, the 2nd prince's heart skipped a beat. He coldly scoffed, You overestimate yourself. At the empress's birthday banquet, who would challenge you without reason? Yi Xiao twirled the wine cup in his hand, speaking softly, My martial reputation is becoming more apparent. Recently, when I displayed my skills, I was merely at the soul refinement realm, not particularly esteemed among the capital's prodigies. When one's strength does not match their renown, they become vulnerable to others who can exploit their weaknesses. In such a grand occasion, if a younger individual easily defeats me, I would indeed be nothing more than a braggart. As he spoke, Yi Xiao leaned closer to the 2nd prince and smiled. If I were you, I would certainly seek to ally with the eldest prince to set a trap for me. I am curious to see whom you have chosen. As Yi Xiao turned his gaze towards the assembly of royal and noble youths behind him, he mused, Who could it be? Never mind. I shall not guess. Do you accept the wager that someone will challenge me? Who would bet on such a trivial matter? At this moment, the 2nd prince finally felt a sense of relief. If Yi Xiao truly guessed who it was, it would be quite alarming. Yet even so, he was still profoundly shocked. Yi Xiao looked at the 2nd prince and smiled, Brother. While I still call you brother, let me offer you a word of advice. I am a genius. Unlike you, there is no future in opposing me. Surrender early, and I shall ensure your life is filled with wealth and prosperity. The 2nd prince was rendered speechless. It was the first time he had encountered someone so unabashedly brazen. Indeed, in his eyes, Yi Xiao was utterly shameless. What right did he have to adopt such an arrogant demeanor? A genius. What a farce! He sighed. 3rd prince, I have heard that there is a Dr. Qian in the capital who specializes in treating madness. Perhaps you should pay him a visit? The consultation fee is on me. To his astonishment, Yi Xiao extended his hand, looking expectantly at him, as if begging for money. The second prince realized that if he did not comply, Xiao would undoubtedly have something unkind to say. He directly pulled out 2 silver notes from his pocket and slapped them into Xiao's hand. Gritting his teeth, 3,000 taels, that should suffice. As Xiao stuffed the notes into his pocket, he chuckled, indeed, this is quite sufficient. It will cover several lavish meals for my private soldiers. Thank you, brother. The second prince fumed. I intended that for you to see a doctor. I never said I would visit a doctor. Return my money. Do you wish to be hit? The second prince fell silent, for he knew Xiao was indeed capable of striking him. Those of royal lineage, of similar age to Xiao, had all suffered his blows in their childhood. The second prince turned his head away, choosing not to engage with Xiao any further. As time passed, the hall became increasingly crowded. The crown prince and the fourth prince also arrived in succession. Within the hall, laughter and chatter echoed. Yet the atmosphere among the 4 princes felt somewhat peculiar. Sun had 14 sons and 21 daughters. Among them, only these 4 were contenders for the throne. It wasn't that the others lacked ambition. They simply found it difficult to gain recognition. For instance, the 5th prince had made numerous attempts to attend court and had sought to establish his own office. Yet Sun had consistently declined. He now sat directly behind the crown prince, glaring intensely at the 4 individuals in front of him. Particularly, when his gaze fell upon Xiao, the resentment and frustration in his eyes were unmistakable. After a decade away from the capital, Xiao returned and was immediately afforded the opportunity to establish an office and attend court. In stark contrast, he had been diligent and cautious, never daring to make a misstep. Yet what was he worth? Finally, with the announcement of the emperor's arrival, all present fell silent. Sun entered alongside Empress Yangli. The elderly eunuch who had lingered in Sun's chambers also stepped forward. With silver hair, he followed closely behind Sun. Upon seeing this individual, Xiao's pupils constricted. Lu Tong, though a eunuch, was not to be underestimated. Born of the heavenly dragon courtyard, he had been by Sun's side since Xiao could remember. The Divine Martial Institute trained military officials, while the heavenly dragon courtyard represented the pinnacle of martial prowess within the Great Qian royalty. According to the ancestral edicts of the Great Qian, anyone entering the heavenly dragon courtyard could no longer hold any other official position and was solely beholden to the emperor. Thus, those who chose to enter the heavenly dragon courtyard were often individuals who pursued martial excellence throughout their lives. In the heavenly dragon courtyard, they needed only to focus on cultivation and executing the emperor's commands. Lu Tong was the only eunuch to have ever entered the heavenly dragon courtyard since the establishment of the Great Qian. Xiao vividly recalled that during his first attempts at cultivation, it was Lu Tong who examined his body. The Great Sun Yuanyang technique was also established by him. Seemingly noticing Xiao's gaze, Lu Tong offered a slight smile and anod. Sun and Yangli took their places at the head of the table. All present rose to pay their respects. We greet the emperor and the empress. All ministers, please remain seated. As Sun's words fell, everyone straightened. Sun smiled. Today, as we celebrate the empress's birthday, let us all enjoy together without adhering to formalities. Please, be seated and let the banquet commence. Everyone took their seats, and maidservants and eunuchs began to serve dishes and wine. Such banquets often followed certain protocols. For example, some officials would stand to offer their congratulations and raise their cups in toast. Moreover, those with literary talent would even compose poetry on the spot to honor the occasion. The 4th prince took the opportunity to compose a poem, congratulating the empress on her birthday. As the poetry segment concluded, the crown prince was the first to stand, holding a delicate box, and proclaimed loudly, "I have prepared a birthday gift for Mother. I hope you will accept it." Chapter 28, A Grand Gift, the essence of grain presenting a birthday gift showcases filial piety. The princes and noble offspring, along with civil and military officials, could all partake in this custom. Generally, the crown prince would take the lead. After all, she was his mother, and he was also Sun's legitimate eldest son. "I have procured a millennium-old wild ginseng as a gift for Mother. I wish for you to have blessings as vast as the eastern sea and longevity that rivals the southern mountains." The crown prince opened the box containing the wild ginseng, showcasing it to the audience before a maidservant stepped forward to receive it. Subsequently, those who had prepared significant gifts came forth to present them. Empress Yangli gazed at the offerings with a beaming smile. Once all gifts had been presented, Yangli's gaze shifted towards Xiao. She spoke softly, "Shower, having been away for 10 years, I wonder what gift you have prepared for this humble one. Though I am not your biological mother, I have always regarded you as my own and have cherished you dearly. Before my arrival, I reviewed the gift list, and your name was absent if you have not prepared a gift. I shall truly be heartbroken." Upon hearing this, Yi Sun's brow imperceptibly furrowed. The act of gifting was entirely voluntary. Generally, for the sake of appearances, most would offer something. However, it was not uncommon for some to refrain due to various reasons, and typically, no one would dwell on the matter. Yet, the Empress's pointed remark implied that if Xiao lacked a remedy for this situation, it would reflect poorly on him, portraying him as unfilial. Indeed, if Xiao failed to present a gift, it would be a matter of disgrace from any perspective. As Xiao slowly lifted his gaze from his meal, he smiled. "Empress, you jest. How could I be unaware of your affection for me? In fact, I have already prepared a gift, but upon witnessing the grandeur of the other offerings, I felt my humble gift might not meet your standards, and I feared you might find it unworthy. Hence I refrained from presenting it." Yang Li scoffed inwardly. "You, preparing a gift for me? I find that hard to believe." Indeed, she had no faith in Yi Zhao's words. Ever since Yi Xiao was 8 years old, they had harbored mutual disdain. Until Yi Xiao left at 14, he had never offered her anything during her birthday celebrations. At that time, Yi Xiao was still a child, but now he was an adult. Previously, her disputes with him might have seemed petty. However, now that he was grown, if he failed to offer a gift, it would be seen as a lack of understanding of decorum. Yang Li, convinced that he had prepared nothing, maintained a smile as she replied, "Shower, what you say is misplaced. The value of a gift lies in the sentiment. How could a mother find fault with your offerings? As long as you think of me, I would already be content." She was certain that Yi Xiao had not prepared any gift. Why? Yi Xiao sighed. "To be honest, Empress, during my travels over the years, I have witnessed the hardships of the common people. Many are poorly clothed and inadequately fed. Consequently, I have devised several culinary delights that we might overlook for you. I have prepared a dish of folk cuisine. While I found it to be delightful when I tasted it years ago, I fear it is unworthy of your table. Having just enjoyed the palace's exquisite delicacies, I believe you would not appreciate such fare. Oh, avoid waste. I shall refrain from presenting it. After all, every grain is the fruit of the people's labor, and should you not partake, it would render their efforts in vain. Thus, I shall not present this gift. Would you not agree?" Yang Li was taken aback by Yi Zhao's words. Indeed, if it were some dish meant for the impoverished, she would not deem it worthy. Yet, as she scanned Yi Zhao's person, she saw no evidence of any gift. She was certain that Yi Xiao had not prepared any gifts. With a smile, she said, "Shower, how could you say such a thing? As long as it is a gift from you, I shall savor it with a smile. Besides, what is there that I cannot taste from the delicacies of the common people? Having indulged in rare and exquisite dishes, it is indeed a rarity to try the simple fare enjoyed by the masses. If Shower has truly prepared such a gift for me, it aligns perfectly with my heart's desire. I shall consume it all without waste." As her words fell, Yi Xiao extended his arms, channeling his energy, revealing a meticulously wrapped gift box from within his sleeve. He bowed slightly and said, "What I have prepared for the Empress is a common delicacy, stinky tofu. This dish is made from tofu that has inadvertently fermented, and though it may smell foul, it is delicious to taste. Tofu is the essence of beans, a product of the hard work of the common people. I implore the Empress not to waste it. Otherwise, thinking of the toil of the farmers, my heart will feel like it is being cut." As he spoke, Yi Xiao opened the gift box, revealing several pieces of gray, fermented stinky tofu, accompanied by a yellowish-brown sauce that melded with it, exuding an extreme stench. Yang Li's expression changed dramatically. Having grown up in luxury, accustomed to fragrant surroundings, she could never bring herself to eat such a revolting dish. Yet, recalling Yi Zhao's words about the toil of the common people, and having declared that she would eat whatever he presented, she felt trapped. Not eating now would be akin to slapping her own face. But to say she would eat, she was not foolish. Who knew if Yi Xiao had added anything to it? Yi Yuner was among the royal offspring and, noticing the near-twisted expression on the Empress's face, a smirk crept onto her lips. "Brother has returned. No one can bully us now." At that moment, Yang Li was panicking, feeling lost in the situation. She had never encountered such a dilemma in her life. Clearly unwilling to eat, yet her words had already bound her. "Your Majesty." Yang Li looked at Yi Zhuan, her tone laced with a hint of pleading. It was evident she hoped he would release her from this predicament. Yi Zhuan, however, furrowed his brows. He was not dissatisfied with Yi Xiao. Rather, the stinky tofu was simply too repugnant. It was so foul that he couldn't help but feel disdain. In response to Yang Li's plea, he said coolly, "Eat it. Every grain is the sweat of the common people. It must not go to waste." The bond between him and Yang Li had long since faded. Upon hearing his words, Yang Li fell into despair. To her, consuming the stinky tofu was equivalent to eating excrement. More importantly, she believed Yi Xiao had intentionally devised this to humiliate her, suspecting he had tampered with it. That yellowish-brown liquid looked far from normal. Yang Li was also a determined person. She closed her eyes, took a deep breath, and picked up a piece of stinky tofu, shoving it into her mouth, immediately reaching for the drink beside her. After several repetitions, she managed to swallow down the vile tofu. Turning to Yi Xiao, she forced a smile and said, "Xiao's gift is truly delightful, ugh." Ultimately, she couldn't suppress herself and gagged. Quickly, she took another drink to wash it down. Her face was already flushed. Feeling the foulness in her mouth and stomach, she felt like she could kill Yi Xiao. After calming herself for a moment, Yang Li squeezed out a smile, her eyes gleaming with the intent to cut Yi Xiao down, and said, "Xiao has been away from the capital, traveling the world. Many young talents in the capital wish to spar and discuss with you. Why not take this opportunity during the banquet's intermission to engage with them? I would also like to broaden my horizons. What do you think?" Chapter 29. The Great Day's Golden Spike. Challenges, acceptable or not. But since time immemorial, there has been no first in literature and no second in martial arts. Any warrior seeking great renown must inevitably face countless challenges. For Yi Xiao, it was no different. If he did not promote his martial talent, it did not matter whether he won or lost. Whether to accept challenges was also inconsequential. But if he proclaimed his martial prowess yet refused to accept challenges, he would be viewed as a cowardly fraud by all. Especially in such a grand occasion, where even Yang Li had pointed out that those challenging Yi Xiao were younger than him. For Yi Xiao, to refuse such challenges was tantamount to defeat. Yi Xiao looked at Yi Zhuan and smiled. "Father, is it inappropriate to engage in martial arts during the birthday banquet?" Yi Zhuan smiled slightly. "Do as you wish." He neither helped Yang Li nor intended to assist Yi Xiao. Observing this scene, Yang Li breathed a sigh of relief. If Yi Zhuan had truly forbidden dueling, all her plans would have been in vain. "What? Xiao does not wish to fight. If you do not wish to, I will not force you," Yang Li said softly. She understood that for Yi Xiao, there was no retreat in such circumstances. As the saying goes, to wear the crown, one must bear its weight. Now, the entire Tang'an city was abuzz with rumors of Yi Xiao's terrifying martial talent. If he declined the challenge today, the next day, the tale of his deceit would spread throughout Tang'an city. Yi Xiao suddenly turned to the second prince and smiled. "So, did I not say there would be challenges today?" The second prince was instantly speechless. "Do you really have the mood to talk to me at a time like this?" Yi Xiao stepped forward and declared loudly, "Since someone wishes to challenge me, let them come." A hush fell over the crowd. After a moment, a young man among the capital's youth stepped forward. He was slender, around 21 or 22 years old. "I am Yao Yuntian. Please grant me guidance." Third prince. Yi Xiao turned to the second prince and smiled. "Is he one of yours?" The second prince angrily retorted, "Do not speak carelessly." Yi Xiao chuckled but said no more. At this moment, Yao Yuntian had already stepped forward. He remained calm, bowing slightly. "I have heard the prince is proficient in both fists and legs, and employing weapons in the presence of the emperor feels somewhat inappropriate. So I would like to learn some techniques of your fist and leg skills. Please grant me your guidance." "Very well." Yi Xiao nodded in agreement. At this moment, the elderly eunuch Lu Tong was summoned by Yi Zhuan to his side. "What is Yao Yuntian's current cultivation level?" "Fourth tier of the Tianyuan realm. Can Yi Xiao defeat him?" "He should have a chance. The third prince's cultivation has broken through to the Tianyuan realm in recent days. However, he should only be at the first tier of the Tianyuan realm at present." Yang Li, overhearing their conversation, felt a tightening in her heart. At that moment, Yao Yuntian had already begun to mobilize his energy. The air around him started to distort. Yi Xiao raised an eyebrow. "The Great Day's Yuanyang skill? Indeed, when I was 7, my father died in battle for the nation. Knowing I am of pure Yang constitution, the emperor bestowed upon me the Great Day's Yuanyang skill. I have heard the third prince also cultivates this technique. I hope you will grant me your guidance." One must admit, the second prince had put in effort. He was aware of Yi Zhao's cultivation of the Great Day's Yuanyang skill. specifically seeking someone who practiced the same technique. A younger individual using the same method to defeat Yi Xiao would utterly ridicule Yi Xiao's reputation as a martial genius. Ah, the Great Days Yuanyang skill, such a nostalgic technique. Yi Xiao sighed slightly, and hot energy surged forth from within him. The temperature of his energy caused the air around him to warp. Now, Yi Xiao's energy could switch freely among the attributes he possessed. Moreover, even when switching to the blazing sun's energy, it was stronger than the one he had originally cultivated. How is this possible? Lu Tong exclaimed. He had clearly sensed that Yi Xiao's true energy was no longer pure yang energy. Why could Yi Xiao summon the Great Days Yuanyang energy today? Yi Zhuan also frowned. He did not inquire further. Lu Tong's astonishment had already spoken volumes. The fact that even he felt shocked indicated how extraordinary Yi Xiao was at this moment. Yang Li cautiously asked, Lu Gonggong, what is the matter? Why the surprise? Lu Tong shook his head and said, nothing. I am simply an old fool. Let the Empress not take offense. Seeing that he would not divulge the reason, Yang Li ceased her questioning and turned her gaze back to the arena. Two streams of scorching energy appeared. Even from several meters away, she could feel the temperature rising. As Yi Xiao's cultivation was revealed. Yao Yuntian shook his head and said, the third prince is merely at the first tier of the Tianyuan realm. Such cultivation level is somewhat disappointing. Why? Yi Xiao smiled slightly, disappointment or not. One must engage to know. Then please receive my move. As his words fell, Yao Yuntian leaped into action, charging directly at Yi Xiao. His arms were enveloped in energy, striking fiercely toward Yi Xiao. Great Days Blazing Sun Fist. One of the accompanying techniques of the Great Days Yuanyang skill, and one of Yi Xiao's most familiar techniques. Yet, this punch missed. His fist grazed past Yi Xiao's nose, the energies of the two even sparking with friction. Yet, he had completely missed. The battle commenced, and Yao Yuntian unleashed punch after punch without any restraint. But no matter how he attacked, Yi Xiao seemed like a small boat amidst a vast ocean, swaying amidst the turbulent waves but never receiving a single substantial hit. 20 moves passed in an instant. Yao Yuntian halted, breathing slightly heavier, and looked at Yi Xiao with disdain. Does the third prince only know how to evade? If it is a contest of movement, I would gladly concede. Yi Xiao smiled slightly. Let me see your fist technique. This technique you are practicing is somewhat flawed. Now, observe closely. This time, Yi Xiao no longer hesitated but pressed forward. Seeing Yi Xiao charge, Yao Yuntian's eyes flashed with fierceness as he bellowed. Great Days Golden Spike. Third Prince, prepare yourself with that. He launched a punch, and the bright, scorching energy surged toward Yi Xiao. This fist technique was one of the 7 ultimate forms of the Great Days Blazing Sun Fist. It was incredibly powerful and his most confident move. This time, Yi Xiao did not dodge or evade. He established his stance, utilizing the same move, the same form. He unleashed a punch. However, this strike showcased the disparity between the two. The energy Yao Yuntian unleashed was the thickness of a fist, while Yi Xiao's energy was merely the width of 2 fingers. Moreover, Yi Xiao's energy was even more radiant. In an instant, their energies collided. The same technique, the same move, the same fiery energy. Yet the outcome was beyond everyone's expectations. Yao Yuntian, who was clearly at a higher cultivation level than Yi Xiao by 3 tiers, found his energy shattered in an instant. 2 streams of power flew past Yi Xiao's sides, while Yi Xiao's energy, no, it could no longer be called merely energy. It was like an arrow released from its bow, smashing through Yao Yuntian's energy and striking directly at his body. Yao Yuntian's eyes widened in disbelief. Yet the force was relentless, like an unstoppable river, crashing forward without pause. He exerted all his strength to gather his energy in a bid to resist, but it was futile. Yao Yuntian, who was 3 tiers above Yi Xiao, was ruthlessly sent flying, spitting out blood in midair. He heard Yi Xiao's cold voice. This is the Great Days Golden Spike. The energy it condenses is sharp as an arrow, fierce as the blazing sun, and vast as a mighty river. Your loose and unformed energy cannot hope to contend with me. Chapter 30. Martial Arts, the heart of heaven without form inside the grand hall. Silence reigned. Yi Xiao stood with his hands clasped behind his back. His gaze icy, an inexplicable aura emanated from him. From the moment he became serious, he seemed an entirely different person. Yao Yuntian struggled on the ground for a while, unable to rise. With just 1 punch, his internal organs had been injured. Suddenly, among the martial generals, a bearded man stood up abruptly. What a splendid fist technique! He laughed heartily. The third prince's fist technique is exceptional. Truly impressive. His shout ignited a chorus of praises throughout the hall. Why Yizhuan spoke. Someone, take Yao Yuntian to the imperial physician for treatment. Reward him with 1,000 taels of silver. Immediately, guards stepped forward to assist Yao Yuntian away. Yang Li forced a smile and said, Shower indeed does not disappoint. That fist technique is truly formidable. Even though I do not understand, I was still taken aback. Is there no one else who wishes to challenge? Such an opportunity is rare. Thus, the next victor shall receive the 1,000-year-old ginseng as a reward from me. She was fully aware that the next challenger would be one of her own son's subordinates. The reward would not cause her any distress. Seeing Yao Yuntian's miserable defeat, she sought to prevent the first prince's subordinates from losing heart, thus using the reward as motivation. Xiao turned to the prominent youths of Tanga, his sharp gaze sweeping over them all. He awaited his next opponent. Among the crowd, Zhao Sun slowly stood up. His expression was solemn. He dared not underestimate Xiao. Having seen Yao Yuntian, who practiced the great day's Yuanyang skill, defeated in one punch, such prowess was daunting, even for him. A mere first tier of the Tianyuan realm, Xiao could achieve such things. He had to admit, Xiao's terrifying strength was indeed intimidating. However, the die was cast. He had no retreat. Unless he wished to sever ties with the first prince, he had no choice. Zhao Sun stepped forward, bowed to Xiao, and said in a deep voice, I am Zhao Sun. Please grant me guidance, third prince. Upon hearing Zhao Sun's name, Yizhuan turned to Lu Tong and softly asked, This child is considered a genius among the younger generation in Tanga. Do you think Xiao can defeat him? Hearing his inquiry, Yang Li also perked up her ears. Lu Tong shook his head. It is hard to say. The third prince was able to defeat Yao Yuntian in one move. Partly due to his superior understanding of the Great Day's golden spike, and partly because Yao Yuntian's technique was familiar to the third prince, allowing him to anticipate every move and exploit weaknesses. However, Zhao Sun has trained under the Qingyuan sect, and his techniques are not recorded in either the Palace Armory or the Divine Martial Institute. His cultivation is at the 6th tier of the Tianyuan realm, a full 5 tiers above the third prince. Although not a grand realm difference, the Qingyuan sect is one of the 7 major sects of Qian, and its Qingyu heart technique is not inferior to the top techniques like the Great Day's Yuanyang skill. It will not be easy for the third prince to win against someone of such a higher tier. Hearing this, Yang Li felt reassured. Meanwhile, Xiao assessed Zhao Sun from head to toe. Suddenly, he turned to the second prince and said with a smile, Second brother, this contest lacks excitement. Why not wager a bet between us brothers? I wager that I will win. The second prince's subordinates lost. Seeing Xiao stealing the spotlight, he was already in a foul mood. Hearing this, he angrily retorted, Xiao, this is the empress's birthday banquet. What nonsense about betting? What's wrong? Is second brother short on money? Xiao chuckled, I can lend you some, limited to 3,000 taels, no interest. Unlike you, I am quite generous. The second prince, 3,000 taels? That 3,000 taels belongs to me. At this moment, Yizhuan suddenly spoke. Today is the empress's birthday banquet, a festive occasion, without many rules. Since you wish to bet, let us wager. The empress shall offer 1,000-year-old ginseng as a reward for the victor, and I shall not be stingy. Today's victor shall receive 10,000 taels of silver. When Yizhuan's words fell, the second prince was first taken aback, then coldly smiled. Since father allows us to gamble, then we brothers shall wager, but I do not require your silver. Let us each put forth 8,000 taels. The winner takes all. Deal. Xiao readily agreed. 8,000 taels may not sound like much, but in reality, it was significant. Many ordinary folk earned only 1 or 2 taels a month. The monthly salary for ordinary soldiers under Xiao was merely 3 taels. 8,000 taels was a sum many commoners would never earn in their lifetime. However, the second prince's maternal family was among the wealthiest merchants in the realm. To him, this amount was trivial. Just like the previous 3,000 taels, while it was not much, it would irk him to see Xiao take it. At this point, Zhao Sun was fully energized. The empress's 1,000-year-old ginseng, Yizhuan's 10,000 taels reward, and the 8,000 taels from both Xiao and the second prince meant that if he won this battle, he would walk away with 26,000 taels and 1,000-year-old ginseng. Such a substantial reward made him determined to win this contest, even at the cost of his life. Third prince, please grant me guidance. Zhao Sun also did not wield a weapon. Ultimately, in front of the emperor, Along with Yi Zhao's royal status, wielding weapons was simply inappropriate. He faced his opponent with both fists and feet, maintaining his unwavering confidence. Come on! Upon hearing this, Zhao Sun immediately surged forward, his movements so swift that they left behind afterimages in the air. The sky-soothing step. Lu Tong murmured, this is the signature skill of the Qingwen sect. And when combined with their sky-hand seal, its power is formidable. Zhao Sun is young, yet his mastery of this technique is impressive. I fear this battle will be a fierce one. Yi Zhuan remained silent, his gaze fixed intently on the arena, eager to see the extent of Yi Zhao's capabilities. As Zhao Sun charged, Yi Xiao took a deep breath and whispered, with a 5-rank cultivation gap, defeating him shouldn't be too difficult. However, accomplishing that particular feat may prove challenging. I am the first tier of the Tianyuan realm. I should be able to hold out for a quarter of an hour. Very well, today I shall let you witness something you shouldn't be able to see. With this determination, a surge of energy flooded Yi Zhao's mind as he activated his secret technique. The world around him seemed to shift and transform. Martial arts, the heart of heaven and earth. This was Yi Zhao's sole self-created technique. As he practiced, others could not discern what he was doing, but Lu Tong's eyes widened in astonishment. Truly a prodigy. Yet, in the first tier of the Tianyuan realm, he has managed to touch the very edges of martial arts. It is known that once a martial artist opens the heavenly gate, they can enter the 4 realms of martial arts: Tianyuan, Sacred Body, True Martial, and Star Domain. The first tier of Tianyuan combines the energy of heaven and earth, transforming one's vital energy into a powerful force in this realm. The intensity of this force reflects one's cultivation level. The Sacred Body realm strengthens the body with this force, further enhancing physical prowess. The True Martial realm involves comprehending the essence of martial arts, where techniques possess immense power. The Star Domain realm allows one to cultivate a unique domain through their understanding of martial arts, amplifying specific abilities. At this moment, Yi Xiao, with only his Tianyuan realm cultivation, displayed an extraordinary enhancement of his self-awareness. Though he had not yet formed a domain, his prowess was already astonishing. Chapter 31. I will douse you. In the arena, Yi Zhao's eyes gleamed with a golden light. With a casual strike, he struck Zhao Sun, who had conjured several illusory images of himself, directly in the chest. The situation grew increasingly bizarre. Each of Yi Zhao's movements seemed chaotic, yet every strike found its mark as Zhao Sun collided helplessly with them. Resembling 2 mischievous children in a brawl. It lacked the elegance of Yi Zhao's previous encounter with Yao Yuntian. Zhao Sun felt utterly disoriented, unable to exert his strength. Despite the vast difference in their cultivation levels, every attack he launched at Yi Xiao seemed to be countered effortlessly by Yi Zhao's seemingly simplistic techniques. Yi Zhao's punches always landed in the most discomforting spots, and no matter how Zhao Sun altered his tactics, he could only endure the blows passively, an experience he had never encountered before. Why? Why was this happening? Zhao Sun could not comprehend it. As they continued to clash, he unwittingly found himself drawn closer to the queen. Suddenly, Yi Xiao leaned back, crashing into Zhao Sun's chest. The force sent Zhao Sun spewing blood. In the next instant, Yi Xiao grasped Zhao Sun's chin, and with a sharp crack, dislocated it. As he held Zhao Sun's chin, Yi Zhao's elbow struck perfectly against Zhao Sun's stomach, sending a tremendous force surging into his body. Twisting his insides in a mere second, Yi Zhao's rapid succession of movements culminated in an alarming realization for Zhao Sun. Yi Xiao had directed his mouth toward Queen Yang Li with a violent heave. The remnants of food and drink erupted from Zhao Sun's mouth like a high-pressure water jet. Lu Tong, standing beside Yi Zhuan, swiftly stepped forward, creating an invisible barrier that intercepted the mess. However, Queen Yang Li was not so fortunate. As the foul mixture splattered all over her face, she shrieked in horror. At that moment, Yi Xiao released Zhao Sun and turned, shouting furiously, "You, Zhao Sun, we were merely sparring. Why did you have to vomit on the queen?" Zhao Sun was left dumbfounded. This situation could easily cost him his life. He attempted to defend himself, but with his jaw dislocated, he could utter no words. Panicking, he clutched his jaw, trying to reposition it, but Yi Xiao held him firmly. Just then, Zhao Chuan, the commander of the Longxiang guards, rushed from the crowd, kneeling and bowing repeatedly. "Your Majesty, my son has acted inappropriately, offending Her Majesty the Queen. This was merely an accident during sparring. I beseech Your Majesty for forgiveness." Yi Zhuan rose abruptly, his voice icy. What is going on here? Let the queen decide. With that, he swept away, leaving Zhao Chuan's forehead glued to the ground, drenched in cold sweat. At that moment, Yang Li's heart boiled with rage. Yet, what could she do? To kill Yi Xiao was unthinkable. To execute Zhao Sun, her son's subordinate, was equally impossible. Quickly, assist me back to the palace to clean up, she cried sharply, departing with the aid of her maidens, eager to escape the humiliation. Yi Xiao, seeing the gifts still unclaimed, approached and nonchalantly took the 1,000-year-old ginseng. He then turned to the second prince. Brother, don't forget the 8,000 taels of silver. If you neglect to pay today, interest will begin to accumulate tomorrow. The second prince, his expression cold, produced 8,000 taels from his pocket. Meanwhile, the eldest prince glared at Yi Xiao with a frigid gaze. Third brother, you have gone too far. Yi Xiao met his glare unflinchingly. Have I? I do not believe so. Perhaps the most excessive events are yet to come. In this world, some matters are destined to remain irreconcilable. In the palace, Yang Li desperately retched. The accursed stench of the digested food covered her from head to toe, leaving her utterly humiliated. Yet, she could find no fault with Yi Xiao. The gifts were her own request. The sparring was her suggestion. The unfortunate incident could hardly be blamed on Yi Xiao. Curse that Yi Xiao. I shall see him dead, she vowed, rubbing her body furiously as the mother of a nation. Her noble form was now tainted with foulness. Though the odor may dissipate, the lingering sense of nausea remained in her heart, a reminder of the humiliation she endured. Tonight, I shall burn 10 incense stoves, and let them smolder all night. She had always cherished fragrant scents. The events of the day left her feeling utterly sullied. In the imperial chambers, Yi Zhuan reclined on the couch, having dismissed all the palace maids and eunuchs, leaving only the elder eunuch, Lu Tong. I ask you, did you not say that the third prince no longer possessed the Great Sun vitality technique? Why then did he summon the Great Sun's blazing force today, and even employ the golden spike of the Great Sun? Lu Tong shook his head. This old servant does not know. When the third prince returned to the palace that day, I distinctly sensed his vital energy was overwhelmingly powerful, surpassing that of the same cultivation level's Great Sun vitality. Yet, it was not purely yang in nature. Today, however, he summoned the Great Sun's blazing force, which astonished me. The hall fell silent. After a moment, Yi Zhuan scoffed coldly. Why did you not protect the queen? Lu Tong spoke softly. The incident was sudden. This old servant did not react in time. I beseech your majesty to punish me. Yi Zhuan remained noncommittal. I suspect you wish for the third prince to achieve his goals. Do you not? Unfazed by being seen through, Lu Tong lowered his head respectfully. The third prince is one I have watched grow. As a martial artist myself, it is only natural to admire such talent. I ask for your majesty's forgiveness. Moreover, if your majesty truly wished to assist the queen, you would not have allowed her to consume that filthy matter. I dared to delay my response. Ha! Even you hold him in high regard? My son is indeed remarkable. Yi Zhuan suddenly inquired. On the path of martial arts, how far do you believe he can go? In this world, strength is paramount. Whether national power or individual prowess, they are of equal importance. Yi Zhuan's question plunged the elder eunuch into contemplation. After a moment, he sighed softly. This old servant is but a frog at the bottom of a well. The prince is a dragon soaring through the heavens. I cannot foresee how far he may reach, but to have witnessed even a glimpse of his brilliance is already a stroke of fortune. Ha ha ha! Yi Zhuan's laughter echoed through the palace, a sound of pure delight. Go, summon concubine Hua to my chambers. Reward her with a plate of golden cakes and 10 bolts of silk. In the imperial harem, the emperor's favor serves as a shield. The quantity or quality of the gifts is unimportant. What matters is the attitude. Yet, at this moment, few shared Yi Zhuan's exuberance, particularly the eldest and second princes. They had both suffered a double loss today. 2 of their subordinates had been defeated, and the second prince had lost over 11,000 taels, while the eldest prince's birthday gift to Yang Li had been claimed by Yi Xiao. The 2 were now united in their grievances. Chapter 32. What use is cultivation? In the carriage, the eldest and second princes sat facing each other. The second prince smiled. Elder brother, after tonight, our third brother's reputation as a martial arts genius may be firmly established. After a slight adjustment, his mood had improved significantly. Although he had lost some silver, Reflecting on the queen's ordeal made it seem trivial. The eldest prince replied coldly, "You did not summon me just to discuss this, did you?" "Of course not." The second prince chuckled. "What I mean is, since we cannot change the course of events, why not help him promote himself?" Upon hearing this, the eldest prince narrowed his eyes, immediately grasping the second prince's intention. Flattery that could backfire. Martial artists often share a common trait: youthful vigor and defiance. Many times, for the sake of reputation, they would fight tooth and nail. While some may deem this foolish, it is undeniably a widespread flaw among martial artists. In truth, whether the eldest prince or the second prince, they both possessed some influence in the court and had skilled subordinates. Yet, fundamentally, they lacked top-tier talent. Many of the true prodigies in the capital would not ally with them, as Yi Zhuan was still in his prime. The prospect of regime change seemed distant. Those with exceptional abilities could easily carve their own paths to fame and fortune without their assistance, while those who aligned themselves with them were often discontented or dissatisfied individuals. Lacking in capability. Good idea. After tomorrow, our third brother shall be hailed as the greatest martial genius of Qian. I am curious to see if those arrogant prodigies can keep their composure. If a master from the star list challenges him, I wonder if he can handle it. The eldest prince understood immediately. Every top figure in any field must confront countless challenges, especially for martial artists. The title of Qian's best is not so easily earned. The second prince sighed. "It seems our third brother has secured his footing." The eldest prince replied softly, "There is no rush. We have time on our side. Do we not?" Indeed, the struggle for succession is fraught with complexity. Many times, it is not merely about seizing an opponent's weakness or flaw to defeat them. It requires constant vigilance against various underhanded tactics. By the following morning, news of Yi Zhao's victory over the two princes spread like wildfire throughout the palace. Such secrets typically circulated only among the upper echelons of Qian, but with the second and eldest princes working together, it quickly reached every corner of Tang'an City. "Have you heard? The third prince defeated two formidable opponents at the queen's birthday banquet last night, one of whom was even a disciple of the Qingyuan sect." Remarkable. The Qingyuan sect is one of the 7 sects of the realm, and their disciples were easily vanquished by the third prince. The third prince is the embodiment of the martial star, undoubtedly Qian's greatest martial talent. Isn't that a bit excessive? Though the third prince is impressive, claiming he's the greatest of Qian is a stretch, don't you think? He isn't even on the star list of the Tianji Pavilion. What do you know? The third prince simply kept a low profile before. Otherwise, the star list would be meaningless. Bang! At a nearby tea stall, a striking young woman clad in blue, with a long sword at her waist, slammed her hand on the table in indignation, her eyes aflame with fury. The star list of the Tianji Pavilion encompasses all martial experts in the realm. Anyone with a name can be listed. Each individual on that list is among the top talents of their age. Even if the third prince is a genius, he cannot dismiss the star list so lightly. Her outburst silenced the crowd momentarily. Observing her attire, it was evident she hailed from the martial world, and no one desired to attract trouble over such an issue. Seeing no one respond, the young woman felt disheartened. She glanced around in frustration before turning to leave. However, just as she took a few steps, she faintly heard voices from behind her. "Haha, believe me, the star list means nothing in the presence of the third prince." The young woman pulled out a list from her pocket. The Qian star list. This was the ranking produced by the Tianji Pavilion every 3 months, showcasing martial talents under 30 in Qian, first, Mu Han second, by Lingsu third, Xiao Fei. Her gaze landed on the very bottom point 187. Xiao Yuer, that was her name. The third-ranked Xiao Fei was her elder brother. In an inn, Xiao Yuer angrily pushed open her brother's door, tossing a wine pouch onto the bed. "I brought back the wine. Drink, drink, drink. You do nothing but drink. If you drank less and focused more on cultivation, perhaps you'd have reclaimed your position at the top of the star list by now." Xiao Fei, in his early 20s, possessed decent features, but his eyes were glazed, his hair disheveled, and his stubble gave him a slovenly appearance. He paid no heed to his sister's reprimands, grabbing the wine pouch and gulping it down. "Ah, what bliss! This drink is worth more than an emperor's favor." Xiao Yuer, exasperated, exclaimed, "Brother, you have such talent. Why won't you cultivate seriously? Are you content to be overshadowed by Lingsu and that Mu Han?" Leaning against the bed, Xiao Fei continued to drink, seemingly oblivious to her words. Frustrated, Xiao Yuer stomped her foot in anger and stormed out. Inside the room, Xiao Fei continued to drink, growing increasingly inebriated, his gaze becoming more and more unfocused. Teach, by Ling Su, she is nothing. But what good is cultivation? No matter how hard I try, I cannot defeat Mu Han. It's futile. I might as well enjoy my wine. In the corner of the room lay a rusty long sword. As Xiao Fei emptied the wine pouch, he succumbed to a deep slumber. Drunkenness and dreams, that is the nature of life. Peering through the crack in the door, Xiao Yuer felt a pang of sorrow as she watched her brother's rhythmic snores. The Xiao Fei of yore was not like this. Once a proud talent of the Xiaos of Jianshu Mountain, he had reached the star list at the age of 15 and claimed the top spot at 17. Dominating for 3 years, suppressing the prodigies of 7 major sections until that fateful day when he was challenged by Mu Han. The details of their battle remained unknown, but after that day, Xiao Fei broke his sword and left the Xiaos, choosing a life of indulgence. The title of Star List champion was swiftly passed on. 5 years passed without change. Yet, in these 5 years of drunken stupor, Xiao Fei remained third on the Star List, a testament to his standing in the Tianji Pavilion. The Chilua fabric shop bustled with activity. In the back, Zhao Mingyan sat at her vanity, gently combing her hair. Over the past few days, Zhao Mingyan's fabric shop had become a favorite among the noble ladies of the capital, thriving on her innovative designs and exquisite dyeing skills. However, her thoughts were far from the business of the shop. In recent days, news of Yi Zhao's remarkable feats within the imperial palace has reached her ears. Contemplating the image of Yi Zhao's awe-inspiring presence, a sweet smile graces her lips. However, suddenly, a maid rushes in with alarm. "Miss, something terrible has happened." Zhao Mingyan remains unperturbed, calmly inquiring, "What is it?" In Yi Zhao's presence, she exudes warmth and initiative, yet before others, she adopts a demeanor that is somewhat aloof. A group of ruffians has deliberately overturned a dung barrel at the shop in trance and unleashed 2 ferocious dogs, deterring anyone from entering. Upon hearing this, Zhao Mingyan's brows furrow. Ruffians have existed throughout history. These individuals often employ despicable tactics, leaving others helpless. Where are Rongxi's men? Are they not nearby? Yes, they are dining at the restaurant across the street. But when I went to call them, they ignored me completely, the maid replies helplessly. They likely want to increase their protection fees. Zhao Mingyan's eyes narrow at this. Protection fees? It seems unlikely. Since her establishment in Tengan, she has had to navigate relationships with various factions. The Tengan Defense Office, the Yamen, local thugs, and neighbors all require careful management. Conducting business is not as straightforward as one might imagine, especially for a woman. The glint of greed and desire had been evident in Rongxi's gaze from the moment he first laid eyes on her. She is acutely aware of the man's sordid intentions. Were it not for her leveraging the Yamen's authority and her willingness to pay them handsomely, trouble would have surely befallen her long ago. Send a message to Rongxi, inviting him to my residence for a feast. That afternoon, a banquet is laid out at Zhao Mingyan's residence. A bald man in his 40s, with a protruding belly, saunters in. Rongxi, a notorious thug from the west of Tengan, is known to dabble in any money-making scheme in that area. As soon as he enters, his eyes fixate on Zhao Mingyan. "Manager Xiao, I've missed you dearly," he exclaims, reaching out to grasp her hand. Zhao Mingyan deftly evades him, creating distance in an instant. Rongxi, momentarily taken aback, chuckles, "I didn't he expect Manager Xiao to be skilled in martial arts?" A hint of caution flickers in his eyes. This woman had never before revealed her prowess. Zhao Mingyan smiles slightly and replies, "Lord Rong, I am merely a woman in business in Tengan, seeking wealth and not much else. However, should anyone attempt to obstruct my path to fortune, I, Zhao Mingyan, will fight tooth and nail to defend what is mine." Upon hearing her words, Rongxi feigns a smile, saying, "Manager Xiao, let us speak plainly. I am quite taken with you. If you would agree to spend a few nights with me each month, I assure you that your business will flourish. Otherwise, today's unfortunate incident is just the beginning." "Pa!" Zhao Mingyan spits in his direction. "Rong, take a good look at yourself in a mirror. Let me be clear. If you wish to earn money, we will continue our previous arrangement. But if you choose to push me into a corner, I will not hesitate to offer 50,000 taels for your life. Do you believe that?" Rongxi's face turns livid with rage as he sneers. "You insolent woman. Do you think I would sell my life for a mere 50,000 taels? Go ask around. My business in the western part of Tengan rakes in tens of thousands each month. If my life were so easily traded, it would have been taken long ago. Ha ha, try your luck. I intend to flee, and any money I earn will be spent on your head." Zhao Mingyin's resolute words render Rongxi speechless. Fine, Manager Xiao, I concede. Let today's conversation be forgotten, and we shall adhere to our previous terms. With that, Rongxi bows and departs. Once he leaves, Zhao Mingyin contemplates for a moment before commanding, gather all valuables and pack them away. The maid, puzzled, asks, Miss, didn't Lord Rong just agree to continue as before? Zhao Mingyin scoffs, you dare to trust the words of such a man. If I'm not mistaken, he will undoubtedly bring people here tonight. We shall abandon the shop in the west. Zhao Mingyin's instincts prove correct, as that very night, the shop in the west is set ablaze. Fortunately, she had already taken the precious items away, and since the shop was rented, the losses were minimal. At Zhao's residence, Zhao Mingyin reports the events truthfully, concluding with a sigh, Rongxi has taken a fancy to me. It seems the business in the west is entirely unfeasible now. Xiao, stroking his chin, smiles and muses, Rongxi? How intriguing. I was just considering bringing Nyoan to Tangan, and now he has come to me. There's no rush regarding business. Once Nyoan arrives in a few days, he can deal with this so-called Rongxi. Zhao Mingyin's interest is piqued at the mention of Nyoan, Your Highness. Are you planning to support Nyoan's establishment in Tangan? Xiao nods, affirming, indeed. 3,000 men are insufficient. I require more loyal subjects. Moreover, I need personnel to gather intelligence from all corners. Though these ruffians may not provide the most reliable information, they are sufficiently well informed, making their value outweigh the risks. Zhao Mingyin cautions, Your Highness, that Nyoan is quite the reckless character. If he comes to Tangan, he may cause you trouble, rest assured. Though he may appear reckless, he is quite astute. If he couldn't he manage this, I wouldn't he have saved his life back then. Nyoan, in strict terms, is not a good man. However, he is not entirely depraved. Having risen from the ranks of ruffians, he once controlled the thugs of a county under the Great Qian dynasty. Yet, he has made some unexpected changes. Initially, he bribed the county magistrate to become the local constable, then transformed all his trusted men into constables. He subsequently unified the lower-class trades in the city, establishing numerous taverns, gambling dens, brothels, and opium houses, while prohibiting forced prostitution and human trafficking, instead enticing individuals from surrounding counties with high pay. Gradually, he turned the entire county into a renowned haven of indulgence. Attracting countless merchants and travelers, he became the undisputed underground emperor of the region. However, just as he sought further expansion of his grand ambitions, he drew the attention of local aristocrats, faced betrayal from his subordinates, and lost his holdings, becoming a target for assassination. At the brink of death, he was saved by Xiao, narrowly escaping with his life. Outside Tangan City, Nyoan trudges along with a dozen young men, carrying their belongings. Nyoan, in his 30s, is exceptionally tall, standing over 2 meters. His shoulders bear the tattoo of a dragon, and his arms are as thick as a normal person's thighs, his countenance fierce. Listen closely. Once we enter Tangan, we are like dragons crossing rivers. We must make a name for ourselves. Once we prosper and acquire wealth, I will speak to our Lord and ensure that all of you are granted clean records, allowing you to gain official status and honor your ancestors. A curious young man asks, Brother, who is our Lord? Nyoan's eyes widen, and he smacks the boy across the face while scolding, Who is our Lord? Do you even understand the rules? This is not something you can pry into. Just remember, our Lord's words hold more weight than mine. His reprimand, though fierce, lacks true malice. It is merely a symbolic gesture. The boy, unoffended, chuckles to them. Tangan City represents a realm of dreams, a place they had once dared not even imagine. In the presence of Xiao, Nyoan sheds his bravado, his imposing frame slightly hunched, and a flattering smile graces his face. Your Highness, I have diligently followed the training schedule you set for me over the past year, without a moment of idleness. My subordinates have adhered strictly to your instructions. Xiao surveys him, noting the considerable progress in his cultivation, and softly states, From today onward, I want you to make a name for yourself in the western part of Tangan. He Quan will assist you. Complete 3 tasks within a month. First, Rongxi must die. Second, you must reign in the lower class businesses to ensure that no common folk live in fear of being sold or suffering calamities. Third, gather intelligence daily and have a dedicated person compile and deliver it to my residence. Wei Xiao has no intention of confronting Rongxi personally. To him, Rongxi is unworthy of such attention. Xiao desires Rongxi's life as easily as one would crush an ant. However, controlling the underground forces of Tangan City offers several advantages. First, it allows him to bypass visible restrictions and gather a following, building momentum for his ambitions. Second, it provides a source of intelligence that may prove useful. Third, it grants him additional manpower to undertake tasks that might be inconvenient for him. Since returning to Tangan City, Xiao has consistently faced opposition, primarily due to his weak foundation and lack of loyal followers. Your Highness, rest assured, with Shu's help, Rongxi is guaranteed to meet his end. Very well, go forth. Xiao gestures, and Yuan scurries away. Once he departs, Zhao Mingyan and Lu Er emerge from behind a screen. Your Highness, can we trust this fellow? Lu Er expresses her doubt. Xiao smiles reassuringly. Do not worry. Despite his reckless appearance, he is far more reliable than many so-called principled scholars. Speaking of righteousness is easy, but acting on it is another matter. Lu Er chuckles. Your Highness seems to hold a low opinion of scholars. To a certain extent, yes. Xiao replies calmly, showing no sign of denial. Zhao Mingyan inquires, why is that? Why should I regard them highly? Xiao counters. Scholars can govern and manage the state. But what I see are their actions that bring disaster to the nation. A flicker of anger crosses Yi Zhao's eyes as he continues in a hushed tone. After traveling the world for 10 years, I have seen that 9 out of 10 officials collude with local aristocrats, oppressing the common folk. Those who embezzle less are hailed as righteous officials, while they engage in superficial reforms to boast about their achievements. Within the yamen, those with connections act with impunity, while those in power remain aloof, easily causing the ruin of families. Why should I regard such scholars highly? Some truths remain hidden until one experiences them firsthand. Before his travels, Xiao believed Qian to be a time of peace and prosperity. However, after witnessing the reality, he now understands that such notions are merely a facade, concealing the profound pain suppressed beneath the surface. The more he speaks, the angrier he becomes. Throughout history, how many times has our Qian dynasty faced upheaval due to those damned scholars? In the year 132 of Qian, rampant corruption led to national turmoil. It was only thanks to the decisive actions of the Qian emperor, who established the town guard office to oversee the realm and executed thousands of corrupt officials, that the dynasty was saved from collapse. In 342, the northern border's Yunzhou governor, driven by greed, embezzled public funds, leaving the defenses vulnerable to the invasion of the Chu state, resulting in the deaths and injuries of over 100,000 commoners. While he fled with his family, even now, Yunzhou remains under Chu's control. In 465, when the Chu army approached the city and the treasury was empty, the reigning emperor requested donations from officials, yet they collectively contributed less than 100,000 taels, resorting to selling their own broken pots and pans. This infuriated the royal family, prompting the town guard office to conduct a surprise inspection, uncovering 800 million taels in one night from the homes of officials in the capital. In 745, local officials colluded with aristocrats to seize lands, and when disaster struck, they withheld grain from the common folk, leading to mass starvation and cannibalism, with millions perishing far from their homes. Yi Zhao's fury escalates. What right do such scholars have to command my respect? Lu Er gently massages his shoulders, smiling, yet, among them, many virtuous and capable individuals have emerged, such as our current Prime Minister, Su Mingxian, who is widely praised as a wise minister. He advocated for peace and trade with the barbarian tribes, maintaining stability along the southern border for a decade, increasing the treasury's revenue, and establishing schools in various regions. He has also repeatedly advised the emperor to strengthen the scrutiny and assessment of local officials. Such officials are indeed commendable. Yi Xiao sighs, acknowledging true. Even if I harbor resentment and anger towards these scholars, I must admit that governance requires their involvement. No emperor can rule without relying on officials. Just as Yi Xiao finishes speaking, a servant enters. Your Highness, someone is at the door requesting an audience. Yi Xiao takes the nameplate and sees the name inscribed, Han Shi, a student from the Hanlin Academy. He cannot recall anyone by that name. After a moment of contemplation, he instructs, let him in. Shortly after, a man in his 40s, gaunt and clad in a coarse long robe, enters. I am Han Shi from Liangzhou, here to pay my respects to the third prince. The man bows respectfully. Yi Xiao queries, what brings you to see me? I wish to pledge my loyalty to the third prince and serve you from now on. Yi Xiao narrows his eyes, intrigued by this offer. This is the first time he has encountered such a situation. He scoffs, I lack the capacity to arrange titles for you. If you seek a prestigious position, You are mistaken. This statement reflects the reality of Yi Xiao's current influence. His lack of followers seeking to pledge loyalty stems largely from his minimal impact on the court. Reputation is one thing, but true influence hinges on power. For instance, some individuals can sway officials to be appointed to favorable positions, naturally attracting aspiring Hanlin Academy scholars to align with them. Yi Xiao, at present, genuinely lacks such capability. Surprisingly, Han Qi shakes his head. I do not require titles from the third prince. I am willing to resign from officialdom and serve as a retainer in your household. This declaration piques Yi Xiao's interest. It is noteworthy that the Hanlin Academy is exclusively accessible to those who have achieved the highest degree of scholarly success. Once admitted, after a period of training, students are typically appointed to vacant positions, usually starting as county magistrates. Previously, Yi Xiao had looked down upon the role of a county magistrate, but his travels have revealed the extent of the power wielded by such officials, in many regions. A county magistrate's word can hold more weight than imperial edicts from Tang'an City. They serve as genuine local sovereigns, and even in the most impoverished counties, lucrative opportunities abound compared to serving as a mere retainer. Yi Xiao observes Han Qi, now a middle-aged man, whose tattered clothing suggests a humble background. He stands tall and composed, his gaze steadied. Yi Xiao softly inquires, after 10 years of diligent study, why choose to resign from officialdom? I lack a powerful patron. Han Qi's candid response takes Yi Xiao by surprise. And then, without a patron, one can only be sent to remote postings, making promotion difficult. It may be possible to acquire wealth and live comfortably. But that is not my aspiration. Han Qi's straightforwardness is refreshing to Yi Xiao. He curiously asks, what do you desire? To assist a wise ruler in governance, to eliminate the Xia and conquer Chu, to establish a great enterprise, and to leave a mark in history. Han Qi's determination shines through his words. Yi Xiao smiles slightly, skeptical. Anyone can speak grandly, but Han Qi's willingness to resign from the Hanlin Academy to serve him reveals a glimpse of his resolve. To keep or to release? Suddenly, Yi Xiao recalls the earlier question and poses, may I ask, with rampant corruption among Qian officials, do you have a solution? Han Qi bows respectfully and speaks with conviction. The core issue of official corruption lies not in the selection of officials, but in the system of appointments and dismissals within Qian. In contemporary Qian, the appointment and promotion of officials depends solely on the high-ranking officials within the court. Consequently, local officials engage in rampant corruption, sending wealth to Tang'an in hopes of advancement. Those holding high positions often serve for decades, meticulously cultivating their influence and establishing extensive networks. This mutual protection among officials exacerbates corruption. To address this issue, one proposed solution is to impose a time limit on the terms and promotions of officials, be it 3, 5, or 8 years, depending on their rank. Upon taking office, officials should be subject to a temporary review by court-appointed personnel. Those who pass the evaluation may be promoted, while those who do not should be dismissed immediately, thus preventing individuals from merely occupying positions without merit. Secondly, rigorous oversight of officials' assets is essential. It must be strictly forbidden for officials and their families to engage in commerce, and all property must be declared, including that of relatives and friends. Random inspections should be conducted, and any funds of unclear origin should be classified as corrupt. Thirdly, the supervisory system must be strengthened. Although the current structure includes the Zhenfu Division and the Yushe Tai, the authority of the Zhenfu Division often overshadows that of the Yushe Tai if the Zhenfu Division succumbs to corruption. What recourse remains? Hence, an additional supervisory body should be established to ensure mutual oversight among the three entities, with regular personnel changes and strict evaluations for those replaced. Thus, corruption may be mitigated. At this juncture, Han Qi solemnly stated, to combat corruption, one must rely on stringent laws and oversight, rather than on human sentiment or moral integrity. This requires long-term commitment. Only then can a transparent administration be achieved. It must be noted that Han Qi's sentiments align closely with the thoughts of Yi Xiao. Regardless of the merits or demerits, he at least offers solutions and feasible suggestions, demonstrating a comprehensive consideration of the matter. Why me? Yi Xiao mused, if you seek a wise ruler, there are more princes in this court than just myself. Han Qi replied softly, because when your highness rescued that farmer, I was among the crowd. His gaze towards Yi Xiao was filled with a glimmer of hope. I had intended to live in ignorance, but that day, seeing your highness was like witnessing the bright moon in a clear sky. You disregarded your royal status to punish Yi Xingyuan for the sake of the common people. If such an act does not qualify as being a wise ruler, then what does? I implore your highness to accept me. In the annals of Qian's history, no one had ever harmed a member of the royal family for the sake of the common people. The Yi family held the highest supremacy in Qian. Yet, it was precisely Yi Zhao's actions that astonished many. The citizens of Tang and sang his praises, and Han Qi was eager to serve him. Yi Xiao sighed, but I truly lack the ability to arrange an official position for you. Han Qi smiled gently. I could indeed resign from my position at the Hanlin Academy to follow your highness. Many individuals may choose to follow someone due to a single event or a mere phrase. Han Qi did indeed resign from his position at the Hanlin Academy, entering Yi Zhao's residence as an honored retainer, earning a monthly salary of 10 taels. At the entrance of the Jinlin Guards camp in Tangye, Yi Xiao and Liang Qing disembarked from their carriage. Why must you come here? Yi Xiao asked, somewhat weary, having been roused early by Liang Qing's insistence to see the Jinlin Guard. With eyes alight with anticipation, Liang Qing replied, yesterday, Uncle Yin visited my home and spoke of the Jinlin Guard, declaring it to be the foremost military force in Qian. I wish to see where he derives such confidence. It was evident that Liang Qing's eyes sparkled with enthusiasm as she spoke. Wei Xiao could distinctly sense her affection for the soldiers. Upon entering the camp, Liang Qing's eyes widened in awe. The soldiers of the Jinlin Guard trained vigorously, their bare torsos showcasing their transformed physiques, each exhibiting well-defined muscles that signified their remarkable strength and endurance. The soldiers trained fervently under the sun, their skin bronzed from prolonged exposure. Each soldier bore a fierce and resolute gaze, reflecting the drastic changes that had occurred in just a month. While their faces may still retain some youthful innocence, Liang Qing's discerning eye noted that even the average soldier, after years of training, would struggle to achieve such results. She murmured, Uncle Yin truly did not exaggerate. At this rate, this private army may indeed become the strongest in Qian. Everyone, practice diligently. Wang Hu commanded as he rushed over from the crowd. I have met the third prince. General Yin is off duty today, and I am in charge of training. Wang Hu briefly reported the situation. His complexion had darkened considerably, yet his youthful demeanor had faded significantly. The fierce spirit instilled by Yin Zhe had permeated every soldier. This exemplifies the influence a commander can have, not solely through direct instruction but through the subtle effects of their actions. Yi Xiao patted Wang Hu on the shoulder, grinning. Have you practiced the Wohu 5 styles? Wang Hu's eyes sparkled with excitement at the mention of the training, and he exclaimed, Yes, the results have been remarkable. My punching strength has increased by at least 30%. Thank you for your guidance, Your Highness. Initially, Wang Hu had been skeptical, but witnessing the impressive power behind Yi Zhao's fierce tiger fist had prompted him to seek out the Wohu 5 styles. The results were astonishing. Within mere days, he felt a deeper understanding of the fierce tiger fist and found greater control over his strength. Curious, Liang Qing inquired, What are the Wohu 5 styles? Chapter 36. Increasing the ranks. Liang Qing was aware of Yi Zhao's visit to the Divine Martial Institute and the ensuing conflicts with the disciples. However, the specifics of those battles remained unknown to her. As she posed her question, Yi Xiao smiled slightly, but Wang Hu had already begun recounting the events of that day. In hindsight, Wang Hu's words brimmed with admiration for Yi Xiao. After listening to the tale, Liang Qing's sharp eyes scrutinized Yi Xiao, teasingly asking, Third Prince, how many more secrets do you possess that remain unknown to us? Exceptional martial talent, training methods taught to Uncle Yin, and guidance offered to others. What else do you know? What else? My staff techniques are exceptional, Yi Xiao boasted. Then I shall seek your instruction another day, Liang Qing declared, her attention returning to the soldiers engrossed in their training. Let us go. It's about time, Yi Xiao suggested. After observing their unique methods of training for a while, Liang Qing was thoroughly captivated. Leading the way, Yi Xiao accompanied her in the Jinlin Guard for an entire morning. They shared a meal of the soldiers' communal fare before reluctantly departing. As they exited the military camp, Liang Qing sat in the carriage, her eyes alight with envy. If only I could command 3,000 private soldiers. Yi Xiao replied with a chuckle, When I become emperor, how about I grant you 3,000 female soldiers? Female soldiers? That would be splendid. I truly wish to assemble a female army to test our mettle. However, 3,000 is too few. I desire 30,000. Liang Qing's eyes sparkled with excitement. When I ascend the throne, I shall appoint you as a great general, and you will sweep aside all opposition. Yi Xiao exclaimed, envisioning the future. Their banter revealed the dreams of a couple, one aspiring to be an emperor and the other a general. A truly unique pair. That night, within the Tiger Gang's headquarters. Rong Si's eyes glimmered with despair. He could not comprehend why such a formidable opponent had become embroiled in the gang's petty squabbles. Outside, the cries of his subordinates echoed, yet he dared not venture forth. Clutching a knife, he trembled in fear. Suddenly, the door was kicked open. Nguyen, wielding a sharp blade and accompanied by Qian, stepped inside. Rong Si's eyes widened with terror as Nguyen advanced, kicking the steel knife from his grasp and forcibly dragging him down onto a table. "Nyo Gu, spare my life. From now on, the Tiger Gang will follow you." "Whatever you say goes," Rong Si pleaded, his voice frantic. Recently, Nguyen had arrived in Weding and, in a matter of days, had destroyed several of Rong Si's establishments. Since then, Rong Si had been living in a nightmare. Whenever a member of the Tiger Gang sought trouble, they were invariably beaten by Nguyen. Captured members were sent to the magistrate, while Nguyen wreaked havoc in their own establishments. Rong Si, unwilling to sit idly by, organized a confrontation with Nguyen. However, with Qian present, the disparity in strength was overwhelming. After several skirmishes, the once invincible Tiger Gang found morale dwindling. With many members voluntarily submitting to Nguyen pressed Rong Si's head down, sneering, "You should never have provoked Madame Yin, our master woman. How dare you entertain such thoughts?" In that moment, Rong Si recalled Zhao Mingyin. He had feigned compliance, intending to ambush her that night and abduct her. However, she had managed to escape. Now, he realized that the root of his troubles lay there, unaware of the powerful allies Zhao Mingyin had. "Nyo Gu, I was wrong. I shall never dare again." "Wrong? Too late." Nguyen spat, "You scoundrel, running a gambling den and lending at usurious rates. You force women into prostitution and abduct children. I ought to eliminate you for my own satisfaction." With a swift motion, Nguyen plunged his knife into Rong Si's abdomen. Blood streamed down as Rong Si's eyes widened in shock. He attempted to cry out, but was silenced by Nguyen's firm grip. Nguyen leaned down, whispering in his ear, "Rest assured, I am not like you. I will not harm your family. Your wife and children shall be spared, but your ill-gotten gains shall not be spared." As he spoke, Nguyen delivered several more strikes. The once feared Rong Si, known throughout Weding, met his demise. Nguyen discarded the knife and turned to Qian, grinning, "Uncle He, the matter is settled. You may return. I will establish rules regarding usury, forced prostitution, and human trafficking in Weding, and I assure your highness that legitimate businesses will not be taxed a single coin. I will take my leave then. Don't forget the instructions given." Within the gang, no one knew of Yi Xiao's true identity except for Nguyen. These lowly individuals served merely as tools for Yi Xiao. He could control them, but their knowledge of him must remain hidden. Otherwise, someone might exploit his name for nefarious purposes. After Qian departed, a subordinate approached. "Boss, should we follow your earlier instructions and collect fees from those establishments? We might struggle to support so many brothers." "Slap?" Nguyen swiftly struck him across the face. "Fool. Do you think we will merely watch over their establishments? From now on, all gambling houses in Weding will belong to us, as will all opium dens. As for the brothels, I have no interest. We will simply collect a nominal fee. Remember, adhere to the rules. Anyone who dares break them will suffer my wrath." Nguyen glared fiercely, while his subordinates erupted in laughter. Countless conflicts were bound to arise, but in life, one must strive for advancement and seize opportunities. Who could remain passive? In his chamber, Yi Xiao perceived the loyalty count within the human emperor cauldron, 4,782 individuals. Indeed, through the cauldron, Yi Xiao could sense the presence of all his subordinates. He also discovered that the contributions varied significantly based on the individual strengths. For instance, although Qian was but one man, his contribution equaled that of hundreds. Meanwhile, as the Jinling Guard's strength increased, their contributions grew as well. In contrast, Nguyen's subordinates were a mixed bag, with most being lowly individuals contributing the least. Nonetheless, having any subordinates was better than none. With Nguyen's followers swelling his ranks, Yi Xiao's cultivation speed would accelerate significantly. Chapter 37. The Jianghu stirred within the room. Yi Xiao opened his eyes. Lu Er lay beside him, her face flushed with shyness. Yi Xiao's cultivation had progressed to the second tier of the Tianyuan realm. After reaching this level, each subsequent breakthrough required an increasing amount of imperial essence. 4,000 individuals were still insufficient for Yi Xiao. He had spent nearly 4 months cultivating the first tier. While this pace was not slow, he remained dissatisfied. In a month, the Jinlin Guard would be ready to take shape as an army, and he could lead them to seek opportunities for glory in battle. Xiao sighed, understanding that haste was counterproductive. During these 4 months, he had also faced challenges from several individuals, as youthful arrogance often leads to such encounters. Despite his royal status, young warriors sought to test their mettle against him. Xiao welcomed these challenges, fully aware that to ascend to greatness, one must endure trials. Meanwhile, at an inn, the second prince stood before Xiao, scrutinizing her from head to toe. She possessed striking features, porcelain skin, and an air of sharpness about her. Xiao assessed the man before her, uncertain as to why he had obstructed her path. "What do you want?" "I wish to discuss something with you," the second prince replied calmly. "I have no time." Xiao attempted to leave, but at that moment, a gaunt figure in a black robe extended his hand, exerting a powerful force that pushed her back into her seat. "His Highness the second prince has not dismissed you," the black-robed man stated coldly. Xiao was taken aback. She had not anticipated that this individual was the second prince of Qian. "What do you want?" "Nothing much, just a conversation." "Spit it out," Xiao retorted, her temper flaring. Despite the intimidation from the black-robed man, she refused to back down. The second prince's smile faltered momentarily before he took a deep breath and said, "I need your brother's assistance." Upon hearing this, Xiao furrowed her brow. "My brother? What do you want him for?" "To challenge the third prince, Xiao." Xiao burst into laughter, derisively dismissing the notion. "Why Xiao? He has yet to make an appearance on the star rankings. Does he deserve my brother's involvement?" Although Xiao had triumphed over several challengers, the star rankings were reserved for Qian's 200 most exceptional young talents, and none had deigned to face Xiao. This left the second prince dissatisfied, prompting him to search for someone from the star rankings. He had discovered Xiao, yet his target was not her but her brother. "Xiao Fei, Miss Xiao, you would do well to cooperate with me," the second prince said, his smile veiling his true intentions. "If you assist me, I will offer you 100,000 taels of silver. Otherwise, or else what?" A male voice echoed from the staircase. Xiao exclaimed in delight, "Brother!" Xiao Fei stumbled down the stairs, his eyes bleary with intoxication, and approached the black-robed man. "You dared to lay a hand on my sister?" The black-robed man tensed, his gaze locked onto the disheveled figure before him, ultimately landing on the rusted sword at his waist. "Your sword has rusted. Killing you will suffice." With that, the sword was drawn, but no one witnessed the blade's gleam. The sensation was eerily surreal. It seemed everyone perceived Xiao Fei's strike, yet none actually saw the sword. The black-robed man moved as well, but his right hand froze mid-air, severed from his arm, blood gushing forth. Just moments ago, he had used that very hand to push Xiao back. Xiao Fei advanced to Xiao's side, helping her to her feet. "My wine is gone. Why did it take you so long to return with more?" Xiao gazed at her brother in a wit. Had been ages since she had witnessed Xiao Fei in action. Xiao Fei led Xiao past the second prince, when he suddenly halted. "You are a prince, and I shall not harm you, but I cannot stand idly by while my sister is bullied." The second prince's eyes widened in shock. It was the first time he had ever felt the specter of death. At the moment Xiao Fei drew his sword, a chilling sensation swept across his neck. It was only after Xiao Fei departed that he regained his senses and turned to glare at the man in the black robe with a severed hand. Fury flashing in his eyes. Useless. He had anticipated that those on the star ranking could be formidable, but he had never imagined that Xiao Fei, ranked third, could dispatch his specially retained expert with a single strike. He had always controlled the lives and deaths of others. When had anyone dared to confront him so boldly? He muttered to himself, "Damn it, had I known, I would have brought the 4 demons of Tianqi. How could this fellow be so strong?" Once outside the tavern, Xiao joyfully exclaimed, "Brother, you finally made your move. From now on, shall we practice martial arts instead of drinking?" Xiao Fei maintained a calm demeanor, replying, "No, why not?" Xiao pressed. "Martial arts are useless," she retorted, gritting her teeth. "If you cannot wield martial arts, what would you have done in that situation?" "Die," replied Xiao Fei. Xiao was momentarily taken aback by his response. "You can go die. Stop joking." The siblings were not foolish and hurried towards the outskirts of the city. Yet, as they ran, Xiao suddenly spoke up, "Brother, I believe you need not concern yourself with Mu Han any longer." "Why? He is dead." In an instant, Xiao Fei halted, turning his head with a fierce glare directed at Xiao Yuer, akin to a beast poised to pounce. The oppressive aura left Xiao Yuer trembling with fear. It's not just me saying this. It is the latest star ranking released by Tianji Pavilion, which has removed him and provided the reason for his removal. While speaking, Xiao Yuer produced a list from her bosom and handed it to him. First, by Lingsu. Second, Xiao Fei. Third. Xiao Fei was uninterested in the remaining rankings and immediately scanned to the end, where it stated, formerly ranked first, Mu Han, has been missing for 2 years, has not been seen in the Jianghu, and has no current trace, suspected to be dead, hence removed, impossible. He cannot be dead. That fellow would never die. Xiao Fei flung the star ranking away. Let us go. Where to? To find Luo Yushang, that madwoman. She would do anything for Mu Han, and with Tianji Pavilion releasing this list, she will surely not let it go. Meanwhile, this list had already stirred a tempest in the Jianghe and the frigid lands. Bai Lingsu opened her eyes amidst the falling snow. Her hair and brows as white as the snow itself. Mu Han, you have oppressed me for 3 years. How could you possibly be dead? If you are not here, what use is my practice of the extreme northern ice chi? At a Tianji Pavilion outpost, corpses littered the ground, a breathtakingly beautiful woman. Yes, breathtakingly so. Her beauty almost suffocating, bore a mad smile on her face. Mu Han is dead? Who allowed you to write that? I ask you, who permitted you to write such a thing? As she spoke, she severed the head of one of the men. Her smile grew more frenzied. Whoever dares to claim Mu Han is dead, I will ensure they meet their end first. You wretches of Tianji Pavilion, who are so fond of rankings, today you shall rank your deaths. Luo Yushang, the most notorious madwoman of the Jianghu, was also the most celebrated genius. Previously ranked first on the star ranking, she had broken through 4 realms of martial arts by the age of 24 and now stood third on the Haoyue ranking. Yet everyone knew she would eventually ascend to the top of the Haoyue ranking. The Tianji Pavilion spanned 3 nations, housing countless experts and possessing profound depth, yet even so, she dared to challenge the pavilion's outpost. At the residence of Xiao, a Tianji Pavilion list lay before him. He smiled faintly and shattered it with a flick of his hand. Let them die, let them die. It would be for the best if that madwoman does not discover this in the palace. Within the quarters of the second prince's mother, Cui Yunqi, he stood with a bowed head. What recent means of suppression have you employed against the third prince? Cui Yunqi inquired with a stern expression. Primarily, we have targeted his reputation, on one hand. We exaggerate his martial talent excessively to provoke the discontent of other Jianghu prodigies, leading to challenges. On the other hand, we spread word among the common folk and scholars that his martial talent is of no use for governing the state. The second prince lamented, the third prince currently has no allies in court, making it difficult to grasp his weaknesses. I plan to consider the autumn examination and see if I can gather some followers. Cui Yunqi nodded approvingly. Well done. That is the way to handle it. Previously, you took him far too seriously. She continued solemnly, your true threats are still the first and fourth princes. I have heard that the fourth prince is already scheming to oversee the autumn examination. Upon hearing this, the second prince was taken aback. The fourth prince was already gaining acclaim in literary circles. If he were to oversee the autumn examination, he would surely gather even more talent. How come I was not aware of this? Of course you were not. The fourth prince values the autumn examination greatly and has invited several literary scholars to advocate for him. Although he has not yet attended court, this matter is nearly settled. The second prince furrowed his brow. Damn it. I have been so focused on the third prince that I have let him slip through the cracks. Cui Yunqi scoffed. Do not worry too much. I have prepared a significant achievement for you. Once you establish this merit, your reputation will soon surpass that of the other 2. Upon hearing this, the second prince rejoiced. What merit? Disaster relief? The second prince was taken aback, confused, but I have not heard of any disasters occurring. Cui Yunqi's eyes flashed with a fierce light. Just because you have not heard of it does not mean it will not happen. In the grand hall of the palace, just moments ago, several officials from the Ministry of Rites requested an audience, hoping for the fourth prince to oversee the autumn examination. Although some officials opposed this, they were of little consequence, and it was ultimately decided that the fourth prince would indeed oversee the examination. Immediately following, another piece of news arrived. Your Majesty, the dam at Jiyuan has burst, causing a flood that has destroyed countless fields and homes, leaving 1 million citizens displaced. We beseech your Majesty for a decree. As he gazed down at the messenger, who knelt in the mud before him, Yi Zhuan fell into a rage. Nonsense. Just a few days ago, did not the Jiyuan prefecture submit a memorial stating that this year would be bountiful due to the good weather? How could the river suddenly burst its banks? The messenger cried out. Voice trembling, the recent days of torrential rain have caused the river to breach its dam. It is indeed a natural disaster. Yi Zhuan took a deep breath and coldly asked, how much silver is needed for disaster relief? At least 1,000,000 taels. Upon hearing this, Yi Zhuan's expression grew grim. 80,000 tael shortfall. For now, allocate 20,000 taels from the treasury. Additionally, you 4 princes will reduce your monthly allowances by 50,000 taels this month. And the Department of Royal Clan Affairs will allocate another 20,000 taels, totaling 60,000 taels for disaster relief. Who is willing to go to Jiyuan for the relief effort? In the court, silence reigned. Such a disaster with insufficient funds could easily incite civil unrest. If not handled well, it would be a grave mistake. For a moment, no one spoke up. At that moment, the second prince stepped forward and declared loudly, Your Majesty, I am willing to go for disaster relief. Xiao observed the confident second prince with a frown. However, he understood that this was a task he could not shoulder. It was not merely a financial shortfall. He lacked enough capable personnel. The matters involved were not as simple as just distributing money. It required extensive manpower for coordination, logistics, and subsequent reconstruction. The second prince's maternal family was among the wealthiest merchants in the realm. Whether for purchasing supplies or organizing craftsmen, they would undoubtedly be far more suited than he. Xiao wished to showcase his capabilities, but he would not risk such a matter, for it concerned the survival of millions. As the second prince stepped up, Yi Zhuan surveyed the room, finding no dissent. I have approved it. After the court session, Xiao prepared to leave when the second prince approached him, a hint of provocation in his tone. Why did third brother not offer to go for disaster relief just now? For disaster relief, I cannot compare to you. Xiao replied calmly. The second prince was taken aback momentarily, then burst into laughter. Ha ha ha, third brother is quite self-aware. Now you understand, right? The way to govern a nation, martial talent is of no use. No matter how great your reputation, what does it matter? You cannot possibly use your fists to build houses for the victims, can you? How many would you have to build? With that, he turned and left. Watching the second prince's retreating figure, Xiao shook his head helplessly and proceeded to exit. Just as he reached the palace gates, he suddenly heard someone call out, Third prince, please wait. Xiao halted and turned to see Zhou Tong. The emperor requests your presence. Xiao was momentarily surprised, then smiled, very well, I shall go at once. Shortly thereafter, Xiao arrived at the imperial study. All palace maids and eunuchs had been sent away by Yi Zhuan, leaving only him and Lu Tong inside. As Xiao entered, he noticed Yi Zhuan's expression was extremely grim. Upon seeing Xiao, he coldly inquired, What is your take on the disaster situation? I see it with my own eyes. Xiao retorted. Why? Yi Zhuan's anger flared. At this time, you speak such words? Do you believe I would not have your head for this? Then what does father believe I should think? Should I simply lie down and observe? Seeing Yi Zhuan remain silent, he clenched his teeth and continued. This disaster is unusual. I have personally inspected the Zhuan Dam. It is incredibly sturdy. Since its completion 7 years ago, it has never suffered flooding. This year, with favorable weather, how could it possibly face such a disaster? In the imperial study, Yi Zhuan voiced his doubts. Xiao found himself at a loss for words. Sometimes, he could speak freely, but certain matters required evidence. Faced with these questions, Xiao deflected. Why has the emperor summoned me? He knew Yi Zhuan must have ulterior motives. I will dispatch someone from the peacekeeping department to investigate. As he spoke, Yi Zhuan fixed his gaze on Xiao. However, I hope you can lead your golden scale guards to Jiyuan. Why is that? Yi Zhuan replied solemnly. In the aftermath of a disaster, public sentiment is volatile, and it is inevitable that some will take advantage of the chaos to loot and pillage. If you lead troops there, should you encounter such banditry, you are to execute them without trial. Furthermore, since you are going, you can also investigate the cause of the disaster. If it is indeed a natural calamity, there is nothing to be said. But if it is man-made, I will not spare those foolish thieves. Upon hearing this, Xiao began to ponder. The Golden Scale Guards had been formed for nearly 6 months and could now begin to engage in some combat to enhance their experience. This opportunity was indeed favorable. Moreover, if it meant investigating the second prince, it might even present a chance. He immediately responded, I shall accept the command. Go. Pack your things, and you may depart. There is no need to wait for the second prince and the others. Chapter 39. Yi Zhuan's thoughts. The Jianghu and the court are often two disparate systems. The conflicts and struggles of the Jianghu differ fundamentally from the overt and covert battles of the court. Yet at times, there are overlaps. For instance, among the younger generation within the Daqian court, many have ascended the star rankings. Liang Qing, ranked 124. Indeed, she not only possesses exceptional military leadership skills, but her martial talent is also remarkable. However, this time, Liang Qing truly felt the disparity. In sparring with Xiao, no matter how hard she tried, aside from the gap in cultivation, in terms of martial comprehension, she was utterly outclassed. She felt as though the martial arts she practiced were an entirely different realm compared to Xiao's. Third prince, with your talent, how is it that you have only reached the second tier of the Tianyuan realm? Liang Qing was utterly perplexed. Xiao smiled slightly and explained, in my early years, I did not exert myself diligently and squandered much time. What a pity! Liang Qing did not doubt him, only expressing her regret. If the third prince truly dedicated himself, he might have a chance at the top 10 of the star rankings. That is uncertain. Xiao was not modest. This time, Liang Qing had come to bid farewell to Xiao, and the two of them were not ones to mince words. After a brief conversation, they engaged in a sparring session. As Xiao finished packing, Liang Qing's face flushed with a hint of color. She stepped forward to adjust his collar, much like a wife sending her husband off to war, and reminded him, stay safe and return early. After spending half a year together, she had developed feelings for Xiao. Rest assured, I value my life greatly. Xiao stepped out, where 3,000 golden scale guards awaited. Clad in dark green leather armor and iron helmets, their eyes were resolute, exuding an air of intimidation merely by standing still. Xiao mounted his steed, the blood-red dragon energy billowing in the wind. This was his first time leading an army out of the city. However, not far from the city, Xiao retreated into his carriage. Casting aside his helmet, he leaned against Lure's lip. It is much more comfortable in here. Xiao sighed. Lure fed him grapes and smiled. Why are you so anxious this time, Your Highness? It took less than 3 hours from leaving the palace to exiting the city. Yi Zhao's gaze turned somewhat cold as he called out, let Han Qi board the carriage. This time, Yi Xiao had brought Han Qi along. During their time together, Yi Xiao had discovered that Han Qi possessed real skills. Most importantly, he was currently the only person around capable of offering him advice. The more minds, the better the ideas. After all, this was not merely a matter of combat. Han Qi climbed into the carriage, and Yi Xiao sat up, recounting everything that had transpired in the court that day. Finally, he asked, what do you think? Could this be the second prince's scheme? If we are to investigate, where should we begin? Yi Xiao would not voice this in front of Yi Zhuan, for regardless of anything, Yi Zhuan was still the emperor. Without evidence, it would be too frivolous to make such claims. However, with Han Qi, who was his subordinate, he felt more at ease. After hearing Yi Zhao's words, Han Qi fell into deep thought. After a while, he shook his head, perhaps yes, perhaps no, but I don't think it is of great importance right now. Yi Xiao was puzzled. Why is that? If the second prince truly orchestrated this disaster, harming millions, his greatest concern would be the exposure of his actions. Thus, he would immediately eliminate all who participated in its execution. So whether or not he was responsible, we likely won't find any evidence. Han Qi's words left Yi Xiao in silence. Indeed, if the second prince was capable of such ruthless actions, would he hesitate to silence anyone involved? Deep within the palace, Yi Zhuan reclined in his chair, his gaze cold. Tell me, who stands to gain from this outing of the second and third princes? I do not know. Lu Tong shook his head, indicating his ignorance. Yi Zhuan did not press further, merely murmuring, the cause of the disaster will be difficult to ascertain. I have already decided to take the head of the Jiyuan prefect. Regardless, he must bear the responsibility for allowing such a significant event to occur. As for the third prince, I intend for him to go deliberately. Having trained for half a year, with 3,000 troops at his command, I wish to see how my two fine sons fare outside of Tangan. Beyond my watchful eye, in a life-and-death struggle, he bore a hint of ruthlessness on his face. I want to see if the second prince dares to take action this time. The opportunity has been presented. If he cannot even muster the courage to act, I shall be greatly disappointed. Similarly, if the third prince survives, I shall reward him handsomely, allowing his strength to further swell. Lu Tong fell silent. For Yi Zhuan, Many of his darker thoughts remained unknown to others. However, holding so much inside was burdensome, and Lu Tong was the one person to whom he could reveal his thoughts. Yet, the darkness of an emperor's heart could be truly chilling. The fierce rivalry between the two sons reveals the depths of their hearts. I in the carriage. Han Chi looked at Xiao and solemnly remarked, "Your Highness, I believe this journey is fraught with peril. Your foremost priority must be to remain vigilant and prioritize your own safety." "What do you mean by that?" Xiao inquired. Han Chi replied earnestly, "Your Highness, the turmoil in Juyuan has left its people in disarray, inevitably giving rise to banditry. The maternal family of the second prince is among the wealthiest merchants in the realm, and there are bound to be connections to those in Juyuan. Should anyone take advantage of the chaos and disguise themselves as a mob to attack your Highness, the 3,000 men accompanying you may not be sufficient for your protection. Therefore, this mission of suppressing bandits and investigating matters is secondary. Ensuring your safety is paramount." Xiao narrowed his eyes, realizing that he had not considered this perspective. To him, it seemed clear that Yi Zhuan suspected the second prince, which was why he had been sent to suppress banditry while simultaneously investigating matters, even allowing himself to arrive in Juyuan ahead of the second prince to gain leverage. Thus, Xiao had felt he held the initiative. However, after Han Chi's counsel, he suddenly recognized that he might be the more passive player in this scenario. After a moment of contemplation, Xiao shook his head, stating, "Investigations can be set aside for now. Given the current chaos in Juyuan, having received the emperor's decree, I must proceed there without delay to safeguard the local populace." This was indeed a valid point. Although Juyuan was not excessively distant from Tang'an City, it was still a considerable journey. With 3,000 soldiers and their supplies, it would take a full 10 days to reach Juyuan. As Xiao and his entourage ventured deeper into Juyuan, the conditions became increasingly dire. The roads were riddled with mud and potholes, and the air was permeated with the stench of decaying bodies. The sight of bones and swarming insects along the roadside was profoundly discomforting. Juyuan belonged to the inner province of Qian, comprising 7 counties and 81 villages. As Xiao progressed, he noted that many villages had been entirely washed away by floods, leaving them desolate and devoid of inhabitants. He could only press onward until he finally arrived at Yong'an County, governed by Juyuan. Upon seeing the city walls, Xiao was taken aback. Countless citizens were gathered outside Yong'an County, a mixture of men, women, and children, all emaciated and ragged, their faces blank with despair. Suddenly, someone among the crowd shouted, "The court has come to provide disaster relief." In an instant, hope ignited in their eyes. The disaster-stricken people surged toward Xiao's contingent like a horde of zombies. "Military officer, please give me something to eat. I haven't eaten in 3 days." "Military officer, I have children. Please give my child a morsel." "Military officer, my father is 80. Please give him something to eat." As the victims cried out, their eyes fixated on the supplies carried by the golden scale guards. Seeing the throng approach, Yin Zhe wasted no time, shouting sternly, "Form ranks, draw your blades." The golden scale guards immediately fell into formation, their long blades glinting ominously, instantly intimidating the advancing crowd. Yin Zhe bellowed, "Anyone who dares to approach will be executed." Xiao furrowed his brow as he surveyed the desperate crowd, clenching his fists. If this devastation were indeed a man-made disaster, it would be utterly inhumane. Yet, he understood that this was not the time for compassion. Even the slightest hesitation could lead to the plundering of the golden scale guard supplies. As the guards drew their swords, their imposing presence halted the crowd. A frail woman suddenly collapsed before them, cradling a nearly unconscious child in her arms, wailing, "Military officer, please give us something to eat. My child is starving." Her cries seemed to awaken the numbed emotions of the crowd, and in a heartbeat, everyone fell to their knees, wailing and pleading. Their pitiful state was beyond description. Meanwhile, atop the city walls, several middle-aged men sat in the gate tower, feasting on an array of exquisite dishes, both meat and vegetables. While observing the scene outside, I asked this the third prince. One of them jested, "Do you think he will show any mercy? Surely not. If he does, it would be far too dull. After all, he is of royal blood. How could he lack a heart of stone? Let us wager. How long until this third prince enters the city? 3 hours. I bet 1 hour. Ha ha ha, I wager 2 hours." The joys and sorrows of humanity are often disconnected. Those who have eaten are indifferent to the thoughts of the hungry. The cries from outside may unsettle Xiao, yet they leave the men atop the gate unmoved. However, To their astonishment, just as their words fell, Yi Zhao's eyes widened, a murderous intent radiating from him as he commanded, "Now, clear the way for me to enter the city, or face the consequences." With that, he turned to his men and shouted, "Advance! Anyone who obstructs us shall be executed." At that moment, Yi Xiao felt as if 1,000 needles were piercing his heart. Seeing the woman with her child on the verge of death, he knew he could save them, but what of the countless others behind them? If he distributed the rations, the golden scale guards would be left without provisions, and the situation within the city remained unclear. Should the guards lose their supplies, they too would be no better than these desperate souls. Thus, it was imperative to enter the city swiftly, ascertain the circumstances, and perhaps find a glimmer of hope. The golden scale guards pressed on, their steel blades parting the crowd, who ultimately dared not resist and opened a path. The expressions of those atop the wall shifted. The black-clad county magistrate remarked, "This third prince is remarkably decisive. Someone, remove the food. Let us go down to welcome His Highness." By the time Yi Xiao reached the city gate, a welcoming party was already in place. "Who comes from outside?" "The third prince Yi Xiao, leading the golden scale guards, has come at the emperor's command to inspect Juyuan." As the gates slowly opened, Yi Xiao and his entourage entered the city, and no sooner had they stepped inside than the gates were swiftly shut behind them, ensuring no disaster victims could slip in. However, once inside, Yi Xiao was surprised to see that the conditions in the city were not as dire as he had imagined. The houses were intact, and the streets were clean and orderly, presenting a stark contrast to the chaos outside. At that moment, a man dressed in black, around 40 years of age, approached Yi Xiao. "I pay my respects to your highness. I am Wang Fu, the magistrate of Yong'an County." Yi Xiao furrowed his brow and asked, "It appears this city has not suffered any disaster." Wang Fu replied respectfully, "Indeed, Yong'an County has not been affected. It lies on the outskirts of Juyuan, elevated in terrain, and during the flood, the protective moat and city walls safeguarded us from the waters." Yi Xiao, incensed, retorted, "If that is the case, why have you not provided aid to the disaster victims?" Wang Fu had prepared a response. "Your Highness, you mustn't speak so. I am but a man, not a deity. Yong'an County lacks granaries. How can I provide food for the victims?" Yi Xiao scoffed. "Since the city has not been affected, the citizens must have stored grain, and the merchants surely have reserves as well. Gather some immediately to prepare for emergencies and provide relief to those outside. Once the relief supplies arrive, they can be returned in full. Can we allow the living to perish?" Wang Fu shook his head. "Your Highness speaks so lightly. You are of royal blood. Your words carry weight, but I am merely a county magistrate. If the relief supplies arrive and grain is in short supply elsewhere, who will provide for me? If I borrow grain today, I cannot repay it tomorrow. What will they eat and drink?" Wang Fu's arguments were sound, yet frustrating. "And what of the wealthy families? Their grains are likely to be spoiled by now." "I cannot speak to that." Wang Fu replied coldly, "That I operate by the rules. How can I know how much grain they possess?" He then looked at Yi Xiao and suddenly asked, "His Majesty sent you here, I presume, not to oversee disaster relief? It would be better to wait for the second prince to arrive so that I may report to him." Yi Xiao found himself at an impasse. Suddenly, he smiled and swiftly delivered a slap. The impact stunned Wang Fu. He had believed his responses were flawless, leaving no room for Yi Xiao's outburst. Yet here he was, caught off guard. "Your Highness, why did you strike me?" "Because I find you displeasing." With that, Yi Xiao delivered another resounding slap. "You think you're so clever, speaking in circles, but I am a man of action. Do you expect me to engage in reasoned debate? My hand is the law." Yi Xiao swung his arm, delivering slap after slap until Wang Fu was left bloodied. Yi Xiao had never been one to adhere to the rules. Had he followed them, he would not have fled Tengan at 14. Had he adhered to the rules, he would not have broken Yi Xingyuan's legs. If anyone suggested he should abide by the rules and watch the desperate perish outside, Yi Xiao would retort, "To hell with your rules. Why strive for the throne? Because the emperor's words are law. The emperor can disregard the so-called rules. In this world, there are always those who, under the guise of rules, oppress the weak." Wang Fu was one such individual. However, he had never encountered someone like Yi Xiao, who defied convention. After receiving a barrage of slaps, Wang Fu saw stars and fell to his knees, pleading, "Your Highness, please, enough. I was wrong. I was wrong." Yi Xiao regarded the prostrate Wang Fu with disdain. To safeguard oneself is not inherently wrong. Under ordinary circumstances, I would not hold it against you. But now, with tens of thousands of disaster victims outside, their lives hanging by a thread, you show no sense of responsibility. What use are you to me? What use are you to Qian? What use are you to the people? Yi Zhao's authoritative tone made Wang Fu feel as though he was in the presence of the emperor himself. Although he knew Yi Xiao was merely a prince, not even the heir apparent, the feeling was overwhelmingly potent. Yi Xiao dismissed him with a kick, turning to Wang Hu and instructing, keep him under close guard. Ensure he has no contact with anyone. Yes, Wang Hu bowed in acquiescence, not daring to ask further. Find some constables and soldiers. Bring me the heads of the wealthy families within the city. Those who do not comply shall face annihilation. Inform them this is the decree of the third prince Yi Xiao. There is no falsehood. Yi Xiao was unconcerned about the intricacies of these individuals. His immediate goal was to secure food. If the city faced a shortage, he might consider other options, but since it had not suffered, there must be surplus grain. Half an hour later, within the government office, Yi Xiao sat at the head of the table, facing over a dozen heads of wealthy families from Yong'an County. Each bore expressions of indignation, for Yi Zhao's assertiveness was unprecedented. Yet none dared to challenge him. News of Yi Xiao breaking Yi Xingyuan's legs had already spread to Jiuyuan. Would anyone dare to oppose a man who had broken the legs of the son of the Duke of Jing? Yi Zhao's gaze swept across the assembly, his voice cold as he commanded, write letters, instruct your families to send grain. One individual could no longer contain himself, saying, Your Highness, if we are to send grain, there must be some protocol. For what purpose? How much? Is it a donation? A loan? Or will it be repaid? Yi Xiao replied without hesitation, 1,000 jin from each family. We will discuss the rest later. With over a dozen families contributing 1,000 jin each, that amounted to over 10,000 jin of grain. While that might not suffice for the tens of thousands outside, it would surely sustain lives in the short term. The Golden Scale Guards immediately provided the necessary writing materials, and under the watchful gaze of the armed guards, the wealthy families had no choice but to comply. The Golden Scale Guards swiftly dispatched the letters. Another half hour passed, and Han Chi arrived at the city gate, where he began setting up a porridge station to distribute food to the disaster victims. The once despondent victims were momentarily stunned at the sight of the porridge station. What is happening? Why are they suddenly distributing porridge? I don't know. Hurry, go grab some. Slow down, everyone. Form a line. Anyone who dares to break the rules will face dire consequences. This last command was issued by Yin Zhe, who was ensuring order amidst the chaos, for otherwise, the elderly, women, and children would be trampled in the frenzy. Listen carefully. This is food provided by the wealthy families of the city at the behest of the third prince Yi Xiao. Remember to express your gratitude to the third prince. This was a message Yi Xiao had relayed. Saving lives while enhancing his reputation was not an unreasonable pursuit. When he first entered the city with such authority, many murmured curses behind his back, but now, as they received porridge, all grievances were forgotten, and expressions of gratitude flowed forth. The bowl of hot porridge at the brink of death surpassed all else. In the city, Yi Xiao closed his eyes, focusing on the gathering energy within him. He remained silent, quietly enhancing his cultivation while the heads of the wealthy families sat in silence. Finally, one of them could no longer restrain himself and spoke. Your Highness, what is your true intent? We are not unwilling to provide grain. Why must you act in this manner? Yi Xiao opened his eyes and cast a fleeting glance at him, his imposing presence rendering the man momentarily speechless. Slowly, Yi Xiao rose, his gaze sweeping over the assembly as he coldly declared, The grain you possess is now borrowed by me, Yi Xiao. Should the court fail to repay it, I shall find a way to do so myself. I do not wish for the disaster victims to perish. Tomorrow, I will send men to inspect the granaries of each family, retaining the necessary grain and collecting the rest. Yi Xiao was contemplating under what pretense he should procure this grain. Ultimately, he resolved to shoulder the responsibility himself. Regardless of the outcome, he would claim the benefits and reputation. If he could secure grain from Yi Zhuan, he would not need to dip into his own pockets. However, if that proved impossible, Yi Xiao was prepared to supplement the supplies himself. In truth, his finances were quite substantial. Although the Golden Scale Guards had considerable expenses, primarily for equipment and barrack construction, once operations were fully established, the monthly salaries and provisions would not exhaust the substantial allocation of 100,000 taels. Thus, every month, he found himself with a surplus. Coupled with Zhao Mingyan's flourishing business and Yo An's regular contributions to the household, Yi Xiao had accumulated nearly 400,000 taels over the past 6 months. Surmounting this immediate challenge and repaying the grain would not be difficult. The moment Yi Xiao made his declaration, the heads of the wealthy families, who had initially believed he would forcibly requisition grain, were taken aback. Is this truly what you mean? Yi Xiao sneered. Am I not a prince of Qian? Would I deceive a mere country landlord? At this, one individual in the room objected. My Lu family is of scholarly lineage. Yi Xiao shot him a glance. Oh, so the teachings of the sages instruct you to stand idly by while others suffer? His retort left the man speechless. As night descended. After a long day, Han Qi entered the city and returned to the government office. Your Highness, the citizens outside have received a bowl of hot porridge. Although it may not fill them, it should suffice to preserve their lives. Han Qi reported sincerely. Yi Xiao nodded, sitting back in his chair, and suddenly asked, do you think it possible to continue this approach as we delve further into Juyuan to provide relief? Absolutely not, Han Qi urgently replied. Your Highness must not act impulsively. Yi Xiao, intrigued, inquired. Why not? Han Qi began to analyze. Your Highness, Yong'an County lies on the fringes of Juyuan, and given the current situation, it is bound to be even more corrupt. If you rashly venture deeper, who will be responsible for disaster relief in Juyuan? That is the first concern. Secondly, while the wealthy families may have some surplus grain in the most severely affected areas, they may not have sufficient supplies either. With only 3,000 soldiers at your disposal, should each county be as uncooperative, it would inevitably provoke the ire of the powerful. If someone were to sow discord, it could lead to a coalition of counties and families rising against us, resulting in chaos. Thirdly, it is generally understood that although the powerful hoard some grain, it is utterly insufficient to address the needs of the disaster victims. For the plight of the afflicted is not a matter of mere days. It has persisted for an extended period, necessitating ample funds to bridge the gaps. Our treasury possesses sufficient resources to assist Yong'an County. Yet if we were to extend aid to the entirety of Jiyuan Prefecture, it would amount to but a drop in the ocean. Fourthly, following a great calamity, there inevitably follows a great epidemic, particularly after flooding, where the stench of decaying bodies taints the water sources, making the spread of disease exceedingly likely. Within Jiyuan, there may already be outbreaks of plague. Your Highness lacks both military physicians and medicines. Should you lead troops into the interior, the consequences of an outbreak would be unimaginable. I implore you, Your Highness, do not act impulsively. Han Qi's face was etched with anxiety, fearing that Yi Xiao might truly lead his troops into Jiyuan to provide relief. Chapter 42. Malicious rumors. Yi Xiao regarded Han Qi with a faint smile, saying, Mr. Han, you have worked hard. Please take some rest. I shall ponder your words carefully. Upon sensing that Yi Xiao might be reconsidering his stance, Han Qi sighed in relief and took his leave. After Han Qi departed, Yi Xiao remained in his original posture, staring at the table, lost in thought. After a while, he murmured, It seems that Han Qi is not under the influence of the second prince. He Quan stepped forward and sat beside Yi Xiao, stating, I have been observing him these days and found no evidence of his connection with anyone from outside the residence. Yi Xiao nodded and replied, Let us hope he is not an agent planted by others. That would be beneficial for both him and me. He Quan shook his head, saying, The world of martial arts is indeed preferable. Though it involves more combat, at least there are fewer intrigues and less trepidation. Yi Xiao laughed heartily. Ah, the path of the martial world is long. We shall not meet again. A decade spent in the martial world, filled with camaraderie and vengeance, is more than enough. Men will inevitably mature. A glimmer of nostalgia flickered in his eyes, mingled with a sense of resolve. With a sigh, Yi Xiao remarked, If I trust too easily, I fear I may be courting death. Does Yi Xiao trust Han Qi? No. He has never trusted him. Trust, for Yi Xiao in the present moment, is a precious commodity, especially towards a suddenly appearing Hanlin Academy scholar whose background remains a mystery. Yi Xiao has neither reason nor obligation to grant him immediate trust point. One must observe his words and actions to gradually build that trust. The same applies to Han Qi. Yi Xiao's capabilities, vision, and decisiveness are equally under scrutiny. If Yi Xiao were truly incapable of achieving his goals, Han Qi would not remain by his side. Yi Xiao is also fully aware that he cannot take charge of disaster relief matters. Nor should he. In his view, the second prince possesses formidable logistical capabilities, able to transport grain, physicians, and medicines from outside. and organized sufficient craftsmen to aid the victims in rebuilding their homes, tasks beyond his capacity. His assertion that disaster relief would be better handled by the second prince is not mere flattery. After all, the capabilities of the latter's family are evident. However, what Xiao did not anticipate was that the second prince, originally expected to arrive within 3 to 5 days, took a full 7 days to show up. Meanwhile, many disaster victims in Yong'an County, having received food, have begun to rebuild their homes. In the hearts of these people, Xiao's prestige has risen to that of a savior. In their direst hunger, his appearance has salvaged them. These tens of thousands of victims contribute significantly to Xiao's reputation daily, propelling his cultivation to advance rapidly. Yet, in their hearts, there is no concept of loyalty. Gradually, they will forget Xiao, focusing on their own lives. They may occasionally remember him with respect. Xiao's subordinates, however, continuously bolster his reputation. In the Yong'an County government office, Xiao's countenance was as dark as water. The second prince. I never expected him to be so ruthless. Xiao slammed a fist onto the table with a resounding crash. Beside him, Han Qi shook his head helplessly, saying, "The second prince is deliberately stalling for time. The relief funds allocated by the court indeed fall short. For every day he delays, countless disaster victims perish, thereby shrinking the funding gap. Furthermore, when he finally arrives to carry out the relief efforts, the people will still express gratitude. I have already dispatched someone to investigate. Conditions in Jiyuan are exceedingly dire. Many areas are rife with epidemics, and the populace suffers from illness in the wild, without adequate food. The situation is extremely grave." Xiao clenched his fists and gritted his teeth, declaring, "Had I known he would act in such a manner, I might as well seize the disaster relief efforts myself." Han Qi sighed. "At this juncture, we have no choice but to wait." "Humph. Wait. I shall not idly stand by. Dispatch people to spread the word throughout various locales that the second prince holds the power of disaster relief yet embezzles funds for his own indulgences. Engaging in debauchery day after day, he departed on the same day as the third prince, yet the latter is already in Yong'an County providing relief while the second prince remains absent." Han Qi gaped in astonishment. Such words are too vicious. However, upon reflecting on the second prince's current actions, he suddenly broke into a smile. He found it enjoyable. "Your orders shall be executed." On the official road, the second prince's convoy advanced slowly. A farmer driving an ox cart passed by, and a child atop exclaimed, "Wow, grandfather, what a beautiful carriage. What is it for?" "Shh, do not speak. This is a convoy of important figures." "But why are they moving so slowly?" "They are important figures. They cannot be compared to us." At that moment, the second prince reclined within his luxurious carriage, far more opulent than Xiao's. 6 magnificent horses pulled it, offering ample space. The second prince lay against the soft cushions, a book covering his face as he slept. Suddenly, a voice from outside called, "Report. Your Highness, a letter from Jiyuan. Read it." The knight broke the wax seal, extracted the letter, and upon reading its contents, his eyes widened in shock. Your Highness, you might wish to read this yourself. I instructed you to read it. How filthy could the letter from the disaster-stricken area be? Must it pass through my hands?" The knight had no choice but to read aloud in a low voice. "Recently, rumors have spread throughout Jiyuan that the second prince has embezzled disaster relief funds, engaged in debauchery, and even enjoys dressing as a woman to attract the affections of strong men. He indulges in pleasure daily, neglecting the court's grave responsibilities, and set out on the same day as the third prince, yet has arrived over half a month late, exacerbating the disaster." Han Qi had made slight amendments to Xiao's statements. The reader's voice was now raised, and the entire convoy heard it clearly. Even the grandfather and grandson who had just passed by caught the words. "Grandfather, what is a young boy? Be quiet, hurry along." The old man whipped the old ox, fiercely protecting his grandson. The ox let out a long moan, quickening its pace. The second prince's face flushed crimson. He gritted his teeth, glaring fiercely at the one who had just read the letter. The reader, filled with dread, instinctively lowered his head. Such vicious rumors. It must be the third prince. No one else could utter such shameless words. The second prince bellowed, "Go, summon all my strategists." The second prince's convoy came to a complete halt. Soon, a crowd gathered around the carriage, exchanging glances as they circulated the letter. "What should we do now?" The second prince, now boiling with rage, could accept being falsely accused, and he was indifferent to the allegations of embezzlement. However, what did those latter remarks mean? A scholar among them furrowed his brow and said, "Your Highness, in my humble opinion, we should first instruct the officials in Jiyuan to halt the rumors and state that the third prince arrived earlier due to the absence of disaster relief duties, while Your Highness needed to coordinate supplies from various regions, hence the delay. Additionally, we should expedite our journey. Otherwise, if these rumors continue to spread, even after completing the relief efforts, we may not reap any benefits." Chapter 43. You cannot enter the city. The second prince, upon hearing this, fell into deep contemplation. What more is there to hesitate about? The disaster relief funds provided by father are insufficient, and my uncle seeks to profit as well. How can I go now? The people around him were all his trusted confidants and spoke without reservation. One of them chuckled. "Your Highness, with epidemics already appearing in Jiyuan, if you go there, the sick and healthy will be mingled. And with the excuse of lacking medicine, many will likely perish. In this way, even if you arrive earlier, the gap will not be too significant, and we can later request additional relief funds from the court, allowing us to complete the relief efforts, albeit with reduced profits." Greed is the hidden demon within the human heart. It can be said that everyone harbors greed. However, the extent to which individuals will go for profit differs from person to person. Does the second prince lack money? No. His maternal family does not lack money either. Yet even so, in the face of tightened disaster relief resources, he still seeks to profit. Ultimately, he decided to hasten his pace. Once he picked up speed, within a few days, the second prince arrived in Jiyuan with a substantial quantity of relief grain. Yong'an County, the first stop in Jiyuan. Xiao remained there. He did not rashly enter the interior of Jiyuan. On one hand, during his investigations, he discovered that although some individuals were taking advantage of the chaos, there were no large-scale bandit groups. Thus, the matter of bandit suppression could not be addressed at this time. On the other hand, he lacked sufficient supplies. Without food, as previously analyzed, it is challenging to make any progress in severely affected areas. A clever housewife cannot cook without rice. This is the principle. The second prince's convoy, laden with ample grain, arrived grandly at Yong'an County. "Open the city gates, His Highness the second prince has arrived." The gates swung open, but before the second prince's carriage could enter, Xiao, accompanied by the golden scale guards, emerged from the city in full force. One individual from the second prince's entourage frowned and shouted, "What does the third prince mean?" Xiao coldly chuckled and approached the convoy, glancing at the sun. "What do I mean? It is only just past noon. Hasten your advance, and you shall reach Liang by evening. The disaster situation in Yong'an County has already been temporarily alleviated. What business do you have in the city?" Upon hearing this, the second prince pulled aside the carriage curtain and shouted, "Xiao, do not create a disturbance here. We have traveled a great distance and require entry into the city to rest. So fond of resting. Why not stay home? What disaster relief are you here for? I haven't even mentioned you. Have you been castrated? Unable to move? You took 22 days for a journey that should have taken 10. Xiao's suppressed anger erupted, and the second prince, caught off guard by Xiao's blatant disrespect, felt his face flush with rage. He retorted, "What do you know? Gathering grain, purchasing it, and transporting it do not require time. Do you think I am like you? Just bring people along and arrive? If you can come so quickly, why not go and provide disaster relief yourself? Oh, grown some courage. Dare to argue?" Xiao coldly smirked and stepped forward. At that moment, several individuals blocked the second prince's path, emanating an aura and cultivation level clearly superior to Xiao's. Xiao halted, regarding those individuals with a hint of trepidation, and coldly stated, "Regardless, you will not enter the city today. You can either head to Liang now or camp outside." "Very well, Xiao, remember this. We are far from finished." The second prince understood that if Xiao declared he could not enter the city, then he absolutely could not. He immediately turned his entourage around, heading straight for Liang, with Xiao and the golden scale guards closely following behind. The disaster relief in Yong'an County was essentially complete, as the affected areas were relatively minor. The grain Xiao borrowed from various households, after distribution, was sufficient to sustain the victims until the autumn harvest next year. During the waiting period, Xiao did not remain idle. He instructed Han Qi to organize the local populace to assist the disaster victims in rebuilding their houses. Han Qi was busily engaged, growing increasingly gaunt, yet his capabilities shone through. Whether it was communicating with the people, mobilizing manpower, or organizing construction, He executed everything flawlessly. It was evident that he was not merely a bookish scholar. As they ventured deeper into Jiyuan, the environment grew increasingly dire, with corpses strewn about and a foul stench permeating the air. At that moment, Xiao noticed that his blood-red dragon flag emitted sporadic golden glimmers, which dispersed into the bodies of the golden scale guards. Though he was uncertain of the significance of this phenomenon, Xiao believed it could only be beneficial, not detrimental. Meanwhile, the second prince arrived in Liang by evening. Compared to Yongnan County, the situation for the citizens of Liang was far more tragic. The city had also suffered flooding, and the authorities had not, like in Liang, barred the disaster victims from the city but instead integrated food supplies and distributed them. Although no one was fully fed, there remained some broth and water, preventing starvation. However, everyone appeared gaunt and emaciated. The magistrate of Liang, Li Yin, greeted them in a tattered official robe. Just as the second prince was about to welcome him, he noticed Xiao approaching on horseback. Alone, he turned and angrily exclaimed, "Why are you following me? Just here to observe the excitement. Is that not acceptable?" Xiao retorted, leaving the second prince feeling somewhat helpless. The sensation of being constantly watched was not pleasant. At that moment, Li Yin appeared as thin as a skeleton, glancing at the two and reporting to the second prince, "Your Highness, the food in the city has been exhausted. Had you not arrived in time, the disaster victims would have held on for much longer." "Huh? No need to thank him. If I do not promote him, he is probably still on the road gathering stones," Xiao mockingly interjected. The second prince turned to Xiao, angrily shouting, "It's you? Who else could it be? Your secret affairs, apart from me, your brother, who else would know? Those are baseless accusations. How do you prove that? Shall you strip and let everyone see?" Listening to their bickering, Li Yin forced a smile and said, "Your Highnesses, the most pressing matter now is still disaster prevention and epidemic control. Some plague patients have already appeared in the city. I have implemented some emergency measures, but the city lacks physicians and medicine. We may need to arrange for further supplies. I understand. I will coordinate swiftly to bring in some physicians and purchase medicine from surrounding prefectures. Meanwhile, Magistrate Li, please lead people to distribute porridge to the commoners. My men will survey the county and separate the sick from the healthy." The second prince issued commands. Wei Xiao did not interject. After all, the responsibility for disaster relief lay with the second prince. Upon entering the city, the Golden Scale Guards set up camp outside. Wei Xiao returned to the camp, where Han Qi approached him, holding a broken bowl and whispering, "Your Highness, look. This is the disaster relief grain prepared by the second prince." Chapter 44. Survival of the fittest. Xiao looked down and saw a bowl containing a dark, mixed substance. Han Qi quietly said, "I just sneaked close and grabbed a handful of the relief rice. This rice is nothing but old, rotten grains, and it is mixed with sand and soil. The disaster victims are already weak. Consuming this will likely lead to the death of those with fragile stomachs." Xiao took a deep breath. The victims, starving to the extreme, would consume anything. Yet how many would survive eating such food? Their bodies, already frail, coupled with unsanitary conditions, would surely lead to death. "Uncle He, come with me." Xiao took the bowl of rice and headed straight for the city. The second prince had already occupied a large mansion, where a table laden with sumptuous dishes awaited him. He had grown accustomed to such luxuries since childhood. Even when traveling, he brought along a dedicated chef. Each meal featured 8 dishes and a soup, never skimping. At that moment, several maidservants were serving him, ensuring he was well attended. Yet he was quite cautious. Before eating, he had someone test the dishes for poison with a silver needle and made the maidservants sample each dish first. Only after confirming everything was safe did he indulge heartily. However, just as he was enjoying his meal, he suddenly heard a commotion outside. "Third prince, please wait. The second prince is dining. We must inform you before you enter." "You cannot enter." Several servants symbolically obstructed Xiao's path, yet none dared to lay a finger on him. After all, his fiery temperament was well known to all. As the second prince raised his head, Xiao had already barged in. The guards behind the second prince immediately stepped forward, but it was unnecessary. He had already entered. The second prince appeared unfazed. Wei Xiao took a seat opposite him, his gaze sweeping over the dishes on the table, and he smiled faintly. "Brother, your appetite seems quite hearty. I do not oppose indulgence. As members of the royal family, it is only fitting that we enjoy finer foods and comforts." With that, Xiao tossed his rice bowl onto the table. However, As members of the Qian royal family, should we not possess a modicum of compassion for our own subjects? Brother, this bowl of rice could spell disaster for them. The second prince looked at the rice bowl on the table and replied calmly, "Would you like to hear the truth or a falsehood?" "First, let us hear the falsehood," the second prince chuckled. The treasury provides limited funds. With the autumn harvest approaching, yet not yet realized, grain prices have surged, and there is a severe shortage. To ensure sufficient provisions, we can only purchase inferior rice, mixed with substandard supplies for the disaster-stricken. After the harvest, the court will allocate funds and grain for improvement. As for the sand mixed in, it is to prevent those who might masquerade as victims from taking advantage of the relief supplies, thus reducing expenses. He concluded with a grin. How about that? Even father would not find fault with such rhetoric. Xiao maintained a serene expression and inquired, "And what of the truth?" "Ah, the truth is quite simple," the second prince said softly. "On that day in the court, when you spoke of disaster relief, I knew you were at a disadvantage. It is not that your abilities are lacking, but rather that you do not have the immense support of wealthy merchants behind you. Should you attempt to provide aid, I might even secretly hinder you, causing you numerous difficulties in gathering or transporting grain." At this point, a flash of anger crossed the second prince's eyes. "But do you think I can command those wealthy merchants to obey me? They support me, yet I cannot compel them to follow my orders. The largest merchant among them is my uncle. I rely on them for grain collection and transport, yet they still seek to profit from it. If I do not allow them to reap their benefits, there will be none to procure. Will I then feed the disaster victims with nothing but a handful of empty silver?" he demanded. "Tell me, what should I do?" Xiao slammed his hand on the table in fury, exclaiming, "But this is too exploitative. If you can do better, then go ahead. I can give you the silver right now. You may purchase grain, and if you manage to transport it to Jiuyuan, I will consider you impressive." The second prince was unyielding. "You have no idea of their power, I can tell you. The grain prices in all surrounding counties have already tripled. Before the autumn harvest, you will not find any cheap grain. Even if you compel the officials, do you believe they will genuinely exert themselves? Even if they do, believe me, by the next day, there will be heads hanging at the government office gates." Xiao was not swayed by his words. He pointed out the crux of the matter. "Yet there should not be so much sand mixed in." The second prince responded with indifference, "There is no choice. If the funds were adequate, I would not wish to mix in sand. But the shortfall demands a solution. Survival of the fittest is the way of the world." He leaned forward, fixing Xiao with a snake-like gaze, dark and fierce. "We brothers are no different, are we not? You and I, the eldest and the fourth, can only have one survivor." Xiao regarded the fierce second prince and suddenly laughed. "Ying, I once told you that if you did not provoke me, I would spare your life. Now, I tell you, should I gain power, I will surely kill you, as well as your entire maternal family." The second prince, Ying, remained unperturbed, chuckling lightly. "I feel the same." At that moment, a servant approached to report, "Your Highness, Li Yin seeks an audience outside." "Let him in." Li Yin hurried in, disregarding formalities, and anxiously asked the second prince, "Your Highness, I wish to inquire why there is so much sand mixed in the disaster relief porridge." Although mixing sand in disaster relief porridge was not entirely unheard of, excessive amounts could pose significant dangers. The second prince glanced at him. "The relief grain is as such. If you do not wish to eat it, then simply do not." He offered a brief explanation to Xiao, yet had no desire to elaborate further to Li Yin, who was left dumbfounded by his words. Li Yin insisted, "Your Highness, I see your soldiers have drawn boundaries in the city, yet there are far too many disaster victims rushing in. Plagues are like ferocious tigers. Anyone who may potentially harbor illness must be driven into isolation. There can be no slacking." The same cold words, Li Yin protested urgently, "But that is not right. With so many people mixed together, many healthy individuals will undoubtedly contract the plague. How can this be tolerated?" "Li Yin," the second prince shouted sharply, "You, a mere county magistrate, how dare you criticize me with such narrow vision? Leave." Li Yin, filled with despair and at a loss, had initially thought the relief team would be a savior for the disaster victims, yet now it seemed, for many, it might be a death sentence. Xiao rose and walked outside, followed closely by He Quan. Passing by Li Yin, he softly said, "Let us go. Reasoning with him is futile." His tone was calm, as if devoid of any emotional turmoil. Anger, at times, is a useless emotion that brings no change. After a moment's hesitation, Li Yin followed behind Xiao and quickly left. Watching Xiao and his companions depart, the second prince's eyes grew cold. He instructed someone to inquire with his uncle about how long it would take to prepare. The third prince must die in Jiuyuan this time. Chapter 45. The open conspiracy within Yi Zhao's camp. Li Yin devoured the food voraciously. For him, such delectable fare had been absent for far too long. Do not consume the disaster relief rice mixed with sand. If you fall ill, Liang County will descend into chaos. Yi Xiao gently admonished. He could see that Li Yin was unlike the previous Wang Fu. He was a diligent and honest official. Liang had maintained a semblance of order, largely due to Li Yan's efforts. Li Yin nodded earnestly. Thank you for your guidance, third prince. I understand. Now fully aware of the situation, he expressed his anger. After this, I shall report to the court and file a complaint against the second prince. Yi Xiao remained non-committal. The other party had already prepared their responses. They had no incriminating evidence to hold against him. Thinking of the disaster victims, sorrow flickered in Li Yan's eyes as he sighed. The second prince is intentionally reducing the number of victims. This method of relief is excessively harsh, especially for those who are isolated. I fear that within a few days, they will all be infected. I observed that there were no medicines or doctors among the second prince's convoy. These people are doomed. Having worked tirelessly to maintain order among the disaster victims, the thought of losing many lives weighed heavily on his heart. Suddenly, Han Qi, who had been silent for a while, turned to Yi Xiao and said, Your Highness, I have a plan. I wonder if it is feasible? Speak. Han Qi took a deep breath. The second prince's actions are indeed insidious. I believe we can replicate his methods. We should find a corpse that died of the plague, bind it with stones, place it in a sack, and throw it into the well of the second prince's residence. This will surely cause him to fall ill. He Quan, unable to restrain himself, interjected, That is futile. Though he may not possess high cultivation, he is still adept in supreme techniques. The plague may be fierce, but it cannot claim his life. In a few days, with some treatment, he will recover. Han Qi shook his head. I know it cannot harm his life. But people are most concerned about their own lives. If he exhibits any symptoms of illness, combined with a widespread outbreak among his subordinates, he will undoubtedly summon doctors and medicines. At that point, even if he is merely performing for show, he will still have those doctors attend to the sick, providing additional resources for the afflicted. Thus, we may be able to save more lives. After finishing his proposal, Han Qi noticed the others in the room looking at him with strange expressions, including Li Yin, who had stopped eating. What is it? Have I said something wrong? He asked, bewildered. Is there a problem? From a strategic standpoint, there is indeed nothing wrong. However, morally, it feels profoundly inappropriate to offer someone plague-infected water. It seems rather wrong. Yi Xiao stood and stretched lazily. I am feeling a bit fatigued. You may handle this as you see fit. With that, he exited the tent. Inside, the three men exchanged glances, their eyes landing on He Quan. He Quan, infuriated, exclaimed, What are you two staring at me for? We are both scholars, utterly powerless, while you, Senior He, are highly skilled. This task must naturally fall to you. He Quan gritted his teeth. You two scholars have such dark hearts? The second prince fell ill. Despite his meticulous checks for poison in his food, he succumbed to illness. Some things are far more challenging to detect than poison. Burning with fever and racked with pain, Ying lay in bed, eyes tightly shut, impatiently demanding, When will the doctor arrive? A nearby guard whispered in reassurance, Your Highness, do not panic. Although you have contracted the plague, your cultivation remains, and there is no real danger. Even we have felt some discomfort these days. I do not care. When will they arrive? They will be here this afternoon. That is good. Go and urge them. Before he could finish, the second prince fell asleep, and the guard sighed helplessly. For a warrior, the plague is not as terrifying as imagined. With a robust physique, a few days of rest would suffice. However, this second prince, accustomed to a life of luxury, went mad on the first day of his illness, demanding letters to gather medicines and doctors. Even Yi Xiao could not have anticipated that the second prince would gather 10 carts of medicines. His objective was clear. Not a single patient was to be found in Liang County. Yes, after falling ill, his thoughts were that Liang County could not harbor any sick individuals. He did not wish to fall ill. Watching the long convoy of medicines and a multitude of doctors slowly enter Liang County, Yi Zhao's gaze grew increasingly frigid. What had once been said about being unable to fully control, or insufficient funds, now seemed inconsequential when his own life was at stake. In just 3 days, with 10 carts of medicines and hundreds of doctors, it became evident that he possessed the ability to gather resources. Xiao could be certain that, should he choose to act, this disaster relief could have saved many lives. Yet, in his eyes, those lives held less value than the profits within his grasp. As Xiao observed the medical convoy enter the city, a figure sprinted toward him, bowing as he approached. "Third Prince, the second prince requests your presence. He has matters of great importance to discuss." Upon their next meeting, the second prince lay wrapped in blankets, his gaze somewhat dimmed. Upon Xiao's entry, he gritted his teeth and said, "Third brother, do you know? Just now, a corpse was fished out from the well in the backyard. It was wrapped in a sack and weighed down with stones. Ah, it seems a tragedy has occurred in the residence you have chosen. We must have Li Yin investigate thoroughly," Xiao replied casually. The second prince fixed his gaze on Xiao, seemingly searching for any hint of emotion on his face. "However, my subordinates examined the corpse and stated it died only a few days ago. Based on its condition, it must have been discarded in the well after I moved in." "Haha. Your subordinates possess such talents. Impressive." Xiao feigned ignorance but then remarked, "That water is indeed unfit for consumption. Too revolting." "Revolting? Of course, it is. The second prince has already vomited numerous times. Enough about that. Let us discuss serious matters." The grain convoy heading to Jiuyuan was intercepted. The second prince's voice turned icy as he sternly criticized. "Father commanded you to lead troops against the bandits. What have you accomplished? You merely indulge in revelry outside the city. If this continues, how many lives will be lost in Jiuyuan due to the delay in supplies?" Xiao narrowed his eyes. "So, what is your intention, second brother?" "I will immediately send another batch of grain, medicines, and doctors to Jiuyuan. To prevent further bandit raids, you shall be responsible for escorting the convoy. Third brother, given your compassion, I trust you will not refuse, right? If this batch is lost, Jiuyuan may be littered with corpses." The two exchanged glances, an unspoken understanding passing between them. This was a trap, a blatant pitfall laid out for Xiao. Whether to leap into it or not was entirely up to him. After all, Xiao's duty was to combat bandits, not to escort supplies. He could easily excuse himself, claiming he needed to seek out the bandits. Yet, Xiao could sense the challenge in the second prince's eyes. Without even needing words, he understood the implications of that gaze. Weren't we to possess compassion? To risk escorting the supplies, binding oneself to disaster relief? Dare he? Those supplies were the lifeline for the common folk. Should he fail to act, they would perish, in turn. The blame for ineffectual bandit suppression and relief efforts would fall squarely on him. Yet, if he accepted, he would likely face perilous trials ahead. This was an open conspiracy, a scheme designed to ensnare Xiao in a dilemma. Chapter 46. Blood-soaked interest. The room fell silent. Xiao and the second prince, Ying, locked eyes, the latter waiting for Xiao's response. Suddenly, Xiao chuckled. "It seems you have prepared quite the pitfall." Ying said nothing, his voice hoarse as he asked, "So, third brother has no intention of going?" "I can find someone else." Illness had rendered his throat sore, and even with his cultivation, he could not escape some discomfort. Why? Xiao turned to leave the room. "Simply provide me with the grain, medicines, and doctors. There is no need for you to send a single soldier. I will gather the common laborers myself." Xiao did not desire the second prince's men. Should anything occur, he would need to be cautious of them, which would only complicate matters. Watching Xiao exit, the second prince called after him, "Then I wish you success in your endeavors." As his words faded, a middle-aged man emerged from behind a screen. "So, this is Xiao? Truly a striking figure, exuding an extraordinary presence." The speaker was named Cui Changhe, a member of the illustrious Cui family and also the second prince's uncle. Upon hearing Cui Changhe praise Xiao, the second prince grew somewhat displeased. "Third uncle, are you losing sight of your loyalties?" Cui Changhe laughed heartily. "It is precisely because I know my loyalties that I wish to assist you. I merely express my admiration. As someone who traverses the world of commerce, I have encountered countless dignitaries and royal families. Individuals of Xiao's caliber are indeed rare." Ying gritted his teeth. "In what way am I inferior to him? Observe his demeanor. Is there even a hint of decorum in his words and actions?" Cui Changhe sighed. "While his conduct may lack the formalities of royalty, the pride, nobility, and authority that emanate from him are indeed exceptional. I would not misjudge such a character." These qualities are intangible yet palpably real. Unlike you, who, despite your noble status, lacks the commanding presence to inspire loyalty among your subordinates, relying instead on wealth and harsh methods. The second prince fell silent. To be honest, had anyone else spoken thus, he would have dismissed it outright. However, Cui Changhe was his uncle, a staunch supporter of the Cui family. With someone of such stature praising Xiao, he could not help but acknowledge that Xiao indeed possessed unique qualities. Uncle, is everything certain on the Jiuyuan front? He proactively changed the topic. Of course. Cui Changhe replied with a faint smile. Xiao's journey there is a matter of 10 lives lost without exception. Outside the city of Liyang, the Jinlin guards prepared to depart. A large convoy of disaster relief grain, medicinal herbs, and dozens of doctors followed the procession. Li Yin personally ran back and forth, gathering 3,000 laborers, mostly honest farmers, to assist in escorting the grain. Yinze, have the soldiers secured the convoy and checked the goods? They have been checked. Everything is in order. There are no hidden items in the supplies. People had already investigated. No one possessed any cultivation, no one carried weapons, and no one bore spiritual items. Yinze approached Xiao and respectfully reported, Your Highness, the inspection is complete. We may set off now. Xiao gazed into the distance, suddenly turning to Yinze and remarked, General Yin, this path we embark upon may lead us through mountains of blades and seas of flames, resulting in many casualties. If we regret our decision now, it is not too late. Yinze, taken aback, responded, Your Highness, why do you say such things? As soldiers, if we fear battle and death, how can we speak of achievements? How can we discuss warfare? On the battlefield, life and death are determined by fate, and we are no different. There are no guaranteed victories. If we only seek certainty, then we need not engage in any battles. Xiao regarded him silently for a moment before suddenly bursting into laughter. Ha ha, General Yin speaks wisely. I have overthought this matter. Let us depart. The convoy set off with great momentum. Meanwhile, atop the city gate, the second prince observed Xiao's retreating figure with a chilling gaze. Muttering to himself, Xiao, today you will learn that the merchants you look down upon possess far more power than you can imagine. Within the convoy, Xiao seemed to sense something, glancing back at the guards beside Yin on the city gate. This fellow indeed had formidable guards around him. Otherwise, if Shu were to eliminate him, it would save a lot of trouble. In truth, Xiao was not without murderous intent. Currently, he and Yin were essentially locked in a life-and-death struggle. However, the strength of Yin's guards made Xiao reluctant to take unnecessary risks. On the official road, the procession moved forward. The sun blazed overhead. Although it was early autumn, the heat remained oppressive. The soldiers beneath their leather armor were drenched in sweat, seemingly exerting all their strength with every step. The convoy advanced silently. As they approached Jiyuan Prefecture, the city walls finally came into view. Xiao let out a sigh of relief. Throughout the journey, they had maintained high vigilance. Dozens of scouts had been cycling through the area to patrol, preventing enemy encounters. Yet, contrary to Xiao's expectations, the journey had been remarkably calm. What surprised him even more was the lack of disaster victims beneath the city walls, replaced instead by stark white bones. Wang Hu, go call the city, Yinze commanded. Xiao suddenly interjected, Wait, something feels amiss. Yinze paused, perplexed. Your Highness, what seems to be wrong? Xiao turned to Yinze, pointing at the bones beneath the city wall. His voice icy, General Yin, tell me, how did those corpses turn into bones? Yinze fell silent. What was His Highness implying? Xiao's gaze hardened as he looked at the towering walls of Jiyuan City, coldly stating, Those stark white bones are all that remain of the devoured. Jiyuan City has likely become a hellish abyss. As soon as he finished speaking, the gates of Jiyuan City swung open wide. Countless young men rushed out from the city, wielding swords, axes, sickles, and clubs. Their eyes were filled with rage. Kill! Slay the court's traitorous dogs, and we will have food to eat. In an instant, the sound of slaughter reverberated. In Liyang, the second prince, Yin, appeared much improved. Before him lay an array of fruits, meats, and wine, while Cui Changhe sat opposite him, downing his cup. Cui Changhe chuckled. The calamity in Jiyuan has led the wealthy families to flee. Those with resources and power have long since escaped. Your Highness, your delay on the road has caused the victims to reach their breaking point. Desperation drives people to do anything. Ambitious individuals need but a small provocation for a rebellion to ignite. Over hundreds of thousands, only a mere tens of thousands remain. The rest have turned to sustenance. Xiao has merely 3,000 armored guards. Facing tens of thousands of desperate beings, no matter his prowess, he cannot survive. The second prince, for once, displayed a hint of hesitation. Uncle, is it not too many to die this time? Too many? Not at all. Although Jiyuan has undergone tremendous change, have you not already submitted a memorial? Once His Majesty receives it, the imperial army will arrive shortly. Those tens of thousands of disaster victims will be nothing but a pile of ruins before the imperial forces. Once this storm passes, Jiyuan will be nearly desolate, vast tracts of land laid to waste. After the disaster, you can recommend Wang Fu as the Jiyuan magistrate. My Chui family can also seize the opportunity to annex lands widely. Rest assured, we will ensure the court receives its due taxes and tributes. By then, you will have earned merit in your recommendation, and the Chui family will reap great benefits. Chapter 47. Blood battle deep within the palace. Two memorials lay before Yizhuan. A playful smile adorned his face. Standing before him was the Prime Minister of Great Qian, Su Mingxian. Prime Minister Su, take a look at these two memorials. Su Mingxian stepped forward, bowing as he took the memorials from Zhou Tong. He lowered his head to read, and instantly, his brow furrowed. Yizhuan casually remarked, "The second prince has reported that Yi Zhao's campaign against the bandits was ineffective, resulting in disaster relief food being intercepted, leaving Jiyuan in a dire situation. The city has fallen. He requests the imperial army for assistance." The third prince, on the other hand, accuses the second prince of dragging his feet, deliberately delaying the disaster relief. Prime Minister Su, who do you think is in the right? Your Majesty, at this moment, the most pressing matter is to eliminate the rebel forces. In my humble opinion, we should mobilize 70,000 troops from Ezhou to hasten to Jiyuan to pacify the disorderly forces. 70,000 troops should suffice to quell the tens of thousands of disaster victims turned rebels. The hall fell silent. After a moment, Yizhuan coldly stated, "I did not ask what should be done. I asked, in your view, which of these two memorials is reasonable?" Su Mingxian clasped his hands and replied, "Both princes are concerned for the country and its people. Their memorials are grounded in their considerations. If your Majesty wishes to discern right from wrong, it would be best to await their return to Tang'an and summon them both to the court for face-to-face confrontation. Only then can the truth be made clear." Yizhuan waved his hand. "You may leave. Proceed as you suggested. Issue orders for the troops from Ezhou to head to Jiyuan for disaster relief." Watching Su Mingxian depart, Yizhuan turned his attention back to the two memorials. Suddenly, a smile crept upon his face. "Ah, Su Mingxian, you are indeed clever, seeing the essence of the problem. Should one of them fail to return to Tang'an, what right or wrong remains? Let them fight. Let them clash. As long as they remain clean, without any incriminating evidence, the more ruthless their methods, the better. The ruler of Great Qian bears the weight of the world. Without some cunning, how can one maintain their seat upon the dragon throne?" Outside Jiyuan Prefecture, a turbulent horde appeared. They lacked organization and command. Yet, they possessed one undeniable advantage: sheer numbers. Martial arts masters are formidable, but oftentimes, quantity can lead to qualitative changes. With enough people, even the most skilled martial artist may be overwhelmed. Tens of thousands surged forth from the city, their battle cries piercing the sky. The transporters of grain fell into utter chaos. Uncertainty arose as someone took the lead and bolted. Just then, the Golden Scale Guards dispatched scouts from all directions to report back. "Your Highness, enemies approach from all sides. It is difficult to determine a path for breakout." Yi Zhao's expression grew solemn as he coldly stated, "It appears our movements have been leaked. They intentionally expanded the encirclement. Evading the scouts' reconnaissance. Prepare for a breakout? Impossible." At that moment, Yanzei surveyed his surroundings, noting the densely packed, weapon-wielding disaster victims surging forth. He spoke gravely, "Your Highness, the enemy's numbers are overwhelming. They outnumber us by dozens. If we attempt to break through, our formation will surely scatter, and our unseasoned troops will be annihilated. Only a few may survive. I am willing to lead the troops into a defensive formation, fighting to the last breath to slay the enemy, hoping for a glimmer of victory. Your Highness may have He Qian protect you and escape on your own." As he finished speaking, the fleeing transporters encountered the horde. These individuals, driven by rage, showed no mercy and swiftly slaughtered the farmers. In mere moments, the transporters were entirely cut down. Xiao looked at Yanzei, then at the increasingly anxious Golden Scale Guards. Suddenly, He shouted, "Everyone, these rebels are our chance for glory. We must not let this opportunity slip. I, Xiao, as the Prince of Great Qian, vow to fight alongside you here. If we perish, we shall join the souls in the underworld." The previously tense golden scale guards felt their spirits lift at Xiao's rallying cry. "We are willing to fight alongside the third prince." The sound of slaughter rose to the heavens, their morale matching that of 1,000 troops. Though they were also new recruits, until today, none had taken a life. Yet, the rigorous training had instilled a fearless spirit in them. Just then, Yin Zai's voice rang out. Golden scale guards formed the triple circular formation. In an instant, everyone instinctively sprang into action. Countless rehearsals allowed them to remember their roles even in this tense atmosphere. Within mere moments, the formation was complete. Prepare the sleeve crossbows. The golden scale guards were not equipped with traditional bows, but each had a sleeve crossbow tucked within their sleeves, along with 5 bolts. First row, aim for their legs. Second row, prepare, fire. As the enemy approached, Yin Zai's order rang out coldly, whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The sleeve crossbows fired. Compared to normal bows, the power of the sleeve crossbows was significantly less. However, the rebel horde lacked proper armor. As countless bolts flew forth, the charging enemies fell one after another. Second row, fire. Third row, prepare. The circular formation continually unleashed bolts, causing many rebels to fall dead. As the bolts ran out and the enemy closed in, Yin Zai remained calm and composed. Like a rock, directing with unwavering resolve. First row, shields and spears to meet the enemy. Second row, pierce through the gaps. Wang Hu, lead a battalion to prepare for reinforcement. Sun Qing, ready the thunder fireballs. With each command issued, the differences in strength became increasingly evident. The long-term, systematic training fostered a synergy among the golden scale guards, and after tasting blood, their ferocity began to awaken. They maintained their formation while systematically eliminating enemies. Those charging forward fell in droves, yet the relentless tide of rebels seemed unending. Xiao joined the fray, wielding his sword, plunging into the crowd, and with each swing, he cleaved through foes, a mist of blood erupting around him. Were these foes strong? Not particularly. In fact, they were utterly incapable of resisting Xiao. Yet, it mattered little. As time passed, Xiao lost count of how many he had slain. Corpses littered the ground, and his body was soaked in blood. Qian was similarly immersed in the chaos, battling through the crowd to relieve pressure on the golden scale guards. Yet despite this, the number of injured among the guards increased. The relentless exertion drained their strength. Despair began to creep into the golden scale guards. Despite feeling they had slain many and seeing the ground strewn with bodies, the enemy seemed to stretch on infinitely. In truth, if not for the protection of their high-quality leather armor, many of the golden scale guards would have already perished. But Yin Zai's gaze remained resolute. Seasoned by battle, he could see that some of the rebels were beginning to falter. Their advance was hesitating, their resolve wavering. On the city wall, a tall man observed the rebels' indecision. He suddenly bellowed, "Brothers, we have no retreat. If we do not slay these court traitors, we shall not live." A reward of 1,000 gold coins and 10 beauties for each enemy slain. Slay Xiao and become a great general. In truth, this was a pivotal moment. The golden scale guards were indeed nearing their limits, yet the rebels had also suffered heavy losses. No one wished to lose their life. Survival is the essence of humanity. With a single surge of energy, their morale could either surge or plummet. Now both sides resembled a taut rubber band. Either the golden scale guards would be scattered, engaging in chaotic melee with the rebels, leading to their annihilation, or the rebels would lose heart, collapsing like a house of cards. The man's cultivation was not low. His words resonated powerfully. The rebels surged forward as if invigorated. After all, for these farmers, the prospect of 10 beauties was beyond their wildest dreams. They charged towards the golden scale guards. Xiao gasped for breath. Were the golden scale guards strong? Absolutely. A newly formed army had withstood the assault of tens of thousands of rebels for an entire hour without faltering, even managing to slay thousands of enemies. Yet ultimately, human strength is finite. As the frenzied rebels bore down, the exhausted golden scale guards were clearly at a breaking point. Just then, Qian rushed to Xiao's side, urgently saying, "Your Highness, I will protect you and fight our way out. We cannot continue this way. Decisive action is needed." Chapter 48. blood dragon's illusion on the battlefield, Qian pulled at Xiao, pressing him to leave. To him, the lives of all present paled in comparison to a single hair on Xiao's head. Even if all 3,000 golden scale guards perished, even if Yanzhe fell, it mattered not. The most crucial thing was for Xiao to survive. Facing the onslaught of enemies, Xiao did not look back. He swung his sword fiercely, blood splattered, heads felled. Why Xiao? Qian shouted in frustration. You are different from them. You must survive to avenge them. If you die, all is lost. With a roar, Xiao clenched his right fist and struck out. In that instant, a red light flickered around his fist. The violent energy of the blazing sun surged forth, creating a scorching wind that rushed into the crowd. Upon impact, the air seemed to ignite. A massive red glow shot skyward, golden flames spreading outward. At the center of the fist's wind, several rebels fell lifelessly, their bodies engulfed in searing flames, emitting blood-curdling screams. Some were even set ablaze, their clothing igniting, transforming them into living torches. Xiao gasped for breath. He turned to the anxious Qian, his eyes filled with determination as he gritted his teeth. Uncle He, grant me but a moment longer. Let me try again. If I flee now, the spirits of the golden scale guards will falter, leading to their swift annihilation. As long as our formation stands, there remains a chance. I cannot escape. Indeed, even as the number of wounded increased, the golden scale guards held their ground. It must be said that Yanzhe's command was commendable. The rapid formation of the circular array was the best defense against enemies approaching from all sides, by preventing attacks from both the front and rear. Each golden scale guard faced only 2 or 3 opponents, which was the most effective defensive strategy. Furthermore, the 3-tiered formation allowed the second tier to assist in filling gaps, enabling the golden scale guards to rotate positions and alleviate fatigue. Additionally, the rebels themselves were not particularly powerful, which ensured that the golden scale guards maintained their formation. However, the extreme exhaustion and continuous combat had pushed these new recruits to their limits. They were on the verge of collapse, as Xiao had foreseen. If he and Qian were to break free first, the morale of the golden scale guards would undoubtedly plummet, leading to an instant rout. This was something he could not allow to happen. Just as Qian hesitated over whether to forcibly take Xiao away, suddenly, at the center of the golden scale guards, the blood-red dragon on the flag slowly opened its eyes, with corpses strewn about and blood flowing. The air was thick with the scent of blood. The blood dragon inhaled deeply, like a whale drawing in water, as countless crimson vapors surged towards the dragon flag. A dragon's roar echoed forth. From the dragon flag, specks of golden light shot forth, landing upon all those loyal to Xiao. Originally drained of energy, the golden scale guards felt a surge of power. Minor injuries began to heal rapidly. Simultaneously, a spectral blood dragon surged from the flag, darting toward Xiao. Ah! Xiao roared. In an instant, he felt an immense surge of vitality forcibly infused into his body. Behind him, a blood-red dragon shadow began to rise. Xiao sensed his strength reach an unprecedented peak. With a casual punch, bam! The skull of an incoming rebel shattered upon impact, erupting into a cloud of blood mist. Beside him, Qian swallowed hard. Such destructive power was not uncommon among high-tier martial artists. Yet he had clearly felt that Xiao had not utilized any vital energy. This was purely the result of physical strength. Was this still human? At that moment, the previously despondent golden scale guards were thoroughly invigorated. Among the crowd, Wang Hu bellowed, "The third prince is destined for greatness. We are blessed by the celestial dragon's protection. Today is destined for victory." All the golden scale guards are invigorated to the utmost, roaring in unison. Today is our day of triumph. Though only 3,000 stand against over 100,000, their spirit soars like a torrent. The rioters, who had just been emboldened by generous rewards, now find themselves utterly dumbfounded as they witness the golden scale guards, each one seeming to be fueled by a surge of adrenaline as they strike down their foes. A chilling dread unconsciously creeps into their hearts. Most importantly, the dragon's roar, the celestial phenomena, and the magnificent dragon shadow looming behind Xiao have transcended the understanding of these common folk. It appears their wounds have healed. Amidst the crowd, some have begun to notice the extraordinary phenomenon surrounding the golden scale guards. It is known that just moments ago, countless lives were lost, yet only a few of the golden scale guards sustained injuries. Now, however, The visible wounds on their faces and heads are visibly mending before their eyes. In that instant, the morale of the rioters plummeted to its nadir. On the battlefield, both sides are acutely aware of each other's state. The golden scale guards are weary, their spirit waning, and they are close to their limits. Yet, the rioters can sense a shift. They can see the expressions and movements of the golden scale guards. At this moment, they perceive that these guards, instead of being exhausted, stand rejuvenated and resolute. Rewards are enticing, but ultimately, life is singular. These golden scale guards have already slain innumerable adversaries, with countless corpses littering the ground beneath them. Their combat prowess is well understood by the rioters. They were on the verge of collapse, yet now there appears to be a glimmer of hope for victory. Who would willingly step forward to meet their demise? Suddenly, a bizarre scene unfolds on the battlefield. The chaotic throng of rioters stands frozen in place. Why do they not flee? Their eyes are filled with the sight of the disaster relief supplies carried by the golden scale guards. At that moment, Xiao ascends into the air, landing atop the dragon flag. He bellows with authority. I, Xiao, the third prince of Great Qian, hereby guarantee that if you lay down your weapons, I shall ensure your survival. Otherwise, with the protection of the celestial dragon, you shall face annihilation. In Yi Zhao's eyes, these people deserve both condemnation and mercy. They deserve condemnation for their heinous acts that have incited the wrath of heaven and man, for their grievous sins that warrant their demise. Yet they also deserve mercy, as their plight has driven them to the brink of despair. These impoverished souls are ultimately teetering on the edge of death, willing to commit any act for survival. However, Yi Zhao's desire to spare their lives is not born from compassion, but rather from the realization that they are too numerous and, compared to the other disaster-stricken counties, they are in a far better state. Should they panic and flee, they could regroup and launch further assaults against the remaining territories of Juyuan, leading to even more death and calamity. Upon hearing Yi Zhao's proclamation, a man atop the distant city wall grows anxious. He shouts in desperation. The crime of rebellion is unforgivable. He is merely a prince. He cannot dictate our fate. Brothers, charge forth and slay these soldiers. It is our only path to survival. Xiao turns his gaze, coldly regarding the man on the wall. He recognizes him as the orchestrator behind the incitement of the rioters. Yet Xiao knows this man possesses formidable skills. Moreover, from his demeanor, it is evident he is exceedingly cautious. At this distance, even if the rioters are defeated, he can still make a graceful retreat. Xiao disregards him and addresses the multitude of rioters below with a steely voice. Our Great Qian royal family has stood for a millennium, and never has a mob succeeded in usurping power. You have neither food nor arms. I possess 3,000 soldiers, while you number over 100,000, yet cannot prevail. Surrender now, or when the imperial army arrives, you shall face extermination. With a thunderous voice, Xiao commands once more, and in that instant, the blood dragon shadow behind him trembles. The dragon's roar reverberates once again, and with the blood dragon shadow accompanying him, Xiao's might reaches its zenith. Among the crowd, some are shaken and drop their weapons. The Great Qian dynasty has endured for a millennium, and the royal authority still holds sway in the hearts of the people. The formidable prowess of the golden scale guards, the extraordinary events unfolding, and Yi Zhao's intimidating presence have thoroughly intimidated the rioters. They dare not attack, for they cannot win. They cannot flee, for they lack sustenance. Surrendering, with Yi Zhao's assurance of safety, seems to be the best choice available. As some among the crowd cast down their weapons, this act triggers a chain reaction. The disaster-stricken populace, overwhelmed with despair, begin to weep openly. At their core, they are simple folk, the majority having led honest lives. Never having committed any wrongdoings in their struggle for survival, they have cast aside their humanity. Now, as they relinquish their weapons and reflect, many find their loved ones lost in the chaos of the uprising. How can they not grieve? How can they not lament? One person weeping incites collective sorrow, and soon the air is filled with wails of mourning. Despite the overwhelming numbers of over 100,000 attacking just 3,000, the rioters are now utterly dejected, stripped of any fighting spirit. Xiao glances back at the city wall, only to find the instigator who had been rousing the rioters has already fled. Everyone has lined up, ready to receive porridge. Xiao's countenance remains stern as he issues commands. He is not in a good mood. The 3,000 conscripted laborers have all been slaughtered by these rioters. Perhaps to the court, They are merely cold figures in an official report, but to the families of those 3,000, it is an unbearable blow. Nonetheless, Xiao understands he has successfully navigated this crisis. Turning to Yin Zhe, he instructs, organize these individuals, divide and manage them. All shall be held accountable under a collective punishment system. If one escapes, the entire battalion shall be executed. Our men must remain vigilant on the periphery. No one must be allowed to flee. These individuals may escape the death penalty, but they cannot evade the consequences of their misdeeds. Xiao does not intend to forgive them. Regardless, there is a price to pay for the lives lost. In the second prince's residence in Liang, Ying is peacefully sleeping when a figure rushes in. It is Cui Changhe. Quickly, awaken the second prince. Trouble has arisen. Moments later, in the conference hall, the second prince's eyes are filled with gloom. Third uncle, what did you say before? Did you not say 10 would die and none would survive? Over 100,000 rioters could not slay a mere 3,000 soldiers. Faced with the accusation, Cui Changhe can only manage a bitter smile. I did not foresee this either. Those 3,000 soldiers are exceptionally skilled in defense and possess incredible combat strength, slaying tens of thousands of rioters while maintaining their formation. Moreover, that fellow possesses a mystical item that can summon a dragon shadow and assist his soldiers in recovering their strength and injuries. The rioters were terrified and panicked into surrendering. Mystical treasures are crafted by spiritual masters using rare materials and often possess remarkable abilities. Yi Zhao's dragon flag, while not made of any special material, has been imbued with the essence of a sovereign through the emperor's cauldron, drawing upon Yi Zhao's vitality and the beliefs of the loyal souls of Qian, transforming it into a formidable weapon. Of course, Cui Changhe is unaware of the intricacies. To him, it merely appears as a mystical treasure crafted by a spiritual master. The second prince, dissatisfied, demands, "What should we do now?" The second prince has quelled over 100,000 rioters while simultaneously providing disaster relief in Yong'an. His reputation has completely overshadowed mine. Even if we return to court, his achievements will eclipse my own. Cui Changhe, resigned, replies, "At this point, there may be no good solutions. I never anticipated that Yi Zhao's subordinates, having only formed an army for half a year, would possess such terrifying combat capabilities." The second prince erupts in anger. "I cannot believe this. Is that an acceptable excuse? I do not wish to know why we failed. I only want to know what I should do next to overshadow the third prince, or rather, what must be done to eliminate him." Despite being the second prince's uncle, Cui Changhe respects him in daily matters. However, when the second prince is enraged, he dares not speak further. It seems troublesome now. The emperor has dispatched troops from Yizhou to suppress the rebellion, and they will arrive within 3 days. The disaster situation in the other cities of Juyuan has also slightly improved. Cui Changhe, at this moment, feels somewhat helpless. The second prince closes his eyes and takes a deep breath. Suddenly, he declares, "Immediately dispatch someone to sift through the disaster relief grain and soil. So many have perished in Juyuan, and there is no need to utilize such supplies. Send doctors and medicine to various regions to expedite disaster relief efforts and stabilize the situation." Cui Changhe pauses, hesitating. "If we do this, the cost of relief will be... Do not concern yourself with the cost. At this point, I cannot allow the third prince any opportunity to criticize me. Additionally, send someone back to Tang'an to spread rumors that the third prince's failure to suppress the bandits led to the uprising of the Juyuan populace." The second prince's voice is cold. "I will contact those in the court. My next confrontation with him will be in the imperial court. He has already deduced that the outcome of this situation is largely determined. As long as food, medicine, and personnel are in place, the situation will stabilize. With the military aid from Yizhou and the control of local officials, order in Juyuan will soon be restored." Before long, a wave of rumors sweeps through Tang'an City. News of the Juyuan populace's rebellion reaches the city. "Have you heard? The third prince, Xiao, has taken his soldiers to Juyuan, yet he spends his days indulging in feasting and amusement, neglecting his duty to quell the bandits, resulting in the disaster relief supplies being intercepted by evildoers, causing the uprising of tens of thousands of citizens. Over 100,000 have perished. No way. That Xiao's previous demeanor hardly suggests he could commit such acts. You simply do not understand. It's akin to a flower-patterned pillow. It seems impressive, but in reality, it lacks substance. A mere dung egg appears polished on the outside." Exactly, that's the sentiment. Throughout the streets, the common folk engage in fervent discussions. While many may not believe that Xiao could commit such deeds, the influence of deliberate manipulation prevails. Take the Baifu building in Tang'an City, one of the enterprises owned by the Cui family. Typically bustling with guests, the innkeeper now speaks in hushed tones to patrons, saying, "You might not be aware, but let me tell you, that third prince is truly a disgrace." Before he can finish, two figures burst through the door. They carry a foul-smelling bucket of excrement and violently douse the interior. Instantly, the room is filled with filth. After completing their act, they leave behind a letter and make a hasty exit. As the diners inside catch a whiff of the stench, the two have already vanished. The patrons erupt in curses, while the innkeeper and staff are left in utter chaos. In truth, such incidents are not uncommon. Many who spread rumors in Tang'an City have begun to face reprisals. Most of these individuals hail from merchant families, and they have been subjected to defecation attacks, some even beaten or set on fire. Following such experiences, they receive extortion letters demanding protection fees. The recipients of these demands are various gangs within the city. That night, at the headquarters of the Tiger Gang, Nguyen sits atop his seat, surrounded by his subordinates. One of them, puzzled, asks, "Boss Nyo, what exactly are we doing today? Did we not agree not to target ordinary merchants? Why are we now targeting those who spread unfavorable remarks about the third prince and demanding protection fees? Are we not merely providing others with an opportunity to profit from our efforts?" The crowd is perplexed, looking to the leader, Nguyen, for clarification. To the members of the gang, Nguyen's strategy is utterly incomprehensible. After a moment of silence, one brave soul cautiously asks, "Boss, what does it signify?" Nguyen sneers. "It indicates that these merchants are aligned with the second prince." Oh. The gang members suddenly understand, but quickly become confused again. "But what does this have to do with us?" Nguyen erupts in anger, slamming his hand on the table and scolding his subordinates. "I told you to read more in your free time. What are you doing? All you think about is fighting, collecting protection fees, and chasing women. The second prince's shops must be disrupted under the guise of other gangs in Tang'an City. What do you think will happen to the second prince?" Finally, one clever member, guided by Nguyen's words, realizes, "I get it. He'll definitely wipe them all out. So that's the plan. Nyogu is truly wise, amazing. Now it makes sense. No wonder we must cover our faces. It's to prevent them from recognizing us. Ha ha ha. Once the second prince eliminates those scoundrels, we, the Tiger Gang, can take over their territory. Boss, you're incredible." Nguyen stands, laughing heartily. "Brothers, follow me, Nguyen, and you will surely enjoy a life of luxury. For those who participate in today's operation, each will receive 50 taels of silver, but let me make one thing clear. If anyone dares to leak a word of this, I will annihilate their entire family." As the gang members rush out to spread the word, the Tiger Gang revels in jubilation. With money in hand, they indulge in every vice imaginable. Hearing his subordinates' boisterous departure, Nguyen's expression softens slightly. These fools have such limited vision. Whether the second prince wipes out the other gangs is of little concern to him. He merely wishes to prevent those individuals from spreading disparaging remarks about Xiao. As for the extortion letters, they serve merely to serve as a cover and provide his subordinates with a plausible justification. People, after all, will not rise early without incentive. Without benefit, who would willingly take risks? That wraps up my end of things, however. It can only slightly delay the spread of rumors. I am uncertain when the master will return. Nguyen stroked his chin, murmuring, "If the master does not return, these rumors will inevitably spread. I must consult with Miss Yin to have her tarnish the second prince's reputation. My subordinates cannot be implicated with the master." Soon, another wave of rumors sweeps through Tang'an City. The second prince's inadequate disaster relief incites civil unrest while deliberately maligning the third prince. In no time, the city is rife with gossip about the two. Within the imperial palace, Yi Zhuan sits in contemplation, listening to reports from the cloaked figures. Currently, the rumors circulating in Tang'an City primarily revolve around these two narratives. However, tracing their origins proves elusive. Humph, their source. It is none other than my sons. Yi Zhuan snorts coldly, opening his eyes and stating, "Do not concern yourself with it. Let the common folk say what they will. Such matters cannot be curtailed. You may leave, as commanded." The cloaked figures retreat. Yi Zhuan stretches and picks up another confidential report from the table, a smile creeping onto his lips. "My son, you certainly possess talent. In merely half a year, 3,000 soldiers have withstood the onslaught of over 100,000 rioters. Such capability is indeed exceptional, even among de Qian's forces. Given time, this army will undoubtedly rank among the finest in the realm. As he speaks, he shakes his head. It is a pity he remains somewhat soft-hearted. Allowing the second prince to lure him into Jiuyuan, placing him in peril. At this point, he expresses dissatisfaction. The second prince, too, should realize that even when confronting a rabbit, one must exert full effort. If he is to act, could he not muster a few competent experts? He wishes to kill yet fears missteps that may expose him, overly cautious. Otherwise, gathering skilled warriors to strike amidst the chaos would have ensured the third prince's fate was uncertain. While the 3,000 soldiers would have surely perished, now, the third prince has taken advantage of the situation, establishing a significant achievement. As he speaks, flames erupt from his hand, and the confidential report is instantly reduced to ashes. Zhoutong. Yizhuan barks loudly, summoning Zhoutong from outside the hall. Go and convey my command. The situation in Jiuyuan has stabilized. Xiao and Ying may return to Tang'an, and subsequent matters will be handled by local officials. Understood. Zhoutong swiftly departs. With his orders delivered, he must personally travel to Jiuyuan. In Jiuyuan, Xiao sits cross-legged upon his bed. On that day, the blood dragon flag absorbed the blood essence, transforming into a blood dragon and entering Xiao's being. Empower Xiao with divine strength. Yet, once the blood dragon dissipated, the terrifying power of Xiao vanished as well. Nevertheless, Xiao still reaped immense benefits. During this period, a formidable surge of blood energy coursed through his body. While an ordinary person might be at a loss on how to handle it, Xiao, being well-versed in myriad martial arts, would certainly not squander this blood energy. By refining his vital energy, he fortified his physique through secret techniques. In just half a month, Xiao's physical prowess experienced exponential growth. Though he could not yet obliterate an opponent's head into a mist of blood with a single punch, his physical strength had already increased by over 1,000 pounds. Your Highness, General Lu seeks an audience. Came the voice of Luer from outside. Lu Ping, the general of Ezhou, commanding an army of 70,000, had arrived to quell the rebellion. Upon his arrival, he was utterly astonished. Over 100,000 rioters had been trapped in the wilderness outside the city by Xiao, under strict surveillance, leaving no room for chaos. Yet, Xiao commanded a mere 3,000 troops. When he learned that Xiao had withstood the onslaught of over 100,000 rioters with just 3,000 soldiers, his admiration for Xiao soared. I shall go forth, Xiao declared, rising from his bed. With a casual movement, the blood energy surged within him, and his bones resonated. His eyes flickered with excitement. Indeed, the blood barbarian's body-forging technique is terrifying. The claim of being able to capture dragons with one's bare hands is no mere exaggeration. Alas, it requires an immense amount of blood energy, which is difficult to sustain for a human. Indeed, the body-forging technique Xiao practiced was the unique prowess of the blood barbarian tribe, the blood-burning divine technique. The blood barbarians were born with extraordinary talents, their blood energy incessantly surging. The purer the bloodline, the more pronounced this phenomenon. This blood-burning divine technique was the supreme skill of the blood barbarian tribe, igniting the blood energy within to forge and strengthen the body from the inside out. It was said to create a physique rivaling that of deities, capable of subduing dragons. However, the blood barbarian tribe had been extinguished 3 centuries prior, and the truth of this claim was unknown. Nevertheless, this technique was indeed recorded in the Great Qian's martial archives. Regrettably, for humans, this technique was akin to waste paper, utterly untrainable. When Yi Zhao's blood energy reached its zenith, he instinctively recalled this technique. For him, there was no other technique as effective for body forging. Thus, he resolutely chose to practice this method, believing that if the blood dragon flag could gather blood energy and infuse it into his body, he could certainly master this technique. Chapter 51. The resolute Yi Xiao in the conference hall. Yi Xiao sat across from Lu Ping. Lu Ping appeared to be around 50, with rough, dark skin and piercing eyes. Luer served tea and discreetly withdrew. Yi Xiao regarded Lu Ping and softly inquired, "May I ask General Lu's purpose for visiting today?" Lu Ping chuckled, grinning widely. "Third Prince, it is like this. My brothers have been staying outside the city for some time. The Jiuyuan city is uninhabited, so why not allow them to move in? Otherwise, they'll suffer in the wind and rain." Yi Xiao shot Lu Ping a sidelong glance. In truth, He understood Lu Ping's intent very well. On the first day of Lu Ping's arrival, Xiao had prohibited his subordinates' large forces from entering the city. The reasoning was simple. Although Juyuan City had suffered from flooding, there were still many valuables to be found within. For ordinary soldiers, even a few precious items could translate into significant silver. This was not an unreasonable request. Xiao established the tone of the matter, which instantly delighted Lu Ping. Those in command generally protect their subordinates. Who wouldn't he want their men to gain some benefits without affecting others? Then, I shall allow them to enter the city today. Not now. Xiao firmly shook his head. Lu Ping frowned. Why not? Because my men need to search within the city. After tomorrow, General Lu's men may enter the city at their leisure. Xiao replied with a smile. News from Liang has arrived. Father has sent someone with a decree for me and my second brother to return. Thus, I shall depart tomorrow. My brothers have risked their lives, and they ought to have some rewards. Wouldn't you agree, General Lu? For now, I have only these 3,000 men. Once we finish our search today, the Juyuan city will be at your command. Lu Ping's expression gradually softened. He had no objections to this. To put it plainly, Yixiao's forces had bravely withstood the impact of over 100,000 rioters, ultimately defeating and persuading them to surrender. This was indeed a significant achievement that ensured his subordinates would not need to engage in battle. Moreover, Juyuan City was vast, and with only 3,000 troops, Yixiao's men could not possibly search it thoroughly. It would be beneficial for his subordinates to gather some spoils as well. What the third prince says is indeed right. We shall proceed as you suggest. After Lu Ping finished speaking, he rose to take his leave. Yet Xiao called out to him, saying solemnly, General Lu, I have one matter to entrust to you. Keep a close watch on those 100,000 rioters. I have other plans for them. It is not as simple as letting them go just because you find it troublesome. After all, they are rebels, and letting them go is out of the question. Yixiao's gaze was extremely stern. Lu Ping was momentarily taken aback. Such a resolute order. It was important to note that Xiao had no authority over him. Lu Ping followed Yixiao's lead simply out of respect for his royal status. However, this command carried an implicit meaning of unchallengeable authority. In Yixiao's view, it was inconsequential for Lu Ping's men to enter the city. However, if the supervision of the rioters were to be relaxed, leading to their escape, that was precisely what Xiao wished to avoid. Should these people disperse throughout Jiuyuan, it was highly likely that the court would not pursue them. In such a case, they could commit crimes without facing punishment, which was a scenario Xiao did not wish to witness. After contemplating for a moment, Lu Ping bowed respectfully to Xiao. I understand. I shall take my leave. He acquiesced to the request. Once he departed, Luer and He Quan emerged from the side. Your Highness, were you a bit too forceful with General Lu just now? Luer inquired curiously. Wai Xiao shook his head. Some individuals require a firmer hand. Otherwise, they won't take you seriously as a prince. Those rioters are captured by my men. I cannot allow others to dispose of them as they please. Lu Ping, as the general of Yizhou, would not pledge allegiance to me even if I were overly gentle with him. I only need him to execute my orders. As for whether he is pleased or not, that is of no concern to me. At this point, Xiao turned to He Quan. Uncle He, go notify the Golden Scale Guard outside the city to assemble and enter immediately. Within Juyuan Prefecture, 3,000 Golden Scale Guards stood in silent formation. Having witnessed bloodshed and traversed dire straits in the recent battle, they now bore an air of grim determination. Observing the assembled troops, Xiao declared loudly, Juyuan Prefecture has suffered calamity, with the majority of its populace perishing, leaving it a desolate city. The rioters outside the city are met with the wrath of heaven and the ire of the people. While I grant them the mercy of not killing them, they are destined to be conscripted into labor for life. All objects within the city are ownerless. Those who fought alongside me to suppress the rebellion shall be rewarded. Today, you may enter the city and freely search for valuables. Everything you obtain shall belong to you. We shall not take a single item. After I depart tomorrow, those items shall be left for the forces of Yizhou to take at their leisure. So you need not hold back. As Yixiao's words concluded, the eyes of all present sparkled with excitement. Go. With a single command from Xiao, the crowd erupted into jubilant cheers, rushing into the deserted Juyuan Prefecture. This was certain to be beyond the usual rewards. Who wouldn't relish such an opportunity? At this moment, Yen Zhe had yet to make much of a move. Wai Xiao inquired with a smile. General Yen, why do you not join in? Yen Zhe gently nudged his horse forward, shaking his head. A commander must possess dignity. If one loses their gravitas for trivial gains, how can they still instill fear in the soldiers? He continued with a smile, moreover. I trust that His Highness would not neglect his subordinates. Xiao replied softly, of course not. This time, those who deserve benefits shall receive them in full, and those who do not deserve them shall not get a thing. The matter of Juyuan came to rest. Xiao returned to Tangan, and it had been over 2 months since he set out for disaster relief. In these 2 months, Xiao gained immensely. Not only had his physical strength increased, but his cultivation level also ascended by 2 ranks, reaching the 3rd tier of the heavenly origin realm. At the gates of Tangan, 2 teams advanced side by side. One was Xiao, while the other was the second prince, Yin. Yin had received the imperial decree first, with Xiao lagging slightly behind. However, due to the swiftness of Xiao's forces, the 2 parties encountered each other precisely at the city gate. Walking alongside one another, neither side showed any intent to quicken their pace, yet neither did they retreat. Finally, at the city gate, both parties came to a halt. Voices of discontent emerged from Xiao's carriage. Yanzhe, who ordered you to stop? Enter the city. Your Highness, there are individuals ahead to welcome you. They seemed to be from the royal family. Indeed, both parties had halted due to the presence of individuals coming forth to greet them. The one who approached was none other than the first prince, 2 royal brothers. After the disaster relief in Jiuyuan, you have endured great hardships. Father has commanded me to welcome you here. Please step down from your carriages and join me in the royal carriage to the palace. Clearly, he had discerned the tense atmosphere between the 2. For him, the last thing he wished to see was a conflict arising between them at the city gate. As the first prince's words fell, the second prince, Yin, emerged from the carriage, laughing heartily. Elder brother, it is but a small hardship, all for the sake of the people. How could I allow you to exert yourself in welcoming us? With a beaming expression, he approached the first prince. Upon reaching his side, the 2 shared a warm embrace. Yet Xiao remained conspicuously absent. The second prince smirked. Why has the 3rd brother not yet dismounted? Do you not see that elder brother is here to welcome you? Astonished, Xiao leaned out of the carriage to observe the 2 at the city gate. Both wore lavish attire, their towering figures signifying their royal lineage. Noticing Xiao's emergence, the second prince deliberately provoked, 3rd brother, do you truly not regard elder brother? He has been waiting at the city gate, yet you remain in the carriage? A flicker of annoyance crossed the first prince's eyes, but he quickly masked it with a smile. The 3rd brother has been away for long. He may not be familiar with the customs. It is of no concern. Xiao leaped down from the carriage, standing tall and proud as he approached the 2. Soon, he stood before them. The 3 brothers were of similar height and strikingly handsome, making for an eye-catching sight. Xiao's gaze completely bypassed the first prince, fixating intently on Yin. Yin, undeterred, smirked. It seems my 3rd brother harbors dissatisfaction towards me. With a sigh, Xiao replied, of course. Though we are all ruthless and treacherous in our own ways, there are distinctions among us. Being ruthless towards the strong and the enemy is acceptable, but being ruthless towards the common people, towards one's own subjects, is utterly inhumane. I have heard that when you dealt with the rioters, you showed no mercy either. Yin laughed. Now, in many counties of Juyuan, the people are even preparing to erect longevity tablets in my honor. Look over there. Those 3 golden umbrellas were sent to me by Weian, Longjing, and Ziyuan counties. As he spoke, he pointed to 3 golden umbrellas beside his carriage. This claim was not unfounded. The other disaster-stricken counties in Juyuan had benefited from his timely intervention, with the dispatch of doctors and medicines effectively controlling the calamity. Coupled with the guidance of local aristocrats, the golden umbrellas were indeed a genuine token of gratitude from the people. This was also part of his political achievement. With this disaster relief effort, he had received 3 golden umbrellas. In the eyes of outsiders, he had successfully completed the task. In contrast, the responsibility for the rioting and looting that had plagued Juyuan seemed to rest on Xiao's shoulders. Xiao shook his head. You cast the blame on me, while you take all the credit and acclaim for yourself. Ha ha ha. The second prince's face beamed with pride as he feigned innocence. What is the 3rd brother talking about? I merely act with a heart of compassion, doing practical things for the disaster victims. Anything beyond that is beyond my knowledge. Wai Xiao sighed, speaking with a hint of melancholy. Second brother truly has a talent for calculation. However, it seems you have overlooked one detail. The second prince appeared puzzled. What detail have I overlooked? A sinister smile crept across Xiao's lips as he retorted. You dare to come this close without your vicious dogs at your side? At this, Yin was taken aback. He shouted, "How dare you?" Before he could finish, Yi Xiao had already swung his fist. "Do you want to see if I dare?" Bang. Yi Xiao's fist struck Yi Yin's face with tremendous force. Though Yi Yin had practiced martial arts, his talent was mediocre, and he trained in top-tier techniques, giving him some skill. However, his abilities paled in comparison to the nearly unbeatable martial prowess of Yi Xiao. With that punch, Yin fell backward, gazing up at the sky in shock. The first prince's guards were stunned, witnessing a royal fight in broad daylight. As they prepared to intervene, they heard the first prince urgently shout, "Stop this at once. As princes, do you not understand decorum? To engage in a public brawl, who dares to intervene? If things go awry, it could lead to dire consequences." The guards halted simultaneously. Meanwhile, several figures surged forth from beside the second prince's carriage like lightning. At the same time, two figures from Yi Xiao's entourage charged forward to confront them. The assailants were He Quan and Yin Zhe. Both possessed formidable strength, and upon clashing with the second prince's elite guards, a fierce battle ensued on Yi Xiao's side. He had Yin pinned to the ground, delivering a one-sided beating while hurling curses. "You enjoy being sarcastic, do you? I'll show you what sarcasm feels like. Damn it. I've been holding on to this anger throughout the journey. What are you pretending for? You think I don't know what you did? You think I wouldn't dare to hit you? I did when we were young, and I can do it now." In truth, Yi Xiao was indeed hesitant to kill. Without evidence, killing Yi Yin would surely exclude him from the competition for the throne and could lead to severe punishment. However, a thorough beating was something Yi Xiao would not hesitate to do. He Quan and Yin Zhe held back the second prince's elite guards, preventing any reinforcements from arriving. The first prince shouted in protest, "Third brother, cease this at once. Look, you've swollen his left eye. How will he face anyone with such an asymmetrical appearance? Ah, why did you also give him a right eye? Brother, you are being excessive. He is a grown man. How can you strip him bare?" Finally, Yi Xiao halted his assault. The second prince lay sprawled on the ground, his trousers pulled down to reveal half of his pale backside. His face was bruised and swollen, resembling a pig's head, with multiple contusions covering his body. His eyes were tightly shut, having lost consciousness. "Ha ha ha, delightful." Yi Xiao laughed heartily at the sight of his misery. He turned to the first prince and declared, "Elder brother, I shall indeed enter the palace, so no need for your assistance. Third brother, do as you please." The first prince smiled lightly, unfazed. Yi Xiao swiftly dashed back to his carriage, while He Quan and Yin Zhe also returned to their positions. The elite guards by the second prince rushed forward to assist him, only to discover he had succumbed to unconsciousness. As they entered the city, anyone who dared to obstruct them would be executed. Meanwhile, Yi Xiao's chilling voice echoed, "Yes." The golden scale guards behind him responded in unison. In an instant, the air was filled with murderous intent. In this battle of Jiuyuan Prefecture, the golden scale guards had been drenched in blood, each having claimed multiple lives. The spirit of their entire cohort was starkly different from when they had set out. The elite guards of the second prince, though unwilling, could sense the resolve of Yi Xiao and the golden scale guards. Should they dare to intervene, Yi Xiao would undoubtedly command their execution. Exchanging glances, they hoisted the unconscious Yi Yin and swiftly retreated to their own ranks, watching as Yi Xiao's convoy swept majestically into the city. The first prince muttered to himself, "Well done. The second brother has lost face. This matter cannot be left unresolved. I am eager to see how father will deal with the third brother. Having achieved a great victory, yet creating such a disaster, there must be an explanation." Deep within the palace, Zhou Tong hurriedly rushed forth, beads of sweat dotting his forehead. Your Majesty, there has been an incident." Zhou Tong fell to his knees before Yi Zhuan, rolling and crawling in a state of desperation. Sighing, Yi Zhuan, engrossed in reviewing the memorials, did not lift his head, expressing his discontent. Why can't you be more composed? What could possibly cause you to panic so? How many times have I told you? When faced with difficulties, remain calm and steady as a mountain." The second prince, Yi Yin, was ambushed at the city gate. Upon hearing this, Yi Zhuan's eyes widened in fury, springing to his feet, filled with murderous intent. "Who dares to harm my son? I shall eradicate his entire clan." Chapter 53. Come, let us drink together in Tangan City. The citizens cast wary glances. The golden scale guard trailed behind Yi Zhao's carriage, moving through the streets. The city was home to many soldiers, yet this contingent exuded an extraordinary presence that even ordinary folk could feel. Why were they not clad in armor? No one knew. But their intimidating demeanor was palpable. "Hush, keep your distance," as the golden scale guard passed. The people hurriedly stepped aside. Yi Xiao reclined against Lu Er's lap, suddenly sitting up and shouting, "Stop the carriage." The procession halted instantaneously. "Lu Er, come, let us drink." Lu Er was taken aback. "Your Highness, aren't you going to the palace? Why rush? My father won't die anytime soon." With that, Yi Xiao turned and strode away. Lu Er quickly leaped down to follow him. Yin Zhe stood in silence for a moment, glancing at He Quan. "What should I do now? Take the men back to the camp. What else? Are we to stand here in the street waiting for him?" "Ha! I don't trust you, old buddy. Wang Hu, lead the brothers back to camp. I will escort brother He home." As he spoke, Yin Zhe leaped onto He Quan's carriage. He Quan rolled his eyes. "You really are devoid of charm. It's better than being led astray by you." People vary in status, and taverns are no exception. Some taverns are luxuriously decorated with exquisite dishes, yet many, even with money in their pockets, instinctively shy away from such establishments. For instance, Yi Xiao. At this moment, he stumbled into a shabby roadside tavern. Most patrons were dressed in simple attire, with a few wandering rogues, yet there were few young nobles like Yi Xiao, adorned in finery. Even the middle-aged man singing in the tavern ceased his performance, all eyes drawn to Yi Xiao. Oblivious, he shouted, "Owner, 3 gin of liquor, 4 gin of cooked meat." After placing his order, Yi Xiao chose a corner table. The surface gleamed with grease, and the walls were blackened with soot. Yet he seemed unfazed. He plopped down, leaning against the wall, a hint of weariness in his gaze. After 10 years wandering the Jianghu, he had visited many such dilapidated places, yet, at this moment, he felt distinctly out of place. Soon enough, the food and drink arrived. Lu Er poured him a drink, and he downed 3 large bowls in quick succession. The strong liquor coursed down his throat, leaving a glimmer of moisture in his eyes, and his cheeks flushed as the intoxicating haze enveloped him. Patrons came and went, and the singer performed one song after another. Though the quality was lacking, the voice bore a touch of melancholy. Unbeknownst to him, Yi Xiao was transported back to the Jianghu of his heart. 10 years in the Jianghu, blissful and carefree, amidst the clash of blades and the thrill of vengeance. As he drank bowl after bowl, the effects of the alcohol intensified. Suddenly, Lu Er whispered, "If you are unhappy in Tangan, we can leave." She sensed the fatigue within him, not merely physical but a weariness that stemmed from his heart. Yi Xiao turned to her, chuckling lightly, "Leave? To wander the Jianghu, to endure hardships and find joy." "Joy?" Lu Er's eyes shone with unwavering determination. "Ha!" Yi Xiao leaned against the dark wall, a self-deprecating smile gracing his lips. "But I do not wish to. I promised that child I would make this world a better place. Being in the Jianghu, even with boundless power, how much can I truly change?" Lu Er fell silent, fully aware of the trials Yi Xiao had faced and the countless experiences he had endured. Some matters and individuals remained etched in their hearts, unforgotten. In the palace, Yi Zhuan's eyes blazed with fury. An attack on a prince, such an affront challenged the dignity of the Great Qian imperial family, an affront he could not tolerate. "Your Majesty, it was the 3rd prince," Zhou Tong hurriedly explained. "The eldest prince went to welcome the 2 princes back to the city. But it seems a conflict arose between the 2nd and 3rd princes, which led to the altercation." Bang! Yi Zhuan kicked Zhou Tong fiercely. "Why didn't you say so directly? If you speak half-truths again, I shall annihilate your entire clan." Yi Zhuan was genuinely furious. Who was he? The emperor. His words were law. Just moments ago, he had vowed to eradicate the perpetrators, only to discover it was one son attacking another. Was this not a slap in the face? Zhou Tong was rendered speechless. He had not intended to speak in half measures, and the 2nd prince? Taken to Yunfei, where he is being treated by the imperial physician. And the 3rd prince? I do not know. He vanished after entering the city. Yi Zhuan's fury surged. Where is the eldest prince? Where has he gone? The eldest prince escorted the 2nd prince to Yunfei and is likely on his way back. Yi Zhuan frowned, waving his hand. "Go, find the 3rd prince at once." Zhou Tong bowed and exited. Yi Zhuan resumed his seat, lost in contemplation, his thoughts unknown. In Yunfei's quarters, Cui Yunqi stood before the injured 2nd prince. swollen and bruised. "Mother, won't you speak to father on my behalf?" Cui Yunqi's gaze was icy. "What is there to say? In your current state, should I wail and lament? Do you believe that would help?" The second prince fell silent. Cui Yunqi instructed, "Remember, when you go, do not cry or complain. If your father inquires, downplay the matter. Show your magnanimity." "Why? He struck me in public. Should this simply be overlooked?" The second prince's eyes widened in anger. Though they were so swollen he could barely open them, of course not. Cui Yunqi's voice turned cold. "Understand this. Regardless of our grievances, this is a matter for the inner court. If your father punishes Xiao today, this incident will be laid to rest. Whether lightly or heavily, our words hold little sway over him. Instead, show some grace. Tomorrow, when officials bring forth accusations against Xiao, that will be the true test. Remember, it is not familial ties that influence your father." In the tavern, Xiao was now considerably intoxicated, his movements unsteady. Lu Er rushed to support him. Upon reaching the door, they found the sky drizzling lightly. "Where are we going, young master?" "To the palace, to see my father." As they stepped into the rain, unbeknownst to them, in the corner of the tavern, a man slowly lifted his head, revealing a long scar across his cheek. Seeing Xiao and Lu Er leave, he donned a hat from the table and hurriedly followed them out. The rain intensified, soaking Xiao and Lu Er, but he allowed Lu Er to support him. Indifferent to the chill of the autumn rain, the sound of the rain concealed everything, including the hurried footsteps behind him. Suddenly, a blade glinted, striking fiercely towards Xiao's neck. Chapter 54. Old Leaf Head, here I come. In the downpour, the blade gleamed ominously, aimed at the back of Xiao's head. Yet, in his inebriated state, it was as if he had eyes at the back of his head. He instinctively leaned back. A glimmer of gold appeared at his fingertips, precisely striking the man's arm at a pressure point. The man's blade halted, just inches from Xiao's neck. Frustration flickered in the man's eyes as his arm succumbed to numbness, his grip on the knife failing him. With a clatter, the long knife fell to the ground. Xiao turned his head, sighing. "Why did I spare your life back then? Only for this to happen?" The man raised his head, incredulous. "You remember me? Of course, I killed 181 men from Huangfengjai, yet you alone survived. Though I pierced your chest with my sword, I spared your vital organs. If you were fortunate, you could live on." Xiao's words left the man in disbelief. He had always thought his survival was a stroke of fate, a twist of fortune. He could not fathom that it was mercy from the man before him. "Impossible, that absolutely impossible," he shouted at Xiao. "Why did you spare my life?" "Because you were not entirely irredeemable. You occasionally advised your brother against violence and secretly aided nearby villagers." Xiao spoke softly. "Though you committed wrongs, you also harbored good intentions. In this world, many things are beyond our control, so I offered you a chance at life. Today, we meet again. If you choose silence, we can part ways amicably." "But why do you insist on attacking?" the man yelled. "You killed my brother and destroyed Huangfengjai. This enmity is irreconcilable. Then perish." Xiao turned away. The man knelt in the rain, and Xiao's voice echoed. "Once mercy was shown, a chance at life given. Yet your obstinacy leads to your demise today." A line of blood appeared on the man's neck as Xiao's voice reached his ears. His consciousness fading, in his vision remained only Xiao and Lu Er's silhouettes, reminiscent of that day long ago when he wielded his sword against Huangfengjai. The girl had always stood by his side. Time had not changed. The only difference was that this time, he truly faced death. "Do you regret it?" "Perhaps a little, but he would regret even more if he did not seek vengeance." Deep within the palace, Yi Zhuan's furious reprimands echoed. The one being chastised was none other than the eldest prince. As the elder brother, you allowed your two younger brothers to fight before you. Xiao is far too powerful. I couldn't intervene. You were afraid of provoking a backlash from Xiao's faction, leading to casualties? If you fear everything, why even bother to show up? Just stay at home. Starting tomorrow, you are confined for 10 days. When it came to the second prince, Yi Zhuan primarily focused on appeasement. To his surprise, Yin displayed remarkable magnanimity, even taking the initiative to excuse Xiao. "After all, my third brother has wandered the Jianghu for many years. It is common for him to have a fiery temper and resort to violence. Rest assured, father, I harbor no resentment towards my third brother. Asked the elder brother, it is only right that I yield to him." I can attend court tomorrow. There are still matters regarding the Jiyuan prefecture that require my attention, and I hope father will grant my request. Gazing at the swollen second prince before him, the usually cold-hearted Yizhuan felt a twinge of sympathy. Very well, go. Rest assured, your efforts in disaster relief have not gone unnoticed. I shall not shortchange you. The second and eldest princes took their leave. Yizhuan's expression deepened with contemplation. Bring in the third prince. Why has he yet to enter the palace? In an age without telephones, locating someone who had suddenly fled was exceedingly difficult. By the time Xiao arrived at the palace, night had fallen, and the rain had ceased. He appeared somewhat disheveled and reeked of alcohol as he stumbled into the palace, while Lu Er remained outside, waiting in Yizhuan's quarters. The door was kicked open with a bang. The palace maids and eunuchs were left dumbfounded. They had never seen anyone dare to act so boldly. Wai Xiao strode into the chamber. Hey, old leaf head, weren't you waiting for me? Here I am. Yizhuan frowned at the drunken outburst but showed no outward reaction. Only when Xiao approached did he speak. What is the meaning of this? Are you attempting to feign drunkenness to lessen your culpability? What crime have I committed? Xiao plopped down on the floor, defiantly asking. You publicly assaulted Yin and claimed to be innocent. Isn't it natural for a younger brother to strike an elder brother? Yizhuan was taken aback, his anger boiling over. This is preposterous. A brother should act as a father. You cannot lay hands on your second brother without justification. A brother is like a father. Thus the second brother is naturally like a son. After all, a person cannot have two fathers, can they? Since he is a son, it is only fitting that I strike him. Yizhuan was nearly driven to laughter by his son's reasoning. You reckless fool. After reprimanding him, Yizhuan demanded, Why did you strike Yin? I just found him irritating. Is that all? Indeed. Such a direct and simplistic reasoning left Yizhuan momentarily speechless, unable to find a way to excuse Xiao. Then what is the current situation? Don't tell me you genuinely drank too much. It's nothing more than my disdain for you. Yizhuan's expression darkened further. Xiao, you would do well to comprehend the gravity of your actions. Xiao sat on the floor, staring up at Yizhuan. The two locked eyes, and Xiao could see the fury within Yizhuan's gaze. Yet, he felt no fear, murmuring, The truth is, I understand your intentions. You merely wish for us brothers to clash, however. I believe our conflict should be predicated on one condition. It must not harm the interests of Qian or the common people. What irritates me is that you know we will go together, potentially leading to more deaths among the populace, yet you still send us forth. Do you understand how dire the situation in Jiyuan Prefecture is? How many lives have been lost? Yizhuan's voice was low as he asked, Let me pose a question. If you do not go, do you believe your second brother would proceed without you? Wai Zhao's response faltered, caught in contemplation. He suddenly realized that if he did not go, would Yin truly act responsibly in providing aid? Given Yin's initial thoughts, with disasters ravaging the land and grain contaminated with sand and soil, how many more lives would be saved in Jiyuan Prefecture? He did not know. Yizhuan rose, speaking coldly, The path of an emperor requires balance. Appointing personnel necessitates careful consideration. The disaster is peculiar, and at present, the court lacks sufficient resources. If the second prince volunteers, I have no justification to refuse. Were it any other official, do you think they could truly manage the disaster? Behind the second prince are the wealthy merchants of the realm, who pursue profit without limits. I shall never place my trust in them. Sending you to Jiyuan is akin to wielding a sharp blade above the second prince's head. He will undoubtedly harbor deep-seated hatred for you, wishing to see you perish. Yet, at the same time, he must tread carefully in his actions. Tell me, even if I know you two will clash, if I do not send you, who else should I dispatch? Chapter 55. A meeting in the vast empty hall. Only the two of them remained. Yizhuan's voice was cold and distant. As an emperor, he wished to control everything. Yet the reality was that within the court and beyond, no one was free from the desire to conceal their self-serving actions. At this, Yizhuan's gaze fell upon Xiao. Even you brothers are no exception. You claim to act selflessly, yet everyone harbors selfish motives. Xiao refrained from arguing. Yizhuan returned to his seat, pouring himself a cup of tea, taking a sip before continuing, Do you think I sent you to Jiyuan merely for your mutual conflict? You underestimate me. What I desire is the swift resolution of the disaster in Jiyuan Prefecture, with minimal cost and maximum efficiency. Regardless of the circumstances surrounding this incident, my primary goal remains unchanged. He cast a glance at Xiao for the chaos that may ensue upon your arrival, and the lives lost. So what? A swift blade cleaves through the tangle far more decisively than a dull knife grinding flesh. Allow the second prince to play his games. Those merchants behind him have a myriad of ways to exploit and torment the common people, prolonging their suffering and leading to countless deaths. But if you apply enough pressure on the second prince, forcing him to act against you, whether you live or die, he will endeavor to resolve the crisis with utmost diligence. So, does this answer satisfy you? My son? Ha ha ha! Xiao burst into laughter, rising to his feet and bowing deeply to Yizhuan. Thank you, father. I was mistaken. Are you no longer angry? What is there to be angry about? Yizhuan smiled faintly. I am indeed risking your life. If there is a next time, it would still be me, Xiao murmured. I have never anticipated any kind of fatherly affection. He turned to leave. Suddenly, Yizhuan's voice echoed behind him. Your actions against Yin are far from over. I understand. Willing to accept any punishment, I shall comply. Xiao exited, leaving the grand hall desolate. Yizhuan sat beneath the lamp, sighing deeply, a solitary existence. Such is the fate of an emperor. My most cherished is indeed Xiao, yet even so, his life is merely a pawn on the chessboard. Send for Xiao. What is the outcome of the situation in Juyuan? An old eunuch promptly departed to convey the message. Soon, a cloaked figure arrived at Yizhuan's chamber. Your Majesty, I have investigated the destruction of the dam at Juyuan. It is impossible to ascertain if it was an act of sabotage. As for the civil unrest, it is reported to have been incited by a man named Wu Wanshan. A likeness has been drawn, but he has vanished without a trace. After listening to the report, Yizhuan contemplated for a moment. Is that all? Hearing the dissatisfaction in his tone, the cloaked figure broke into a sweat. For now, that is all. The town suppression office has certainly not lived up to expectations. Upon hearing this, the cloaked figure fell to his knees, bowing his head. It is my incompetence. Xiao, among the four princes, who do you believe is worthy of inheriting the throne? I do not know. Cold sweat trickled down Xiao's back. He was uncertain of Yizhuan's intentions. Not knowing is inconsequential. You may assist me. From this day forth, I will lift the surveillance restrictions on the princes from the town suppression office. Gather any intelligence you can. Xiao was taken aback. He recalled a previous conversation where Yizhuan had disapproved of monitoring the princes. I understand. You may leave. As Xiao departed, Yizhuan sighed once more. Second brother, if one is to vie for the throne, those wealthy merchants can only play a supporting role. Should there be any confusion of priorities, I would be sorely disappointed. I am the residence of Xiao. He stepped inside. Your Highness, Miss Liang Qing and Steward Zhou are waiting for you. Xiao was surprised to find Liang Qing still at his residence so late. He entered to see Steward Zhou rushing to greet him. My little ancestor, where have you been? His Majesty is still waiting for you in the palace. Steward Zhou was nearly in tears. Yizhuan had sent him to search for Xiao, only to find that he had gone off drinking without a trace. With the hour growing late, Xiao had only just returned. Fearing Yizhuan's wrath, he was at a loss for how to respond. Noticing Zhou's anxious demeanor, Xiao chuckled. I have already been to the palace. Upon hearing this, Zhou sighed in relief. Then I shan't disturb you any further. He was about to leave when he suddenly halted, glancing around, and whispered to Xiao, Third Prince, may I have a word? Xiao waved his hand, signaling the others to withdraw. Zhou leaned in and whispered, Recently, the saintess of the Qing Yuan sect has arrived in Tangyan and visited His Majesty and the Empress. The Empress has taken a particular liking to her and is considering adopting her as a goddaughter. Upon hearing this, Xiao furrowed his brow. The Qing Yuan sect, one of the 7 sects of Qian, is deeply rooted and filled with experts. Typically, these sects maintain a respectful distance from the court, fearing any entanglement. Why then is the Qing Yuan sect seeking to align with the court? After a moment's thought, Xiao smiled at Zhou. I see. Thank you for the information. As Zhou departed, Xiao stroked his chin, murmuring to himself, The saintess of the Qing Yuan sect is it in Linglong? Never mind, I cannot be bothered. It would be best if she does not come to provoke me. Having traversed the martial world for a decade, Xiao had encountered countless prodigies. Ayan Linglong, the saintess of the Qing Yuan sect, was merely ranked 17th on the star list. While many may regard this as an unattainable height, to Xiao, he felt no desire to even engage with her in combat. Their paths had never crossed. At that moment, He noticed Liang Qing standing not far off, quietly observing him. He waved and smiled. "Back again?" Xiao nodded. "I am back." This ordinary exchange dissolved any lingering distance between them. "Why are you not home at this hour?" "I wanted to see you." Liang Qing was not the type to mince words. When she desired something, she simply stated it. Xiao chuckled. "And what of now?" "It's time to go. You should rest early." "All right." Liang Qing approached Xiao, gazing at him deeply as if to imprint his image in her mind before turning to leave. After waiting for so long, it was all for this moment. Love, at times, is inherently this simple. Far away in the Qing Yuan sect, the higher-ups convened, embroiled in heated debate. "I believe Linglong should adopt the Empress as her godmother. Our Qing Yuan sect is at a crossroads. With a generational gap in our new talent in 10 years, our standing among the 7 sects will surely falter, and we will be absorbed by others. If the court agrees to our terms and establishes a department to regulate the martial sects based on the Qing Yuan sect, elevating us above the others, then what harm is there in adopting the Empress as a godmother?" Humph. If this matter were to spread, our Qing Yuan sect would become a laughingstock. We would be the disgrace of our sect. What of being a laughingstock? The martial world must adhere to some rules. Our Qing Yuan sect will support the court and then become officials tasked with overseeing the various sections. They must heed our commands or face consequences. What difference is there from being the leader of the martial world? How ridiculous! We, as martial artists, have never entangled ourselves with the court. Now, we are to have our saintess adopt the Empress as her godmother, turning our sect members into the court's hounds. A disgrace. Silence. The sect leader, An Baisong, bellowed, interrupting the debate. Chapter 56. Yi Zhao's Dilemma within the Qing Yuan sect. An Baisong looked at the crowd, his voice cold. Our Qing Yuan sect has stood for hundreds of years, once dominating the martial world of Qian, but what does that matter? Should our top experts perish, the sect's prestige dissipates instantly. Currently, Linglong's ranking on the star list is a mere 17. Furthermore, it is precarious. In another 10 years, who among the new generation will be able to take the lead? And do not only consider the younger generation. In our own, aside from myself, who can truly claim to be among the top martial artists? Our ancestor is nearing 300 years of age and may soon attract heavenly tribulations. He can only seal himself in the ice cave to accumulate strength. Should he fail to transcend in 30 years, who will safeguard the sect's peace? Each question left the room in silence. In the martial world, it is often the case that past glory and foundations may yield a multitude of elite martial artists within the sect. However, in the end, the top sects rely on the most extraordinary geniuses. Since the last generation, the Qing Yuan sect has shown signs of a decline, and this new generation is no exception. With 2 consecutive generations devoid of top experts, combined with the inability of the sect's elder to act, they must consider their future. The room fell into silence. Suddenly, someone spoke up. "What if we were to bring back Cheng Hu?" "Be silent." And Baisong shot a glare at him. "That rebellious child, infatuated with a demoness, do not even mention him." And Cheng Hu, and Baisong's eldest son, ranked 5th on the star list. To speak frankly, he was originally the hope of the Qing Yuan sect, seen as a prodigy by all. Unfortunately, 5 years ago, An Cheng Hu defected from the sect. An Baisong's anger left everyone present in silence. After a moment, An Baisong collected his emotions, took a deep breath, and spoke solemnly. "I have made my decision. As long as the court agrees to establish a department regulating the martial sects based on our Qing Yuan sect, Linglong may adopt the Empress as her godmother. He is after all the leader of the Qing Yuan sect. More importantly, he is a descendant of the sect's ancestors. Although many within the sect do not agree with his views, they cannot openly defy him." At this time, in Tang'an City, a man and a woman walked through the night. "Little Tiger, do you think the man the tavern owner mentioned could be young Master Mu?" The young woman, beautiful and youthful, spoke with anticipation in her eyes without turning around, and Cheng Hu paused for a moment before slowly replying. "He is dead." Smack! The woman slapped Cheng Hu across the face. "Little Tiger, if you dare say young Master Mu is dead again, then you may as well disappear from my sight forever." The 5th-ranked Cheng Hu did not evade or retaliate, merely responding coldly, "He does not like you." These words left the woman in silence. After a long pause, she sighed. "I do not like you either, but do you know why I brought you along? Because I understand how painful it is to love someone and not even be able to see them." And Cheng Hu clenched his fists. Some people are destined to be lovers. Ever since he met this woman, he has been captivated. Yet this woman has always held only that man in her heart. Why is it that man draws so many admirers? You too, why do you and Luo Yusheng have to chase after him? Because he is strong. The woman declared, my man, Nangong Wanwan, should be the strongest in the world. If you, little tiger, can defeat him, I will marry you. At the mention of this, despair flickered in Qinghu's eyes. He seemed to want to argue but found no words. Ultimately, he could only helplessly sigh. I cannot win. Recalling his encounters with that man, despite his diligent training in recent years, Qinghu still did not believe he could emerge victorious. He has lost before, but only to that one person has he felt such despair. I heard your sister has come to Tangan. Would you like to see her? Not interested. What a boring fellow. Before dawn, in the prince's residence, Xiao stood straight, arms outstretched as Luer helped him don his dragon robe. The prince's official attire, the dragon robe, symbolized nobility. As Luer adjusted his clothing, she remarked, Your Highness in the dragon robe truly exudes an extraordinary presence. If you had worn this attire while traversing the martial world, who knows how many noble young ladies would have been captivated? Xiao scoffed, captivated? Those few have already given me enough headaches. Being pursued by them all over the place, I hardly dared to show my face these last 2 years. If more come, will I even be able to live? Hee, I thought you enjoyed it. After all, their beauty is truly unmatched. It must be said, Yi Zhao's decision to return to the court was influenced by many factors. Mentioning their beauty, Yi Zhao shook his head helplessly. Those women are indeed beautiful, but they are not to be trifled with. Their minds are all muddled from martial training. Humph. Your Highness speaks so lightly. Who told you to challenge them back then? They are all exceptional talents, and yet you bested them in combat, only to celebrate with them afterward. With your noble background and exceptional demeanor, you cannot blame them for being drawn to you. Recalling this, Yi Zhao felt wronged and could not help but retort. I challenged them solely because they ranked among the top on the star list. Tio perfect my Tianqin Wuxiang. I need to engage in battles with more martial experts and gather various techniques. And what of the celebrations? If you win, why must you drink with them? We had no grievances. After fighting, we became friends and shared drinks to exchange martial philosophies. What wrong have I done? I was merely trying to share martial insights. Yet they were drawn to me, and I am blamed for it. All right, my prince has no faults at all. It is all their mistake. Perhaps it is not entirely so. See, you are feeling pity now. I am not. You are. After finishing his grooming, Yi Zhao had breakfast and climbed into the carriage. His expression was solemn, for he knew that during the court session today, Yin would undoubtedly seize the opportunity to strike. In the court, Yin stood with a face resembling a pig's head, positioned prominently. To be frank, although Yi Zhao's blows had not been light, with the aid of spiritual medicine, he should not have appeared so battered after just one night. It was evident he had intentionally avoided treatment to present himself in such a state for the court. As Yi Zhao entered the grand hall, all the ministers turned their gazes toward him. Every pair of eyes fixated on Yi Zhao. To the ministerial assembly, Yi Zhao appeared far too arrogant. Indeed, he was excessively arrogant. Even daring to assault his own brother, the prince, in public, it was utterly lawless. Chapter 57. I request second brother to act under the watchful eyes of all. Yi Zhao strode confidently towards his seat. Oh, second brother, you look rather well. It seems you must have slept soundly last night. Yi Zhao smiled, greeting the pig-headed Yi Yin at this moment. Yin wished to gnash his teeth in rage at Yi Zhao. However, he understood that today someone would speak on his behalf. He chose to remain silent and turned his gaze elsewhere. He did not wish to engage in a verbal spar with Yi Zhao. After all, speaking would genuinely hurt his face. Yet, Yi Zhao was determined not to let him off easy. Noticing his silence, he remarked, Did second brother do something last night? Perhaps someone jabbed you in the throat with a stick. Is that why you cannot speak? Could the rumors be true? The second prince erupted in fury. Third brother, do not take it too far. I do not wish to argue with you, so do not provoke me. What if I do provoke you? Yi Zhao coldly stared at the second prince, stating, The common folk of Zhuyuan have not provoked you. What are you talking about? I do not understand. At this moment, the second prince refrained from giving Yi Zhao any leverage, looking toward the 3 large umbrellas erected in the corner of the hall, stating, I knew it. Countless commoners sing praises. Yi Zhao followed his gaze to the 3 large yellow umbrellas, unperturbed. What a pity. these praises cannot be transformed into the silver coins you so favor. That may not be the case. As the second prince's words fell, Zhou Tong's sharp voice rang out. His Majesty has arrived. Instantly, the court fell silent, and the ministers parted. Yi Zhuan strode in with the grace of a dragon, taking his seat upon the throne. His gaze swept over the assembly, and he coldly declared, "If there are matters to report, speak. If not, you may leave." A middle-aged scholar stepped forward, bowing. "I, Xiao, Deputy Minister of Rights, submit a report against the third prince, Xiao, for assaulting the second prince, Yin. His nature is brutal and devoid of decorum. I request your Majesty to strip him of his rights to deliberate in court, confiscate his private soldiers, and confine him to the prince's residence as a warning." As one person finished, another stood up. "I, Zoli, the imperial censor, charge the third prince, Xiao, with failing to quell banditry, resulting in the uprising of the disaster victims in Zhuyuan, leading to the deaths of tens of thousands. I, Qian, Deputy Minister of Personnel, report that the third prince has overstepped his bounds in Yong'an County, dismissing County Magistrate Wang Fu and treating the court's regulations with disdain. I request your Majesty to punish him. I, on behalf of Wang Fu, submit a petition, reporting that the third prince has imposed heavy taxes in Yong'an County, oppressing the common folk. Attached are the names and testimonies of the oppressed citizens of Yong'an County." In an instant, the court was filled with accusations against Xiao. It seemed he had aroused the wrath of heaven and the ire of the people. His foundations were shallow, and no one stood to defend him. Normally, an ordinary person would be thrown into a panic, yet Xiao remained unfazed. At that moment, Yi Zhuan spoke. "Let us address matters one by one. First, let us discuss Yi Zhao's assault on the second prince. Yi Xiao, do you have any defense?" Yi Xiao stepped forward, bowing. "I have no defense to offer. Are you willing to accept punishment?" "I am willing, but I have one question to ask Deputy Minister Xia." Yi Xiao approached Xiao, towering over him, and asked solemnly, "May I inquire, Deputy Minister Xia, does Qian have no laws?" Xiao was taken aback, quickly frowning. "Of course there are laws then. If there are laws, why do you not act according to them?" Yi Xiao declared loudly, "According to the laws of Qian, those who assault others in public, without causing bodily harm or severe injury, shall compensate 30 taels of silver, receive 80 lashes, or face 3 months of imprisonment, with the choice left to the offender. I shall willingly accept the 80 lashes. The laws of Qian are indeed strict. 30 taels of silver is not a trivial amount for the common folk, compounded by the punishment of 80 lashes or 3 months in confinement. Consequently, such acts of violence are relatively rare." Wei Xiao was indifferent to the 80 lashes, however. The prospect of relinquishing his military and political authority was absolutely unacceptable. Upon hearing this, Xiao furiously retorted, "You are assaulting a prince, and what of it?" Yi Xiao replied, "I as a prince not akin to a commoner." "Of course, they are different," Xiao asserted without hesitation. Wei Xiao turned to Xiao, a smirk playing on his lips. "If you maintain that, then the laws of Qian do not stipulate any punishment for assaulting a prince. As the saying goes, if the law does not forbid it, one may proceed. Thus, without such a stipulation, am I not innocent?" As he spoke, Yi Xiao turned to Yi Zhuan, bowing slightly. "Lord Xia has already attested to my innocence." Xiao was left speechless. That was not his intention at all. His point was that the punishment for assaulting a prince should not equate to that of a commoner. Indeed, the laws of Qian do not explicitly define the crime of assaulting a prince. After all, no one would be foolish enough to attack a prince. In other words, princes are not easily assaulted. Xiao hastily looked at Yi Zhuan. "Your Majesty, the third prince is arguing in bad faith." "That is not what I meant." Before Yi Zhuan could respond, Yi Xiao impatiently interjected, "Then what do you mean? Speak." "Assaulting a prince should warrant a heavier punishment." "Why is that?" Yi Xiao inquired. "Because of the prince's noble status." "In that case, as I too am a prince, does that not imply that when a prince commits a crime, the punishment should be lessened? Does this not return us to the same point as before? Are you suggesting that a prince's crime should be punished equally to that of a commoner without any mitigation? Or if they are to be treated equally, why then should the punishment be harsher? Is it merely because my second brother has a larger head?" At this, Ying, who had been observing from the sidelines, was taken aback. He realized that everyone's gaze was now fixed upon him. It was indeed true that he had a large head. Yi Ying's face flushed red. He wanted to reprimand Yi Xiao but restrained himself. Nevertheless, It must be said that Yi Zhao's proposal to carry out the punishment according to the law was quite difficult to refute. After all, everyone knows that the law is the foundation of a nation. As the debate between Yi Xiao and Xiao seemed to reach an impasse, Ying took the initiative to step forward. Father, I believe my younger brother's suggestion is feasible. Let him receive 80 lashes, and we shall put this matter to rest. It must be noted that receiving lashes would require the sealing of one's martial abilities. In Yi Ying's understanding, being restrained in one's abilities, receiving 80 lashes could incapacitate anyone, and if struck harder, could even lead to death. Of course, he did not believe Yi Xiao would die from it. Yi Zhuan turned to Yi Xiao, coldly stating, "Since this is your own proposal, let it be established. 80 lashes it is. The imperial guards shall carry it out shortly. Wait." Yi Xiao interjected once more. Yi Zhuan smiled slightly. "Are you afraid?" "No. I think the executioner should not be the imperial guards." "Then who should it be?" Yi Zhuan gently inquired. Yi Xiao approached Ying and smiled. "It must be my second brother who administers the lashes. This way, it will demonstrate that father does not show favoritism and allows my second brother to vent his frustrations." With that, Yi Xiao turned to Yi Ying. "What do you say? Let it be you. Otherwise, father, who has always favored me, might instruct the imperial guards to go easy on me, which would not be effective." Yi Ying was momentarily taken aback, instinctively sensing something amiss, yet he could not discern Yi Zhao's intentions. But the thought of being the one to strike Yi Xiao was indeed tempting. After all, delivering the punishment himself would be quite satisfying. Moreover, while his martial prowess was not particularly high, if Yi Xiao was truly restrained, and he exerted all his strength, it was entirely possible that he could inadvertently injure Yi Xiao severely. Chapter 58. Wait, are you seriously not going to give me a break? A person wandering in the desert, on the verge of dying of thirst, might see a bottle of water, only to find a warning that the water is poisoned. In such a situation, that person would be filled with inner turmoil. The second prince was in a similar predicament. Reason told him that Yi Xiao surely harbored ill intentions and was attempting to trap him. Yet the desire to strike Yi Xiao could not be suppressed. Seeing that he remained silent, Yi Xiao did not press him, instead smiling slightly. "What is the matter? Does my second brother not wish to strike? If you do not want to, then let the imperial guards do it. But do not say I did not give you the opportunity." His tone was filled with mockery. The second prince clenched his fists tightly. His thoughts raced. "Damn Yi Xiao! Is this truly a trap? Or is he merely trying to make me believe there is a trap so that I would hesitate to act?" Indeed, from Yi Zhao's demeanor, he began to suspect that Yi Xiao might be bluffing. Just as Yi Xiao walked toward the center of the hall, the second prince could no longer contain himself, exclaiming loudly, "Since my younger brother insists, I shall personally administer the punishment." In the end, he could not hold back any longer. With his back to the second prince, Yi Xiao smiled faintly. Yi Zhuan, seated on the throne, sighed internally. "Oh, the second one. What is the need for this?" In fact, the moment the second prince spoke, he felt a twinge of regret. However, he quickly adjusted his mindset. Regardless, the opportunity was before him. If he did not act, he would regret it even more. At this moment, Yi Zhuan did not look at Yi Xiao but instead addressed the others. "What do you all think of Yi Zhao's actions in Jiyuan Prefecture?" Everyone was taken aback. Previously, Yi Zhuan had allowed Yi Xiao to defend himself against the accusations, but this time, he was asking the opinions of others. However, who among the officials would dare to defend Yi Xiao? Among the crowd, Liang Qing'an furrowed his brow. He was well aware that he and Yi Xiao were intertwined. He should speak up, but as a martial general, he truly did not understand these matters well and was unsure how to articulate his thoughts. Just as he hesitated on whether to step up and say something, the Prime Minister, Su Mingxian, took a step forward. Bowing, he stated, "In my opinion, the third prince's relief efforts in Jiyuan Prefecture during the crisis were not overstepping his authority. Dismissing Wang Fu and reallocating resources to aid the disaster-stricken cannot be deemed as excessive taxation. The unrest among the people in Jiyuan Prefecture has many contributing factors and should not solely be blamed on the third prince. His leadership in quelling the rebellion with 3,000 soldiers against tens of thousands of rioters was a service to the nation. Overall, his merits outweigh his faults." Yi Xiao was stunned. Yi Ying was also taken aback. Even everyone present in the court was astonished. Su Mingxian, the Prime Minister, actually took the initiative to speak in favor of the third prince. He was the Prime Minister of Qian, the most powerful civil official. It was remarkable for someone of his stature to advocate for Yi Xiao. The hall fell silent. Why, as Zhuan's voice resounded, Su Xiang has made a valid point. Although there were instances of overstepping by Yi Xiao and Ji Yuan, they were due to necessity. In terms of outcomes, his contributions outweigh his transgressions, and thus, there is no need for further discussion. Yi Zhuan's words undoubtedly set the tone for the matter. His firm stance left no room for rebuttal. Everyone could see that Su Mingxuan's words were undoubtedly at Yi Zhuan's behest. But what could they do? When the emperor and the prime minister reached a consensus, how much influence could the other officials wield? While some may have supported the second prince and wished to speak on his behalf in court, few would dare to confront Yi Zhuan and Su Mingxian directly. The hall fell into complete silence. Meanwhile, Yi Zhuan continued. Yi Zhao's efforts in quelling the rebellion, defeating tens of thousands of rioters with thousands of soldiers, are commendable, and his ability to train soldiers is outstanding. I grant Yi Xiao the authority to form 8,000 cavalry, with all expenses covered by the Ministry of War. As for his soldiers, those who have contributed to this victory shall be bestowed the title, Golden Scales, along with an elevation in their status. Previously, Yi Zhao's Golden Scale Guard was merely a name he had assigned himself. However, this time, Yi Zhuan officially conferred the title and elevated their status. Upon hearing this, the ministers exchanged glances. Yi Xiao was once again granted the power to form cavalry. It is known that it is rare for a prince to hold military power. Moreover, Yi Zhao's military authority was actually expanding again. What was Yi Zhuan's true intention? Yet, such matters left them speechless. It was impossible to claim without evidence that Yi Xiao might rebel, right? While such talk could be whispered in private, openly stating it would be tantamount to seeking death. The second prince clenched his fists tightly. Yi Xiao had received the commendation of 8,000 soldiers, while he was left unmentioned. Among the crowd, Xiao, who had previously reported Yi Zhao's actions, stepped forward once more. Your Majesty is wise. While the third prince's actions may have had some rashness, his relief efforts were indeed commendable. However, I believe the second prince has overseen many aspects of the relief efforts and has garnered the people's support, which should also be rewarded. Yi Zhuan glanced at the bruised Yi Ying and asked, Ying, what reward do you seek? Serving the country faithfully is my duty. I do not require a reward. The second prince immediately stepped forward, bowing in refusal. Under such circumstances, this was the customary response. No one would be so foolish as to openly request favors. The emperor would typically grant the rewards owed, without fail. However, to Yi Ying's astonishment, Yi Zhuan laughed heartily. Well said. My son demonstrates loyalty, which pleases me greatly. Since Inger does not wish for a reward, let it be this way. Considering the state treasury is still lacking, I believe you should understand. Yi Ying raised his head, his swollen eyes filled with shock. Wait, I don't want it, and you genuinely won't grant it. Yi Xiao was granted the authority to form 8,000 cavalry, with the Ministry of War funding it, yet Yi Zhuan claimed the treasury was lacking. When it came to him, there was not even a token acknowledgement. But once spoken, those words could not be retracted. He forced a smile and bowed. I understand. It is all my duty. Afterward, he retreated. Is there anything else? Yi Zhuan's gaze swept over the crowd. At that moment, the Minister of Personnel stepped forward. Your Majesty, the prefect of Jiyuan has died. The prefecture is in disarray. Propose appointing Wang Fu as the new prefect of Jiyuan to oversee its affairs. Wang Fu was aligned with the second prince. Otherwise, he would not have deliberately targeted Yi Xiao. Likewise, this was the second prince's most crucial move, to position his ally in the role of prefect of Jiyuan. At that point, the Cui family could annex land at will. The plan was well laid out, but upon hearing the proposal, Yi Xiao stood up. Father, Wang Fu is merely occupying a position without fulfilling its responsibilities. Were it not for this, I would not have needed to dismiss him from overseeing the disaster relief in Yong'an County. Such a person is unfit to serve as the prefect of Jiyuan. Yi Xiao was determined not to allow Wang Fu to ascend. Yi Zhuan asked sternly, then who do you propose should take the position of prefect of Jiyuan? I recommend Li Yin, the county magistrate of Liang in Jiyuan Prefecture. Approved. Yi Zhuan agreed without any hesitation. The second prince was taken aback. He was well aware of Li Yan's character. If he were to ascend, it would be impossible for the Cui family to exploit Jiyuan Prefecture for land. Just as he was about to step forward, he heard Yi Zhuan's cold voice. According to the investigation by the Town Guard Division, Wang Fu has been derelict in his duties during the disaster relief and has accepted bribes amounting to thousands of taels of silver. I decree that his entire family be executed. Li Yin is known for his integrity and has performed admirably during the disaster. He shall be promoted to the prefect of Zhong. With that, Yi Zhuan turned to the Minister of Personnel and reprimanded, "As the head of the Ministry of Personnel, you should be aware of the conduct of your subordinates. You have recklessly made recommendations. From today onward, you are dismissed from your position and shall return home to reflect." Chapter 59. No one expected that merely for recommending Wang Fu, the Minister of Personnel would be dismissed by Yi Zhuan. This caused the second prince's plans to falter. Would anyone dare to speak in Wang Fu's defense? No one would. But at this moment, he could not afford to think about Wang Fu. The Minister of Personnel was the head of the 6 ministries. To have him speak up in support of Wang Fu, the Cui family had paid a hefty price to ensure their position. Yet now, not only was Wang Fu condemned, but the Minister of Personnel was also dismissed. What did such an attitude signify? The second prince felt a chill run down his spine. He realized that the situation was not unfolding as he had anticipated. There were no praises, no rewards. Even the personnel appointments were rejected. Wang Fu was executed, and the Minister of Personnel dismissed. Everyone close to him faced dire consequences today. He looked up at the throne, where Yi Zhuan's expression was cold and detached, devoid of any emotional fluctuation. He seemed less like a man and more like a dragon surveying the world. It was a symbol of absolute power. Just as Ying pondered what had gone wrong in his plans, Yi Zhuan's gaze turned toward him. "If there are no further matters, Ying, you may proceed to punish Xiao." Ying snapped back to reality. The imperial guards brought forth the punishment rods. Xiao walked to the center of the hall, smiling. "Let us get this over with." It won't take long. Yi Zhuan slightly gestured, and the elderly eunuch Lu Tong stepped forward, lightly pointing at Xiao. In an instant, Xiao's martial abilities were entirely sealed. Ying took the punishment rod, stepped behind Xiao, and took a deep breath. This was the only reward he had received today. He poured all his strength into the rod and swung it toward Xiao's back with all his might. Bang! A loud crash resounded. The rod shattered, and Yi Ying's hands were left bruised and bleeding. His fingers twisted. He let out a painful scream. No one had expected that this single strike would yield such results. Despite Yi Zhao's abilities being sealed, he seemed to have employed some method to rebound the force back onto Yi Ying. "Inger, do you wish to continue? There are still 79 lashes remaining. If you wish to proceed, I shall have someone bring more punishment rods." Yi Zhuan's voice remained devoid of any emotion. It was as if the one suffering was not his son. Ying gritted his teeth against the pain, his hands trembling uncontrollably, sweat beading on his forehead, betraying his agony. "No I won't hit anymore, I won't. Then let us disperse." Yi Zhuan rose and departed. All the ministers hastily exited the hall, leaving only Yi Ying, who was enduring the pain, and Yi Xiao. Yi Xiao crouched down, chuckling. "Second brother, I gave you a chance, and yet you are so inept. How could you rebound my attack? Didn't I seal your abilities?" "Indeed, my abilities were sealed, but martial arts encompass more than just internal strength. Some physical techniques are quite formidable. Coincidentally, I also possess a bit of skill in that regard. I have told you before. I am a genius, and you are not. If you insist on competing with me, you cannot win." With that, Yi Xiao stood up, turned, and left the hall without a backward glance, leaving Ying standing alone. In the imperial palace, Lu Tong followed closely behind Yi Zhuan. "Your Majesty, were you perhaps too harsh on the second prince today?" Yi Zhuan smiled slightly. "Harsh? Not at all. If he is unwilling to bear the risks of exposure and does not dare to gamble everything, he must accept the consequences of failure in this struggle. If he wishes to treat me as a fool and still seek benefits after losing, there is no such good fortune in this world. Here, only the victors receive all, the defeated, I have no need for them. Moreover, the aftermath of the disaster in Jiyuan will inevitably leave many lands desolate. If left for wealthy merchants to seize, it would not be in the best interest of Qian. I do not wish to see those merchants exert too much influence over court officials. It is a perfect opportunity to remove the thorns." As he spoke, Yi Zhuan sighed. "The relationship between officials and merchants must not be too close. If I do not instill a sense of restraint in these individuals, they will dare to do anything. I also need the second prince to understand that in this world, wealth does not grant one the freedom to act recklessly." Lu Tong observed Yi Zhuan's retreating figure, shaking his head. This man was never one to be easily fooled. By the way, how did Yi Xiao manage to do that earlier? The outer sect technique. Unmoving king body. A technique from the Buddhist sect of Xiao country, where the stronger the body, the greater the force of the attack received, and the stronger the rebound. However, this technique requires one to remain stationary. making it somewhat clumsy to it recorded in the royal armory? The information remains unrecorded, likely acquired by the third prince during his travels through the realm. Weding squinted slightly and murmured, "The realm? Tell me, should I attempt to intervene with these lawless individuals?" It seemed to be a question posed to Lu Tong, yet Lu offered no response. Weding did not press further. He had much to ponder. Until he reaches a conclusion, he would not make hasty decisions. In the Empress's chamber, the Crown Prince bowed to report to Yangli regarding court matters. At tea that moment, the Holy Maiden and Linglong sat demurely beside him. Listening attentively to the Crown Prince's account, Yangli scoffed. The second prince and his mother are alike, thinking that money is omnipotent. The Minister of Personnel dares to be bribed. The promotion and appointment of officials are all under the purview of the Ministry of Personnel. If he dares to meddle with such an office, it would be surprising if your father did not deal with him. The Crown Prince frowned. But the Minister of Personnel has had little prior interaction with the second prince. Perhaps it is mere coincidence. Whether it is coincidence or not is irrelevant. What truly matters is that your father does not regard it as such. Some matters require evidence, while others only need suspicion. Yangli turned to Linglong with a smile. From now on, he shall be your brother. We are united, after all, since you have recognized me as your foster mother. We will not conceal anything from you. We are family. And Linglong nodded obediently. The Crown Prince had prepared for this visit and promptly produced a jade box from his robe, presenting it to her. Upon hearing that my sister acknowledges our mother as her foster mother, we are now siblings. This is a set of exquisite jewelry crafted by top masters at Yipinsai, tailored specifically for you, my sister. There is but this one set in the world. Please see if you like it. If not, I shall have them make you another. As he spoke, he opened the box, revealing a trove of splendid jewelry. Earrings, hair ornaments, hairpins, necklaces, bracelets, and rings, all exquisitely made. The sight instantly captivated Linglong, despite being called a holy maiden. She belonged to a reputable lineage and did not typically indulge extravagantly. Seeing such treasures, how could she not be enamored? "Thank you, brother," Linglong exclaimed, her eyes filled with delight as she accepted the jewelry box. Yangli exchanged knowing glances with the Crown Prince, both understanding the girl's simple nature. Easily deceived. "Sister, in the future, should anything arise, just speak to your brother, and no matter what it is, I shall assist you. By the way, I have a friend named Xiao Sun, also from your Qingwen sect. I wonder if you know him?" Chapter 60. A call for help before the Prime Minister's residence. The figure paced back and forth, his face awash with anxiety. It was none other than Wu Qingchuan, the Minister of Personnel dismissed today. At last, the door creaked open, and a servant emerged, his nose held high, announcing, "Our Lord asks you to wait a moment longer. He is currently dining." "Very well, very well." Wu Qingchuan could hardly pay attention to the servant's disdainful demeanor, responding hurriedly. Waiting was always an excruciating ordeal, especially when one was reliant on another. Inside, Su Mingxian truly was dining, seated at a table laden with an array of dishes meant solely for him. His two sons stood beside him, though the second son was noticeably absent. "Father, my elder brother has already arrived in Ezhou. He sent word today that all is well, so there is no need for you to worry." Su Mingxian casually picked a morsel of food and remarked nonchalantly, "Of course, there is no need to worry. As long as I remain upright, who could possibly harm him?" Su family's eldest son, Su Yi, frowned. "Father, why did you speak in favor of that Xiao during court today? What else could it be? His Majesty summoned me yesterday, and his words carried a hint of suggestion." Sui was puzzled. "But father has never had any dealings with the third prince. You did not involve yourself in the Jiuyuan affair." Such a hasty comment could easily offend the second prince. With a sigh, Su Mingxian replied, "Since ancient times, the powers of the monarch and the ministers have been distinct. If one were to encounter a benevolent ruler, civil officials could rise to great heights. Have you not seen throughout history that many emperors were even scolded by officials to their faces, yet remained unscathed? It is precisely so." As he spoke, a flicker of apprehension crossed his eyes. "However, our current emperor, though he appears gentle, harbors a vengeful core. Those who mistakenly believe they can act recklessly due to their modest authority will inevitably face severe repercussions. Furthermore, it is true that the third prince has more merits than faults, and there is nothing inappropriate in speaking for him. As for offending Yi is of no consequence. I have never regarded him as a future heir. Among the four competing princes, he is the one I regard least favorably. Sui was greatly perplexed. Why is that? Think for yourself. Su Mingxian did not elaborate further, returning to his meal. Once he had eaten to his satisfaction, he waved his hand, and a dozen servants entered to clear the table. Su Mingxian had a habit of dining alone, never sharing a table even with his family. With a cadre of chefs at home, every meal required dozens of dishes, many of which he tasted only briefly or not at all. Yet for the household servants, this was not a misfortune. After all, the dishes cleared away would be theirs to enjoy. Bring Wu Qingchuan in, you two. Listen from behind the screen and do not make a sound. As Su Mingxuan's voice fell, Wu Qingchuan hurriedly entered, his posture markedly more hunched than when he had presented his case against Xiao in court earlier that day. A sycophantic smile adorned his face. Upon entering, he quickly bowed. Greetings, Prime Minister. Su Mingxian did not neglect him. Instead, he promptly returned the gesture, smiling. I was just dining and have kept Wu brother waiting for long. Please, take a seat. It was a well-known rule throughout the court that the Prime Minister did not receive guests during meals, and it was indeed inappropriate for Wu Qingchuan to have come at that time. Yet there was no hint of neglect from Su Mingxian, which warmed Wu Qingchuan's heart. He knew how fickle human relations could be. Prior to today, he had been the esteemed Minister of Personnel, enjoying the respect of many. However, upon leaving the court today, many officials avoided him, and even former friends offered no comfort. Yet Su Mingxian was willing to see him and treated him with courtesy. Once seated, the servants brought tea. Savoring a sip, Su Mingxian gently inquired, Wu brother, what brings you here today? Prime Minister, save me. Wu Qingchuan's voice quivered with a hint of desperation. His Majesty has dismissed me, stripped me of my position. I implore the Prime Minister to speak a few favorable words on my behalf before him. Wu brother. Su Mingxian chuckled lightly. Some matters, since they are private, I shall speak plainly. How much have you accepted from the second prince? To dare to place his people in today's court? At this, Wu Qingchuan hesitated. Su Mingxian was in no rush, merely stating calmly, if you do not treat me with sincerity, how can I assist you? Wu Qingchuan sheepishly raised 2 fingers, 200,000 taels. Upon hearing that figure, the Su family's 2 sons exchanged shocked glances, each reading astonishment in the other's eyes. 200,000 taels. Yet Su Mingxuan's expression remained unchanged, merely responding softly, 200,000 taels to have you speak for him. Then would it not be fair to say that 500,000 taels would enable me to speak on your behalf? Wu Qingchuan was momentarily taken aback, then a look of delight spread across his face. If the Prime Minister can assist me, 500,000 taels is no issue. Su Mingxian laughed. Rather than that, why not offer His Majesty 1,000,000 taels? Perhaps he would not even require me to intervene. He might speak a few words for you himself. What? Wu Qingchuan finally grasped the implication. It was not a request for money, but rather a mockery. His face flushed crimson. Su Mingxian continued softly. As the head of the Ministry of Personnel, you oversee the movements of officials across the realm. That it is inevitable that you receive some benefits. You have accepted them and arranged for some of your own people. But why would you assist the second prince? By speaking for him today, how many more people have you secretly placed under him? You and your ilk, taking the second prince's money while doing his bidding. Do you think His Majesty will tolerate such behavior? Wu Qingchuan murmured. But His Majesty summoned all 4 princes to the court to observe their struggles and alignments. What harm is there in that? Su Mingxian shook his head. Old Wu, your thinking is too simplistic. Indeed, His Majesty allows for their struggles, and there is nothing wrong with that. However, you must understand that there is a significant premise at play. What premise? The interests of Qian. Su Mingxuan's gaze grew resolute as he stood. His Majesty desires officials who may be corrupt, who may have personal interests, who may wield power for personal gain. As long as they are cautious and do not leave behind incriminating evidence, that can be seen as a talent. But the issue is, the interests of Qian require a guarantee, a bottom-line guarantee. This is His Majesty's red line. Supporting the second prince is permissible. However, after the disaster in Jiuyuan, with a significant loss of population, if another official who colludes with wealthy merchants were to be appointed, the lands of Jiuyuan would become ownerless. Those merchants would not hesitate to claim the lands for themselves without expending a single ounce of effort. You have received 200,000 taels, yet they will seek to recoup 10-fold or 100-fold. By speaking for the second prince today, have you considered the interests of Qian at all? If you continue down this path, what use is there for you under His Majesty? What should I do then? Please, Prime Minister, guide me. Wu Qingchuan's voice had already taken on a tone of despair. Chapter 61. Yizhuan's appetite within the Prime Minister's residence. Wu Qingchuan, with graying hair and a face rife with desperation, confronted Su Mingxian. For him, losing power felt akin to losing his life, Su Mingxian sighed. At this juncture, there is but one solution. What is that? Enter the palace and plead for forgiveness. What? Seeing the incredulity on Wu Qingchuan's face, Su Mingxian explained. You must realize that regaining your position as the Minister of Personnel is utterly impossible. But have you considered why His Majesty only dismissed you today and did not punish you? Wu Qingchuan shook his head. Please, Prime Minister, enlighten me, because His Majesty wishes to grant you an opportunity. Otherwise, do you think that the inspection department would use your dismissal as an excuse to invade your residence and investigate your alleged corruption? Would you escape unscathed? It could lead to the execution of your entire family and the annihilation of your clan. At these words, cold sweat broke out on Wu Qingchuan's brow. Su Mingxian continued. You need not consider other means. If I am not mistaken, the inspection department has already set experts to monitor you and your family, including your entrance into my residence. I fear His Majesty is already aware of this. He is merely waiting for you to enter the palace and plead for forgiveness. At this moment, I advise you to compile a list of the personnel you have placed under the second prince and the details of the bribes you have received. Present this to His Majesty while pleading for forgiveness, offering to surrender your personal property to the court. His Majesty may, out of consideration for your years of service, spare your life and grant you a leisurely post to enjoy your old age. A flicker of despair crossed Wu Qingchuan's eyes. If Su Mingxian's words were true, he had no other options. But if I do this, wouldn't the second prince seek vengeance against me? The second prince will not harm you. If he were to kill you, his reputation among the officials would plummet, and that is one reason. Furthermore, assassinating a court official would not please His Majesty, which is another reason. Thus, as long as you are willing to enter the palace and plead for forgiveness, you may enjoy a peaceful old age. Wu brother, I have said all I can. Whether you heed my words is up to your heart. Now, please leave. Su Mingxian ordered his servants to escort Wu Qingchuan out. In a daze, Wu Qingchuan was led away from the Prime Minister's residence. Once he departed, Su Mingxian's two sons emerged from behind the screen. Sue frowned. Father, if Wu Qingchuan follows your advice, can he truly save his life? If he cannot, he is doomed. But his family may yet survive. Su Mingxian replied coolly. This is the best outcome for him. If not, it would be the execution of his entire clan. Why? Sui asked. Did you not say that His Majesty would spare him? Indeed, His Majesty did not punish him today and has not ordered the inspection department to investigate him, all for the sake of allowing him to enter the palace and clarify matters. To demonstrate His Majesty's magnanimity, he is likely to spare him. The second prince may also refrain from harming him. However, just because the second prince does not dare does not mean others will not. None of the other princes are to be underestimated. If he dies, whether or not the second prince is responsible, everyone will suspect him first. Then why did father deceive him into thinking there was no danger? Su Mingxian sighed deeply. The national treasury is empty. One Wu Qingchuan cannot satisfy His Majesty's appetite. However, this opportunity allows for a great surge in punishments, extracting confessions through torture. Such a display would be rather unsightly. His Majesty has long since deemed him dead. Today's dismissal will not sit well with him. The second prince cannot protect himself, and the other princes will not come to his aid. Among all the officials, who can he turn to? If he comes to me, I must ensure he acts according to His Majesty's wishes. By voluntarily pleading for forgiveness and submitting the list, His Majesty will have no choice but to investigate. In this manner, seizing the ill-gotten gains of corrupt officials will replenish the treasury, yet to outsiders, it will not appear as though His Majesty intended it. This is the outcome His Majesty desires. Sui remained silent for a moment before speaking. Father, in pushing him into His Majesty's trap, you also implicate countless officials. I ask that not a bit too cruel. Su Mingxian scoffed. Cruel? In the court? A single misstep can lead to a bottomless abyss. Do you think this is a joke? Today, His Majesty is also warning everyone not to think they can easily deceive him. This includes me. After this incident, the second prince is likely to be severely weakened. Su Mingxian's third son, Su Xiong, remarked. Not necessarily. He has wealth, and there will always be those eager to profit. There will always be individuals willing to align with him. It is merely a temporary retreat. Such is the nature of princely rivalry. As long as one does not strike at the vital point, they cannot be considered toppled. Yet the second prince is destined to be merely a stepping stone for others. No one anticipated that Wu Qingchuan, dismissed from his post as Minister of Personnel, would enter the palace to plead for forgiveness that very night. He surrendered a fortune of 10 million in personal assets and provided a lengthy list of officials with whom he had vested interests. Yi Zhuan was furious and ordered a thorough investigation by the inspection department. In an instant, the realm was shaken. All officials of Qian were cautious in their speech and actions, fearing they might become embroiled in the turmoil. Simultaneously, Yi Zhuan, considering Wu Qingchuan's years of service and his timely repentance, rewarded him with a position in the Ministry of Rights. Yet this was a far cry from his former status as Minister of Personnel. Even more lamentable was the fact that just 7 days later, Wu Qingchuan passed away in his sleep. The coroner could find no signs of foul play, merely declaring it a natural end to his life. In the second prince's residence, his facial injuries had healed completely, but all 10 of his fingers were bandaged. Yin sat with closed eyes, listening to his subordinates recount the latest reports. The county magistrate of Wu County was investigated, and 700,000 taels were seized, resulting in immediate execution. The governor of Yongning Prefecture was found guilty of embezzling 1,000,000 taels, sentenced to death by Lingqi, with his entire family executed. The deputy minister of personnel, Qian Duan, was found to have embezzled properties worth 17 locations, 3,000 acres of land, 5 million taels in silver, and rare jewels valued at 1,000,000 taels, resulting in death by Lingqi and the execution of his 9 clans. Listening to each report, the second prince's heart ached deeply. He murmured, "Father is truly ruthless. I have labored for many years in the court, spending countless silver, yet I have lost 8 or 9/10ths of it. Your Highness, it is now rumored in the streets that you sent someone to kill Wu Qingchuan." The second prince roared in fury. "Nonsense! Am I a fool? If I were to kill him now, who would not know it was me? Your Highness, the palace has sent word that Consort Yun requests your presence. I shall not go. Tell mother that my injuries are not yet healed, and I do not wish to enter the palace for now." The second prince closed his eyes and outright refused. Every individual harbors their own thoughts. Having learned from past mistakes, the second prince was no exception. At this moment, he felt a growing dissatisfaction towards both Consort Yun and the Cui family. At Yi Zhao's residence, Han Qi sat across from him. His Majesty has truly played a masterful game. Han Qi marveled sincerely. With the disaster quelled, corrupt officials executed, and the treasury replenished, the realm enjoys peace and prosperity once more. Yi Xiao chuckled. My father is indeed wise. The second prince has formed alliances with officials through money. Thus, these individuals, having accepted his funds, are certainly not virtuous officials. Following the trail, they are all gluttonous pigs. This round has been exceptionally satisfying. Han Qi hesitated and said, "But, Your Highness, with such brilliance, and with the increasing number of troops under your command, do you not fear arousing His Majesty's suspicion? Do you know the greatest distinction between myself and the second prince?" Yi Xiao replied softly. After pondering for a moment, Han Qi responded, "Is it that your Highness possesses exceptional martial talent?" "No." Yi Xiao countered. "Is it that your Highness enjoys His Majesty's favor?" "Neither." Han Qi insisted. "Is it that your Highness is more handsome than the second prince?" "Indeed, that is true, but there is more to it." Chapter 62. Your Highness holds grudges. Yi Xiao gazed at Han Qi and said quietly, "What sets me apart from the second prince is that I have never contemplated deceiving my esteemed father." Upon hearing this, Han Qi fell into deep thought. Yi Xiao continued, "Many people arrogantly believe they are clever, thinking they can use cunning tactics to gain advantages without being noticed by others. However, in the eyes of truly intelligent individuals, many matters are not about being unable to see through them, but rather choosing not to expose them. I, for one, have never desired to conceal anything from my father. I wish to vie for the throne, to contend for supremacy. I harbor dissatisfaction towards him. I do not abide by the rules. Regardless of the circumstances, I express my intentions openly and act transparently. The second prince, however, is different. He resorts to concealment, manipulating the rules to achieve his ends through what he deems cleverness. That is the crux of our differences." A flicker of realization crossed Han Qi's face. No one enjoys being deceived or kept in the dark. Once His Majesty sees through it, even without evidence, he will surely harbor displeasure. "Precisely," Yi Xiao affirmed. "He treats my father as a fool. How could my father allow him to benefit? On the contrary, I am unafraid to tell him plainly that I wish to command troops and establish my reputation through military merit. If he dares not grant it, then so be it. But if he has given it, why should he harbor suspicion? What I desire has always been clear to him. Your Highness is indeed astute. Han Chi bowed respectfully. Your transparency far surpasses any clandestine actions. Yi Xiao shook his head. It is not a matter of superiority. The conditions and paths differ. The path I have chosen is to establish myself through martial prowess, which allows me to act openly. The second prince, who seeks to curry favor with officials through wealth, is destined to remain in the shadows. However, I believe the second prince is on the wrong path. Where has he erred? Han Chi inquired. He has the support of the Cui family and the wealth of merchants across the realm. His approach of befriending officials through wealth is not the correct way. While he exploits these families, he is simultaneously being exploited by them. Who is the master and who is the servant? A prince being manipulated by mere merchants for their gains, without serving the nation or the people, is a disgrace. If I were in his position, I would harness the trade routes of the wealthy merchants to establish a royal trading enterprise, engage in commerce with various nations, and set up workshops to provide livelihoods for the people, thereby demonstrating my inherent value to my father. Only then can I truly establish my foundation in this contest for supremacy. Han Chi looked at Yi Xiao with great interest. Your Highness, if one day the second prince suddenly sees the light, would you still seek to undermine him? Never. Yi Xiao shook his head. If he truly acts for the benefit of the nation and its people, not only would I not hinder him, but I would also assist him if he genuinely needs my help. However, my words will not change. Should I ascend the throne, he and the Cui family shall face annihilation. After all, no one can absolve the innocent souls lost in Jiyuan Prefecture. Ha ha ha. Han Chi laughed heartily, admiration flashing in his eyes as he bowed deeply. Your Highness's magnanimity is truly commendable. Historically, the struggle for succession is a life-and-death contest, fraught with mutual animosity, yet you are willing to assist him. This is indeed an act of great benevolence. It is truly unfortunate that the second prince lacks even half of your Highness's caliber. If he had genuinely devoted himself to disaster relief, setting aside personal gain, the outcome would have been different. He desires both glory and profit, yet ends up with nothing. Just as they spoke, a voice called from outside, Your Highness, the Liang family has sent an invitation for you to attend a feast at their residence tonight. Yi Xiao raised an eyebrow, knowing he had been engaged to Liang Qing for over 6 months, yet had not visited her family during this time. This time, with the invitation extended, he had no reason to decline. Go, inform them that I shall certainly attend tonight. Han Chi regarded Yi Xiao sincerely, saying, Your Highness, in all matters, I admire you to an extent of 80%, but regarding this marriage, I hold you in complete esteem. The might of General Yang Qing is something that most men would never dare to marry into. Yi Xiao's expression darkened slightly. Are you mocking me? Merely expressing my sincere admiration? Nothing more, such is fate. I cannot escape the clutches of these fierce women in my lifetime, Yi Xiao sighed. Han Chi perceptively caught the underlying message, his eyes widening with curiosity. What do you mean by that? Are there others? Matters that do not concern you should remain unqueried. By the way, the courtyard is a bit messy today. Since you have nothing to do, why not tidy it up? Luer, you shall supervise. Yi Xiao called out the last part, fully aware that Luer would not stray too far from him. Han Chi's expression stiffened. Your Highness, this manor is quite vast. Mr. Han, you spend your days merely eating and drinking tea. Consider it a physical exercise. Yi Xiao retorted as he exited. Luer had already brought a large broom, thrusting it into Han Chi's hands. Mr. Han, sweep away. Your loose tongue may have irked His Highness. As her words fell, Yi Xiao's voice echoed from afar. Luer, you shall also sweep half. Luer stuck out her tongue and shot an accusing glance at Han Chi. This is all your fault. Mr. Han, be prepared for a vegetarian meal tomorrow. Han Chi sighed inwardly. The culinary affairs of the manor were entirely under Luer's control. If she said there would be no meat, there would assuredly be no trace of it. That night, the moon hung high in the sky. Yi Xiao's carriage halted at the entrance. He descended, donning a dragon robe, and took a deep breath. He Quan chuckled. Your Highness seems a bit apprehensive. Yi Xiao did not deny it, replying helplessly, Indeed, it is my first visit, and I feel somewhat nervous. Do not worry, with more visits, you shall become accustomed. Suddenly, Liang Qing's voice rang out from the entrance, and Yi Xiao turned to see her peeking from behind the door, playfully smiling. Come in. Liang Qing stepped forward, wrapping her arm around Xiao's and pulling him inside. Why? Xiao exclaimed in alarm. Wait, I prepared gifts. It is customary to bring offerings on one's first visit. However, Liang Qing seemed unfazed, leading him inside with a smile. Leave the trivial matters to the servants. My mother has invited many guests who are already waiting in the hall. Xiao was taken aback. There are others? Of course. It is rare for you to visit. My mother must showcase her hospitality. Xiao was soon ushered into the reception room, where he was momentarily stunned. The room was filled with elderly women. Liang Qing began introducing them. This is my third aunt, and that is my sixth aunt, leaving Xiao feeling dizzy and robotically greeting each one. He also met Liang Qing's mother, Mrs. Wu. After a brief greeting, he was pulled out of the reception room, while Mrs. Wu beamed with pride. The emperor has granted marriage to the third prince. What a tremendous favor. Did you see how talented he is? Our Qinger has certainly secured a good match. Once Xiao was pulled out, Mrs. Wu continued to boast to the other women. Let us go meet my father. Xiao was astonished. Aren't there male relatives as well? Liang Qing covered her mouth. Laughing, what are you afraid? The third prince who faced tens of thousands of rebels is afraid. Indeed, I am. Xiao shook his head. I would rather face enemies than navigate such a gathering. Do not worry. It is not to meet relatives, but my father has gifts for you. Chapter 63. Reluctant Liang Qing Xiao followed Liang Qing to the backyard, where he found a group of young men gathered, chatting in small clusters. Upon their arrival, all conversations ceased, and they looked at Liang Qing with awe. Liang Qing paid them no mind, leading Xiao into Liang Qing's study. Father, the third prince has arrived. This was Xiao's first private meeting with Liang Qing. Xiao clasped his hands and said, Greetings, uncle. Regardless, he could not assume the airs of a prince in front of this man. Liang Qing nodded slightly. Smiling, you met those relatives earlier, did you not? What are your thoughts? Xiao forced a smile. I hardly recognize them. Do not worry if you do not know them. They know you. Liang Qing said, then added softly, I shall not beat around the bush. His Majesty has granted you 8,000 cavalry. Who do you intend to appoint as the commander for training? I plan to have Yin Zhe lead them, with some officers drawn from the Golden Scale Guard for foundational training. Xiao had no intention of concealing his plans. Liang Qing chuckled lightly. Having Yin Zhe command the Golden Scale Guard and cavalry is fine. With his capabilities, managing 8,000 troops is no issue. However, do you know what is most important in cavalry, aside from the commander? Xiao narrowed his eyes, probing, the grooms? Precisely. Liang Qing laughed. The care of horses is paramount. An excellent groom can enhance the combat effectiveness of cavalry by over 30%. As he spoke, he pushed open the door and called out, Su Ping, come in. From the crowd, a young, somewhat plump boy rushed in. Liang Qing introduced him. This is Su Ping, the seventh descendant of the Su family from Fanyang, a direct line. His family is renowned for their horse-rearing techniques. I have a good relationship with the Su family, and he wishes to serve you. I hear the Ministry of War will soon receive 40,000 war horses for selection, and you could certainly use his assistance. Su Ping bowed to Xiao and smiled earnestly. Greetings, third prince. My uncle said to follow you and listen to your commands. I promise there will be good food and drink. Liang Qing added, his uncle is me. This boy loves to eat meat. I trust you will not deprive him. Xiao thought to himself that if it were merely Su Ping, he would never have expected him to possess such remarkable skills in horse-rearing. However, since Liang Qing vouched for him, he had no reason to doubt. No problem. You shall accompany the third prince back to the manor. All right, the chubby boy, Su Ping, dashed out eagerly. Liang Qing continued, as for grooms, he is the one to rely on. Third prince, remember, in matters of horse care, heed only his words. Disregard everyone else's advice. The horses of cavalry are crucial, and all grooms must fall under his command. Understood, Xiao replied. Liang Qing then looked at the group of young men outside and said, these individuals are, to be frank, the offspring of those relatives in the reception room, connected to the Liang family. Xiao chuckled. Uncle Liang, are you suggesting they should join my cavalry? If a few were to fall, it might not be easy to account for. Not necessary. Liang Qing shook his head. In the past, military merit was earned through blood on the battlefield. They are all children of military families, accustomed to warfare, not pampered only children. If they fall, they fall. Xiao was taken aback, initially believing Liang Qing offered him grooms as a form of exchange. However, his words hinted at something deeper. Liang Qing continued, they have trained in martial arts since childhood. Though their talents may not be extraordinary, they are not overlooked in their clan. They are of age to serve, and compared to ordinary recruits, they are far more courageous. Moreover, they are family. You will need some genuine allies in your ranks. Otherwise, you will be deaf and blind to any hidden dangers, remaining oblivious until trouble arises. These individuals are our kin. If something is amiss, they will alert you. You do not need to take special care of them. Life and death are at the mercy of fate. Liang Qingyan spoke calmly. Many historical armies were named after their families, such as the Yu Army, Qi Army, and Xiang Army, because they included numerous clan descendants. These individuals forged absolute loyalty and a strong bond between the commander and their troops. It was clear that these young men were gifts from Liang Qingyan to Xiao. Perhaps they lacked valor, perhaps their abilities were modest. However, in terms of loyalty, they would undoubtedly surpass ordinary soldiers. Thank you, uncle. Xiao sincerely bowed to Liang Qingyan. Liang Qingyan sighed. Now that you are marrying Qing'er, you are bound to our Liang family. If I do not assist you, who else could I help? Xiao tilted his head and looked at Liang Qingyan. Uncle seems to harbor some grievances? Of course. Liang Qingyan turned to him, gritting his teeth. If Qing'er remains unmarried for life, I merely lose some meals. If you fail in your bid for supremacy, my entire family faces annihilation. Should I not feel aggrieved? Xiao chuckled. But what if I succeed? Wouldn't that elevate your status? Ha! His Majesty's grant of marriage is a clear indication that Qing'er is not to be the primary consort. Liang Qingyan retorted angrily, I am not afraid to tell you. If His Majesty binds my Liang family to yours, what benefits do we gain? Where is the fairness in that? Is it right for all the good fortune to fall to your Yi family? As he grew more agitated, Xiao did not hesitate to scold his father. Why, dear father? Truly, he lacks principles. Such manipulations of others are indeed excessive. At this point, Xiao changed the subject. However, uncle, rest assured, I will never forget your kindness. If I ascend the throne, I cannot guarantee anything else, but the Liang family will not suffer from generations of poverty. Liang Qingyan offered his assistance, and he was not foolish. He immediately expressed his stance and made some promises. Liang Qingyan shook his head, dismissing his commitments. He sighed. Originally, I intended to seek the emperor's annulment of the marriage if Qing'er did not favor you. However, she insisted that she would marry no one else. Even though I know this arrangement may not benefit the Liang family, what can I do? Xiao looked at Liang Qing in astonishment, realizing she had expressed such sentiments to Liang Qingyan in private. Liang Qing's face turned crimson, resembling a ripe apple. This shyness was a sight Xiao had never witnessed before, adding to her charm. She glared at Liang Qingyan, saying, Father, why do you say everything out loud? Liang Qingyan sneered. You dare to speak to me this way, but not to this young man. I will not share anything with you next time. Say what you will. I do not wish to hear it. Liang Qingyan turned to Xiao. All right, let Qing'er take you out to meet those youngsters. We will have dinner in the front hall soon. I detest dining with this gaggle of women. It is unbearably noisy. Xiao wholeheartedly agreed. Indeed, with too many women, it became exceedingly loud. Chapter 64. Father, time to get up and relieve yourself. The moon hung high, and the evening breeze was cooled in the backyard of the Liang residence. Liang Qingyan and Xiao strolled together. Both men wore tipsy expressions, having indulged in ample wine despite the gathering being predominantly female relatives. Due to the noise indoors, they had slipped out. Your previous actions during the Empress's birthday celebration were rather excessive. She surely will not let you off lightly. Xiao smiled faintly. She has never forgiven me. From the moment I returned to Tengan to vie for supremacy, she has regarded me as a thorn in her side. Liang Qingyan remarked, the saintess of the Qingyun sect, Linglong, has recently sworn allegiance to the Empress as her foster mother. The Qingyun sect seems to have aligned itself with the first prince. Xiao furrowed his brow, perplexed. I have heard whispers of this, but I thought Linglong would refuse such an arrangement. After all, the Qingyun sect is one of the 7 sects of Great Qian, and Linglong is the biological daughter of its leader, Baisong. Why would she choose to acknowledge the Empress as her foster mother? In this manner, binding oneself to the crown prince inevitably embroils one in the fierce competition for succession. What benefits could they possibly gain from this? In fact, when Zhou Tong mentioned this matter to Xiao that day, Xiao did not give it much thought. He understood the Empress Yang Li's desire to adopt Linglong as her goddaughter. It was merely an attempt to secure a formidable ally for the crown prince. However, Xiao believed that this endeavor was unlikely to succeed. From his perspective, he surmised that the Qingyun sect had sent representatives to Tengan, perhaps to negotiate certain dealings with the court. Yet, he could not fathom why they would choose to align themselves with the crown prince. As the evening breeze swept by, Liang Qingyan remarked, I have indeed heard whispers of this situation. It seems the Qingyuan sect wishes to take the lead in establishing the inspection bureau to oversee the various sects of the realm. However, His Majesty has remained non-committal, hovering in a state of ambiguity. It was at this juncture that the Empress expressed her intention to adopt an Linglong, which led to subsequent events. Perhaps this was an attempt to leverage the Empress and the Crown Prince to facilitate the matter. Upon hearing this explanation, Xiao could not help but widen his eyes in disbelief. The Qingyuan sect is delusional, to oversee all sects of the realm. If the 7 sects of the world were to unite and take the lead, there might be a possibility. But how could a single Qingyuan sect hope to dominate all the sects? Therefore, they require the support of the court. Only with the power of the court and the name of the Qingyuan sect could this be realized. It is impossible. This endeavor is utterly futile. Xiao shook his head decisively. The myriad clans and sects in the martial world number well over 100,000, although they may not seem formidable when scattered across the vast lands of Qian. If one were to propose the establishment of an inspection bureau to impose regulations upon them, it would surely provoke backlash. At that point, conflicts between local authorities and martial practitioners would arise, leading to significant turmoil. It could very well plunge the realm into chaos. Yet, the emperor remained silent, allowing an Linglong to stay in Tengan and permitting the empress to adopt her. Liang Qingyan shook his head. I cannot discern His Majesty's true intentions. Yi Zhao's eyes flickered. I do not know what my father is thinking, but I am certain he is not a benevolent figure. The Qingyuan sect may end up being devoured to the bones. Upon hearing this, Liang Qingyan felt a deep sense of agreement. Yi Sun. Those who know him understand that his cunning and schemes are unparalleled by ordinary men. Yet, he quickly reacted, casting a strange glance at Xiao. Is it wise to speak of your father in such a manner? I would dare to say this in front of him. Do you really think my father is a virtuous man? Well, clearly not. Liang Qingyan cautioned. Regardless, the Qingyuan sect has now aligned itself with the Crown Prince, so you must proceed with caution. Indeed, it presents a troublesome situation. My current cultivation level is 2 LOW. Yi Zhao's progress in cultivation has been swift. In just 6 months, he has ascended from the 7th rank of soul refinement to the 4th rank of heaven origin, a pace that is akin to riding a rocket. However, insufficient cultivation remains insufficient. In fact, it pales in comparison to Yi Zhao's prior self-destructive cultivation. After leaving the Liang residence, Yi Xiao reclined in the carriage as He Quan drove slowly forward. Uncle He, do you think I should seek out in Chenghu? Why would you want to find him? He Quan asked, perplexed. I do not wish to see the Qingyuan sect fully bind itself to the Crown Prince. After all, it is one of the 7 sects with profound roots. If the Crown Prince were to completely absorb them, and top experts were dispatched to assassinate me, relying solely on you, Uncle He, may not suffice to protect me, leaving me in constant peril. He Quan fell into silence. After a moment, he said, It is my inadequacy. Do not speak like that, uncle. Without your assistance over the years, I might have perished long ago. Yet, human strength has its limits. One person's power cannot achieve everything. A flicker of reluctance appeared in He Quan's eyes as he gritted his teeth. If it were not for my injuries, no need for further words. I am well aware of your strength. But, your highness, will in Chenghu assist you? He would likely harbor intentions to kill you. Yi Zhao's gaze shifted, and Chenghu may not aid me, but he would certainly not support the Crown Prince. That is sufficient. Where do you plan to find him? Unless you reveal your identity, it would be exceedingly difficult to locate one person in such a vast world. He Quan posed the most crucial question. He did not believe Yi Xiao would want to expose himself. I have my own methods. I will enter the palace. At this hour? What other choice do I have? By now, night had fallen. Under normal circumstances, at this time in this era, one would be preparing for rest. Deep within the palace, numerous eunuchs barred Yi Zhao's path. My ancestor, at such an hour, how could we dare seek an audience with His Majesty? Third Prince, can this matter wait until tomorrow? His Majesty has already retired. Please, I beg of you. Do you wish for us to lose our lives? Indeed. Yi Xiao brandished his token, intruding upon the palace at night. After being reprimanded previously, this token had been returned to him. As they continued to block his entry, Yi Xiao bellowed, Did you not say no one is attending to His Majesty? What reason could there be to prevent him from rising? As he spoke, Xiao raised his voice, shouting, "Father, wake up! Your son misses you." In the stillness of the night, his voice echoed loudly. The eunuchs were taken aback, unsure of how to respond. Zhou Tong, pounding his chest, implored in a hushed tone, "My little ancestor, how can you disturb the emperor like this? Are you not seeking our demise? Father, 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 wake up! Your son wishes to see you." Xiao disregarded him, continuing to shout. Finally, the doors to the sleeping quarters creaked open, revealing the elderly eunuch Lu Tong, who softly said, "Third prince, cease your shouting. His Majesty has summoned you inside." Xiao grinned, pushing Zhou Tong aside, and made a face at him. "See? I told you it would be fine, Zhou Tong. That is it truly fine. If something were to happen, that would be a matter of life and death." This young man was indeed audacious. Throughout history, there has been no record of a prince daring to act in such a manner. Chapter 65. Why favoritism? In the dimly lit chamber, Yisun's face was filled with displeasure. "You rebellious son. You insist on me reclaiming your token, do you?" Xiao produced the token, smiling. "If father wishes to take it, then it is yours. Humph. Keep it for now. What brings you here at this hour?" Seeing Yisun refuse the token, Xiao stuffed it back into his clothing, grinning. "There are two matters. First, I wish to marry Liang Qing as my lawful wife." "Impossible." Yisun rejected without hesitation. "Why not?" Yisun did not conceal his thoughts, stating plainly, "If one day you ascend to the throne, how suitable would it be for the mother of the nation to be a butcher wielding the lives of tens of thousands? I do not care. You may not care, but the common people do. The officials do. This matter is not up for discussion." Yisun's voice was cold and unyielding. Recognizing his firm stance, Xiao understood that persuading Yisun on this matter would be futile. Taking a deep breath, he articulated his second purpose. "I wish for the inspection bureau to assist me in locating someone." "Who are you seeking?" "Fifth on the star ranking, and Chenghu." Yisun scoffed. "You disturb my peaceful slumber at this hour for such a trivial matter? Are you afraid of the Qingyuan sect?" Xiao did not attempt to hide his fear. "Of course I am. What if the crown prince sends them to kill me? Otherwise, have Lu Gonggong accompany me, and I will not need to seek in Chenghu. Alternatively, the experts I received from Tianlong Garden will suffice." Yisun's anger flared. "Nonsense. Your elder brother would never resort to such actions. Heh, you know your own son well. How did Wu Qingchuan meet his demise? Do not dare say he merely passed away in his sleep. Even a dog would not believe that." Yisun was so enraged that his teeth ground together in irritation. "You rebellious son. Your words are reckless, simply infuriating. Why do we always go in circles? This is exhausting." "Why, Yisun? Speaking so directly and without pretense is a trait unique to Xiao. Why should I assist you?" Xiao retorted confidently, "Because I am your son, the third prince of Qian. Is it unreasonable for me to utilize the resources of my own family?" Yisun regarded him silently for a moment before suddenly smiling. "I understand now, and I will instruct the inspection bureau to look into this matter. When there is news, I will have Xiao inform you." "Thank you, father." Xiao rose to leave. "Wait, is there something else?" "Father? Heh, you little rascal woke me, and now you wish to leave after finishing your own affairs. Sit down and play a couple of games of chess with me." Xiao did not decline, directly taking a seat on Yisun's bed, just as he did in his childhood. As he set up the chessboard, he cheerfully asked, "Shall I let you have a few pieces?" Yisun's old face flushed as he stubbornly replied, "Why would I need you to let me win? When I was 7, you could not defeat me if I do not let you win. What is the point? Then let us start with 5 pieces." Xiao chuckled. "Good luck, my dear father. Do not call me by such informal names. There are rules to follow." "Understood." Old leaf. As the night deepened, Xiao departed. The elderly eunuch Lu Tong picked up the scattered chess pieces from the ground. The result of this father-son match ended with Yisun, who had been granted 5 pieces, in a fit of rage as he overturned the chessboard. Sitting on the couch, Yisun remained unconvinced. Fuming, this rebellious son. Why should he grant me 5 pieces and even allow me to take back a move? Why can I not defeat him? Lu Tong chuckled. The third prince is a prodigy, exceptionally bright from a young age. If it were not for this, how could His Majesty tolerate such antics? This statement held truth. Favoritism often has its reasons. It is akin to having a child who is disobedient and unruly yet consistently scores full marks on exams, always outperforming their peers. Many flaws become irrelevant in such cases. For emperors, it is no different. Hearing Lu Tong's words, Yi Sun sighed. Do you know why I favor the third son? Apart from his exceptional talent and resemblance to me, there is one more reason. I feel a genuine father-son connection with him, why other offspring, while respectful, cannot hide the distance born of that respect. Only this boy, no matter how I discipline or punish him, remains unabashed and unafraid of me. The elderly eunuch secretly scoffed. Try finding another child with lesser talents. Suddenly, Yi Sun posed a question. How is the third son progressing in his cultivation? His progress is remarkable. He has already reached the 4th rank of heaven origin. Yi Sun nodded in satisfaction. Not be it seems there is indeed a reason for his decision to abandon his cultivation and start anew. Send an order to the inspection bureau to spare no effort in locating in Chenghu, 5th on the star ranking. There is no such talent in the entire court. I wish to see if my third son can bring him under his wing. Among the younger generation in the court, the highest ranking individual is merely 8th on the star ranking. Although the star ranking does not determine future achievements, as many have not directly engaged in combat, resulting in possible discrepancies, it significantly reflects innate talent. Every young individual who makes it onto the star ranking is a rare gem among millions, and each of the top 10 is undoubtedly a prodigy. Elderly eunuch Lu Tong chuckled. Your Majesty need not be modest. If the third prince had not abandoned his cultivation, with his talent, he could easily have ranked among the top 5. Yi Sun stroked his chin, somewhat hesitant. Given this boy's character, he should not have returned from the martial world without any reputation after 10 years, right? Who knows? Perhaps he is traveling under an alias. Lu Tong shook his head. If your Majesty had not acted out of spite back then and ordered the experts in court to search for him sooner, we would not have lost track of the third prince. Recalling this matter, Yi Sun's anger resurfaced. I was furious. I had already decided to name him the crown prince, yet he sneaked away. What good is a rebellious son like him? At this point, Yi Sun's expression turned smug. Back then, I wanted to give him that position, but he rejected it. Now, he has returned obediently. However, whether he can attain that position again will depend on his own abilities. Yet, your Majesty still favors him. The resources of the inspection bureau are granted for his use. Yi Sun shook his head. This is not favoritism. Many matters could have been discussed if my eldest son, second son, or 4th son had approached me directly. If they do not speak up, who can they blame? It is like my 5th son, who clearly harbors ambitions for succession yet remains subdued. If he had the courage of my Xiao to come and speak to me directly, I might have granted him an opportunity. Although I am ruthless, I do not desire all my sons to fight to the death. If one does not dare to speak, then do not compete. Within the palace, many matters cannot remain hidden. Especially since Xiao made a grand entrance in the middle of the night, news spread swiftly. In the crown prince's residence, he glared with fury at the messenger. How outrageous! The third prince behaves so recklessly, and the emperor allows him to run amok. If we were to act this way, we would have faced punishment long ago. Why is it that all sons are treated equally? Yet he is so favored? Chapter 66. I am but a dog riding on power for the crown prince. Many things elude his understanding. Why has Xiao received such favoritism since childhood? Why could he leave Tengan for 10 years and return as if he were a fish back in water? To him, many matters seemed profoundly unfair. Not to mention that the token allowing Xiao unrestricted access to the palace was a coveted object that the other princes could only dream of obtaining. At this moment, Mr. Mei, who stood beside the crown prince, spoke softly, Your Highness, do not be too agitated. Even if the third prince enjoys the emperor's favoritism, he has not yet secured the title of crown prince. Those who are favored do not always attain the throne. History has shown us this time and again. The competition for succession will ultimately require each to demonstrate their abilities. Encouraged by his words, the crown prince gradually calmed down. After pondering for a moment, he replied coldly, Send for Zhao Sun and Ling Long. Bring the stable hands from the residence. I will have them accompany me to the military department's horse yard to select warhorses. Mr. Mei furrowed his brow slightly but did not intervene. Some matters can be significant or trivial. In his view, it was not a major issue for the crown prince to create some obstacles for Xiao. The military department's horse yard, located outside Tengan City, boasted thousands of warhorses galloping freely. Tengan City does not raise horses on a large scale. These warhorses were transported from the northern frontier of Liangzhou. Once delivered to the military department's horse yard, they would be distributed according to the needs of various divisions. Of course, warhorses are a scarce resource, in many places, even if one desires a warhorse. They may not receive 1.4 instance this time, for 1,000 warhorses arrived, but the number of requests for warhorses had reached a staggering 80,000. Every division sought them, and every division was in need. When Xiao arrived, he witnessed a throng of generals blocking the entrance to the horse yard, arguing vehemently, "Damn it! All my warhorses have been passed down from my grandfather. The lame are lame. The sick are sick, and still, 3 of us are left without even one horse. I've been asking for 3 years. If I do not get one this year, I will not leave. Xiong, do not think that just because you are playing tricks, you can give the horses to anyone. Our mountain division is transitioning to cavalry. This has been decided by the military department. We should be the first to choose 5,000 warhorses. What's the use of that? Every division's warhorses are not for personal use. Who does not follow the military department's orders? The Imperial Guards suffered a horse plague last year, losing over 3,000 warhorses. His Majesty personally approved the request for us to replenish our numbers. So naturally, we should choose first. Ha ha ha, what a joke. The Imperial Guards do not engage in battle. Why do they need such good horses? We will give you the horses we do not need. If something happens, you will not be the ones charging into battle. Get the hell out of here. Who do you think you're insulting? Are we going to fight? Fight if you dare. I am not afraid of you. Standing at the edge of the crowd, Xiao watched as 2 generals began to brawl. He turned to Yanzhe, speechless. Are the warhorses this sought after? Do you think otherwise? The mobility of cavalry in the wild is unparalleled. They can advance to attack or retreat to defend, moving with the swiftness of the wind. Who would wish to rely solely on their 2 legs for escape? As he spoke, Yanzhe glanced at the chubby figure of Su Ping beside Xiao and remarked with satisfaction, "Your Highness, this lad truly possesses some skills. No wonder he is the heir of the Su family. Just this morning, he mentioned that my horse's bones were not aligned properly, and with a slight adjustment, riding now feels considerably lighter. Such talent is hard to come by, and even old Liang is willing to part with him. He is usually quite stingy, hoarding any exceptional talents for himself. In this era, horsemen often embody the roles of caretakers, breeders, and veterinarians, necessitating genuine expertise. Especially for someone like Su Ping, who hails from a renowned lineage, he is never short of opportunities." Wei Xiao smiled slightly and addressed Su Ping, saying, "When it comes time to select warhorses, make sure to choose wisely. There's no need for modesty. Once we form our army, we will undoubtedly seek opportunities to achieve merit, as warfare is inevitable. Rest assured." "Your Highness," Su Ping replied with a grin, "when it comes to horses, I have an eye for them. I can immediately discern which is superior. You will be thoroughly pleased." As he spoke, the chubby lad pulled out a large chicken leg from his pocket and took a hearty bite. "The marinated chicken leg at your Highness's residence is truly delectable." At that moment, 2 individuals in the arena had already ignited a genuine conflict, their energies dispersing as the surrounding crowd gradually withdrew. Xiao, feeling somewhat helpless, remarked, "Will this escalate into a problem?" "Indeed." Yanzhe replied without hesitation. "However, some matters are unavoidable. There are only so many resources available. If one does not contend for them, they will not be theirs. For those of us who have become generals, we must possess 2 fundamental skills beyond merely leading troops into battle." "What skills?" "Crying poor and snatching resources." Xiao chuckled. "Then, General Yin, please demonstrate. Otherwise, I fear we may not achieve our goals today." Yanzhe grinned broadly and stepped forward, shouting, "Everyone, make way. His Highness the 3rd Prince has arrived. Are you still fighting here? Are you seeking death?" It must be said, the title of prince can be quite effective at times. The 2 generals who had been fiercely battling ceased their altercation upon hearing his words, panting heavily as they glared at one another. All eyes turned to Xiao. Yanzhe, advancing on horseback, declared triumphantly, "Stop staring. Clear the way. Are you all attempting to compete with His Highness?" Among the crowd, some recognized Yanzhe. One individual sneered quietly, leveraging one's connections. "If not for the 3rd Prince, who would care about you? A mere exiled official?" Yanzhe, having keen ears, caught the comment despite its low volume. Instead of becoming angry, he burst into laughter. "Indeed, I do leverage my connections. What of it? Aren't you all just dogs of the Emperor?" The crowd found themselves at a loss for words in response to his brazen demeanor. However, it was true that no one dared to contest Xiao at that moment. A short man pushed through the throng. "Your humble servant, Xiong Baoshan." in charge of the horse yard at the Ministry of War, has seen His Highness before. The minister has instructed that should His Highness come, he is free to select any horses he desires. Xiao nodded slightly and clasped his fists to the generals, stating, "Gentlemen, my father has granted me 8,000 cavalry. I shall take these war horses first, and I am grateful for your care. Should any matters arise in the future, feel free to seek me out, as long as it is not for corrupt gains. I, Xiao, will not refuse to assist." Yanzhe deliberately played the role of the villain, naturally countering with a more agreeable demeanor. It is only right for a ruler to win the hearts of his subjects. Indeed, upon hearing Yi Zhao's words, the previously displeased general's expression softened considerably. At the very least, Yi Zhao had shown them respect. Some matters were understandable. After all, he was a prince and naturally had the right to select first. The crowd immediately began to voice their agreement. "What the third prince says is quite right. We are all subjects and cannot contend with you. Yes, third prince, please proceed to choose. We will continue our own business. Third prince, I am Jing Baichuan from the mountain camp. I shall visit to pay my respects another day." Xiao offered a slight nod and prepared to enter the horse yard, when suddenly, a voice called out behind him. "Hold on, third brother." Xiao turned to find the first prince approaching, accompanied by Zhao Sun and several horsemen, along with a girl who wore an expression of anger. The first prince slowly rode closer and said with a smile, "Father has indeed favored you, third brother, with 8,000 cavalry. However, he has also entrusted me with overseeing this year's autumn harvest and sacrifices to the heavens. Many of the dragon cavalry's war horses have fallen ill, leading to a rather unsightly array. Therefore, I must select a batch of war horses first. Let me go ahead." Chapter 67. Mad words. The first prince rode up, a smile on his face, and softly suggested, "Third brother, perhaps I should select the horses first. What do you think?" Xiao remained silent, but the gazes of the surrounding generals were now fixated on him. How he responded, whether to yield or not, would undoubtedly shape their perceptions of him. Contrary to the first prince's expectations, Yi Zhao's gaze drifted past him and landed on An Linglong beside him. Yi Zhao scrutinized An Linglong for a moment before turning back to the first prince, smiling as he said, "Is this your brother's confidence?" Before the first prince could answer, An Linglong had regained her composure. When Yi Zhao had been examining her, she felt as though he could see through her entirely. Such a sensation was typically reserved for encounters with elder masters. Yet, facing this young man, she inexplicably felt the same. However, she quickly banished her tumultuous thoughts. Based on the information provided by the first prince and Zhao Sun, Yi Zhao's cultivation was significantly inferior. And Linglong pointed at Yi Zhao, her voice filled with fury. "Are you the one who has humiliated my mother?" This term referred to the queen, whom she had adopted as a surrogate mother. Yi Zhao raised an eyebrow and chuckled. Oh, when did I not know that my father had acquired such a daughter? Is the queen engaging in indiscretions now? Is this no longer a covert affair?" At his words, the first prince erupted in anger. "Yi Zhao, show some respect. This is An Linglong, the holy maiden of the Qingxian sect, my mother's newly adopted daughter. She has already informed His Majesty, and soon she will be granted a title." Yi Zhao raised an eyebrow, realizing that Yi Zhuan had allowed An Linglong to be adopted and even bestowed a title upon her. What precisely was his father scheming? Nevertheless, Yi Zhao would not let the first prince's anger deter him. He had already discerned that the first prince and An Linglong were not here with good intentions. In that case, why bother with courtesy? Yi Zhao feigned sudden understanding. Our new sister must be a poor soul who has lacked a mother since childhood. After all, who would arbitrarily adopt another as their mother? An Linglong's face flushed with rage, her body trembling with indignation as she pointed at Yi Zhao, exclaiming, "I have a mother. The queen merely found me pleasing to the eye and proposed to adopt me." Her implication was clear. She had not initiated this arrangement. Yi Zhao grinned. "So it is merely a matter of mutual attraction. How fortuitous. I find that Linglong's mother seems quite appealing as well. Why not let her adopt me as her father? In the future, I shall call you sister, and you shall call me grandfather. We can each have our own titles. Wouldn't that be delightful?" As soon as Yi Zhao spoke, a nearby observing general could no longer contain himself, laughing loudly. "Haha, the third prince is truly a clever one." The first prince shot a furious glare at him, but the man remained undeterred, grinning widely. At this moment, Yi Zhao turned to the first prince, stroking his chin. "Elder brother, if she calls me grandfather, what will you call me?" Zhao Sun, standing beside the first prince, pointed at Yi Xiao indignantly. "Third prince, do not make a fool of yourself by speaking such nonsense to belittle a lady. Is it truly honorable?" Yi Xiao sneered. "Oh, isn't that Xiao the braggart? What gives you the right to interject here?" Xiao Sun had long considered the events of the last audience an utter disgrace, and he never expected Yi Xiao to confront him directly. Labeling him as Xiao the braggart, enraged, Xiao Sun found himself at a loss for words. Why Yi Xiao faced off against 3 individuals, his tongue not only unyielding but also managing to outmaneuver them all. The first prince's expression darkened. His teeth clenched as he said, "Third brother, you have gone too far." Yi Xiao pointed at Linlong, coldly stating, "What? If I am not excessive, you will not allow her to challenge me? Should I be a little excessive, then you would have a legitimate reason to intervene? Come now, Linlong, declare your challenge. You must have prepared it long ago, right?" Linlong was nearly driven to madness by Yi Xiao's provocations. Throughout her life, she had never encountered someone she so thoroughly despised. The words from the first prince and Xiao Sun only solidified her resolve against him. Just as she was about to speak, Yi Xiao coldly interjected, "However, I must warn you. Your cultivation is significantly higher than mine. The best outcome of our battle would be serious injury. Consider your decision carefully. Once you speak, there will be no turning back." Everyone was taken aback. What was this madness? How could he claim that her higher cultivation would yield the best result of serious injury? Shouldn't it be the other way around? And Linlong was nearly driven to the brink of madness by his arrogance. She laughed in exasperation. "Third prince, you truly do not know the heights of heaven or depths of earth. You have yet to appear on the star ranking, and I am ranked 17th. How can you be so audacious? Besides, you are merely at the celestial origin realm, while I, and Linlong, shall see today if this so-called top martial talent of the Great Qian can withstand even 10 of my strikes." Indeed, in her eyes, if Yi Xiao could endure 10 of her strikes, it would already be an impressive feat. As she spoke, and Linlong leaped off her horse, her aura surging forth. In an instant, a powerful energy enveloped the arena. Xiao Sun could not help but exclaim, "Now this is a true genius." At just 22, she has already entered the true martial realm. Such cultivation truly leaves us in awe. Indeed, at that moment, and Linlong had entered the true martial realm. The 4 realms of martial arts, celestial origin, sacred body, true martial, and star domain, each possessed their own peculiarities. An Linlong was at the 2nd tier of the true martial realm, nearly 2 full tiers above Yi Xiao. Generally speaking, such a gap in cultivation would render it impossible for one to defeat the other by any means. At this moment, all the surrounding generals were equally astonished by Linlong's prowess. Incredible! This girl has achieved such cultivation at 22? Good heavens, what a joke! I only entered the true martial realm at 44, and she has done so at 22. What a prodigy! Truly remarkable. Even many of them had never encountered a genius from the star ranking, and now they were witnessing firsthand the vast differences between individuals. Yanzhe furrowed his brow and leaned closer to Yi Xiao, saying, "Your Highness, this girl possesses formidable cultivation. You may find it difficult to contend with her." Seeing Yi Xiao remain motionless, the first prince assumed he was intimidated, a flicker of satisfaction crossing his face. Finally, he would have his revenge. Ever since that banquet, where he witnessed Yi Xiao humiliate his mother, Yangli, his resentment had reached its peak. The thought of Yi Xiao's so-called genius reputation being shattered and the prospect of Yi Xiao embarrassing himself before a mere martial general filled him with glee. He chuckled, "Third brother, what is the matter? Do you not wish to fight? If you do not wish to, it is fine to step aside and allow me to select my horses, as your elder brother. I would not force you to battle with a martial genius like Linlong. After all, you are not at her level." As his words fell, Yi Xiao dismounted his horse, disregarding the first prince, and strode directly to Linlong. Smiling as he said, "I will give you one last chance. It is still not too late to back down." Chapter 68. Stepping on the blue lotus, Linlong's eyes widened with fury. She had never encountered someone so arrogant. Even her brother, whom she regarded as a true genius, would never behave as Yi Xiao did. How could he maintain such an air of superiority when there was such a significant gap in their cultivation? It was not only Linlong who felt perplexed. Many of the martial generals present shared her confusion regarding Yi Xiao's confidence. But most importantly, there was a palpable sense of assurance in Yi Xiao's words. The way he spoke suggested that he was the true powerhouse. And Linlong took a deep breath. the azure light enveloping her as a long sword materialized in her right hand, the blue ring on her finger transforming into the blade. Clearly, this was a spiritual weapon. With a cold smile, she declared, "Third Prince, if you are not willing to fight, you may leave. Do not embarrass yourself by offering me opportunities. I shall make it clear. Once we engage, I will not hold back. If you die, do not blame others." Xiao inhaled deeply and slowly replied, "I have roamed the world for 10 years, encountering countless geniuses. Many at a similar age have surpassed me in cultivation, and I do not consider myself among the top in terms of cultivation." Xiao was correct. It was precisely for this reason that he chose to disperse his energy and rebuild. Utilizing the Emperor's cauldron for his training, he sought to compensate for his shortcomings. Continuing, a confident smile graced his lips as he stated, "However, none of them have ever been my match, your brother, and Chenghu included." Upon hearing this, and Linglong's eyes widened in disbelief. Impossible, to her. And Chenghu was a godlike figure, undefeated within the sect, with no one in the younger generation able to rival him. "If you could defeat my brother, how could you remain nameless on the star ranking?" Xiao did not respond, but instead unleashed a series of intense cracking sounds from his bones. He then continued softly, "If our cultivation levels were equal, I could defeat you without 10 strikes, and without injuring you. However, with a gap of 2 major realms, I must give it my all. Otherwise, I would be unable to breach the defenses of your Qingxian lotus body. Holding back is not an option. Your fate, life or death, will rest in the hands of destiny. The only thing I can offer is to not use weapons, granting you a sliver of opportunity." As he spoke, Xiao's skin suddenly flushed a deep red. Then, he moved. Like an arrow released from its bow, he shot forth with astonishing speed, nearly leaving behind only an afterimage in the blink of an eye. He covered several meters, so fast, and Linglong's eyes widened in shock. Such speed, even she, at full strength, could only hope to match. How could he achieve such velocity with only the 4th tier of the celestial origin realm? She was utterly bewildered. In the next moment, Xiao's fist was already hurtling toward her. His fist was imbued with golden energy, and Linglong swung her long sword, and in an instant, lotus flowers bloomed. The Azure Lotus 9 Swords, the pinnacle sword technique of the Qingxian sect, was truly marvelous. Zhao Sun, observing, felt a twinge of envy. With his own abilities, he was not worthy to learn such techniques. What a beautiful sword technique. The first prince, too, felt a flicker of admiration as he watched the azure lotuses formed by sword energy. But on the battlefield, Yi Zhao's figure danced through the blooming lotuses, and in the next heartbeat, his fist shattered through Linglong's defenses, striking her squarely in the face. In the fleeting moment that Yi Zhao's fist connected, and Linglong's skin turned a pale blue-green, the immense force of his strike dissipating much of its power. The sacred body realm, depending on the cultivation method, it grants martial artists various extraordinary abilities. The Qingxian sect's supreme technique, the Qing Lotus Heart formula, cultivates the Qingxian lotus body, allowing the skin to store true energy and automatically defend during combat. It is akin to donning armor forged from true energy. Over years of nurturing by this energy, the skin undergoes a transformation, granting it formidable defensive capabilities. Moreover, it provides 360-degree protection with no blind spots. Even if an opponent manages to breach their techniques, this final layer of defense can often spare their life. The most fearsome aspect of this terrifying defensive body is that Qingxian sect experts can often fight to the death without needing defensive measures. They require only to attack, boom, and Linglong was sent flying into the air. Her eyes were filled with disbelief. How could this be? How did he traverse through the azure lotus sword energy? Simultaneously, Yi Zhao's fist continued to collide with the true energy of the Qingxian lotus body, sending waves of intense pain coursing through her. What high-quality energy! And Linglong was taken aback. She understood that as one's cultivation level rises, so too does the quality of their energy, especially after each significant breakthrough. The quality of one's inner energy can exhibit an almost stark contrast. Yet at this moment, Yi Zhao's energy quality unexpectedly rivaled her own true qi. Before she could comprehend the situation, Yi Zhao had already launched another attack. His speed was akin to a flash of lightning. The azure lotus bloomed in midair, and Linglong channeled her true qi, brandishing her long sword towards Yi Zhao. At this moment, her eyes were filled with fury, leaving no room for mercy. A lotus several meters wide unfurled in the air, a magnificent flower composed of countless sword energies. Linglong intended to use this strike merely to delay Yi Xiao's advance. However, to her horror, Yi Xiao charged directly into the heart of the sword energy lotus. Was he courting death? Just as the thought crossed in Linglong's mind, Yi Xiao burst forth, blood spraying from his body. Yet his expression remained unchanged as he surged beneath Linglong in midair. Boom. Another punch aimed straight at Linglong's abdomen. The unparalleled force elicited a piercing scream from Linglong. All her energy coalesced at her abdomen, attempting to withstand Yi Xiao's onslaught. If it were not for the exceptional defensive capabilities of the Azure Lotus body, the outcome would likely have been decided after just 2 strikes. In midair, Yi Xiao sent Linglong flying upwards once more, but he too was rapidly descending. Below him lay the Azure Lotus sword energy released by Linglong moments ago. With a flash of golden light beneath his feet, Yi Xiao stepped onto the sword energy, using it as a launching point to once again propel himself towards the heavens. At this moment, all spectators were rendered speechless. What was happening? The mere 4th tier of the Tianyuan realm. Yi Xiao was overwhelming Linglong, who was at the 2nd tier of the Zhenwu realm. This was the 17th on the star rankings. Moreover, his fighting style was so audacious that it ignited the blood of all who witnessed. Everyone's gaze was fixated on the rapidly approaching pair in the sky. The Crown Prince's fists clenched tightly. He never anticipated that Yi Xiao would possess such terrifying prowess. Yes, at this moment, a sense of dread began to permeate his heart. Zhao Sun, I do not wish to see him triumph. The Crown Prince's voice trembled slightly. Zhao Sun swallowed hard. He too was astounded that Yi Xiao was so formidable. Your Highness, it's all right. The Azure Lotus body has formidable defensive capabilities. The 3rd prince must have employed some secret technique to unleash such abnormal power, which cannot last long as he cannot inflict substantial harm on Missen. Victory will surely belong to her. Chapter 69. Shattered Lotus. Zhao Sun was indeed correct. The power Yi Xiao unleashed at this moment was not derived from conventional means. His vital energy and true qi surged rapidly within him, depleting swiftly. Within his heart and dantian, 2 high-speed whirlpools had formed. The heart governed blood and qi, while the dantian controlled the energy. In these 2 rapidly rotating whirlpools, both blood and energy surged forth with remarkable intensity. The quality of the energy released was astonishingly potent. As the energy coursed throughout Yi Xiao's body, it enabled him to unleash extraordinary strength. However, this action undoubtedly placed immense pressure on Yi Xiao's physique. He was akin to an overworked engine, on the verge of catastrophic failure. Yet, in this moment, Yi Xiao felt no fear. Instead, he was enveloped in calmness. The martial way. The heart of heaven is formless, an ultimate enhancement of mental attributes, achieved through the accumulation of martial arts, leading to perfect control. The ferocity of his combat attributes was merely a reflection of the suitability of this approach in battle. At this moment, Yi Xiao was as composed as a machine, his mind racing as he analyzed countless factors. In a breath, he could reach that position and attack her left flank, the most difficult to defend. His sword techniques would be of no use. She, as a woman, would not likely opt for the Azure Great Hand Seal. There was a 60% chance she would employ the 7th style of the Qingyuan Broken Jade Hand to counterattack. A 20% chance she would use the 2nd style of the 5 Elements Palm for defense. A 10% chance she would execute the 4th style of the Yuling Leg technique in offense. Exposing her head would provoke her to use the Qingyuan Broken Jade Hand. In midair, Yi Xiao's fist struck towards Linglong's left flank. This moment, Linglong had also relaxed slightly. Yet the distance between them had already shrunk to a mere breath. As Yi Xiao launched his assault, she instinctively swung her left fist, aiming directly for Yi Xiao's head. A reckless exchange of injuries. However, just as she initiated her strike, Yi Xiao had already made his judgment. The 7th style of the Qingyuan Broken Jade Hand, full force, aimed at her head, while his knee would collide. In the sky, Yi Xiao twisted his body at the moment of attack, perfectly evading her strike while simultaneously raising his right knee, crashing it against Linglong's waist. Bang! The powerful impact sent her flying once more. After a series of exchanges, the 2 had ascended several meters into the air. This battle truly opened the eyes of all who beheld it. Yet Yi Xiao had finally lost his leverage, crashing heavily towards the ground. Bang! Yi Xiao's feet hit the ground, creating a thunderous noise and a cloud of dust. Meanwhile, Linglong found herself engulfed in utter despair. She could not comprehend why Xiao was able to dominate her so completely. Although her azure lotus body remained intact, being relentlessly battered by someone of the mere fourth tier of the Tianyuan realm was an experience she had never encountered before. The wind in the air was chilly, yet the place where Xiao had struck felt like it was on fire. As she turned her body, she saw Xiao preparing to attack once more. Damn it! What on earth should she do? How could she possibly injure this man? Indeed, at this moment, Linglong was engulfed in confusion. For the first time, she felt such a sense of powerlessness. It was as if all her techniques had been seen through by Xiao. Every strategy she employed was rendered ineffective. In an instant, Linglong began to descend. Xiao's relentless assault followed suit. Punch after punch rained down upon her body. Linglong was formidable, ranked 17th on the star rankings, a second tier of the Zhenwu realm. Each of her techniques could be deemed as the pinnacle of talent. Yet at this moment, she was acutely aware of the disparity. Yes, it was a disparity. Though her opponent's cultivation was inferior to hers, she could only passively endure the blows. Even when facing her brother, and Chenghu, whom she regarded as a deity, she had never experienced such a feeling. For ordinary individuals, techniques and martial skills are simply that, skills to be learned and applied in combat against opponents based on what they know. However, Xiao was different. He had mastered far too many martial techniques. His extraordinary learning speed allowed him to grasp various martial arts techniques. Through understanding the fundamental principles and combat strategies of these techniques, he could anticipate actions during battle based on his opponent's movements and habits. The Heart of Heaven is formless, the unique combat technique created solely by Xiao, yet it contained no special moves. It was merely a distinctive method of stimulating the brain devised by Xiao himself. His comprehension and learning ability regarding martial arts were extraordinary. By infusing energy into his brain, he enhanced his perception and cognitive abilities. Coupled with his extensive martial knowledge and understanding of various techniques, he could dissect and analyze in an instant. It is worth noting that the absence of meridians in the brain makes this secret technique exceedingly reckless. Yet Xiao succeeded in doing so, creating his own singular secret method. Over the course of 10 years in the martial world, countless prodigies had come to doubt themselves, their resolve shattered under Xiao's unique combat style. Today, Linglong, who faced him, was no exception. With each forceful strike from Xiao, regardless of how Linglong retaliated or how fiercely she fought back, she could not land a single blow on Xiao. Apart from the initial injury inflicted by the sword energy as she charged in, Xiao had not been struck even once. The more punches he landed, the more painful it became for her. Although the injuries were not severe, the pain was undeniably real. Xiao's relentless onslaught drove Linglong to the brink of madness. "Xiao, go die!" Linglong screamed, and her longsword suddenly erupted with azure light. Countless sword energies surged forth, enveloping her. Xiao had no choice but to retreat. A vast aura emanated from her. The expressions of all onlookers shifted dramatically. The Zhenwu realm, embodying the essence of martial arts, could unleash extraordinarily powerful techniques, even summoning resonance with the energies of heaven and earth. Could Xiao truly evade such a technique? Linglong's eyes glinted with murderous intent. Yet suddenly, the high-speed moving Xiao came to an abrupt halt. A chilling voice rang out. "Now you choose to unleash your ultimate martial arts. It's too late." Xiao stood his ground, boldly accumulating power. His entire being erupted with energy, blood sprang forth. Yet he remained unfazed. On his right fist, the sun blazed with fiery brilliance. Gasps erupted from the crowd. Has he gone mad? Is he truly going to clash with the ultimate martial arts? He is undoubtedly doomed. And Linglong would not let this opportunity pass. Regardless of the distance, she swung her long sword directly towards Xiao. In an instant, the azure lotus bloomed, and Xiao surged forth, unflinchingly charging at Linglong, disregarding the overwhelming sword energies. Bang! The sword energy shattered, and the azure lotus scattered like countless stars in the sky. Xiao's fist struck Linglong's chest, and Linglong spat out a mouthful of blood. Her skin ruptured, and torrents of blood gushed forth, causing her to tumble backward like a bloodied gourd. In that moment, all present gasped in astonishment. Xiao had actually won. He had truly triumphed, overcoming Linglong, ranked 17th on the star rankings, despite being 2 major realms lower. Although Xiao had maintained the upper hand throughout the battle, It was clear to discerning eyes that he had previously been unable to breach Linglong's azure lotus body. Yet in this final blow, Xiao had faced Linglong's ultimate martial arts head-on, shattering it with a single punch. Chapter 70. Terrifyingly powerful in the arena, Linglong collapsed to the ground. The crown prince was taken aback, yet a sense of joy welled within him. He was astonished that Linglong had lost, but he was pleased to see that she appeared gravely injured, which meant a deep enmity had been forged between the Azure Lotus sect and Xiao. Quickly, assist her, the crown prince shouted angrily. Zhao Sun finally reacted, rushing forward to lift the unconscious Linglong. He checked her condition. Your Highness, this is dire. Miss Anne's meridians have ruptured, and her organs are severely damaged. She is gravely injured. Quickly return to the estate for treatment. Summon the renowned physician Tang and, no matter what, we must ensure my sister is safe. The crown prince barked fiercely. Those unaware would think she was truly his biological sister. They refrained from mentioning the horse selection and hurriedly departed. Meanwhile, Yi Zhao's complexion had turned pale. He had won. Yet he had lost a considerable amount of blood and his energy was severely depleted. Yanzhe noticed his weakness and rushed to support him. Your Highness, you are remarkable, Yanzhe exclaimed sincerely. Such an achievement is worthy of pride for anyone. Yi Zhao suppressed the pain emanating from within, slowly circulating his energy to heal his body, waving his hand dismissively. It is nothing. Your Highness, how did you achieve such power as a fourth tier of the Tianyuan realm? Yanzhe could no longer contain his curiosity and inquired. Yi Zhao did not conceal the truth. This secret technique is called the cycle of sun and moon. It involves rapidly circulating blood and true qi between the heart and dantian. It can drastically enhance the quality of true qi and blood, allowing the meridians to accommodate the maximum capacity, enabling the energy and qi to flow throughout the body. This unleashes extraordinary strength. However, this technique carries immense risk. A slight misstep could severely injure the heart or dantian. Even I cannot use it frequently. Yanzhe was taken aback. With such risks, why did your Highness not refuse this challenge? Yi Zhao looked at him and smiled faintly. Yin General, do you not recall what you told me? If one only seeks guaranteed victory, how many battles remain to be fought in this world? Engaging with an opponent is the same. If one fears even the slightest risk, what is the point of practicing martial arts? Yanzhe regarded Yi Zhao, and after a long silence, he sighed. I have long heard of your Highness's exceptional martial talent, and today I see it is indeed remarkable. Liang Qingyan is fortunate to have such a son-in-law. Only someone as valiant as your Highness is worthy of my daughter. At this moment, the other generals looked at Yi Zhao with admiration and respect. No one could question Yi Zhao, the 17th on the star rankings. The second tier of the Zhenwu realm, that is a true prodigy. Unlike anyone who had previously faced him, and Linglong's talents were undeniable, yet she was defeated by Yi Zhao, who was 2 realms lower. Your Highness, that final strike just now, she did not unleash her Zhenwu martial technique. Among the crowd, someone discerned the anomaly and curiously asked. This inquiry piqued the interest of the surrounding generals, and they gathered around, clamoring, Indeed, how did your Highness win just now? Why did she suddenly explode with blood? Please enlighten us. Third Prince, could you share with us? As martial practitioners, witnessing this almost miraculous victory has left us eager for understanding. Yi Zhao chuckled and did not shy away. That general has sharp eyes. Her ultimate martial technique was indeed not unleashed. The Azure Lotus body has formidable defensive capabilities. Though I held the advantage in our previous exchanges, I was unable to harm her fundamentally. Each punch I landed was infused with true qi. I struck her no less than 100 times. While I could not inflict effective damage, I left behind more than a trace of energy within her. The Great Sun Fiery Fist I practice has a technique for delayed detonation. When she attempted to use her Zhenwu martial technique, I employed this method, disrupting the energy within her, preventing her technique from being unleashed and causing her energy to backfire. Meanwhile, the Azure Lotus body possesses a unique trait. The true qi within her skin transfers to the area under attack for defense. Thus, when her energy exploded simultaneously, it drew her true qi outward, leaving her chest area vulnerable. I concentrated all my strength and delivered a punch to break through. The Great Sun Yuanyang energy is exceedingly violent. Even a small amount entering causes her residual energy to explode simultaneously, compounded by her failure to execute her ultimate martial arts, resulting in her energy backfiring. Hence, she was left bloodied. At this point, Yi Zhao sighed. My cultivation was significantly inferior. I had no choice but to hold back. Otherwise, once she recovered, it would be exceedingly difficult to breach her azure lotus body. This strike would undoubtedly result in severe injury. Perhaps her life now rests in fate. The generals present were left dumbfounded. This combat was far too methodical. Hearing Xiao describe the battle, they felt as if he had controlled everything from the very beginning. Explosive speed, ambushes, awaiting her to unleash her ultimate technique, seizing the opportunity to detonate, ultimately shattering the azure lotus body and securing victory. It felt as though everything had been meticulously orchestrated from the start. Each person exchanged glances, some bewildered. Wei Xiao paid no mind to their thoughts. After a brief respite, feeling significantly restored, he led Yin Zhe and Su Ping into the stables. Upon entering, a fervent discussion erupted outside. General Wang, tell me, before engaging in battle, do you think that clearly? I couldn't care less. Who knows what techniques the opponent will use? But hearing Your Highness speak, it all seems so simple. It's not simple. Your Highness stated that the best outcome for An Linglong would be severe injury, and look, it has come to pass, hasn't it? How terrifying! One among them voiced a sentiment. The assembly of generals fell into silence. All were martial artists, having experienced numerous battles. The sensation of holding control over the battlefield, as Xiao did, was not unheard of. Yet, to do so while facing an opponent 2 realms higher, fully commanding the rhythm of the fight, was utterly unfathomable. For an ordinary person facing such an opponent, surviving would be a stroke of luck. Winning while maintaining control of the battle's tempo was an astounding feat. After a long pause, one finally spoke. Perhaps this is what genius truly is. Achieving what we mere mortals cannot fathom. Haha, genius? An Linglong's type is truly a genius. His Highness is a genius among geniuses. A genius among geniuses? What does that even mean? It's still a genius, damn it. What nonsense are you spouting? Who wants to listen to you? I'm going to choose my warhorse first. Why do you get to choose first? Want to fight? Come on. The audience was stirred by the recent clash between the two, their blood boiling with excitement. An extraordinary and horrifying battle that transcended levels ignited the spirits of all present commanders. Particularly, Xiao's ferocious combat techniques were visually stunning, setting ablaze their martial ambitions. Not fighting would surely feel uncomfortable, yet at this moment, An Linglong was perilously close to death. Chapter 71. Absolutely impossible in the Grand Prince's residence. An Linglong lay on the bed, drenched in blood, her eyes tightly shut, breathing faintly. Beside her stood a man with a grim expression. Your Highness, how could Linglong suffer such grievous injuries? This man was Elder Chu Ming of the Great Qian sect, who had come to Tengan primarily to liaise with the court. An Linglong was merely accompanying him to broaden her horizons. Unexpectedly, things took a turn for the worse when the Empress adopted her as a goddaughter. Initially, this seemed fortuitous, but upon witnessing An Linglong's dire state, his fury was uncontainable. The Grand Prince lamented, "Today I invited Sister Linglong to select warhorses, but I never anticipated encountering my inept third brother." He provoked Linglong, who, in anger, engaged him in a spar. Who would have thought my third brother would be so ruthless, injuring Linglong so severely? Elder Chu, it is my fault for not preventing Linglong from confronting him. As he spoke, tears welled in his eyes, yet his words effectively shifted all blame onto Xiao. Elder Chu turned to the Grand Prince, his voice heavy with intensity. How old is the third prince this year? What is his level of cultivation? His heart ached at the thought. An Linglong was already the most outstanding talent of this generation in the Great Qian sect. Should anything happen to her, the sect would be deprived of its promising youth. My third brother is 24 this year, and he seems to be at the Tianyuan realm. I cannot discern his exact level, the Grand Prince replied, his tone uncharacteristically honest. Indeed, he was not mistaken. Xiao was at the Tianyuan realm, and the Grand Prince was certain of it. However, the strength Xiao displayed today far surpassed that of a typical practitioner at the Tianyuan realm, leaving no room for accurate assessment of his true capabilities. Impossible. Absolutely impossible? Elder Chu exclaimed. Linglong has reached the second tier of the Zhanwu realm. No mere practitioner of the Tianyuan realm, not even one at the Sacred Body realm, could defeat her. Are you treating me as a fool? He could not believe it. Defeating a practitioner of the Zhanwu realm while still at the Tianyuan realm was beyond his comprehension. Zhao Su, standing nearby, cautiously interjected, Elder Chu, It's true. Just a few days ago, Xiao fought with me. At that time, he was only at the first tier of the Tian Yuan realm, yet I was utterly powerless against him. Elder Chu scrutinized Zhao Sun. He recalled that this child also hailed from the Qingxian sect. Zhao Sun, at the sixth tier of the Tian Yuan realm, could not possibly be outmatched by someone at the first tier. Although he was skeptical, he recognized that this was not the time for such concerns. He hurried to examine An Linglong's injuries, and what he saw left him astounded. All her meridians were shattered, her internal energy in chaos, and her organs severely damaged. Such grave injuries, even if she survived, would likely leave her with lasting scars. The once promising talent of the Qingxian sect might be lost. At this moment, a murderous intent surged within him, Xiao. Fortunately, the physicians from the Grand Prince's residence had arrived, and with the abundance of precious medicinal herbs at their disposal, An Linglong's condition gradually stabilized. However, she remained in a coma. Seeing that An Linglong had survived, Elder Chu straightened up and coldly asked, "Grand Prince, may I know the location of the third prince's residence?" The Grand Prince discerned Elder Chu's intentions and knew he sought vengeance. These martial artists were truly simple-minded, only knowing how to fight. Internally mocking, the Grand Prince shook his head. "Elder Chu, I understand your heart is in turmoil over Linglong's injuries caused by my third brother. It pains me greatly as well, but please, do not act impulsively to my third brother is surrounded by powerful protectors. Should you fail in your attempt and he recognizes you, the name of the Qingxian sect would be forever stained with the crime of assassinating a prince. Please be cautious. Do not act without certainty." Elder Chu clenched his fists in frustration. "Ah," he roared, turning to punch the wall, unleashing a terrifying force that collapsed the entire structure. "Grand Prince, I will write to the sect. You must take care of Linglong." With that, Elder Chu stormed off. The Grand Prince smirked slightly at the sight of the ruined wall, sneering, "Ah, Qingxian sect, among the 7 great sects, should I commend you for your prowess or chastise you for your stupidity? To injure your sect's saints so severely, how could they let this go?" Yi Zhao's performance today had completely defied his expectations. During the battle, he felt a sense of dread, for Yi Zhao's display was overwhelmingly powerful. So much so that, in that moment, the Grand Prince believed that with such martial talent, the title of Crown Prince should rightfully belong to Yi Zhao. Fortunately, Yi Zhao had already made an enemy of the Qingxian sect. In his eyes, this was a fortunate turn of events. However, he did not wish for the Qingxian sect to retaliate against Yi Zhao just yet. He wanted to use this opportunity to draw the sect firmly onto his side. At the Golden Scale Guard camp, 8,000 warhorses had been selected. However, unlike the other 7,999 robust steeds, one horse, red as flames, stood in the stable, limp and 3-legged. Yi Xiao and Su Ping stood outside the stable. Gazing at the horse, I say, "Can you really heal this horse?" "Of course, Your Highness, rest assured. Give me 3 months, and I guarantee I will present you with a magnificent steed. However, whether you can tame it then will depend on your own skill. This is a dragon horse." This was the horse they encountered while selecting warhorses today. It wasn't exactly a stroke of luck. For any discerning eye could see that this was a rare and exceptional horse. Even Yi Xiao, who knew little about horses, could immediately recognize its uniqueness. Yet upon inquiry, he learned that the horse had a split hoof. A split hoof was a condition requiring long-term treatment. For many horsemen of Qian, a split hoof was akin to a death sentence, difficult to cure and not suitable for service as a warhorse. Consequently, this fiery red steed had been sent to the Tangan stables as a breeding horse. Although the Tangan stables could not engage in large-scale breeding, they could cultivate a few horses on a smaller scale. Today, when Su Ping examined it and confidently assured Yi Xiao of a cure, Yi Xiao felt a surge of interest. Exceptional steeds were hard to come by. As he looked at the red horse in the stable, whose eyes were already dull, Yi Xiao sighed. But that fellow named Xiong said this horse has been bred many times, and its essence is depleted. Even if it is healed, it won't possess lasting strength. Indeed. However, my Su family has secret techniques. As long as Your Highness is willing to invest, give me 3 more months, and I guarantee this horse will be as lively as a dragon. Seeing the little chubby man so confident, Yi Xiao smiled. "That's good. Whatever you need in terms of money, just ask Luer." Meanwhile, in the palace, Yi Zhuan was watching 2 burly men animatedly reenacting the incident. At that moment, the third prince stepped on that Miss Anne's sword energy and soared high again. "Old Wang, jump up and play the role of Missin. I'll demonstrate the third prince's knee strike." What nonsense. I was the one getting beaten. I've taken 2 punches already. It's time for a switch. How can you keep hitting me so hard? What are you talking about? I'm not playing the third prince, just putting on a show for His Majesty, and you feel wronged. If I'm not hitting with some force, will it have any effect? Why are you such a fuss over it? Haha, so you weren't the one getting hit? Chapter 72. If only he were my son. Seeing the two squabbling, Yi Zhuan merely chuckled. What are you arguing about? You can switch roles and perform again later. The two exchanged glances, sensing Yi Zhuan's good mood, and naturally complied, performing once more. In truth, upon hearing that Yi Xiao had clashed with Ling Long, Yi Zhuan's first reaction was that Yi Xiao must have been injured. But upon learning that Yi Xiao had shattered Ling Long's Qing Xian lotus body, leaving her in a critical state, he could hardly contain his excitement. After all, she was ranked 17th on the star ranking. Although he had always known his son possessed exceptional martial talent, the extent of that talent had remained a vague notion to him. Yet this time, it was vividly tangible. The 17th on the star ranking had fallen to his son's fists. Not only that, but he had achieved this while being nearly 2 major realms lower than his opponent. This display of prowess left Yi Zhuan in high spirits. He immediately summoned 2 generals present to demonstrate the encounter. Inside the Great Hall, the two engaged in combat repeatedly. The process was straightforward, as Yi Xiao had not taken a single direct hit throughout, completely dominating the encounter. Ultimately, when the two clashed, Ling Long's ultimate martial technique backfired, causing her energy to rebound. Yi Xiao delivered a decisive punch that shattered her defenses. After the demonstration, the general animatedly recounted Yi Xiao's words. The third prince said he had previously laid down energy within Ling Long's body, then detonated it, causing her energy to backfire, giving him the opportunity to defeat her. This was all premeditated. Truly remarkable. Sadly, Ling Long had suffered severe injuries, her meridians shattered and organs damaged. Ha ha ha! Yi Zhuan laughed heartily. You people are truly exaggerating. My son defeating a mere 17th on the star ranking. What's so praiseworthy about that? Calling him remarkable is just overblown. Enough, go on. But wait. You two have performed well today. Zhou Tong, reward them with 2,000 taels of silver each. Thank you, Your Majesty. The two rejoiced at the unexpected bounty, for in contrast to civil officials, military officers often lacked substantial wealth, and a reward of 2,000 taels was a delightful windfall. Moreover, it was clear that Yi Zhuan was very pleased. Watching the two leave with expressions of delight, Yi Zhuan couldn't help but smile broadly. Not bad, not bad, Lu Tong. Let me ask you, if the roles were reversed, could you win? Lu Tong hesitated. Your Majesty's son is formidable. Why must you drag me into this? Yet when the emperor asked, he had to respond. He shook his head. This old servant cannot win. The third prince's martial talent is indeed rare in this world. Ha ha ha. I said this lad is most like me. Back in my day, had my mind not wandered from martial arts, I would have been no worse than him. He has inherited my strengths. Yi Zhuan stroked his chin, relishing the sense of satisfaction washing over him. Lu Tong secretly rolled his eyes, well aware of Yi Zhuan's true nature. This emperor had once grown daily during his martial training, struggling to master basic techniques for over a month. Of course, this did not prevent Yi Zhuan from selectively forgetting such details and attributing Yi Xiao's martial talent to his excellent genetic inheritance. Aware that he was indulging in self-deception, Lu Tong refrained from exposing it, instead smiling. The third prince resembles Your Majesty. This is only natural. Yi Zhuan nodded in satisfaction. Just then, Zhou Tong returned, bowing. Your Majesty, the Grand Prince requests an audience outside the hall. Upon hearing of the Grand Prince's visit, Yi Zhuan squinted his eyes, contemplating for a moment before commanding, Tell him, I am unwell and do not wish to see him. Also, send word to Tianlong Garden to deliver a Wanling nourishing pill to Yi Xiao. Furthermore, instructing Xiao to spread the news of Yi Xiao's victory over Ling Long throughout Tang'an City. Zhou Tong was taken aback. The Wanling nourishing pill was a miraculous remedy capable of reviving the dead and healing grievous injuries. As long as there was breath left, no matter how severe the injuries, one pill would restore the body swiftly. It was truly a treasure beyond compare. Why would such a pill not be given to the severely wounded Ling Long, but instead to Yi Xiao? Moreover, why deliberately spread such news? Yet he was not Lu Tong. He dared not question Yi Zhuan's orders. He promptly complied and departed. Outside the palace, upon meeting Zhou Tong, the Grand Prince asked urgently, What did His Majesty say? Your Highness, the Emperor said he is unwell and does not wish to see you. Taken aback, the Grand Prince exclaimed, Please, convey a message for me. Linglong has been gravely injured by my third brother. This matter concerns the relationship between the Great Qian sect and the court. It is of utmost importance. I wish to ask His Majesty for a Wanling nourishing pill to heal her. Zhou Tong chuckled, Your Highness, His Majesty is unwell. As a servant, I cannot disturb him. How about this? You return for now, and when His Majesty feels better, I will mention it to him. His words were skillfully crafted, leaving the Grand Prince with no choice but to remain silent in a whirlwind of thoughts. He made his way to the rear palace. Soon, he met with Yangli, Mother. An incident has occurred. The Grand Prince wasted no time, recounting everything that had transpired within Linglong. Yangli, however, remained impassive, tending to a bouquet of flowers as she listened. Will Linglong die? She won't die. Warriors possess strong physiques. Although she is gravely injured, death is out of the question. What a pity! Yangli sighed. If Linglong were to die, the Great Qian sect and my third son would be at odds forever. I would relish watching him suffer. The final 4 words were spoken through gritted teeth. For her, the greatest joy would be witnessing Yi Zhao's demise. The Grand Prince shook his head. Mother, it's not as simple as that. If Linglong dies, the Great Qian sect will undoubtedly sever ties with the court. They will no longer serve us. That would be detrimental. While Linglong is not dead, my third brother has already created enmity with the Great Qian sect. Yangli paused momentarily while trimming the flowers, sensing the divergence between her thoughts and those of the Grand Prince. However, she did not reveal any emotion, merely asking, What brings you to the palace this time? I wish for you to ask Father for a Wanling nourishing pill. With this pill, I can bestow great favor upon the Great Qian sect. At that time, they will bear a grudge against my third brother, yet be indebted to me, ensuring they will aid me. The Grand Prince spoke confidently. Yangli remained silent for a moment before responding. Why won't you seek your father yourself? Father said he is unwell and does not wish to see me. Yangli turned her head, coldly laughing. Does he not wish to see you but wants to see me? When has he ever met with me privately outside of official matters? The Grand Prince awkwardly smiled. But you are the Empress. Ha, that is my sole identity now. You may go. I will join you shortly. Yangli continued trimming the flowers as the Grand Prince bowed and exited. Within the palace's inner chamber, only the sound of scissors snipping away at branches filled the silence. After a while, Yangli set down the scissors, murmuring, Though I despise that man and wish for his early demise, if only he were my son. How wonderful it would be. The imperial family is the most heartless. At 8 years old, he could smash my chamber for a mere flower, while my son, at 28, merely calculates while I endure humiliation. He once vied for the emperor's favor for that flower, yet my son begs shamelessly for a pill. Chapter 73. Uncle Ing, from now on, you are my man. In Tangan City, at an inn, and Chenghu and Nangong Wanwan sat across from each other. Have you heard? The third prince defeated Linglong, who ranks 17th on the star ranking. That's simply incredible. I told you the star ranking is nothing to boast about. Ha ha ha, indeed. The third prince has yet to make an appearance on the rankings, yet he has managed to defeat the 17th on the star list. Truly, he is the foremost talent in martial arts of our Great Qian. I have heard that he even triumphed despite being 2 major realms below. Remarkable indeed. Ha ha ha. And it is said that Linglong was left with severed meridians, her life uncertain. And Chenghu frowned. Across from him, Nangong Wanwan smiled and remarked, This third prince of Qian possesses quite the skill to overcome Linglong while being 2 realms beneath her. Such prowess, it seems only young Master Mu could rival him. Humph, that is utterly impossible. There is only one Mu Han, and there shall never be a second. These commoners are merely blowing hot air. That Yi Xiao must also be a true martial artist. And Chenghu said coldly. Nangong Wanwan turned her gaze to the window, a flicker of sadness in her eyes, and whispered, Yes, how could there be another like him in this world? And Chenghu fell into silence. After a moment, he actively changed the subject. Have you heard? The Tianji Pavilion has begun a bounty for the capture of Luo Yuchong. That madwoman has attacked 13 of their outposts in succession. Hee hee. A cold glint flashed in Nangong Wanwan's eyes. The Tianji Pavilion has never been virtuous, deliberately releasing lists to incite people to fight to the death, unaware of how many lives they have cost, all while pretending to uphold justice. If they are challenged, They have only themselves to blame. And Chenghu shook his head. The Tianji pavilion is shrouded in mystery. Luo Yucheng's ruthlessness may have provoked a great calamity. As he spoke, he wiped his mouth and smiled. I'm full now. I have some matters to attend to, so I shall take my leave. Nangong Wanwan smiled. Where are you off to? To slay the third prince of Qian? Just as Chenghu stood up, he paused, his smile freezing. She has seen through my thoughts. He took a deep breath and ceased to conceal his intentions. Saying coldly, he caused my sister's meridians to rupture, so I shall ensure his suffer the same fate. Since he has defeated the 17th on the star list, as the 5th, I want to see if he dares to fight. Nangong Wanwan shook her head. Little tiger, I advise you not to go. He is not a fool if you go. Regardless of victory or defeat, you will likely be cut down by the crowd. And I would have to give you a proper burial. And Chenghu was furious. Will you not even collect the body? Nangong Wanwan rolled her eyes. Collect the body? In such noble families, if you are slain, they will surely feed you to the dogs. How can one collect a body? Even if they do, there should be some bones left. If I have to pick up the bones gnawed by dogs, what if my hands get dirty? I have a cleanliness obsession, and Chenghu grinned. Then let it be a burial without a body. Once dead, it would soil your hands, which is undesirable. With that, he turned to leave. Nangong Wanwan sighed. Why bother? If you wish to sever, do it completely. But with his cultivation, he shouldn't truly be killed, right? He should be able to escape Xiao's residence. He leaned back in a chair, playing with a jade vial in his hand. Inside the vial was a medicinal pill. He looked at Han Qi and smiled. Mr. Han, what do you think my father means by giving me this pill? Perhaps His Majesty hopes that your highness will pass it on to Lingrong. Han Qi speculated. Since Lingrong has been gravely injured and your highness has obtained this item, returning it to her could ease relations with the Qingxian sect. Xiao stroked his chin. Is that so? A deep glimmer flickered in his eyes. However, even if I heal Lingrong, she will still be my enemy. She acknowledges Yangli as her adoptive mother, and having been harmed by me, even if I heal her, she may not express gratitude. What does my royal father intend? I cannot fathom it. Han Qi, sensing Yi Zhao's concerns, speculated. His Majesty likely does not wish to see the Qingxian sect too closely allied with the first prince. Yi Xiao fell into contemplation upon hearing this, murmuring, My old man is quite inscrutable. I have no desire to guess his intentions. Since he has given it to me, I shall keep it, and as for how I intend to use it, that is my prerogative. Just then, Lu'er entered, guiding a figure clad in black. It was the commander of the town patrol, Ing Zhao. Your Highness, Master Ing has important matters to discuss with you. Yi Xiao appraised Ing Zhao up and down. In his youth, he had often heard Ing Zhao report to Yi's son. He stood up, clasped his fists, and exchanged pleasantries, saying with a smile, Master Ing, have there been any developments regarding my request? Ing Zhao nodded. Indeed, there has been progress. Here is the location where the person you seek is staying. However, there is also a woman accompanying him, apparently named Nangong Wanwan. As he spoke, Ing Zhao handed over a piece of paper, which detailed the whereabouts of Chenghu and Nangong Wanwan. Yi Xiao accepted the note, looking at Ing Zhao with a smile. Thank you, Master Ing. Will you stay for a meal? No. I have other matters to attend to. I must take my leave. Ing Zhao did not wish to engage in excessive conversation with Yi Xiao. Yi Xiao stepped forward, grasping Ing Zhao's hand. Do not be in such a hurry. Uncle Ing, it has been years since we last met. Let us share a drink. Should I ascend the throne in the future, I shall grant you a high position. Ing Zhao was taken aback. He knew full well that he was different from other ministers. If others were to claim closeness to a prince, it was merely acclaimed. Yi Sun might turn a blind eye, however, if he were to get too close to a prince. It would certainly spell his doom. Moreover, Yi Xiao's words were reckless. Xiao referred to him as Uncle Ing. Such familiarity was dangerous. The notion of being granted a high position if Yi Xiao ascended the throne could reach Yi Sun's ears, and he would be finished. Cold sweat poured down Ing Zhao's back. He exerted force to free himself from Yi Zhao's grip, bowing deeply. Your Highness, do not jest. I truly have urgent matters. My concubine has given birth today, and I must return. Ah? Your concubine has given birth? It seems Uncle Ing is truly in a hurry. Very well then, safe travels. Upon hearing this, Ing Zhao turned and fled. By the way, Uncle Ing, from now on, you are my man. If anyone seeks to harm me, you must warn me. Otherwise, once they ascend the throne, they will surely have your head. Just as Ing Zhao reached the door, he heard these words. His concentration faltered, and he nearly stumbled. The commander of the town patrol almost fell over, but fortunately, he was highly skilled and steadied himself, hastening his departure. Once he had left, Yi Zhao's smile faded, and he lowered his gaze at the note. Lost in thought, Lu Er leaned in and remarked, "Your Highness seems rather displeased. Could it be you are feeling jealous? Seeing Nangong Wanwan accompanying and Chenghu has upset you?" Yi Zhao scoffed. Jealous? What nonsense! If in Chenghu can win her over, that would be for the best. My fear is that in Chenghu, that useless fool, is merely trailing behind others like a dog. And yet my connection with Chenghu has been revealed by Nangong Wanwan. Lu Er, curious, inquired, "What does your Highness plan to do?" Yi Zhao gazed at the vial on the table, contemplating for a moment. Regardless of the circumstances, I must first establish contact with him. The Qingxian sect is a colossal force. I cannot allow them to completely ally with the first prince. Chapter 74. It's you indeed. Although the younger generation of the Qingxian sect may not stand out, it is essential to consider whom they are being compared against. Moreover, there is one critical individual to exclude from the equation, Chenghu. If Chenghu is accounted for among the younger generation of the Qingxian sect, he is certainly among the most outstanding of the 7 sects of Qian, even if he is not the best. However, Chenghu is now completely severed from the Qingxian sect. Many nights in the stillness, Chenghu reflects, "Is it worth it? Should I have done this? For a woman, to become estranged from all, yet he cannot control himself. Walking through the bustling streets, Chenghu feels an unquenchable fire igniting within him. That is his sister, his own sister. He has watched her grow since childhood. In truth, upon hearing that news, he could hardly suppress the murderous intent swelling within him. Finally, he stopped before Yi Zhao's residence. Coldly staring at the gates, he declared, "The 5th on the star list, Chenghu, challenges the 3rd Prince Yi Xiao. Do you dare to accept?" His voice was not loud, yet it was perfectly transmitted into Yi Zhao's residence. In that instant, everyone heard his voice, including Yi Xiao in the courtyard. Lu Er turned to Yi Xiao, frowning. "Your Highness, this fellow is challenging you." "Ha ha ha. I was just contemplating how to meet with him alone. And he has come to me. Let him in. Also, summon Uncle He." Soon, the gates swung open. A maid stepped out, looking at Chenghu. "My lord commands you to enter. I will not go. If he wishes to battle, let it be here. I shall wait for him." Chenghu stood with his sword, showing no intention of entering. He is not a fool. If he were to harm Yi Xiao, what would the guards do? It would be easier to flee from outside the residence. He has resolved to ensure that Yi Xiao's meridians are shattered. The maid, seeing he would not enter, had no choice but to turn and run back inside. Chenghu stood outside the residence, his expression solemn. He muttered, "No matter who it is, if they dare harm my sister, they must pay the price." Finally, the gates opened once more. Lu Er stepped out. The moment Chenghu laid eyes on her, his eyes widened in shock. The audacity he had previously displayed slowly faded, replaced by disbelief. He pointed at Lu Er, stammering, "You Daidu, how are you here?" Lu Er, uninterested, rolled her eyes. "My young master has asked you to enter." With that, she turned and walked back inside. Chenghu's expression shifted repeatedly, countless thoughts swirling in his mind. Ultimately, he gritted his teeth and hurried after her. Following Lu Er, he wished to ask but was at a loss for words. Lu Er, however, was quite displeased. "You could have just gone in when told. Why linger outside, making me come out?" Chenghu finally voiced his question. "He is the 3rd Prince of Qian? What do you think?" Lu Er shot him a glare, offering no answer, yet it was nearly an answer in itself. Soon, Lu Er led Chenghu to the backyard. Yi Xiao reclined on a lounge chair, with He Quan standing behind him. Upon seeing Yi Xiao and then He Quan, Chenghu covered his face, laughing almost maniacally. "Ha ha ha, so it is you. You truly did not die." However, as he laughed, the madness in his eyes shifted to murderous intent. "But why did you shatter her meridians? With your strength, defeating her would be but a mere flick of the hand. Mu Han, even if I am not your match, today I shall fight you." As he spoke, his aura surged, his sword pointed at Yi Xiao. "Come, if you can, shatter my meridians as well. Let me see how great the gap is between us now, after so long." Yi Xiao, reclining in his chair, looked at Chenghu with interest, praising, "Quite the spirit. However, your words betray a hint of fear." And Cheng Hu's face flushed, anger flaring. Mind your own business, hurry and fight. Yi Xiao shook his head. My cultivation is currently merely at the Tianyuan realm. I am not your opponent. Engaging you would be a death sentence. I have not a single chance of victory, hence I cannot fight today. Yi Xiao was not lying. With his current cultivation, he could not defeat Cheng Hu. And Cheng Hu was momentarily taken aback. However, he noticed Yi Xiao's cultivation level and was utterly astonished. How can you be at the Tianyuan realm? I dispersed my cultivation to start anew. This revelation shocked Cheng Hu more than Yi Xiao's mere Tianyuan realm. He gaped. Dispersed your cultivation to start anew? Why? Yi Xiao did not conceal the truth, smiling. I found a technique even more powerful than the Great Sun Origin Yang technique, so I chose to start over. And Cheng Hu was left speechless at that moment. An inexplicable fear took root in his heart. The already formidable Yi Xiao had discovered a technique surpassing the Great Sun Origin Yang technique. If he were to cultivate it thoroughly, who in this world could stop him? At this juncture, Yi Xiao patiently explained. To be frank, I did injure in Lingrong, but I had no choice as the third prince of Qian. I must contend for the throne. She pledged allegiance to the Empress Dowager and allied with the first prince to challenge me before the generals. I had no option but to fight. With such a disparity in cultivation, sparing her life was already my utmost effort. I simply could not control my strength. It was not intentional. And Cheng Hu gritted his teeth. What does that matter? She lies with severed meridians. Her life is uncertain. How can I spare you? Yi Xiao sneered. You seem to overestimate yourself. Uncle He, dispose of him. He Quan stepped forward, and Cheng Hu was taken aback. You lack martial virtue. He. So by your reasoning, if the ancestors of your Qingxian sect came to find me, I should challenge them to a duel? Have you lost your wits in martial arts? Yi Xiao's mockery caused Cheng Hu to flush again. Yet, he could not retort at that moment. Yi Xiao produced a medicinal pill from his robes and tossed it to Cheng Hu. He spoke, Enough chatter. I do not wish to waste time with you. Here is a universal nourishment pill. Upon consumption, it can heal your sister's injuries. I can offer it to you. And Cheng Hu caught the pill. A surge of joy flooding through him. Yet, Yi Xiao swiftly added, But there is one more matter. And Cheng Hu, still holding the pill, kept his head down. What matter? I require you to return to the Qingxian sect. Why? And Cheng Hu looked at Yi Xiao, confusion evident in his eyes. Yi Xiao shook his head. The Qingxian sect is now firmly allied with the first prince. I do not wish to see such a result. Upon hearing Yi Xiao's demands, Cheng Hu found a measure of confidence. Raising his chin slightly, he declared proudly, What, are you scared? Are you begging me? If you plead, I might consider it. Observing Cheng Hu's haughty demeanor, Yi Xiao rose, draped in his ceremonial robe. Exuding authority, he gazed coldly at Cheng Hu, a chilling murderous intent emanating from him, and solemnly stated, I, Yi Xiao, have never known the meaning of fear. Today, I am offering you a chance. If you refuse, I will not compel you. Take the pill and use it to heal her. However, should the Qingxian sect fall in the future, do not blame me for being ruthless. If it were anyone else uttering such words, Cheng Hu would dismiss them as nonsense, giving no thought to it. Yet, Yi Xiao, even Cheng Hu, who often looked down on others, understood his terrifying nature. Chapter 75. Third Prince, would you agree? Before encountering Yi Xiao, Cheng Hu had always believed himself to be the most gifted martial artist in the world. For regardless of whether within the Qingxian sect or outside, all those who were of similar age to him were no match for him. As he matured, he began to challenge some of the experts on the star list, achieving victory after victory, climbing higher in the rankings. To him, it was merely a matter of course. Until that day, when he met Yi Xiao, the sense of despair, helplessness, and being toyed with remains a nightmare to this day. For the first time, he felt the vast chasm between individuals, so great that he could hardly conceive of a way to win. The only opportunity lay in overwhelming strength. Reflecting on the past and gazing at the imposing figure of Yi Xiao draped in his ceremonial robe, he senses Yi Xiao's transformation. The Yi Xiao he once encountered was noble and refined. The present Yi Xiao remains regal but now radiates an aura of dominance and authority. After a moment's reflection, Cheng Hu sighed deeply. I do not wish to return. I cannot bear to part with Wan Wan. He still cannot let go of Nangong Wan Wan. To him, this is of utmost importance. Yi Xiao was taken aback, then coldly laughed. You have truly sunk to new lows, Cheng Hu defiantly retorted. How have I sunk low? I love Wan. What is wrong with that? Do you think everyone is as ungrateful as you? Xiao replied. I do not wish to engage in idle chatter with you. The matter is clear. You must decide your own path. However, there is one thing you must remember. Mu Han is dead. There is no longer such a person in this world. Do not mention this to anyone. And Chenghu scoffed. What is wrong? Are you afraid Wan will find out your whereabouts and come looking for you? Yes. Xiao did not hide it. I wish to avoid any further trouble. You do not wish for her to be with me, do you? Thus, concealing this matter is the best course of action. Lure, see our guest out. And Chenghu cast a lingering glance at Xiao, clutching the elixir tightly, before turning to leave. As he walked away. He Quan furrowed his brow and asked, Your Highness, do you truly believe he will return to Qingxian sect as you suggested? There is an 80% chance. Xiao replied nonchalantly. He is a man of deep emotions, be it love or familial bonds. His visit today for Linglong proves I did not misjudge him. In matters of ordinary significance, his love is paramount, but should it concern blood relations facing annihilation, one must wonder if he would return. It's merely that he cannot decide at this moment. But Qingxian sect has already disavowed him. Xiao rolled his eyes. Disavowal means nothing. The fact that he was able to escape Qingxian sect unscathed indicates that even though his father was angry, he had no intention of truly punishing him. Disavowal is just a way to avoid losing face in the martial world. Now that he has come to his senses, slaying a couple of demonic beings is surely a sign of destiny's return. A model of righteousness. Ha ha ha, Your Highness speaks wisely. As night deepened, Xiao sat cross-legged within his consciousness space. Before him floated the grand human emperor cauldron. With the spread of various news, Xiao's popularity among the common folk surged. This allowed the human emperor cauldron to gather immense public sentiment, converting it into royal true Qi in an instant. Countless golden rays surged into Xiao's body. The royal true Qi within him roared and surged, rapidly enhancing his cultivation. As the golden light intensified, so too did his prowess. Finally, he broke through another realm, advancing to the 5th rank of the Tianyuan realm. Xiao smiled faintly, realizing that facing Linglong had its benefits. However, he was taken aback by how swiftly the news had spread. Meanwhile, Yan Zhe's 8,000 cavalry had also been fully assembled. With these individuals now under his command, Xiao's overall cultivation speed escalated once more. Feeling the human emperor cauldron continuously gathering energy, Xiao was exceedingly satisfied. The only thing left to wait for was for these cavalry to become battle-ready. While he leisurely cultivated, others were unable to find rest. In a corner of Tang'an City, under the shroud of darkness, and Chenghu clutched a wine jar. Leaning against the wall, it was time for him to make a choice. Should he continue following Nangong Wan in pursuit of love, or return to his sect to influence its decisions? Some decisions he could only make for himself. He took another swig of wine, contemplating the elixir in his hand, a mixture of emotions swirling within him. Suddenly, he chuckled self-deprecatingly. Heh, no. Xiao, you rascal. You know I will return to my sect. You know I will not allow them to tread the path of opposition against you. You damn well know everything, including when I will employ my techniques. Damn it. How can you be so formidable? He staggered to his feet, clutching the wine jar. But do you know? I will tell Wan about your whereabouts. You don't want me to say it? I am going to say it. How can I return to Qingxian sect and still have ties with Wan? If that is the case, she should know that the one she loves is still alive. Did you not just marry some woman named Tu? Then go and confront Wan. Let me see if she lives or dies. If you won't let me be well, I won't let you be well. Let none of us be well. Then Chenghu stumbled down the dark path, murmuring to himself. He walked a few steps, took a swig, walked a few more, and drank again. Xiao would never have anticipated that Chenghu would make such a decision. After meeting Chenghu, he had temporarily cast this matter aside. At this moment, Xiao was attending court. Before him stood an elderly man clad in a simple robe, his spirit remarkably vigorous, passionately addressing the 4 princes. Since ancient times, the order of elder and younger has been sacred. Displacing the eldest for the younger is a path to disaster. His Majesty has allowed you to participate in governance to assist the crown prince in ruling, to forge a prosperous era for Great Qian. How can any of you harbor thoughts of usurping the throne? Some princes have audaciously declared their intentions to seize the throne in public. Is that not absurdly laughable? The elder halted before Xiao, his voice cold. 3rd prince, do you agree? As the autumn exams approached, candidates from various regions entered Tang'an, marking a significant event for Qian. Simultaneously, many literary luminaries and esteemed scholars gathered in Tang'an, forming a petition to the palace. Even Yi Zhuan did not dare to dismiss them, allowing them to enter together. Unexpectedly, after their audience, someone advised Yi Zhuan to establish the crown prince in favor of the eldest prince, directly targeting Yi Xiao. Yi Xiao narrowed his eyes, studying the elder before him. Wang Chong, a renowned scholar from Hangzhou. He was indeed a figure of great repute in the literary world. Originally, Yi Xiao thought these scholars would support the fourth prince, given his greater literary acclaim. Yet, Wang Chong openly suggested that Yi Zhuan appoint the eldest prince as the crown prince, presenting an air of condescension before Yi Xiao. At that moment, Wang Chong stood before Yi Xiao, his gaze filled with disdain, casting sidelong glances at him as if he were beneath notice. Chapter 76. The emperor's indifference to delicacies. All eyes in the court converged on Wang Chong. He continued unabated, confronting Yi Xiao directly. Third prince, since your return to Tang'an, you have acted wantonly, becoming increasingly arrogant. Not only did you break Yi Xingyuan's legs, but you also assaulted the second prince. Yi Yin, your violent and reckless nature is utterly shocking, and you dare to speak of seizing the throne? Do you have no shame? Yi Xiao was witnessing the boldness of scholars for the first time. At the very least, this Wang Chong was quite audacious. In the entire court, no one dared to confront Yi Xiao so directly. All eyes turned to Yi Xiao, filled with anticipation. Would this domineering third prince retaliate against the old man? Even Yi Zhuan watched with keen interest, eager to see Yi Xiao's response. Indeed, Yi Xiao extended his hand, pressing it firmly against Wang Cheng's head. In that moment, everyone held their breath. Was he about to strike? Yi Xiao exerted a slight force, lifting Wang Cheng's face and body, then turning him towards Yi Zhuan. His tone resembled that of a mischievous child. Stop your fussing, go tell him. What use is it for you to tell me? The decision lies with him. Wang Cheng was taken aback. All the officials present were equally bewildered, including Yi Zhuan, who found himself speechless. You spray insults at him, and I'm supposed to do what? Wang Cheng's face flushed crimson, straining to turn his head, yet unable to resist Yi Zhao's strength. He helplessly shouted, "This is outrageous. How dare you insult me so?" But Wang Cheng was not a tall man, and Yi Xiao towered over him. Holding him aloft was akin to an adult carrying a child. He flailed and struggled, desperately trying to escape Yi Zhao's grip, but Yi Xiao held him firmly. The scene appeared both absurd and comical. Enough! Let him go! Shower! Yi Zhuan commanded, and Yi Xiao released his hold. At that moment, Wang Cheng turned, his face a deep shade of red, glaring fiercely at Yi Xiao. Just as he was about to speak, Yi Zhuan interjected calmly. Mr. Wang, the throne of Qian has always belonged to those with merit. Although I was the eldest son of the late emperor, my ascension was due to my own capabilities, not simply because of the order of age. Thus, the question of who will inherit the Qian throne hinges upon which of the princes and princesses possesses the ability to lead Qian to greater heights. Upon hearing this, it was as if a hornet's nest had been stirred. Wang Cheng, who had prepared to scold Yi Xiao, spun around and shouted at Yi Zhuan. That is absurd. If what your majesty says is true, does that not disrupt the natural order? No wonder the third prince behaves so recklessly. It appears your majesty supports him. Have you not heard the words of the sage? What followed was a lengthy tirade. Wang Cheng, being a prominent scholar of the age, cited numerous references with fervor, unleashing a barrage of arguments against Yi Zhuan. However, attacking Yi Zhuan was not the same as attacking Yi Xiao. Without Yi Zhuan needing to speak, others naturally rose to defend him. As a result, the court erupted into a cacophony of voices, embroiled in heated debate. Yi Xiao and the other princes found themselves at leisure. Yi Xiao turned to the second prince with a grin. You orchestrated this, did you not? Yin let out a cold laugh and offered no reply to why. Yi Xiao then turned to the eldest prince. Was it you? The eldest prince remained silent. Finally, Yi Xiao faced the fourth prince. Old fourth? The fourth prince quickly responded. Third brother, do not jest. Mr. Wang is highly esteemed. How could he be swayed by us? Yi Xiao smiled with intrigue, choosing not to press further. After witnessing the scholars' riveting exchange throughout the morning, Yi Zhuan declared the court adjourned. Once court was dismissed, as Yi Xiao prepared to depart, he was stopped by Zhou Tong. Your Highness, His Majesty requests your presence for lunch in the palace. Yi Xiao was taken aback, then smiled. Very well. he followed Zhou Tong out, while the other three princes took note of the commotion. Their expressions remained largely unchanged, but their thoughts remained inscrutable. Soon, everyone exited the palace and went their separate ways. In the fourth prince's carriage, Wang Chong, who had just defended the eldest prince in court, wore a face of regret. "Your Highness, what a pity! I did not provoke that third prince into action against me." The fourth prince maintained a calm demeanor, gazing out at the bustling market. "It matters not. Endeavor lies with man, but success rests with heaven. It has always been thus. Why third brother, seemingly impulsive, is not without wisdom. If Mr. Wang has the time, you might visit my elder brother more often and speak in his favor. That would suffice." Wang Chong nodded promptly, producing a piece of paper. He whispered, "As for my Wang family's few disciples, 2 of them, they can be included on the list. I will oversee the selection." The fourth prince accepted the list. The carriage halted at a street corner, allowing Wang Chong to disembark in the vast dining hall of the palace. Yi Zhuan and Yi Xiao sat on opposite sides of a table laden with dishes. In contrast to Yi Zhuan's elegance, Yi Xiao's dining manner appeared rather boisterous. "Zhou Tong, pass me that pork elbow." "What? Your Majesty, at your age, you should not eat such greasy food. And that Buddha jumps over the wall. My father does not like it. This green dish, take it to my father. He should eat more vegetables for his health." Yi Zhuan shook his head at Yi Xiao's behavior, saying, "You are still the same as when you were a child, only eating meat. My son practices martial arts. He needs more nourishment." Yi Xiao grinned widely. As Yi Zhuan served food, he regarded Yi Xiao with admiration, chuckling. "I thought you would take action against Wang Chong today." Yi Xiao sighed. "I did wish to strike him, but it was not feasible." "Then why not? You dared to strike the second prince. Why not him? What would happen if you did?" "A few verbal sparring matches, perhaps a beating, and that Yi Xiao shook his head. "Firstly, I do not know if Wang Chong is truly aligned with my brothers or genuinely cares for the nation and its people. If I wish to be a sovereign, I must possess some tolerance. If I resort to violence every time someone speaks words I dislike, then the only company I would have would be sycophants. Secondly, Wang Chong is indeed respected and well known. Without sufficient reason, if I were to strike him, what would the scholars of the world think of me? Thirdly, if someone is indeed laying a trap for me, I cannot leap blindly into it. If I fall into too many traps, I might find myself ensnared." Yi Zhuan smiled. Indeed. If you were to rely solely on martial prowess without cunning, even with divine talent, you would not sit upon the throne of Qian." At this point, his expression grew serious, and he said solemnly, "A ruler must possess a heart as deep as the ocean, harboring all things while appearing unfathomable to others. One must not be easily perceived." Yi Xiao, mouthful of meat, replied impatiently, I understand. Let us eat. You can teach me to be emperor after we finish." Yi Zhuan. Only Yi Xiao dared to speak to him in such a manner. Yet, paradoxically, watching Yi Xiao feast heartily brought him joy. Chapter 77. Yi Zhuan's assessment at the entrance of an inn, and Cheng Hu lay sprawled on the ground, still clutching the wine jar from the previous day. Nangong Wanwan stood before him, her brows knitted in concern. Hey, wake up! Quickly wake up!" Nangong Wanwan disdainfully prodded in Cheng Hu's face with a small stick. Finally, he opened his eyes, bloodshot and filled with anger at being awakened. But upon seeing her, his expression cleared. Sitting up, he scratched his head. "Wanwan." Nangong Wanwan frowned. "Didn't you go to find that third prince? Why have you returned in this state?" And Cheng Hu paused for a moment. "There were too many guards. I couldn't challenge him." Surprised by his response, Nangong Wanwan didn't press further. "If you didn't challenge him, then so be it. Hurry and change your clothes and bathe. You smell awful." And Cheng Hu gazed at her lovely face, and suddenly mustering courage, he asked, "Wanwan, may I ask if you have any feelings for me?" "No." Nangong Wanwan answered without hesitation, shaking her head. "I like Muhan." And Cheng Hu smiled bitterly. "I've been by your side for 3 years. Have you truly never felt a spark?" "No." And Cheng Hu took a deep breath. "Then I will leave. I intend to return to Qing Xian sect." Upon hearing his words, Nangong Wanwan was momentarily stunned, but quickly regained her composure, smiling. "Congratulations on overcoming your mental barriers. Next time we meet, do not hold back." And Cheng Hu replied softly, "All right," though he verbally acquiesced. He knew deep down that he would never truly harm Nangong Wanwan. She gazed at the sky and murmured, "Congratulations on your liberation, but I am not free." I must find him, no matter where he is. I cannot believe he is dead. Well then, this is goodbye. Nangong Wanwan turned away, ready to leave, exuding a sense of freedom, just as she had when Chenghu first proposed to follow her without hesitation. Watching her walk further away, Chenghu suddenly shouted, I saw Mu Han yesterday. He is in Tang'an. At his words, Nangong Wanwan dashed forward like a specter, arriving beside him in an instant. Urgency etched on her face. Where is he? I don't know. Chenghu ultimately did not reveal the entire truth. Even though he had vented his frustrations while intoxicated last night, he still chose to lie. When I went to the third prince's residence, I caught a glimpse of him, but I was too anxious to call out. Nangong Wanwan's eyes flashed with anger, yet she felt helpless. You foolish tiger. You should have kept him there. The third prince of Dakian wouldn't he run away? What were you so anxious for? Nangong Wanwan appeared anxious. Nonchalance is easy when one has no feelings. Yet when one cares, how can one truly be nonchalant? Chenghu's silence thickened the atmosphere. Nangong Wanwan, though resigned, remained hopeful in her eyes. Regardless, knowing he is still alive brings me peace. Thank you, little tiger. I will certainly find him. Nangong Wanwan smiled, radiating genuine happiness. Chenghu felt a twinge of pain. Ever since the star rankings updated, he had not seen her smile so sincerely. The only person in her heart was still Xiao. The parting came abruptly. After confirming the direction of the third prince's residence, Nangong Wanwan walked away without looking back. Chenghu was left alone, pulling out a vial from his pocket, gazing down at it, murmuring, Xiao Mu Han, if only Wanwan did not like you. We should have been friends. The world of martial arts is not solely about love. It also encompasses the camaraderie shared between men over wine. He would always remember that day he fought against Xiao. After their defeat, the two indulged in hearty drinks. Xiao unreservedly pointed out the flaws in the other's cultivation. That day, Chenghu was, for the first time, truly impressed by a peer. Alas, fate can be cruel. Many developments do not unfold as one wishes. In the imperial palace, Xiao reclined in a chair, fully satiated, with the surrounding servants and eunuchs having departed. Only Xiao and Yizhuan remained in the room. No, in the corner, the old eunuch Lu Tong was still present. Xiao sensed that the main topic was about to commence. Indeed, Yizhuan smiled and inquired. I heard that Chenghu challenged you at your residence yesterday? Upon hearing this, Xiao raised an eyebrow and replied with a grin, Indeed. Did you win or lose? There was no fight. Why not? Because I couldn't win. Xiao openly admitted, chuckling, at my current cultivation level. I cannot defeat Chenghu. Hearing this, Yizhuan laughed. If you can't win, will he listen to you? Xiao raised an eyebrow. Do you know why I want to find him? It's simply to convince him to return to Qingxian sect, thereby preventing the sect from completely aligning with the leader. Yizhuan chuckled. You children have such uncomplicated thoughts. Xiao replied. It seems the world thinks there are few who possess such uncomplicated minds. Since I am seeking him, I naturally have my confidence. Xiao spoke with assurance. Yizhuan lifted his teacup, took a sip, and then looked at Xiao seriously, asking, I am not omniscient. While I know quite a bit about the world of martial arts, I have never been immersed in it. Many matters, especially regarding the court and the so-called martial world, remain somewhat unclear to me. You have wandered the martial world for 10 years. I have summoned you today to help me make a decision on a matter. His tone was grave. Xiao straightened, aware that the crux of the matter had arrived. Yizhuan slowly inquired, What do you think? Should I manage the martial world? This was both a question and a test. He wished to see Xiao's answer. Xiao fell into deep thought, and the room was silent. After a while, he looked up and smiled. Management is indeed necessary. Across the land, all belongs to the king, and all under the heavens belong to the sovereign. These martial sects are also subjects of Qian. However, how to manage them and to what extent depends on what results your majesty desires, which is open to discussion. What do you wish for, father? The complete dissolution of the sects, or something else? This was the crux of the issue. Yizhuan frowned. Martial heroes often break the law. These sects cultivate individuals with great strength, yet they are often impulsive and easily swayed, leading to the harm of others. Moreover, these individuals do not engage in productive labor. Some sects may rely on industries for sustenance, but many resort to thievery and robbery, even promoting the idea of robbing the rich to aid the poor, falsely elevating their own status. Should those law-abiding wealthy individuals be condemned? these skilled individuals leave innocent commoners defenseless. They roam freely, making capture difficult. Such incidents are reported frequently. I have no intention of exterminating them all, but we must devise a response to this situation. The arrival of Qing Xian sect provides an opportunity for me to consider whether we can utilize them to impose some restrictions and influence on these behaviors. What are your thoughts? In the imperial kitchen, Xiao pondered for a moment before softly stating, "As your son who has traversed the martial world for many years, I must admit that what you say does indeed exist. However, the issue is that there are numerous individuals in the martial world, and countless incidents occur daily. If the court wishes to maintain sufficient manpower to respond to various situations, it would require a significant financial investment, which could lead to corruption, negligence, and abuse of power, likely resulting in a fruitless endeavor." Yizhuan nodded in agreement. "I think the same." Thus, when Qing Xian sect proposed to establish a martial regulation office based on their sect to register all sects and subject them to oversight, I did not refuse, but I worry, how could all sects accept this? If they refuse to comply with the regulations, and they have not broken the law, we cannot simply eradicate them if we act in such a manner. It could provoke a fierce backlash. Xiao shook his head. "I believe the Martial Regulation Office can be established. However, its authority should be limited to capturing criminals and pursuing wrongdoers, rather than regulating sects. It should serve as a deterrent to the rogues of the martial world." Yizhuan frowned. Relying solely on Qing Xian sect, even with some experts, may not suffice. "My father, there are countless experts in the world. And even if only a fraction are villains, they are still innumerable. To completely eradicate them is a fool's errand. However, I do have another plan." "What is it?" Xiao smiled. "What do you think the people of the martial world care about most?" Yizhuan contemplated for a moment before shaking his head. "I truly do not understand these martial individuals well. From the perspective of those from Qing Xian sect, they seem similar to the officials of the court. Seeking power." Xiao shook his head. "In truth, Qing Xian sect no longer belongs to the martial world. From the moment they decided to align themselves with the court, they became fundamentally different from ordinary martial individuals." Yizhuan chuckled. "If it were otherwise, what would it be? It is merely fame and fortune. Who in the world can escape that?" "My father is correct," Xiao replied earnestly. "The individuals of the martial world can be broadly classified into several categories. The first category consists of those who are deeply devoted to martial arts, seeking freedom. Such individuals are unyielding in their desires, making them difficult to recruit, let alone regulate. The second category consists of those who seek profit or power. Some will align with the court, while others may engage in criminal activities. Essentially, they can be divided into two types. The third category is those who pursue fame. I believe that if my father wishes to interfere in the martial world, the best approach would be to focus on this type." Yizhuan's eyes narrowed as he said, "Continue." Xiao took a sip of tea and continued, "As the emperor, you govern the world. The Qian has flourished for 1,000 years, and the court's reputation is deeply ingrained in the hearts of the people, which is our advantage. Just look at the Tianji Pavilion. A mere Tianji Pavilion can generate countless martial individuals to vie for rankings on the so-called star list and moon list, risking their lives for a position. This demonstrates the intense desire these individuals have for fame. The title of No. 1 in the world has inspired untold heroes to contend fiercely. I believe our court could also issue two lists. 1. A bounty list. Anyone found guilty and on the run will be placed on the bounty list, but this list would differ from previous ones. It would assign reward amounts and chivalry values based on their cultivation level and severity of their crimes. The second would be a chivalrous list. Those on this list would be ranked according to their chivalry values. This way, countless martial individuals will strive to capture those who commit evil deeds for the sake of the chivalrous list. The court would save costs while intensifying the crackdown on wrongdoers. Upon hearing this, Yizhuan's eyes lit up. Yixiao's proposal was indeed imaginative. Most importantly, this suggestion carried no risks and was virtually cost-free. It was the kind of idea that seemed exceptionally feasible upon first hearing. Xiao continued, "Furthermore, my father could order the creation of special awards, such as crafting a pure gold sword for the No. 1 chivalrous individual. The second reward could be a chivalrous decree. The third could be a jade ring of chivalry. These items would not permanently belong to them. Instead, they would be returned to the court every 3 years and redistributed based on chivalry values, solely to signify their status. Additionally, a monument of chivalry could be established, where the achievements of these top chivalrous individuals are recorded annually for public admiration. In this way, the martial world will surely see the emergence of numerous chivalrous figures. As he spoke, Xiao grew increasingly excited. My father could also commission the compilation of pamphlets and scripts that promote chivalrous spirit, linking this spirit with loyalty to the nation. By promoting the idea that true chivalry serves the country and the people, it would undoubtedly inspire righteous individuals across the land to serve the court. Furthermore, by carefully selecting individuals of good character, exceptional ability, and remarkable achievements, we could bestow upon them the title of national hero. This way, we could effectively guide martial individuals to serve the nation. Yi Zhuan's eyes sparkled as he listened to Yi Xiao speak with such eloquence. His gaze reflected admiration and satisfaction. All along, Yi Xiao had gained renown through martial arts. He had also shown promise in training soldiers. However, fundamentally, he had never demonstrated any capability in governance. This had caused Yi Zhuan some concern. After all, governing a nation is not merely about fighting and killing. Thus, Yi Zhao's restraint in the court today, not acting against Wang Chong, had pleased him greatly. It at least proved that Yi Xiao possessed insight and composure, not merely being a volatile powder keg. Moreover, Yi Zhao's proposed strategy showcased his diplomatic acumen. Ha ha ha! Yi Zhuan laughed heartily, pacing back and forth. What an excellent strategy! Winning the hearts of the people is paramount, my son. What you seek is the heart of these martial individuals. In this way, our Qian court will have means to manage these martial figures. However, from my perspective, it is still insufficient. Each province and county could erect monuments to record the chivalrous individuals of their localities. I shall also commission the writing of a comprehensive history of Qian's heroes, providing these martial figures the opportunity to be recorded in the annals of history. Just as he finished, Yi Zhuan squinted his eyes again, murmuring with excitement, "No, still not enough. I must compile a history of heroes across the world, encompassing all martial heroes of humanity. When the time comes for its release, I shall summon the heads of the three kingdoms. Surely, martial figures from other nations will come forth. With Qian gaining talent, Xia and Chu will lose talent. Even if we attract just one additional person, it is a gain." Yi Zhuan's thoughts now extended beyond the martial individuals within Qian's borders. Thanks to Yi Zhao's counsel, he felt elated and turned to Yi Xiao. "Shower, your contribution today is significant. What reward do you wish for?" Rewards were not a difficult question for Yi Xiao. What he desired most were subordinates. "Could father grant me some additional manpower?" Yi Xiao tentatively inquired. Yi Zhuan shook his head. "That may not be possible. You already have quite a few under your command. While this plan is commendable, it will ultimately require time, and in the short term, its merits may not be evident. Bestowing soldiers now would seem excessive." Yi Xiao pouted. "If you can't grant it, why ask?" Yi Zhuan grew furious. "You insolent child. I shall reward you with something right now. A drop of dragon blood. Do you want it?" "Yes." Yi Xiao never anticipated that Yi Zhuan would grant him a drop of dragon blood. The ancestors of the Yi family established themselves through martial prowess, leading the populace to vanquish demons and establish Qian, driving away malevolent creatures and barbaric tribes, thus possessing a profound heritage. Dragon blood is one of the most precious treasures of the Yi family in Qian. According to ancestral teachings, only those of exceptional martial talent within the Yi bloodline may utilize this substance, which enhances cultivation, strengthens the body, and unlocks potential. Truly a miraculous treasure. However, the Yi family possesses only 3 drops of dragon blood. 700 years ago, 1 drop was used, leaving only 2 remaining. This substance has always been regarded as invaluable by successive emperors of Qian. Even those with talent would only be granted use of it in dire circumstances, as its limited quantity means that once used, it is gone. Many emperors, considering future generations, have refrained from utilizing it, no matter their own desires. Yi Xiao had coveted this item before, but despite his exceptional talent, Yi Zhuan had never been willing to bestow it upon him. Unexpectedly, this time, due to his proposal, he was willing to grant him the privilege to use dragon blood. It would be strange for Yi Xiao to decline. Yet he was soon puzzled. "Father, you deny me additional manpower but grant me the use of dragon blood. Are you perhaps losing your mind? This seems like quite the loss." Yi Zhuan fumed. "You rebellious child. If you dare speak nonsense again, I shall sever your head." "Ha ha ha. No need to be angry. I shall take my leave first. Enjoy your meal at your leisure." Yi Xiao, having gained a tremendous benefit, swiftly departed, fearing Yi Zhuan might change his mind. As he left, Lu Tong, the eunuch behind Yi Zhuan, could not help but remark, "Your Majesty, is it appropriate to bestow dragon blood upon the third prince?" Yi Zhuan's gaze was icy. Appropriate. Of course, it is appropriate. Since Xiao possesses exceptional martial talent and also displays insight into governance, why should I not grant it to him? I see in him the hope for unifying Great Qian. If not now, should we wait until the nation is on the brink of destruction to use it? Moreover, I have used one drop, leaving one remaining. If the time of national peril truly arrives, we shall still have a chance. Lu Tong replied, that is true, however. Once he uses this, only one drop remains, and future emperors will naturally be more cautious about its use. It is likely that only in times of national crisis will it be utilized. Lu Tong whispered, but if he uses this and achieves no accomplishments, your Majesty may be lamented by future emperors. Humph. I care not for their lamentations. Who told them to be born late? If they had the ability, they should have been born before me. Seeing his brazen demeanor, Lu Tong finally understood why Xiao indeed resembled him in certain aspects. Upon leaving the palace, in the carriage, Xiao suddenly opened his eyes. He-kun, is there anyone watching our residence nearby? The coachman He-kun was taken aback, then shook his head. Your Highness, I cannot discern that. If someone were to send a few highly skilled individuals, I would surely notice. But if they sent some without cultivation to live discreetly nearby, how could I know if they are watchers? Curiously, he asked, why does your Highness suddenly bring this up? Nothing much. It's just that today my father mentioned in Chenghu's challenge at my residence. Few know of this matter. I suspect my father may have placed some personnel around me, but I am unsure if they are inside or outside the residence. Xiao explained. He-kun paused, then said, should we have Niu and Meng Yin be more vigilant and maintain more secrecy in their communications? No need. What I wish to conceal is not my father. My enemies have never been him. In the Crown Prince's residence, and Linglong remained unconscious. Chu Ming, the Crown Prince, and a host of physicians surrounded her bedside. Your Highness, this young lady is gravely injured. Fortunately, her constitution is robust, and her life is barely preserved, but her cultivation, I fear it may not be saved. One physician glanced furtively at the Crown Prince, then lowered his head in fear. The Crown Prince remained calm, but Chu Ming was already seething with anger. You quack, do not spout nonsense. The physician was unyielding, sneering. My family has practiced medicine for generations. Who in the capital does not know my name? If I am a quack, there are hardly any good physicians left in the world. The Crown Prince looked apologetic and grasped Chu Ming's arm, saying, Senior Chu, it is my inadequacy. I did not procure the universal vitality elixir from father. But rest assured, regardless of the cost, I will do everything in my power to preserve Linglong's cultivation. I have already sent someone to Wambao Pavilion to relay the message. As long as there are healing elixirs, no matter the price, I will secure them at the earliest opportunity. His attitude was indeed commendable in Chu Ming's eyes. He sighed, Your Highness, this matter cannot be blamed on you. If blame must be assigned, let it all fall on that third prince. I have already written to the sect, and the sect leader and others will arrive shortly. When the sect leader arrives, there must be an explanation. Just as he finished speaking, several figures descended into the courtyard. The leader among them was Bosun, the sect leader of Qing Xian sect. Qing Xian sect was not far from Tengan, and upon receiving the news, they hurriedly made their way overnight. And Bosun burst into the room, filled with urgency. Linglong. Where is Linglong? Upon seeing the pale-faced and Linglong on the bed, he turned to Chu Ming, angrily exclaiming, What did I instruct you before I departed? Were you not to take good care of Linglong? How could this happen? Chu Ming fell silent. The Crown Prince quickly stepped forward. You must be an uncle, right? Linglong has taken me as her sworn mother, and I am her elder brother. Please do not take offense. This matter is not the fault of Senior Chu. It all stemmed from me. If I had not taken Linglong to select war horses, this incident would not have occurred. If Uncle truly wishes to punish someone, let it be me. He made a grand gesture, and Bosun was left somewhat taken aback. After all, he is the Emperor's son. Yet he addresses him as uncle. He immediately declined repeatedly. However, his concern lay within Linglong. He approached her side to check on her. His brows knitted tightly at once. After a while, he let out a heavy sigh. Linglong's meridians are completely severed. Only a miraculous elixir can heal her at this juncture. We can only see if we can exchange for a Tianyi divine pill at the Tianyi sect. An elder behind him spoke solemnly. Sect Master, our relationship with the Tianyi sect has always been strained. Why would they give us elixirs? We can only give it a try. And Baisong turned to Chu Ming and said, You must hurry to the Tianyi sect. You must ride swiftly, ensuring you reach them before the news of Linglong's injury does. Once there, do not show too much concern. Simply state that a disciple from our sect has suffered an unexpected injury and inquire how they are willing to exchange. Whatever price they offer, accept it without question. Bring back the elixir first. We will discuss other matters later. An elder behind him nodded in agreement. Linglong is already the most outstanding disciple of this generation. We cannot afford any more mishaps. Otherwise, our Qingxian sect's reputation will be utterly shattered. An Baisong supported in Linglong, channeling his internal energy into her to aid her recovery. This method of healing is immensely taxing on one's energy. And even within Baisong's formidable power, beads of sweat began to form on his forehead in a short while. Yet, and Linglong's complexion gained a hint of color. Suddenly, she opened her eyes, surveying her surroundings. Where am I? She looked around, and Baisong quickly reassured her. Linglong, it's all right. Rest assured, Father will heal your injuries. I will not let your cultivation be in vain. Upon hearing this, Linglong immediately sensed something amiss. Her face turned extremely pale. Unable to mobilize her energy, she collapsed into Baisong's embrace, crying out, Father, you must avenge me. And Baisong's aura of killing intent surged uncontrollably. The eldest prince, witnessing this, felt a surge of joy in his heart. Chapter 80. The eldest prince's doubt and Linglong's meridians were severed. At this moment, her body contained energy, yet it could not circulate. Her heart brimmed with rage and despair to the utmost. Over a decade of cultivation reduced to nothing in an instant. Who would not feel sorrow? And Baisong, equally heartbroken, gritted his teeth. Fear not, I will make that ye shall pay the price. Just then, a voice echoed from the doorway. I advise you not to entertain such thoughts. Everyone turned to the source of the voice, discovering Chenghu leaning against the door, arms crossed, coldly observing the scene. Who are you? Why are you here? The eldest prince's expression darkened. Who am I? And Chenghu did not answer but stepped into the room, locking eyes with Baisong. The atmosphere grew tense. Suddenly, Chenghu knelt on one knee. Father, Chenghu was foolish and strayed from the sect. Now, having realized my errors, I wish to return and accept punishment. I implore you to grant me a chance. Often, the relationship between fathers and sons is fraught with tension, as men can be proud and reluctant to bow their heads. Yet this time, Chenghu took the initiative to lower himself, providing Baisong with a way out, inside. Baisong's expression was complex. This son had been his pride. For many years, he viewed him as the future successor of the Qingxian sect. Had Chenghu not left, the anxiety within the sect would not have been as severe, and he would not have felt compelled to ally with the court. He understood that relying on Linglong alone could never uphold the reputation of the seven sects. The path of the martial world is fraught with bloodshed, and the Qingxian sect has no shortage of enemies. Should the sect falter, disaster might strike. Yet now, the son who had always been headstrong, even indifferent to his threats, had returned after following Nangong Wanwan and abandoning the sect. While he hesitated, the other elders could no longer contain themselves. Chu Ming quickly stepped forward to persuade. Sect Master, Chenghu has recognized his mistakes. After all, he is young and may have erred. Please forgive him. Indeed, Sect Master, Chenghu has not committed any heinous acts with that demoness. Young men, driven by emotion, should not be judged too harshly. Sect Master, Chenghu has grown up under our watch. Please show leniency. Even the injured and Linglong could not help but plead. Father, brother has returned. Please give him another chance. The eldest prince understood. After all the commotion, this isn't Baisong's son, and judging by the crowd's pleading demeanor, his mind began to plot. He stepped forward with a smile. Uncle, and every family has its own struggles. However, young men may err. It is worth forgiving, he continued, reflecting. Not to mention others, even my third brother fled from Tengan for 10 years, yet upon his return, did my father not forgive him? He even allowed him to participate in court affairs, showing him great favor. Though this is your family matter, I dare to say, please forgive this brother Chenghu. As the eldest prince spoke, he looked at Chenghu, offering a friendly smile to him. Befriending Chenghu was a significant means of winning over the Qingxian sect. Chenghu remained indifferent, showing no response to his overtures. An Baisong, hearing the pleas, sighed. Chenghu, I told you when you left, should you leave, you will have no ties with the Qingxian sect, and I will no longer acknowledge you as my son. What did you say back then? You declared that from henceforth our bond was severed. Then now that you return, I ask you one question. Can you sever ties with Nangong Wanwan? And Baisong's voice was thunderous. And Chenghu closed his eyes, gritting his teeth. I can, from now on, I will sever all ties with Nangong Wanwan. And Baisong fixed his gaze on Chenghu. You may say this today, but if you ever associate with that demoness again, I will strike you down very well. Now that Chenghu had returned, he had made his resolution to eye in truth. Xiao had not anticipated that Chenghu's return to the Qingxian sect would entail such a choice. To Xiao, Chenghu's return was akin to his own return to the court. Just bowing his head and making light of things would suffice. As for Nangong Wanwan, he thought he could pursue her later when the dust settled. He never considered how vehemently the righteous would reject a demoness. It can be said that while Xiao had roamed the martial world for 10 years, he had never truly entered the sect. His values differed fundamentally from those of martial practitioners. As and Chenghu agreed, and Baisong felt an overwhelming joy. Chenghu, your father forgives you. And Baisong lifted Chenghu to his feet. Clap, clap, clap. The eldest prince applauded, laughing. Today, witnessing the reconciliation between uncle and brother, this is indeed a delightful tale. I shall have a banquet prepared. No need. And Chenghu replied coldly, Your Highness's kindness is appreciated, but my sister is still gravely injured. We must go treat her. The eldest prince's smile froze. He sensed the subtle hostility emanating from Chenghu, confused as to why this fellow bore him animosity despite having done nothing to offend him. In truth, Chenghu felt both pain and liberation in his heart. He harbored feelings for Nangong Wanwan, yet she did not reciprocate. Such unrequited love was torturous. For 3 years, he gained nothing. Many times, he contemplated letting go, yet he could not bring himself to do so. But through this incident, he made his decision, returning to the sect. When he declared that he would sever ties with Nangong Wanwan, he felt a sense of relief. As though reborn in that moment, even his cultivation experienced a surge. Thus, at this moment, clear-headed Chenghu felt no resentment towards Xiao. Instead, he felt a flicker of gratitude. At the very least, he had returned to being himself, rather than the lovesick follower of Nangong Wanwan. As for the eldest prince, his impression of him had further deteriorated. From his perspective, he had always deemed the eldest prince to be deliberately exploiting them. To Chenghu, every gesture of goodwill from the prince seemed hypocritical, merely a means to pit the Qingxian sect against Xiao. And Baisong also sensed Chenghu's aversion to the eldest prince, but chose not to comment. Regardless of how favorable the prince's impression was, a son remains a son. The eldest prince forced a smile. Brethren, you may not know, but I have already invited the most renowned physician in Tangan City to treat Linglong. You will find no better physician elsewhere. Then there is no need for your highness to concern yourself. And Chenghu replied, Let us depart, for I have a friend renowned for his medical skills. And Chenghu fabricated a friendship out of thin air. Seeing his resolve, and Baisong, though puzzled as to why his son insisted on leaving, did not object. After all, he did not wish to remain in the prince's residence with the sect members. The eldest prince, feeling helpless, could only see them off personally. Watching them carry Linglong away, he stroked his chin, muttering, What is it about Chenghu that I, who have no personal connection with him, sense hostility? It seems I must find a way to win him over. Chapter 81. My disdain for Eunuch's Tianlong Garden, located in the northern hills of Tangan City, is a vast area with sparse human activity. At this moment, Zhou Tong sat in Xiao's carriage, heading towards Tianlong Garden. The road was not always smooth, and at times quite bumpy. Yet, no matter how the carriage rocked, Xiao remained as steady as a mountain, as if firmly glued to the carriage. Unable to contain himself, Zhou Tong exclaimed, Your Highness, your control over your body is truly remarkable. Xiao looked up, smiling slightly. I've grown accustomed to it. Indeed, he had many habits. For instance, the meticulous control of his internal energy and the stability of his posture. Why Xiao was accustomed to mastering himself. This was a form of cultivation in itself. At any time and place, through sitting, standing, or walking, he reinforced his body using various cultivation techniques. Soon, the carriage came to a halt, and Xiao and Zhou Tong alighted. Gazing at the imposing nearly 5-meter-high gate of Tianlong Garden, a hint of nostalgia flickered in Xiao's eyes. I am back again. I wonder if old Master Ji is alive or dead. Xiao sighed. Zhou Tong, who had been relaxed, suddenly tensed up, hastily approaching and whispering, Oh dear, my little ancestor, such words should not be spoken recklessly. Seeing Zhou Tong's cautious demeanor, Xiao smiled broadly. As he approached, the guards at the gate stepped forward. To enter Daqian Tianlong Garden, one needs the emperor's decree. Here it is. Zhou Tong waved the imperial edict as he hurried over. Upon seeing Zhou Tong, the guards relaxed their expressions. In truth, not everyone recognized Xiao. Many merely knew his name without having seen him. The guards were among them, so upon encountering an unfamiliar face, they inevitably grew wary. Xiao and Zhou Tong entered, and he quietly remarked, with guards stationed at the entrance every day. Do you think they find it tiring? Zhou Tong chuckled. They must be tired. Yet who in life is free from fatigue? Xiao glanced at him. Do I look tired to you? I wouldn't know. Xiao laughed. One day, when I am in charge, I shall provide them with a couple of chairs. Wouldn't that be more comfortable? Your Highness is kind. I am in awe. Zhou Tong responded sincerely. Observing Xiao's back, he felt an indescribable emotion. Before Xiao, no one had ever pondered such a question. Perhaps it was a casual remark, but which prince ever considered the fatigue of a guard? The two continued walking. Tianlong Garden was vast, filled with various structures, yet for Xiao, it was familiar territory. They soon arrived at a building named Yuncheoj. After the servants announced their arrival, Xiao entered. Inside, an elegant man with white hair was reading a book. Grandfather Yunsha, it has been years. Are you well? Xiao greeted with a smile. Yunsha looked up, sizing up Xiao, and after a moment, exclaimed, You lad, your martial arts have improved quite impressively. Yunsha, the current steward of Tianlong Garden, oversaw the Divine Martial Pavilion, a place for nurturing talents within the Daqian army. Tianlong Garden itself is where the true martial elites of the Daqian court converge. Each individual here possesses extraordinary martial talent. Once admitted to Tianlong Garden, they are destined to have no involvement with court affairs. They will never hold any official position or meddle in state matters, remaining independent and solely adhering to Yizun's command. Essentially, Tianlong Garden serves as a sharp blade in every emperor's hand. Of course, entry to Tianlong Garden is entirely voluntary, with no coercion involved. From a certain perspective, Tianlong Garden is akin to the Yi family's own sect. Xiao, being a prince and possessing exceptional martial talent, had been granted permission by Yizun to enter Tianlong Garden for martial training in his youth. Thus many here recognized him. Yunsha, now the steward, was a distant relative of the Yi family, and by age, he was of Yi Zhao's grandfather's generation. Sensing Yi Zhao's unique energy, he swiftly approached, grasping his shoulder and beginning to inspect him. Yi Zhao offered no resistance, allowing him to proceed. After a moment, Yunsha released him, his eyes gleaming with admiration. Impressive. Young man, your energy quality is somewhat intimidating. You have also cultivated the blood-burning and divine forging technique. How did you achieve this? With such energy and physique, who in the world could rival you? Yunsha's face was filled with appreciation. Hearing his praise, Xiao felt a tinge of pride. Ha ha ha. I thought Grandfather Yunsha would question why my cultivation is so low. Yunsha chuckled. Do you take me for a fool? With such a solid foundation, your future is boundless. A few realms behind in cultivation is nothing. At this moment, Yunsha turned to Zhou Tong. You damn eunuch, have some insight, knowing I dislike hearing eunuchs speak and keeping silent. Present the imperial edict. Zhou Tong, understanding, promptly handed over the edict. This place was not like any other where he could casually announce it. Yunsha unfolded the edict, examined it closely, then closed it with a smile. Good, with your extraordinary talent. Who else is worthy of using the Tianlong blood? Having said that, he looked at Zhou Tong. I accept the edict. You may leave now, and when you return, tell that old eunuch Lu Tong that I have recently made a breakthrough in my cultivation. He should visit Tianlong Garden sometime, as I intend to give him a good thrashing. Zhou Tong nodded in agreement, not daring to speak, and quickly departed. It seemed he had suffered some hardships. Once Zhou Tong was far enough, Xiao chuckled. Third grandfather, did you not merely lose to Lu Gonggong a few times? Why take out your anger on all eunuchs? Yunsha fumed. Nonsense. I would never lose to him. I merely let him have his way. And furthermore, I have an inherent dislike for eunuchs. Not a single one is worth anything. Xiao smiled, choosing not to argue. Next, they had to go through the formalities. Even though Yunsha was now in charge of Tianlong Garden, the decision to utilize the precious Tianlong blood was not solely his to make. He needed to notify the other elders within Tianlong Garden. Moreover, If it were someone of mediocre talent, even if the emperor decreed it, they would not be permitted to use the Tianlong blood. The old-timers in Tianlong Garden would not care whether one was a prince or not. In this realm, royal status held no value. Soon, Xiao found himself surrounded by a dozen or so elder figures. Each was spirited and possessed terrifying cultivation levels. Why, Xiao, how did you grow up so fast in the blink of an eye? What kind of martial arts aura is this? So formidable. With such a foundation, using the Tianlong blood is justified. I've been in seclusion for 7 years. Ugh, I feel as though I've rotted. I need a bath. I'm going to retreat as well. Xiao, hurry up and cultivate. When the time comes, you can help me comprehend my ultimate skill. Your current cultivation level is still too low. Honestly, Xiao, what are you doing being an emperor? You'd be better off joining the Tianlong courtyard to cultivate with us. Listening to the surrounding elders chatter, Xiao could only respond with a smile. Most of these old men share the surname Yi, and they have always held great affection for Xiao. Ever since his childhood, they have been fond of him. In their eyes, martial talent surpasses all else. No one has voiced any objections regarding Xiao's use of the Tianlong blood. With their keen insight, they can clearly perceive Xiao's formidable foundation and boundless future. Chapter 82. A slightly larger bottle Tianlong courtyard, underground passage. Xiao followed Xiao, walking slowly. This was his first visit to this place. Xiao quietly spoke. Our Yi family's ancestors were originally martial artists of the human race who, upon discovering the remnants of a Tianlong in this wilderness, rose to prominence, leading the people to slay demons and drive out the barbarians. After countless battles, they established this vast territory of Great Qian, standing alongside the two nations of Xiao and Chu. The blood of the Tianlong is a legacy from our ancestors. Only those with extraordinary talent may use it. Besides the imperial decree from your father, it also requires the consent of more than half of the elders in Tianlong courtyard. If it were anyone else, even with your father's decree, they might not be able to use it. Xiao was taken aback. He was unaware of the remnants of the Tianlong. In fact, many secrets of the Yi family were never publicly disclosed. As he followed Xiao deeper into the underground passage, he felt the operation speed of the human emperor cauldron within him accelerating. Suddenly, a bright light appeared. Xiao widened his eyes, gazing at a massive dragon head suspended in midair. Yes, it was indeed a dragon head. However, it was merely skeletal. This bone did not appear pale but shimmered with a faint golden light. Although it was just the remnant of a Tianlong, it was overwhelmingly large. Xiao felt like an insignificant insect in its presence. The residual dragon might emanating from it made it difficult for Xiao to breathe, even instilling a subtle impulse to kneel before it. Xiao stood quietly beside him, observing Xiao resist the majesty of the Tianlong remnants. For Xiao, this was a form of trial in a daze. Xiao's vision of the dragon head was gradually filled with flesh and blood, as if a living, colossal Tianlong were gazing down at him. The insignificance of humanity was vividly illustrated at that moment. A voice seemed to arise from within Xiao. Kneel, kneel, and you shall not have to bear such pressure. That voice resonated like the sound of the vast heavens. Coupled with the oppressive force of the world, it all bore down upon Xiao. His body began to tremble, not from fear, but from the overwhelming pressure approaching the limits of his resistance. Xiao's eyes gleamed with admiration. In his perspective, Xiao had already proven himself strong. Observing the dragon head typically required a minimum cultivation of true martial realm. Disciples of Tianlong courtyard would have the opportunity to experience the pressure of the dragon head upon reaching true martial realm. Most individuals would find it a rarity to endure even 10 breaths without kneeling, yet Xiao managed to withstand nearly 20. Furthermore, despite his trembling form, he showed no intention of kneeling. Suddenly, Xiao noticed a golden radiance emanating from Xiao, who began to exude an inexplicable majesty. Within Xiao, the human emperor cauldron spun rapidly, and his cultivation surged through his meridians. However, as this occurred, his true energy was depleting at an alarming rate. Simultaneously, a secret technique entered Xiao's mind. The might of the human emperor. This was a method to actively enhance one's own authority. However, the rate of energy consumption was also extraordinarily terrifying. As the royal energy waned, Xiao's majesty became even more formidable. The might of the human emperor clashed with the might of the Tianlong. As Xiao's presence grew stronger, his body ceased to tremble. He lifted his head. his gaze cold and piercing, with a hint of golden light, staring defiantly at the skeletal dragon head. Was it merely a remnant that dared to demand my submission? With those words, Xiao took a step forward. Boom! It was as if a silent collision had occurred between them. Yunchao's eyes widened. A mere Tianyuan realm cultivator could actually perform such a feat against the remnant of a dragon head? He acknowledged Xiao's deep foundation and boundless future. Yet that did not mean he believed Xiao could withstand the pressure of the Tianlong. At this moment, Xiao audaciously stepped forward against the might of the Tianlong. Something even many true martial realm prodigies had never accomplished. Truly, he was the pride of the Yi family, a naturally regal figure. Yi Yunchao could not help but exclaim in admiration. As their auras clashed, the dragon head above shuddered violently before settling into tranquility. The pressure Yi Xiao had endured dissipated into nothingness. He let out a sigh of relief, clearly having gained the recognition of the dragon head remnant. Meanwhile, Yi Yunchao's eyes were wide with disbelief. It was known that the might of the dragon head had never relented against anyone. Even he, in this moment, still felt the pressure of the dragon head. It was merely his formidable cultivation that allowed him to appear unaffected. Yet Yi Xiao had managed to soften the might of the dragon head. How was this possible? What he did not know was that the human emperor cauldron was an ancient artifact of the human emperor. Recognizing Yi Xiao as its master, the long-term nurturing by the royal energy had already granted Yi Xiao an extraordinary presence. Moreover, the secret technique of the might of the human emperor further transformed the royal energy into pure imperial might. This majesty did not falter even when faced with the Tianlong. It was a recognition among equals. For others, no matter how strong their cultivation, in the perception of the dragon head, they were not on the same level. It was akin to how individuals of one race might perceive those of another. No matter how powerful a gorilla, it would still be seen as a beast in human eyes, never deemed equal. The same applied to the dragon head remnant. Realizing Yi Xiao had gained the dragon head's acknowledgement, Yi Yunchao approached him, patting his shoulder and praising. This is the auspicious land of our Dacian's dragon vein. The dragon head is preserved here, absorbing dragon energy and releasing its might. Xiao have someone who can make the dragon head's might withdraw 3 points. You are the first in Dacian's history. Yi Xiao smiled and asked, So, what is our purpose here? Because the Tianlong blood is also stored here, to be activated by a spiritual master's formation to draw upon the dragon vein's spirit energy and maintain its vitality. As he spoke, Yi Yunchao pointed. Yi Xiao then noticed 2 jade bottles placed directly beneath the dragon head. However, in the presence of such a colossal dragon head, the jade bottles were hardly noticeable. Yi Yunchao reached out and grabbed one of the jade bottles, which floated into his hand. Even through the jade bottle, Yi Xiao could see a thumb-sized, golden-red liquid within, radiating a myriad of glimmers. Is this a single drop? Yi Xiao asked, somewhat speechless, as this drop occupied at least half of the jade bottle. Yi Yunchao chuckled. Our ancestors said this is a drop, then it is indeed a drop. Do you know why I brought this bottle? Yi Xiao paused, shaking his head. I do not know. Please enlighten me, Grandpa Yunchao. Because this bottle contains slightly more dragon blood than the other. Although it may only be a little. After 10 years of comparative observation, I am absolutely certain. Observing the old man's proud expression, Yi Xiao could only conclude. He was genuinely bored. Hurry and consume it. This is a true treasure. Yi Yunchao appeared exceedingly excited. Seeing his demeanor, Yi Xiao suddenly asked, Grandpa Yunchao, do you think this matter is not a setup for self-theft? Yi Yunchao's smile turned a bit awkward, but Yi Xiao could tell he had guessed correctly. This old fellow had undoubtedly considered the idea of pilfering the Tianlong blood more than once. Indeed, after a moment of struggle, Yi Yunchao lowered his voice and confessed, Did I not lose to that dead eunuch a few times? Every time I lost, I thought about drinking this stuff and then going after that dead eunuch. However, after much hesitation, I still refrained. After all, this is a legacy of our Yi family. Yi Xiao snatched the Tianlong blood from his hands, uncorked the bottle and tilted his head to drink it down. He then laughed. Then you need not covet my bottle. If you wish to steal, there is still another bottle there. Chapter 83. A surge in power upon consuming the Tianlong blood. It transformed into a warm current that flowed into Yi Xiao's body. Yi Yunchao immediately reminded him. Quick, sit beneath the dragon bone. That is where the dragon vein's energy converges. There may be unexpected blessings. In truth, he himself was uncertain of its effectiveness. Originally, He had planned for Xiao to first experience the might of the dragon head before taking the Tianlong blood outside for him to consume. However, since Xiao could withstand the pressure of the dragon head and directly drank the Tianlong blood, he could only cultivate here to digest it. Since he was to cultivate here, he needed to find a relatively optimal position. At this moment, he would never have imagined how regretful this decision would make him. Xiao immediately sat beneath the dragon head. Suddenly, he felt an intense pain. Xiao roared in fury. He had never experienced such torment in his life. Every part of his body ached from the inside out. The Tianlong blood, being a peerless divine substance, began to transform Xiao from within after entering his body. At this moment, every cell in Xiao's body was being torn apart and then reassembled. This pain was enough to drive anyone to the brink of mental collapse. Simultaneously, the Dia human emperor technique within Xiao began to operate. The human emperor cauldron spun rapidly. A profound dragon energy flowed into Xiao from the spot where he sat. It should be noted that Xiao was already of the Yi family bloodline, and the Dacian dragon vein was intrinsically linked to the Yi family. The energy from the dragon vein was an enhancement for those of royal blood. This was why, from the moment he entered the underground, the human emperor cauldron began to spin rapidly. Now, sitting at the focal point of the dragon's energy, it began to absorb the dragon energy, transforming it into human emperor energy within Xiao. However, the human emperor cauldron only absorbed for a brief moment before ceasing. The energy from the dragon vein involved cosmic causality and was exceedingly profound. Since Xiao had not yet ascended to the throne, excessively drawing upon it could trigger many chain reactions, potentially causing natural disasters and harming Dacian's foundation. Nevertheless, because Xiao possessed royal blood and had some public esteem among the people, absorbing a small amount was not excessive. The human emperor cauldron, being a divine object, had a natural instinct for such matters. However, as the dragon energy began to move, the dragon head above seemed to respond. A force tentatively infused itself into Yi Zhao's body. It must be understood that the dragon head was a lifeless object. It had gained its formidable might from residing in the dragon vein, absorbing the scattered dragon energy over the years. What it relied upon was still the accumulated dragon energy garnered over time. Once this dragon energy entered Yi Zhao's body, its golden light dimmed instantly. Yet upon sensing that Yi Zhao could endure the dragon energy, it seemed to go mad, continuously pouring dragon energy into Yi Zhao without regard for its own diminishing glow. At this moment, Yi Zhao found himself completely engulfed in a profound state. In his vision, it was as if a true Tianlong soared through the skies. He could sense the yearning within the dragon energy that flowed into him. Dragons are inherently proud. Even as mere bones, how could they be content to remain imprisoned underground? They longed to soar across the 9 heavens, to reach the pinnacle, even if only for a fleeting moment, without a trace of regret. Indeed, after acknowledging Yi Zhao, the skeletal dragon head realized he could absorb dragon energy and willingly transformed itself into nourishment for Yi Zhao's growth, rather than remain suspended in the dark depths. Meanwhile, Yi Zhao began to feel regret. He could clearly see the golden light pouring into Yi Zhao's body from the massive dragon head. The radiance of the dragon head was fading. What to do? What should I do? He muttered to himself. Yes, in this situation, he was unsure whether it was good or bad, nor did he know how to respond. Even with his high cultivation, he could not simply confront Yi Zhao. Should he break the dragon head? At this moment, as vast amounts of dragon energy flowed in, Yi Zhao's cultivation began to surge wildly. Tianyuan Realm 6th stage, Tianyuan Realm 7th stage, Tianyuan Realm 8th stage. Dragons symbolize emperors and represent another manifestation of royal power. Dragon energy is the best nourishment for Yi Zhao. The Tianlong blood further replenished his vitality. The blood barbarian royal family's blood refinement and divine forging technique also began to operate and assimilate furiously. Yi Zhao's physical strength was increasing. Finally, Yi Zhao's cultivation reached the pinnacle of the Tianyuan realm. In an instant, he shattered the shackles and ascended into the holy body realm. Simultaneously, a dragon's roar echoed within Yi Zhao. His garments ignited in flames. Yi Zhao's eyes widened in astonishment. He beheld 2 dragons, the scarlet flame fire dragon and the purple lightning thunder dragon, dancing around Yi Zhao. Golden flames and purple lightning surged around him. With the 2 dragons by his side, a myriad of phenomena arose. Boom! The golden dragon bones above shattered instantly, scattering in fury across the ground. The last remnants of golden light that remained in the shattered bones all surged into Yi Xiao's body. Yi Yunxiao was left utterly stunned. It was over. It was all over. He had caused a grave disaster. The ancestral dragon head had shattered, and his ninth uncle would surely kill him, without a doubt. Yes, even as the current head of Tianlong Courtyard, he still had someone to fear. As the two dragons danced, Yi Xiao's cultivation continued to rise. Holy Body Realm First Stage. Holy Body Realm Second Stage. Holy Body Realm Third Stage. Finally, at the fourth stage of the Holy Body Realm, his cultivation began to stabilize. However, the enhancement of his physical body persisted. Vast amounts of dragon energy began to transform into a unique energy, infusing into Yi Xiao's body. The Holy Body Realm, as the name suggests, signifies the awakening of a special physique. It enhances a martial artist's combat capabilities, such as the Azure Lotus Body of the Qingxian sect, which is a defensive holy body. Previously, Yi Xiao had awakened the Great Sun Flame Body through the cultivation of the Great Sun Yuanyang technique, engulfing himself in flames, melding fire with blood, and surging with energy, perpetually in battle. Once awakened, he would be completely immune to flame damage, fully unleashing the might of the Great Sun Yuanyang technique, and his energy regeneration speed would increase dramatically, rendering him incredibly formidable. At this moment, Yi Xiao's technique underwent a mutation, and his holy body exhibited a bizarre transformation. He discovered that not only had he reawakened the Great Sun Flame Body, but he also possessed another unique holy body, the Purple Lightning Thunder Flash. With lightning coursing around him and a protective purple scale enveloping his body, he could zip through the air with ease. Commanding the power of purple lightning, he possessed unparalleled might. Yi Xiao opened his eyes, feeling the powerful energy within his body, and moved around. His heart swelled with joy. To think I have simultaneously obtained the Great Sun Flame Body and the Purple Lightning Thunder Flash. Haha, the Dia Human Emperor technique is indeed a rare dual holy body technique. When I cultivate to the 9th stage of the Holy Body Realm, will I not become a unique triple holy body? Indeed, the Dia Human Emperor technique is a dual holy body technique. Besides being able to activate the Purple Lightning Thunder Flash now, upon reaching the 9th stage of the Holy Body Realm, he could also activate another holy body. Now, after the mutation, Yi Xiao had remastered the previously awakened Great Sun Yuanyang body. At this moment, Yi Xiao felt that his choice to recultivate was absolutely perfect. Not only that, but his physical strength had also undergone a tremendous enhancement. His power had surged dramatically. Just then, Yi Xiao noticed that Yi Yunxiao had stuffed the remaining bottle of Tianlong blood into his pocket, murmuring, "Since I must flee, and I share the Yi surname as well, I shall take this treasure with me. I need to make a quick escape." Chapter 84. Just based on him, he can ruin you. Yi Yunxiao paid no mind to Yi Xiao and turned to flee. However, just as he was about to move, he saw a silver-haired man standing at the entrance of the cave. The man's face appeared to belong to someone around 40 years of age, dressed in a long robe, exuding an air of elegance. "Ninth uncle, look at this brat. He insisted on swallowing the Tianlong blood here, resulting in this situation." Yi Yunxiao pointed at Yi Xiao, unhesitatingly shifting the blame onto him. He understood clearly that Yi Xiao would be fine now. He could bear any blame thrown at him. The man's gaze was piercing, not even glancing at Yi Xiao as he slowly approached Yi Yunxiao. Although he was referred to as ninth uncle, he appeared much younger than Yi Yunxiao. Yi Yunxiao sensed that things were amiss and began to retreat step by step. Suddenly, the man appeared before him in an instant, almost without any movement. Even Yi Xiao could not discern how he had crossed the distance so swiftly. The jade vial in Yi Yunxiao's hand was now in the man's grip. In the next moment, a simple yet forceful slap struck Yi Yunxiao. "I caught you stealing. How old are you? Still engaging in such antics?" Slap. What happened to the Tianlong head bone? Slap. What were you doing? Slap. Were you trying to sneak away? Slap. Who will take responsibility for what happened in the courtyard? Is it for me? Slap. With each sentence, a slap followed, causing Yi Yunxiao to cower and plead for mercy. Finally, the man ceased his assault and coldly remarked, "This matter is settled. You little rascal, do not covet the blood of Tianlong. This object primarily enhances physical potential. Half of you is already in the ground. You might die before I do. Consuming this is pure waste." Yes, uncle, I was wrong." Yi Yunxiao stood before the man, resembling a child in demeanor. At this moment, Xiao stepped forward to exonerate Yunqiao, saying, "Ninth Master, this matter is not Yunqiao's fault. It is my doing." Ninth Master cast a glance at Xiao, slightly surprised. "Your cultivation is rather formidable. How did you manage that? You've cultivated a new technique, yet retained the great sun Yuan Yanggong? And you possess a dual holy body?" Xiao replied with a smile, "It was merely a fortuitous occurrence. I am unsure how I ended up like this. The Emperor's cauldron was Yi Zhao's greatest secret. He would not mention it unless necessary, even to an ancestor of the Yi family." Ninth Master sighed and said, "Fine, let the dragon head fragment be. This thing should have long returned to dust. After all, it is an opportunity for the descendants of our Yi family. The benefits will not go to waste." Upon hearing Ninth Master's words, Yi Yunqiao nodded vigorously. "What uncle says is correct." Ninth Master shot him a glance and snorted, "Humph." The opportunity taken by Yi Xiao is his concern. You, however, are inept in handling this. Do not flatter me. It is of no use. Hee. What uncle says is correct. Yi Yunqiao dared not argue, only echoing his agreement. Ninth Master looked at Yi Xiao with a complex expression. "You little rascal, years ago when I told you to stay in Tianlong Garden and pursue the ultimate martial path, you refused. Yet, you turned out to be the most promising. How can those who toil daily accept this? Truly, one can only be infuriated by comparison." Why, Yi Xiao chuckled. "What can I say, Ninth Master? I am greedy for power and fond of showing off. A person like me would rather perish than remain in seclusion here. Humph. Stop irritating me. Get lost. You vex me." Seeing him shooing people away, Yi Xiao was not angered, only laughing heartily. "Ha. Ninth Master, in a few days, I shall bring you some trivial books to relieve your boredom." Watching Yi Xiao depart, Ninth Master sighed. "Such talent is truly enviable. If I had such gifts, perhaps I could advance further." Why, Yunqiao grinned. After all, he is a descendant of the Yi family. As long as he grows, the Yi family will have no worries for the next millennium. It's just a pity that I won't be able to witness it. The last sentence carried a hint of sorrow. Ninth Master did not respond. For a martial artist, breaking through the shackles of life is exceedingly difficult. Throughout his life, he had witnessed too many partings. He left in a daze, merely leaving behind a sentence. If you wish to see further and longer, you must rely on yourself. You are not a prodigy. You can only resign yourself to fate. Within the words lay both helplessness and unwillingness, yet ultimately, nothing could change in the inn, and Baisong and others had settled down. And Linglong's complexion remained pale, yet she had regained consciousness. Observing her state, Chu Ming immediately said, "Sect Master, I shall go to Tianyi's sect now and see if I can obtain a Tianyi divine pill to heal the lady." And Baisong nodded without further comment as Chu Ming turned to leave. And Chenghu stopped him. "Elder Chu, there is no need to go." The others looked on in confusion, their gazes fixed on Chenghu. He then pulled out a medicine bottle from his bosom and softly said, "This is the universal nourishing pill, a treasure of the Qian imperial family. It can restore Linglong." Upon hearing this, everyone was taken aback. Chu Ming could not help but ask, "How do you possess this medicine?" Even the crown prince was refused by the emperor when seeking medicine, and even the empress herself could not obtain it. "How do you have it?" And Chenghu gazed at the perplexed crowd and sighed. "This item was gifted by the third Prince Yi Xiao, specifically for my sister's healing." This revelation left everyone speechless. And Linglong furiously exclaimed, "I do not want his medicine. That person is utterly vile and even deliberately humiliated my mother. I refuse to take his medicine." And Chenghu fell silent. He calmly approached Linglong and raised his hand to deliver a slap. Slap! The sting left Linglong's cheek reddened and swollen. Tears filled her eyes as she complained, "And Chenghu, you hit me." And Chenghu sternly replied, "So what if I did? Do you really think you are a princess?" Calling out mother so affectionately, "He is deliberately using you to control our Qingxian sect. You've been sold, yet you remain unaware." This statement left Linglong in disbelief, and she stubbornly retorted, "And Chenghu, you know nothing. The crown prince and the empress treat me very well. They are genuinely good people. My confrontation with Yi Xiao was entirely voluntary. No one manipulated me." Meanwhile, Baisong fell into contemplation. Unlike Linglong, he clearly understood that her allegiance to the crown prince was fundamentally a transaction of benefits. The Qingxian sect sought a special position from the court, while the crown prince aimed to bind them to his cause that up until now, he had been in agreement with this arrangement. However, it seemed that variables had arisen. For Chenghu was evidently leaning more towards the third prince Xiao. And Chenghu looked at the obstinate and Linglong and coldly declared, I have returned this time with only one goal, to ensure our Qingxian sect distances itself from the crown prince. We must never become enemies with Xiao. Upon hearing this, and Linglong was even more defiant, angrily asking, on what grounds? Simply because Xiao can surpass 2 major realms and incapacitate you. Is that not enough? Chapter 85. Liang Qing's revenge and Chenghu's words left and Linglong speechless. After a moment of silence, she gritted her teeth. What is so impressive about him being able to incapacitate me? If he were truly formidable, how could he still be at the Tianyuan realm at such an age? Even if he is powerful, can he surpass you? Although she was very displeased with Chenghu for hitting her, she had to admit that he was indeed the most talented among the younger generation of the Qingxian sect. In her eyes, even if Xiao defeated her, he would never be in Chenghu's match. Surprisingly, just as she finished speaking, and Chenghu burst into laughter, causing Linglong's bewilderment to swiftly turn to fury. What are you laughing at? Did I say something wrong? I laugh at your ignorance. And Chenghu's expression turned serious as he said earnestly, comparing you to me is like a firefly against the bright moon. Yet when I see him, it is like a drifting insect gazing at the vast sky. You have no idea how strong he truly is. You think you are a genius. I am a prodigy, but when compared to him, we are merely commoners, without any essential difference. The onlookers were left dumbfounded. They had watched Chenghu grow up and understood how proud he was. Within the sect, he had few friends, not because others were unwilling to associate with him, but because of his arrogance. He had once boasted that among the thousands of disciples of the Qingxian sect, they were all mediocre at a person like him. Now expressing immense admiration for Xiao, showcased Xiao's standing in his heart. Linglong was equally astonished. She had never heard Chenghu praise anyone like this before. For a moment, she was at a loss for words, and Chenghu turned to Baisong and said solemnly, Father, I will not hide it from you. The reason I returned this time is that he sought me out and urged me to return to the sect. I understand that he does not wish to be enemies with our Qingxian sect, but that does not mean he fears us. Father, I do not understand court matters, but I know that such a prodigy is undoubtedly more favored in any father's eyes than other sons. Do we truly want to tie ourselves to the crown prince and become his enemies? And Baisong was left speechless. He was a father of a talented son. How could he not know the joy a father feels when regarding such a child? At this moment, Chenghu placed the pill before him, stating, Our Qingxian sect has never been compatible with the Tianyi sect. Elder Chu's chances of obtaining the Tianyi divine pill are uncertain. This pill from Xiao already shows significant goodwill. If we do not provoke him, the previous matters can indeed be set aside. So why must we serve the crown prince? Observing Baisong's hesitation, Linglong urgently interjected, Father, the crown prince and the empress treat me very well. They are genuinely good people. My confrontation with Xiao was entirely voluntary. No one manipulated me. Seeing his daughter in this state, Baisong sighed deeply. He was not Linglong. He clearly understood that his daughter had likely been swayed by the sweet words of the crown prince and the empress. First, take the pill. This matter can be considered a favor owed to Xiao by our Qingxian sect. After today, if there are no conflicts, do not provoke him again. Baisong established the tone for the situation. Linglong wanted to speak, but was silenced by Baisong's stern gaze. And you? Just because I allowed you to call the Empress mother does not mean you should truly regard her as such. Your own mother is still waiting for you in the sect. Take the pill, heal your wounds, and let us return to the sect to discuss further. Chenghu's return to Qingxian sect caused a shift in Baisong's mindset. His initial eagerness to align with the court began to waver. As night fell and darkness deepened, several figures clad in dark clothing lay in wait in the shadows. Among them was Liang Qing. At this moment, a black-clad individual hesitated and quietly asked, Miss, when will that old man return? It is already this late. Will he not return to the inn? Shut up and wait quietly, if he does not return. You want he have to work tomorrow. You can rest all day. Hearing Liang Qing's words, the black-clad individual shrank back, daring not to say more. Liang Qing fixed her gaze on the street corner, muttering, that old fool Wang Chong dared to speak ill of the third prince in court. I do not care whether he is a so-called great scholar, he must suffer some consequences. Indeed, Liang Qing had come to take revenge on Wang Chong. That day, Liang Qingyin had returned home after court and mentioned how Xiao was publicly criticized by Wang Chong, yet did not retaliate. His words were filled with praise and satisfaction. However, Liang Qing was not pleased to hear this. She did not care whether Wang Chong acted for the country or the people. Since he targeted Xiao, he deserved to be dealt with. Suddenly, a horse-drawn carriage slowly approached from the street corner. Liang Qing turned her head and commanded sharply, "Prepare the silver needles. When they arrive, I will knock out the coachman. Zhou, you go and silence that old fool. The rest of you stab him hard. Remember, do not stab any vital organs. Aim for the limbs and those 10 fingers, even the nail beds. That old fool must endure some suffering today." The others felt a chill in their hearts. How ruthless! At this moment, Wang Chong was in high spirits, having just emerged from a brothel. His mood was exceedingly pleasant. This time in Tengan was merely to carry out the fourth prince's orders, to create a pit for Xiao in court, which resolved the examination matters for his family. Everything was so perfect. It was a pity that Xiao did not retaliate it. Otherwise, the Wang family might have gained 1 or 2 more successful candidates. The old man now reminisced, feeling a tinge of regret. "Lu San, your daughter is 16 this year, right?" Wang Chong suddenly asked the coachman. The coachman hurriedly replied, "Yes, my lord. I am in need of a concubine. Once I return this time, let her enter my household. I will give you 20 taels of silver as a bride price." The coachman shivered and urgently said, "My lord, my daughter. Shut up. Just do as I say. You won't be at a loss." Wang Cheng's voice turned cold. The coachman immediately dared not say more, but secretly wiped away tears. Wang Chong was already over 60. How old was his daughter? And this old fool offered only 20 taels of silver. Many hypocrites engaged in petty theft behind the scenes. Wang Chong closed his eyes, a smile curling at the corners of his mouth. This coachman had long been watching his daughter. He was certain the man would not dare refuse. At that moment, he suddenly heard a horse's neigh and a startled shout, followed by silence. Immediately after, a masked figure rushed into the carriage and yanked him out. Just as he was about to call for help, a stinking, rotten cloth was stuffed into his mouth. He widened his eyes, still not comprehending what had happened, when he realized he was pinned down, immobilized by several strong men. Then came a sharp pain in his hand. He turned to look, only to see the black-clad figures brandishing large needles about 3 inches long. Wang Cheng's heart sank, and he struggled desperately. But the needles fell like a torrential storm. Chapter 86. Why can't I hit you? The 60-year-old man was brutally assaulted in the street by several strong men with needles. Is this a decline of morality or a distortion of human nature? Wang Chong did not know. All he knew was that he was in immense pain. The steel needles were constantly piercing into his arms and thighs. He was in agony but could not scream. At that moment, he heard a woman's dissatisfied voice. "What about the fingers? Did you forget to stab the fingers?" He stared in terror, desperately writhing. However, he had no cultivation. How could he escape the grip of these strong men? His fingers were seized. Ugh! A suppressed howl escaped his throat, tears and snot streaming down his face. The intense pain made Wang Chong unable to endure any longer. Finally, his eyes rolled back, and he fainted. Seeing this, Liang Qing felt much better, and her pent-up anger dissipated considerably. "Let us go," with that command. The group quickly vanished into the moonlight, leaving Wang Chong and the coachman Lu San collapsed on the ground. After a while, Lu San was the first to regain consciousness. He looked around in confusion and noticed Wang Chong still lying on the ground. He hurried over to help him, but after taking 2 steps, he suddenly halted. Wang Cheng's earlier words echoed in his mind. "Your daughter is 16, right? I still need a concubine. 20 taels of silver. You won't be at a loss." Looking at Wang Chong lying on the ground like a dead dog, a glimmer of malice slowly flickered in Lu San's eyes. Soon, a piercing scream shattered the night sky. "Help! My lord has been killed by villains." Xiao was dreaming. He rarely dreamed, but this time, he truly was. The scene was quite familiar. Still that enormous Tianlong soaring through the 9 heavens, freely roaming between the vast expanse of heaven and earth. As Xiao gazed, he became entranced. That colossal figure brimmed with immense power, a symbol of supreme authority. In his slumber, the twin dragons on Xiao's body gradually emerged, mimicking the movements of the celestial dragon in his dream. At dawn, Xiao opened his eyes and let out a long breath. He shook his head and got out of bed. Lu Er brought in warm water for him to wash up and assisted him in dressing, preparing him for court. Suddenly, a servant rushed in. "Your Highness, it's bad. A crowd of scholars has surrounded our prince's mansion." Xiao, upon hearing this, doubted he had misheard, turning to confirm, "Scholars? Surrounding the prince's mansion?" The servant quickly replied, "Yes, many scholars have surrounded the prince's residence, shouting that your highness has killed Wang Chong and demanding that you confess at the yamen." Xiao raised an eyebrow and chuckled. "Wang Chong is dead. What a delightful turn of events." Lu Er couldn't help but interject, "Your highness, it's hardly a joyful occasion. They have clearly pinned the blame on you." Just as they were speaking, another servant rushed in. "Your highness, it's terrible. The Wang brothers are at the door, carrying a coffin and wailing." At that moment, Xiao had already donned his ceremonial robe and sneered, "I must go out and see what these ruffians intend to do. Do they really think they can place the blame squarely on my shoulders?" Lu Er, fearing his impulsiveness, immediately advised, "Your highness, perhaps it would be wise to use the back door instead. The situation remains unclear, and there's no need to entangle yourself with them." "Huh? Why should I sneak out of my own front door?" Xiao declared, striding confidently toward the entrance. He had nothing to feel guilty about, as he had committed no crime. Before the prince's residence, the dawn was just breaking, and there lay Wang Cheng's corpse at the entrance, a pool of fresh blood staining his chest. Several young men, clad in mourning attire, knelt before the coffin, weeping bitterly, while others burned paper offerings nearby. Surrounding them were numerous students who had come to take the imperial examination, their faces ablaze with righteous indignation. As the doors opened, Xiao stepped out with an air of indifference, causing the wailing of the young men to grow louder. "Oh, my uncle, you lived a noble life, yet fell victim to treachery. Your death is so tragic, father. You served the nation with all your heart, offering wise counsel, only to be repaid with malice by the narrow-minded. It is unjust. Uncle, you have never wronged anyone. Why did you meet your demise after speaking just once in court? Our family relies on you." Their cries were accompanied by suspicions directed toward Xiao, as the surrounding students shouted, "Third Prince, as a member of the royal bloodline, you must take responsibility for your actions. Wang Chong merely expressed his opinions in court. Why resort to such lethal measures? This is utterly lawless and cruel. Hurry, confess." In the distance, an old man in black, sitting in a carriage, lifted the curtain to observe the scene. "Fourth Prince has quite the strategy. These people have been stirred up. It won't be long before this becomes common knowledge." Inside the carriage, he addressed a scholar in blue, smiling. "Arrangements have been made at the yamen. We will ensure that the coachman follows our lead. We must direct any suspicion towards this prince, leading the scholars to despise him. We shall also make our exit at the opportune moment, prolonging his audience with the emperor. It would be ideal if he were to become enraged and act against us." "Excellent." Xiao ignored the commotion around him and calmly approached the coffin. What he did next left everyone dumbfounded. He kicked it with force. The coffin splintered, sending wooden shards flying, leaving only the body on the ground. His control over his strength was remarkable, but the scholars paid no heed to this. Witnessing his actions ignited their outrage, and they surged forward. Yet, Xiao remained still as a fierce, scorching energy radiated around him. Instantly, flames erupted, halting everyone in their tracks. He crouched down, picked up a piece of the shattered coffin, and poked at Wang Cheng's corpse, his face contorted in disgust, a sentiment evident to all at that moment. Wang Cheng's son, Wang Yu, seethed with anger and shouted, "Third Prince, how dare you insult my father's remains?" Xiao had examined enough. The cause of death was evident. A knife wound to the chest. He stood, casting aside the wooden fragment, and stepped over the corpse to stand before Wang Yu, delivering a resounding slap across his face. The sound echoed, further enraging the surrounding scholars. "How dare you strike me, Xiao?" Wang Yu roared. "Why should I not? You dared to bring a corpse to my doorstep. Why shouldn't I retaliate? Tell me, if you were to carry a corpse to another's home, wouldn't you expect to be struck?" As he spoke, Xiao delivered another kick, sending Wang Yu sprawling to the ground, followed by a flurry of punches. "I want to have you using a corpse as a prop. I want to tolerate your lamentations here. When someone dies, take them away. What do you intend to accomplish?" From afar, the two elderly men in the carriage were taken aback. They had anticipated needing to incite Xiao to act, but he had taken matters into his own hands without their prompting. Seeing his ferocity, They exchanged glances, both recognizing a hint of fear in each other's eyes. As Yi Xiao continued to beat Wang Yu. The latter's cousin furiously shouted, "Yi Xiao, you have taken my uncle's life? How dare you strike me?" Laughter erupted from Yi Xiao as he glared at Wang Yu's cousin. "What? Are you the magistrate of Tang'an? You claim I killed him, but is that truly the case? This is a most ludicrous accusation." The intensity in Yi Xiao's gaze diminished the Wang family's bravado. Yet, they quickly regained their composure. "My uncle has never offended anyone in Tang'an, save for the court. If not you, then who?" Yi Xiao chuckled coldly. "You say he has never offended anyone? I could just as easily claim he was indulging in debauchery last night, failing to pay, or that he was embroiled in a gambling debt and met his end in a dispute. Do not speak such baseless accusations. Ah, now you acknowledge the weight of your words. You must prove he was not at a brothel last night and that he did not die in a dispute before making further claims." Yi Xiao's retort left the Wang family speechless. How could they provide such proof? Then, as Yi Xiao's internal energy began to surge, a formidable aura enveloped him. He surveyed the crowd, declaring, "I care not who you are. I only know that the case of the Great Qian must be resolved by the authorities, and it does not concern you. Blocking my door is a deliberate act of provocation, and I shall not be lenient. Now, disperse at once. If you remain here for another quarter of an hour, I shall personally escort you to the authorities." The technique he invoked was the Emperor's might, which, while ineffective in combat, enhanced his presence. With a clear conscience and bolstered by his aura, his words rang with righteous authority, causing the scholar's resolve to waver. That moment, Luer stepped out from within, proclaiming as a mere woman, "I know that the case of the Great Qian is for the authorities to resolve. Until they reach a conclusion, how can the hearsay of the Wang family hold weight? Your gathering here amounts to slandering the royal family. Had it not been for the benevolence of my lord, you would have faced punishment." With each word, the surrounding scholars began to retreat. "Indeed, the third prince has a point. Why should we rush? If the authorities determine that it is indeed the third prince, we can address it then. Truly, we acted impulsively. I must return to my studies. I shall take my leave." The crowd gradually dispersed, leaving only Wang Yu, who shouted in frustration, "Many of you have benefited from my father's guidance. Why do you retreat now?" Yet, no one paid heed to his cries as they departed. Yi Xiao regarded him coldly, dismissing, "I know not who incited you, but your act of carrying a coffin to my door, attempting to frame me, has been duly noted. Pray that the one behind you can protect you." With that, Yi Xiao ignored them and stepped into his carriage, departing swiftly in the distance. The two elders who had intended to intervene ultimately remained seated. Yi Xiao's formidable aura was enough to deter any ill intent. Inside the carriage, Yi Xiao closed his eyes in contemplation. Today's events were perilous. He could not afford to explain himself. Once he began to justify his actions, he would only find himself in a defensive position. Instead, he had turned the tables, demanding the Wang family prove his guilt and that Wang Chong had wronged no one. However, he could not fathom who had truly killed Wang Chong. Did someone wish to frame him by eliminating the man? Such a thought was absurd. Wang Chong was a man of some renown. If it were someone acting on behalf of the Wang family, it would surely dampen the spirits of his subordinates. Even if Yi Xiao had driven the scholars away, news, once ignited by those with ulterior motives, spread like wildfire. Within the Liang residence, Liang Qing was equally stunned by the news. She gazed at her maidservant, incredulity etched on her face. "You mean Wang Chong is dead, and it was the third prince who did it?" "Yes, that is the rumor circulating through the streets." Liang Qing sat dazed in her chair, pondering deeply. "This cannot be. Did I perhaps strike too fiercely last night? But when I left, he seemed only slightly injured." Before departing, Liang Qing had examined Wang Chong's injuries and found only superficial wounds, which had reassured her. Could it be that his age had caught up with him, leading to an unforeseen complication? As her thoughts spiraled, her maid continued, "I also heard that this morning, the prince kicked Wang Chang's coffin apart. Now many scholars are cursing the third prince." Snapping back to reality, Liang Qing abruptly rose, seriousness etched on her face. "I must enter the palace. If I do not return, do not grieve. Just comfort my mother." "What?" Without another word, Liang Qing dashed from the residence, heading straight for the palace. At this moment, her only thought was to ensure that Yi Xiao would not bear the blame for her actions. Deep within the dungeons, Lu Sanner was imprisoned in the darkest cell. Before him stood a man in a blue robe, a smile plastered across his face. Lu Sanner, I won't waste words with you. Remember, last night, before you were knocked unconscious, you heard someone shouting Your Highness. That is enough. If you follow my instructions, I guarantee your safety, and you will reunite with your wife and parents. If you do not, your family may find themselves in peril. At that moment, Lu Sanner was filled with dread. He had initially planned to kill Wang Chong and pin the blame on some bandits. Thus, aside from his own involvement in Wang Cheng's death, he had told no lies. However, ever since being imprisoned, he had felt utterly abandoned. Now, the only option was to comply. He needed to secure his family's safety. In the imperial hall, the atmosphere was grave. The governor of Tengan held a memorial scroll. Bowing deeply, Your Majesty, a heinous crime occurred yesterday. Our esteemed scholar Wang Chong was murdered. Here is the testimony from last night's interrogation for your perusal. Yi Zhuan frowned. Is it necessary for you to address such trivial matters in court? Typically, such matters would not warrant the emperor's attention, and he was displeased. Yet the governor persisted, bowing lower. Please, Your Majesty, take a look. Yi Zhuan sensed ulterior motives in his words and gestured for the scroll to be brought forth. He read it silently, revealing no emotion. After a moment, he lifted his gaze, scanning the faces of the gathered princes, and smiled. I understand this matter. Is there anything else? If not, we shall adjourn. The fourth prince's brow twitched slightly. He had detected the emperor's intent to suppress the incident. As Yi Zhuan concluded, the governor fell silent and returned to his place. The court was enveloped in quietude. Since there was no further business, the court was adjourned. Yi Xiao, come with me. As the words fell, the ministers departed, while Yi Xiao swiftly followed the emperor. The fourth prince watched Yi Xiao's retreating figure, his expression shifting to at that moment. The second prince, Yin, approached him with a smile. Old Four, did you know? Our father's favoritism towards third brother is unmatched by either of us. I've already heard about this morning's events. What good does it do? Wang Chong is merely one man. Unless there is irrefutable evidence, the blame cannot fall on him. The fourth prince regarded him with skepticism. What are you implying, second brother? I do not understand. Humph, whether you understand or not, you know in your heart. Yin departed, leaving the fourth prince unconvinced. He murmured, whether it is useful or not, one must act to know. I never truly believed we could pin this on him. Yet sometimes, accusations do not require proof. A taint of suspicion is enough to tarnish one's name. In the imperial study, Yi Xiao stood before Yi Zhuan, flanked by the magistrate Ing Zhao. Yi Zhuan casually tossed aside the scroll presented by the governor and turned to Ing Zhao. Have you investigated? Ing Zhao immediately bowed and replied, Your Majesty, we have conducted a preliminary inquiry, and our initial suspicion falls upon the coachman. Why do you say that? Firstly, there was indeed an attack that night. However, the wounds suggest the use of steel needles on the limbs and fingers, indicating no intent to kill. Furthermore, the knife wounds were not consistent with those of an expert. Given that no one else was present, I believe the primary suspect should be the coachman. Yi Zhuan regarded Yi Xiao with a knowing glance and continued. Perhaps he harbored ill will and intended to torture him before ultimately killing him? If that were the case, it would be logical to abduct the man, torment him gradually, and then eliminate him to destroy any evidence, rather than hastily carry out a crude murder. Upon hearing Ing Zhao's analysis, Yi Xiao felt a wave of relief wash over him. He had feared a complicated explanation, but it seemed the truth was not as convoluted as he'd anticipated. At that moment, Yi Zhuan turned to Yi Xiao, smiling. How does it feel to be the target of public ire? Not unpleasant at all, Yi Xiao replied, appearing relaxed. The case is not of my doing, yet it is far from over. Yi Zhuan lowered his voice. I now command you to investigate this case alongside Ing Zhao. Upon hearing this, Yi Zhao's brow furrowed. Father, many suspect I am behind this case. How can I earn their trust if I am the one investigating? Is it not enough that you are not the one investigating? Yi Zhuan picked up a slip of paper and tossed it casually, laughing. You see? News from outside the palace suggests that all over Tengan, people claim you sought revenge by murdering our esteemed scholar. Yi Xiao was rendered speechless. Yi Zhuan continued. Do you understand why even the emperor must show deference to scholars? They are the narrators of history. They hold the power to judge the merits of our ancestors. Regardless of right or wrong, how will history remember us in the future? It all depends on what these scholars write. Truth and falsehood are theirs to determine. Even if the common folk sing your praises, if you offend these scholars, you may find yourself branded a villain by history. Yi Zhuan regarded Yi Xiao with seriousness. Now, the narrative surrounding you is shaped by these scholars. Even if I uncover the truth and issue a royal decree, there will be those who claim I am shielding you and blaming the coachman instead. This matter concerns your reputation, and I can hardly be bothered to intervene. The situation is in your hands. How you handle it and the outcome are entirely up to you. Yi Xiao furrowed his brow and said, Isn't this a deadlock? Regardless of the truth, the mud will stick to me. Ha ha ha, then I shall not concern myself. Just as he spoke, a eunuch entered and reported, Your Majesty, Liang Qing requests an audience outside the hall. Let her in, Yi Zhuan commanded. Liang Qing swiftly entered, cast a glance at Yi Xiao, and immediately knelt before the throne, her expression grave. Your Majesty, I am guilty. It was I who led people to attack Wang Chong last night, and all matters are unrelated to the third prince. I implore your Majesty to punish me alone and not implicate the third prince. I also beseech your Majesty to clarify this matter for the third prince and restore his innocence. Although Liang Qing held no military power, she still possessed a military position and could receive a salary. Referring to herself as a subject was not unwarranted. Liang Qing initially sought to vent her frustrations. In her view, retaliating against Wang Chong and making him suffer was not a significant affair and would not cause much of a stir. However, she did not anticipate that Wang Chong would die, and the entire city would be abuzz with rumors blaming Yi Xiao. She believed she had stabbed Wang Chong to death and was now determined to prevent this matter from implicating Yi Xiao. As for herself, she had come prepared to accept punishment. Yi Zhuan's countenance grew increasingly stern as he admonished, Liang Qing, how dare you attack a renowned scholar of our court? This is utterly audacious and shows blatant disregard for the law. Enough with the theatrics, Yi Xiao interjected, stepping forward to grasp Liang Qing's arm and pull her up, turning to Yi Zhuan. Minister Ng has already stated that the primary suspect is the coachman. Why continue to intimidate her? Yi Zhuan retorted angrily, even if she did not commit the murder, is it acceptable to stab someone in the middle of the night? Ha, she only did it to avenge me. That old bastard Wang Chong has long been a sore spot for me. She stabbed him, and if there are consequences, they will fall on me. Liang Qing was utterly bewildered but sensed that Wang Chang's death might not be linked to her. Turning to Yi Xiao, who stood protectively in front of her, she felt a warmth in her heart. At that moment, Yi Zhuan sneered. You two seem quite affectionate, one avenging the other, and one shielding the other. For this incident, I shall deduct half a month's allowance from you. Now, you may both leave. You constantly bring me trouble. Yi Xiao took Liang Qing's hand, and together with Ng Zhao, they exited the imperial study. As they left, Yi Zhuan relaxed his expression, leaning back in his chair, murmuring, It appears the situation is clear. Someone is merely taking advantage of the current flow. However, this method is rather clever. At least it carries no risk and leaves the third prince without a defense. Outside the hall, Liang Qing followed Yi Xiao like a wronged little wife. Ng Zhao cast a peculiar glance her way. Was Liang Qing beautiful? Indeed, she was, yet no one had ever truly regarded her as a woman, especially those officials who had dealt with her. For instance, Ng Zhao, as the commander of the town's pacification office, was responsible for many matters and had interacted with Liang Qing before. He had never witnessed a hint of shyness from her, even having seen her argue fiercely with other generals and engage in duels without yielding, demonstrating immense ferocity. But now, she was entirely different. Liang Qing exuded a girlish timidity, her delicate features appearing extraordinarily vibrant and charming. She was truly a sight to behold. Ng Zhao silently mused. Indeed, women are different when it comes to those they cherish. As the three walked, Liang Qing spoke first, tugging at Yi Zhao's sleeve and whispering, I'm sorry for causing you trouble. Yi Xiao dismissed her concerns with a wave, patting her hand gently. Trouble? It was bound to happen sooner or later. If you don't stir it up, others will still find ways to wrong me. Don't blame yourself with that. Yi Xiao flashed a smile and paused, glancing back at Ng Zhao. Isn't that right, Minister Ng? Chapter 89. Uncle Ng treats me as an outsider. Ng Zhao also halted his steps. Observing Yi Xiao turn his head, he instinctively sensed something was amiss. The last time he fled Yi Zhao's residence in a panic, he developed a subtle wariness towards this outspoken prince. He had realized that, unlike the other princes, Yi Xiao seemed capable of precisely discerning how to manipulate him. What do you think we should do about this case, Minister Ng? I shall follow your lead, Your Highness. Whatever you decide. I shall comply, Ng Zhao replied with a smile. While this seemed a perfect answer, in reality, Xiao wished to avoid getting too entangled with Xiao. Although Yuan had indeed ordered him to work with Xiao on the case, the extent of his involvement was entirely up to him. Xiao shook his head. Uncle Ing, why treat me as an outsider? At this remark, Xiao's nerves instantly tensed. Your Highness, please refrain from speaking so casually. I cannot bear such a title. Xiao laughed. Uncle Ing, if you don't put in the effort, I will turn back and report that you refused to cooperate with me and disobeyed my father's orders. Xiao. Meanwhile, Liang Qing chimed in. Minister Ing, I am a witness. Xiao sighed. The case itself is not particularly difficult. He patiently analyzed. If Miss Liang had not come today, I might have had some trust in the coachman. However, her arrival indicates that the coachman's testimony must have significant issues. Firstly, if the coachman were the murderer, he would have planned from the outset to shift the blame onto Miss Liang and her group. He is merely a laborer. How could he dare fabricate lies to implicate a prince? Therefore, someone must have guided him. Regardless of whether the coachman is guilty of murder, since his statements are questionable, the priority should be to extract the truth from him. Xiao nodded in agreement, acknowledging, Minister Ing makes a valid point. Xiao's eyes flickered as he continued. Thus, we have two courses of action. Firstly, we could employ severe torture to compel the coachman to confess. He is just an ordinary citizen. Under torture, he may not withstand it. Secondly, I personally believe we should bring his family to Tangan. Xiao immediately understood. Minister Ing suspects that someone may be threatening his family? Xiao nodded. Precisely. The person guiding the coachman must possess a certain degree of confidence. The means of manipulation are likely through generous bribes or life threats. And if his wife and children are in the hands of others, even if he fears for his life, he may hesitate to speak the truth. Conversely, if we capture his family, the pressure on him will amplify, making it easier to extract the truth. Xiao chuckled. Then please, Minister Ing, send someone to carry this out. Dispatch some skilled individuals. Very well. Since Xiao had proposed it, he anticipated that Xiao would heed his advice. He clasped his hands and added, This matter requires urgency. We must act before his family is hidden away. I suggest Your Highness initiate the torture to keep up appearances, while I promptly return to the pacification office to send out carrier pigeons and gather spies from the nearby regions to bring them here. For Xiao, a single word could dramatically alter the outcome of events. However, despite his apprehensions regarding Xiao, he did not harbor any resentment. Otherwise, Xiao's playful threats would not intimidate him. Some individuals possess an innate charm that easily wins over others, and Xiao is undoubtedly one of those people. In just 7 days, time flew by. During this week, the city of Tangan buzzed with discussions of Xiao's alleged murder of the esteemed scholar Wang Chong. Even though Xiao had driven Wang Chong away and repelled those scholars, it is often the case that when a story circulates widely, many will inevitably believe it. This third prince is truly ruthless. Wang Chong merely spoke a few words against him in the hall, and he was privately murdered. This is simply appalling. Haha, I hear the emperor has appointed him to oversee this case. Yet in the end, he will likely emerge unscathed. But I cannot understand why the emperor favors him so. Who knows? Perhaps it is indeed due to his exceptional martial talent. In a tea house, a group of scholars were discussing this matter. Nangong Wanwan sat in a corner, feeling a bit restless. Over the past few days, she had been on the lookout near the prince's residence but had not caught sight of the person she longed to see. Suddenly, upon hearing the last remark, an incredible thought arose in her mind, only to be immediately dismissed. It couldn't possibly be him. How could he possess merely the cultivation of the celestial origin realm? Xiao's victory over Linglong at the celestial origin realm was common knowledge throughout the city. Where could you be? Nangong Wanwan bit her lip, drank from her cup, and walked towards a nearby shop. Shopkeeper, may I trouble you? Have you heard of young Master Mu Han? At the Qing Xian sect's residence, on Baisong, who had returned to the sect only a few days earlier, also received an imperial edict from Yizhuan. The court intended to establish the town military office, appointing Qing Xian sect's leader, on Baisong, as the deputy chief of the town military office, responsible for investigating court offenders. He was to proceed to Tangan City to handle all related affairs and summon 300 disciples from the Qing Xian sect to serve in the town military office. And Baisong was taken aback. This was entirely different from what he had envisioned. He had anticipated a court title to oversee the Jianghu sections. However, Yizhuan's offer was a position for apprehending court criminals. Most importantly, he was also required to provide 300 disciples from the Qing Xian sect. This imperial edict left Baisong's face pale with rage. Yet he had no choice but to accept the order. His expression darkened, while the transmitting eunuch wore a broad smile. Master Un, the emperor has instructed me to convey 3 messages to you. First, since your Qing Qian sect has expressed a desire to join the court, he has decided to give you a chance. Second, if you wish to oversee the sects worldwide, you must take it step by step. The town military office is a starting point for capturing criminals and earning merit, thus establishing legitimacy over time. Otherwise, it would be difficult to command authority over all sects right from the start. Third, the emperor has already prepared ample resources for cultivation. As long as the disciples of the Qing Qian sect enter Tangan, they will not be disappointed. The first message essentially told the Qing Qian sect that they had expressed a desire to join the court. If they were to backtrack now, it would be tantamount to mocking the emperor. This forced the Qing Qian sect to comply. The second message was merely pie in the sky, something Yi Zhuan excelled at. He understood the importance of providing the Qing Qian sect with a glimmer of hope. As for the legitimacy of this claim, whether it would come 10 years or 100 years later remained uncertain. Of course, there would be benefits as well. It was impossible to have a horse run without feeding it. And the third point regarding cultivation resources was a tangible benefit that Yi Zhuan was willing to provide. He was not stingy with wealth and would reward those who deserved it. And Baisong closed his eyes, feeling a twinge of regret for having initiated contact with the court. He realized that, in the face of the exalted emperor of Qian, even as one of the so-called 7 sects of the world, he had little voice. However, there was no turning back. The imperial edict had been issued. The only path remaining was to summon his disciples and proceed to Tangan. Chapter 90. A shift in reputation in the 4th prince's residence. The 4th prince was hosting a gathering with a group of scholars. They sipped tea and burned incense, while musicians played melodies. Several enchanting dancers performed in the center of the grand hall, captivating the audience. The 4th prince wore a smile, yet his heart was cold as he scrutinized the actions of everyone present. Suddenly, a servant rushed over and whispered something into his ear. His brow furrowed instantly. They were forcibly taken away by the town military office. Yes, the Wang brothers were taken 3 days ago. When their people returned, they had already been gone for quite some time. The 4th prince fell into deep thought. After a moment, he rose and addressed the gathering. Esteemed brothers, please enjoy yourselves in my residence. I have urgent matters to attend to and must step out. With that, he departed hastily. Meanwhile, within the torture chamber of the town military office, Xiao sat comfortably in a chair, sipping tea while reading a book. He chuckled at amusing passages, seemingly unfazed. Opposite him, the coachman Lu Sanner was bound to a torture rack, his body bruised and bloodied. The torture had commenced. Xiao had not held back. Knowing Lu was lying, he felt it necessary to apply some torture to see if it could coax the truth from him. However, it proved ineffective. Although Lu appeared terrified, screaming as if he were being slaughtered, he still refused to divulge anything, repeatedly mumbling, "I don't know who it was. It wasn't me. I heard someone shouting, Your Highness." After a day of this, Xiao ordered the torturing to cease and opted to wait quietly. A spy from the town military office rushed in, whispering something in Xiao's ear. Xiao set the book aside, stretched, and approached Lu Sanner with a smile. "Lu Sanner, I have a few people you should meet." As he spoke, he gestured, and the door swung open. Lu Sanner's eyes widened in shock as he beheld his closest kin. Tears streamed from his eyes. Xiao waved his hand to dismiss them and returned to his seat, coldly stating, "Lu Sanner, I do not know why you refuse to speak, but I can assure you that your family will be unharmed. I will ask you again. Who killed him? What truly happened that night? I only seek the truth. If you do not speak, I will not harm your family, but should I resume the torture, it will not be as gentle as before." This time, Xiao was not joking. Lu Sanner hesitated. Xiao put it frankly, he too wished to absolve himself of guilt. "I am telling the truth," Lu Sanner cried. "Nonsense. The one who went to attack that night, I already know who it was. There was no shout for your highness at all. You are clearly lying, obstinately so. Bring in the torture instruments. Crush his pinky finger first," Xiao commanded. Before this, he had never disclosed to Lu Sanner that he knew who the assailant was. With this revelation, Lu Sanner's lies were immediately laid bare. Fear surged within him as he witnessed the guards approaching with a hammer, and his dread intensified. Seeing him tremble, Xiao softly said, "Lu Sanner, consider carefully. If you confess now, I will treat it as a voluntary admission. Even if you die, I can ensure your family will be well cared for. But if the torture resumes and you confess afterward, there will be no benefits for you. With Xiao offering him a way out and the threat of torture looming ahead, Lu San'er completely broke down. I confess. It was I who killed him. That old bastard Wang Chong told me he wanted my daughter to serve him as a concubine. I have only this one daughter in my life. I may be poor, but I refuse to let her serve that old lecher. I have toiled for his family my entire life. Why should I let him ruin my daughter? Why should I endure this? Xiao coldly replied, Then why did you lie? Someone told me to say that. Who? I don't know. This Lu San'er genuinely did not know, yet Xiao did not press further. Lu San'er had already taken on the guilt of murder, and with his wife and daughter in his hands, there was no reason for him to conceal the truth. Observing the weeping farmer, Xiao felt a pang of helplessness. People, when pushed to their limits, can resort to anything. Wang Chong had brought this upon himself. He deserved his fate. According to the laws of Great Qian, a servant killing their master, even if provoked, would inevitably face death. Lu San lamented. I understand, but I am powerless. The Wang family is deeply entrenched in our county, and he is a renowned scholar. I have sold myself to the Wang family. I cannot win a lawsuit, nor can I escape. The only way to protect my daughter from being defiled is to kill him. Just listen to me, and I assure you, you will not die. Xiao spoke in a low voice. Upon hearing this, Lu San's eyes flickered with hope. He recognized that the person before him was a prince. In his mind, princes and emperors were exalted figures, unattainable. Tell me what to do, and I shall do it. Rest assured, I will obey you. Xiao then turned to the constable and commanded, Prepare the testimony and keep a close watch on him. Ensure there are no mishaps. Understood. Xiao exited the dungeon, only to finding Xiao waiting at the door. How did it go? Did he confess? Thank you, Uncle Ing. Xiao bowed in respect. Ing Zhao was taken aback and quickly helped him up, glancing around to ensure no one was watching. Then exclaimed, Your Highness, please refrain from such behavior. If someone were to witness this and report it to His Majesty, it would reflect poorly on me. Haha, this time it is sincere, Xiao replied. What do you plan to do next? Naturally, I seek vindication, Xiao whispered. Uncle Ing, this man must not die. Ing Zhao patted his chest, rest assured. Nothing will happen in the town's prison. Very well. I shall take my leave. Xiao departed. Soon, the theatrical troops in Tengan City began to present a new performance. Lu San Kills the Master. This play was, of course, orchestrated by Xiao through Zhao Mingyan. He could not control the voice of the scholars, but Zhao Mingyan and her subordinates were all his people. If he did not utilize them now, when would he? Although these individuals were of low status, their influence among the common folk surpassed that of many scholars. They performed for free throughout the city, depicting the story of how Wang Chong attempted to seize Lu San's daughter but was killed after being beaten. Within days, the narrative surrounding Wang Chong had dramatically reversed. Damn it, that scoundrel Wang Chong. How can he be so inhumane? A 60-year-old man trying to take advantage of a young girl. Is that even human? And he calls himself a scholar. He must have read until he lost his mind. He deserved to die. But truth be told, the ones who first attacked him must have been the third prince's men. Right? So what if they did? That scoundrel deserved to die. Such acts of oppression against subordinates were intolerable to anyone with a sense of justice. Even many scholars who had previously criticized Xiao turned around to angrily denounce Wang Chong. In Xiao's residence, Zhao Mingyan leaned against him, softly saying, Your Highness, this play is quite popular in the city. Why have you not reported back yet? Xiao shook his head, his gaze flickering. If I report now, Lu San will certainly die. I have not yet gained sufficient benefits. I intend to leverage this incident to establish my reputation among the people. In the future, when others attempt to tarnish my name, it will not be so easy. Chapter 91. Seizing the opportunity in Yi Zhao's chamber, he gazed out at the courtyard where autumn leaves fell, blanketing the ground in golden hues, a sight of exquisite beauty. He let out a soft sigh and turned to Zhao Mingyan, asking, The laws of the Great Qian state dictate that a commoner who kills a person of status, regardless of the reason, faces the death penalty. Do you know why? This question left Zhao Mingyan momentarily stunned. She shook her head, indicating her ignorance. Wei Xiao gently stroked her hair and explained, Because those who draft the laws are themselves persons of status. Those who pass judgment are also of status. Upon hearing this, Zhao Mingyan's eyes widened. She wished to speak but found herself at a loss for words. a complex emotion swelling within her heart. Xiao pushed the beautiful woman away and approached the window, watching the autumn wind dance with the fallen leaves, chuckling lightly. This affair is merely my brothers using the opportunity to slander me. But if they can seize the moment, then so can I. After this, you shall join the household, for everyone will know that you are mine. Zhao Mingyan bit her lip in concern, but I have heard that Miss Liang is quite fierce. Xiao turned and smiled. Do not heed the gossip of outsiders. Liang Qing is not as fearsome as you think. Just then, Luer rushed in, exclaiming, Your Highness, someone is seeking an audience outside. Here is the nameplate. Xiao took a glance at the nameplate. Gu Shanchang from Yunzhou, Yao Zhu from Qingzhou, Wan Mingda from Yizhou. Xiao squinted with amusement. These three are renowned scholars. I would have to pay my respects to them. Yet they have come to visit me uninvited? Let them in. In the reception hall, Xiao sat high above as three elderly men, aged 50 to 60, entered together. Upon their arrival, Xiao remained unmoved, merely lifting a cup of tea to sip. This behavior was undoubtedly extremely rude. Anger flashed in the eyes of the three men. Wan Mingda exclaimed, Your Highness, are you not being excessively disrespectful? Xiao set down the teacup, glanced at him coldly, and retorted, Guards, throw him out. The words shocked the three men. Wan Mingda shouted in outrage, How can this be? Even His Majesty treats us with utmost courtesy. How can you be so arrogant? He was furious, yet He Quan had already emerged with a wooden stick, ready to strike. Wan Mingda, lacking martial skills, had no way to evade and was swiftly beaten out of the reception hall. The other two men glared with increased anger yet dared not voice their dissent. Shanchang, suppressing his fury, grit his teeth and asked, How have we offended your highness to be treated in such a manner? Ha ha, I am a prince, and you enter my presence without paying your respects, yet dare to criticize me? Being thrown out is already showing leniency. Upon hearing Yi Zhao's words, Gu Shanchang took a deep breath and bowed. We pay our respects to your highness. Yao Zhu beside him followed suit. Seeing the two bowing, Yi Zhao finally said lightly, Have a seat and tell me, why have you come? This attitude incensed the two respected men. Yet considering their purpose for visiting, they endured their anger. Ji Shanchang inhaled deeply and said, Your Highness, it has come to our attention that a play titled Lu San Kills the Master has recently emerged in the city. Is this your doing? Indeed. Yi Zhao chuckled. It is rumored that I was the one who killed him. Now that the truth has surfaced, I must clarify my position, so I have allowed them to perform in the city. What is the issue? Yao Zhu could not contain himself. Your Highness, are you aware that many are using this as a reason to curse us scholars? Oh, Yi Zhao replied, puzzled. And then what? We implore your Highness to cease these performances. Yi Zhao laughed heartily, even throwing his head back in amusement. Ha ha ha. His laughter left the two men seething with rage. Why do you laugh, Your Highness? Yi Zhao stopped laughing, his eyes sharp and his demeanor serious. Now you feel discomfort. When the Wang family brothers blocked my door with a coffin, and the scholars surrounded my residence, where were the two of you? When scholars spread rumors and sullied my name, why did you not step forward to silence them? Now that you face some criticism, you cannot bear it and come to me to stop. On what grounds? The questions left the two men speechless. In truth, due to the lack of entertainment in this era, people empathize deeply with such performances. Especially the common folk, who had long endured oppression, found profound resonance in these narratives. Consequently, in recent days, many citizens had begun to view scholars with disdain. The older scholars, in particular, were filled with contempt and anger, which they found hard to tolerate. But we are innocent. Yao Zhu gritted his teeth and protested. Ha ha ha! Innocent? Your innocence has nothing to do with me. I am merely clarifying my name. It has nothing to do with you. If you feel affected, must I allow others to insult you? Yi Zhao sneered. If you cannot bear it, then go home. If you are afraid of being seen, cover your face. What are you doing here? He Quan, escort them out. He Quan emerged with his stick. Yao Zhu, taken aback, realized he had failed in his mission before even beginning. He hurriedly continued. There is one more matter. Your Highness, may I implore you to postpone this case for half a month until after the imperial examination? The city is filled with scholars, and if Lu San is executed, there may be a backlash against scholars from the populace. I hope your Highness can grant a few days' grace until after the autumn examination before passing judgment. I'm afraid that won't do. I have already informed the Tengan government that the trial will proceed in 3 days. You may leave, Yi Zhao declared. waving his sleeve as he departed. In the 3 days following the performances, those who narrated the tales would echo Yi Zhao's words. On the day of the trial, he would bring Lu San to the East City Gate, urging the citizens of the city to join him. Time swiftly arrived on the designated day at the East Gate, where a throng of people gathered, numbering in the tens of thousands. Atop the city gate, Yi Xiao checked the time and emerged from the tower, gazing down at the sea of black-clad figures, a faint smile gracing his lips. He brought Lu San to his side. Lu San glanced at Yi Xiao, aware that it was time for him to make his stand. Taking a deep breath, he cried out, "I am Lu San. I killed that old bastard Wang Chong. He was over 60 years old and still sought to take my daughter as his concubine. I served him all my life, only to be humiliated. His Highness has promised to care for my family, ensuring they want for nothing, and my life is worth this." After shouting, he appeared utterly drained, almost collapsing. The constables restrained him on either side. The crowd fell silent, their hearts aching at his plight. Yi Xiao sensed the sorrow permeating the crowd. Stepping forward, he proclaimed loudly, "According to the laws of the Great Qian, a commoner who kills a person of status, regardless of the reason, faces the death penalty. Yet my father has entrusted me with overseeing this case, and I believe that if a close kin is oppressed and violated, should they not be allowed to resist? What blood does the common people of the Great Qian possess if they cannot stand up for themselves? I am willing to advocate for Lu San, and for the common folk, asserting that regardless of one's status, if there are reasons behind actions, leniency should be granted." His voice resonated, spreading far and wide. As Yi Zhao's words rang out, the initially somber crowd began to lift their heads, their eyes shining with newfound hope. Many had merely come to witness the spectacle, knowing their lowly status rendered them powerless. Yet Lu San's plea, championed by the prince, instilled in them boundless courage. Among the crowd, Nangong Wanwan gazed at Yi Xiao atop the city tower, tears welling in her eyes, blurring her vision as she murmured, "So this is where you are." Chapter 92. Your Highness, this may not be proper. Deep within the palace, Yi Zhuan reclined on his bed. Zhou Tong entered, holding a piece of paper, and urgently reported, "Your Majesty, the latest news. The third prince has gathered thousands and is heading to the capital's government office. I did not expect that these lowly folks could wield such influence over the populace. I had underestimated them. No wonder the third prince suggested using them to sway the public and the people of the martial world. It seems indeed feasible." Yi Zhuan sat up and approached the desk. Picking up a brush, Zhou Tong hurriedly came forward to grind the ink. This situation appeared to be pressuring Jiao Haiyong, but in reality, it was a directive from the emperor. With the brush poised over the ink, Yi Zhuan hesitated before placing it down and murmured, "I have not left the palace in quite some time. Perhaps today is a good day to venture outside." Jiao Haiyong, the governor of Tengan. Although Tengan City served as the capital of the Great Qian, brimming with officials, the one who could directly influence the lives of the people was none other than him. The so-called fatherly official truly embodied that role, handling matters both big and small. Yet today was different from the rest. He sat in the hall, his expression exceedingly grave. An officer burst through the door, announcing loudly, "Your Excellency, the third prince has arrived with his men, just 3 miles away." The crowd of commoners is dense, dark as a cloud. It is impossible to gauge their number. Jiao Haiyong took a deep breath and instructed, "Go scout further. Report back immediately with any developments." Having said that, he gestured to his secretary, a confidant of the officials. This particular secretary was no exception. The secretary approached and whispered, "Your Excellency, how should we adjudicate this case today?" The secretary quickly responded, "In my humble opinion, we should sentence him to death." "Why?" The secretary spoke solemnly, "Your Excellency, while this case seems minor, it concerns the interests of scholars and officials across the land. If you were to spare Lu San's life, it would set a precedent allowing commoners to kill scholars without consequence. Many may harbor resentment against you. That is one reason. Secondly, you are aligned with the fourth prince. Just recently, he sent a note through Wang Yu. The third prince has now come with the commoners, aiming to establish his name among them. If you bow to him, it may provoke the fourth prince's displeasure. You must discern which is of greater importance." Upon hearing the secretary's words, Jiao Haiyong felt somewhat conflicted. The third prince gathers a multitude of commoners. If we ultimately sentence him to death, how will we prevent an uprising against the government? "Your Excellency, that is not a possibility. The third prince bringing many commoners here is one thing, but if they storm the government office, that would be tantamount to rebellion. In such a case, you should flee. If the office is stormed, only the third prince will bear the responsibility, not you. You would be justified in your ruling, and the officials would surely stand by you. The third prince might even end up shooting himself in the foot. Those capable of serving as secretaries are often astute individuals. Though they may lack the literary prowess of true officials, many have commendable abilities. This analysis solidified Xiao Haiyong's resolve. In fact, prior to this session, he had received a note from the fourth prince urging him to pass the death sentence. However, he had hesitated. Now, with the secretary's persuasion, he ultimately made up his mind. That moment, Xiao had already escorted Lu San to the government office. As the government adjudicated cases, the common folk gathered to observe. Xiao and the constables brought Lu San into the hall, and many citizens followed suit. Nangong Wanwan, possessing formidable skills, had managed to squeeze into the crowd, entering the office. Yet no one could approach her within 3 inches. A closer look would reveal that she was enveloped in an aura, akin to wearing an invisible thick garment that separated her from the crowd. She gazed intently at Xiao, her focus unwavering despite the throng surrounding her. Inside the hall, Lu San knelt on the ground, while Wang Yu, the son of the victim Wang Chong, who had just received a beating from Xiao, stood nearby. Upon seeing Lu San ascend to the hall, he pointed at him and shouted, "Lu San, my father has always treated you well, yet you have been so treacherous and cruel." Lu San retorted, "Your father, that old scoundrel, wanted my daughter for himself. Otherwise, why would I have done such a thing?" Silence. The gavel struck the podium, and Xiao Haiyong's gaze swept over the assembly, finally landing on Xiao. He smiled, "Your Highness, the investigation is complete, and I shall take care of the verdict. The prisoner is also under my jurisdiction, so please rest in the back." He intended to dismiss Xiao from the hall. However, unexpectedly, Xiao remained standing in front of the hall, making no move to leave. Instead, he calmly stated, "The investigation may be complete, but I cannot leave when it comes to the verdict. I intend to speak on behalf of Lu San." Xiao Haiyong forced a smile, "Your Highness, this may not be proper. The case was investigated by His Highness, who intends to defend Lu San. Who knows if His Highness has instructed him to say anything beneficial? After all, many matters are beyond proof. Lu San is shrewd and adept at exploiting the loopholes in this case, the greatest being the absence of a third party. Lu San could potentially lie. Moreover, he could use this pretext to entirely negate the claim that Wang Chong had violated his daughter. Without evidence, it is only natural that he would face execution. Xiao smiled faintly, as he was well prepared for this situation. He waved his hand lightly, and 2 individuals stepped forward. One was his younger sister, Yi Yuner, and the other was a man with an icy demeanor. Yi Yuner declared loudly, "We are disciples of the star-picking tower. This is my senior brother, Zhang Bai. He possesses a secret treasure that can cast a special spell, allowing for the recollection of events. The user must recall actual occurrences, enabling the restoration of the scene. If the user is uncooperative, or if the event did not truly happen, no recollection can activate it." In truth, when Xiao heard Lu San's testimony, his first reaction was to ascertain its authenticity. Some statements are merely hearsay, which is why he needed Lu San to cooperate. Not only for today, but to unveil the truth. Only after confirming the facts did he command the assembly of the people. Zhang Bai approached Lu San, producing a green gem that emitted a series of emerald lights, enveloping him. This was not Lu San's first encounter with this object. He immediately began to concentrate on recalling the events. Gradually, before the gem, a shadowy image materialized, revealing the night on Tangan Street. The sound of galloping hooves echoed. Suddenly, an elderly voice spoke. "Lu San, your daughter is 16 this year, is she not?" Lu San responded, "Yes, my lord." The old man continued, "I am in need of a maid, and upon my return, I shall have her enter my chambers. I will provide you with 20 taels of silver as a betrothal gift." Lu San protested, "My lord, that girl—" "Silence, do as I say. You will not lose out." The scene blurred with tears and then dissipated. Yet everything was presented with striking clarity. The onlookers gasped in outrage. In an instant, the crowd was aflame with indignation. That old rascal truly has no shame. It's exactly as depicted in the performance. I thought it was exaggerated. Ha ha ha, 20 taels to purchase a 16-year-old maiden. Utterly disgusting. Wang Yu, furious, shouted, "Nonsense. How could my father say such things? You are fabricating lies, Zhang Bai coldly retorted. I can perform this spell on you. If you can conjure an unrealistic scenario, I will willingly sever my head for you. Wang Yu, enraged, countered. Who knows if you will manipulate it to ensure my failure? At this moment, Xiao turned to Zhao Haiyong and said, Lord Xiao, this individual is the seventh disciple of the star-picking tower, and the source gem was gifted by the tower's master. Can this confirm Lu Sanner's claims? If you suspect any foul play, I can summon the tower's master personally, Zhao Haiyong sighed in resignation, fully aware that he could not question the star-picking tower. As the official spiritist institution of Qian, the spiritist within held high status, he solemnly stated, since it is confirmed by Jiang Ling, the spiritist from the star-picking tower, there is naturally no issue. He then turned to Lu Sanner, coldly asking, I ask you, did the events transpire as you just recounted? Yes. Did Wang Chang ever attack you? No. Did Wang Chang pose any substantial threat to you? No, Zhao Haiyong sternly declared. You are a servant of the Wang family. Although Wang Chang sought your daughter as a maid, he ultimately did not act violently against you. Yet you rashly took lethal action against him, which should warrant execution according to the law. Xiao stepped forward, proclaiming, Lord Xiao, I believe that while Lu Sanner indeed committed murder, there was a justifiable cause. Had Wang Chang not forcibly pressed him, would he have resorted to such evil? Considering the circumstances, I implore you to show leniency and spare his life, sentencing him to 10 years of labor in the northern border. Zhao Haiyong replied sternly, Your Highness, Lu Sanner's act of murder is indeed vicious and not an act of desperation. Firstly, why did he not leave the Wang family? Why did he not refuse their request? If Wang Chang truly sought revenge, he could have reported him to the authorities without delay. Murdering someone is never the rightful path. According to Qian law, he should be executed. Moreover, Lu Sanner's actions are not justified. His words were highly persuasive. Those who listened might genuinely find his arguments reasonable. Yet Xiao sneered, Lord Xiao, your words are rather convenient. Lu Sanner had a contract with the Wang family. If a laborer escapes, the master retrieves them, and even death would only require a monetary compensation. How could Lu Sanner dare to flee? He was under the Wang family's control, and if he refused, he would face years of retaliation and oppression. Such fear would deter him from rejecting their demands. Furthermore, there are myriad means of revenge. Reporting to the authorities does not guarantee punishment. Lu Sanner's act of murder is indeed wrong, but it was Wang Chang's coercion that led to it. Even if he has committed a crime, he should be granted mercy and allowed to live. Initially, many in the crowd were swayed by Zhao Haiyong's words, believing them to be reasonable. However, upon hearing Xiao's retort, they realized there was no option of fleeing or reporting to the authorities. The grandiloquence sounded plausible, yet in reality, such actions were nearly unfeasible. Zhao Haiyong fixed a serious gaze on Xiao and said, Your Highness, Qian's laws dictate that a commoner killing a gentleman warrants execution unless provoked by the gentleman first. I sincerely empathize with his plight, but the law is the law. If everyone could act outside the law, what purpose would it serve? Another grandiloquent statement. Xiao took a deep breath, glancing at the throng of common people outside. He raised his voice and asked, Do you believe Lu Sanner deserves to die? No. The chorus of dissent erupted. Only the ordinary folk truly understood the helplessness faced by those at the bottom. For them, Lu Sanner's fault was not one of wrongdoing but rather a response to unbearable oppression. Such anger undoubtedly resonated with the common people. When confronted by those in power, most could only seethe in silence. The crowd outside shouted in unison, their voices thunderous and their spirit unyielding. This was the very reason he had brought the people forth. Xiao turned and stepped into the hall's center, proclaiming, If I alone deem the law erroneous, then I am at fault. However, if so many believe the law's judgment is unjust, then the law itself is the true error. Lord Xiao, the law exists to punish evildoers, not to provide protection for those who oppress the common folk. Zhao Haiyong took a deep breath and said, Your Highness, if everyone believes the law to be wrong and seeks to amend it, would it not render the law a mere joke? As an official charged with adjudicating cases, I must adhere to the law and cannot act capriciously. Xiao scoffed. Lord Xiao, if that is your stance, then when the wealthy merchant Changjian assaulted Zhou Cheng last year, your judgment was not the same, to my knowledge. Zhou Cheng lost an arm, and according to the law, Changjian should have been conscripted. You spent over 3 hours negotiating with Zhou Cheng, ultimately settling with a monetary compensation, did you not? Zhao Haiyong was taken aback. He never expected Yi Xiao to be aware of this matter. To prepare for today, Yi Xiao had gathered ample information through his subordinates. Without waiting for an explanation, Yi Xiao began to enumerate. The year before last, your esteemed relative violated a Lu family girl, and I heard you exerted great effort to mediate, resulting in the Lu family dropping the charges. Did your relative not then marry the girl? Is this true? And what of the young son of Earl Ningyuan, Chen Shan, who killed 4 during a brawl? Yet you ruled that it was an act of self-defense, merely sentencing him to 8 years. To my knowledge, the Qian law prescribes execution for brawls resulting in 3 or more deaths. Does this not constitute leniency? Yi Xiao fixed his gaze on Zhao Haiyong, sternly declaring, I shall not delve into the fairness of your prior judgments. Which of your cases aligns with your claim of strictly adhering to the law? If you steadfastly uphold the law, you would never have acted leniently towards the wealthy merchants, relatives, and powerful. Yet you cannot extend the same leniency towards the humble Lu Sanner. What sort of official are you? Does the sage's teachings instruct officials to act in such a manner? Yi Xiao's questions fell like a barrage, leaving Zhao Haiyong stunned. This is problematic. Yes, at that moment, Zhao Haiyong suddenly realized that Yi Xiao's intentions extended beyond merely saving Lu Sanner. As expected, upon hearing this, the crowd erupted in fury, their curses echoing endlessly. Silence. Zhao Haiyong thumped the gavel, giving himself a moment to think. How should he respond? The gavel struck, and he raised his head with a smile. Your Highness, while the facts of the case are clear, sentencing remains difficult. I propose temporarily detaining the offender, allowing me a few days to ponder and research before resuming the trial. He aimed to delay. This was the most common and effective tactic. Often, the longer a matter is postponed, the smaller it becomes. It could also lead to many being left in limbo. But just then, a voice suddenly rang out from outside. The emperor has arrived. With Lu Tong's announcement, everyone was taken aback. Zhao Haiyong hurriedly exited the hall, bowing in anticipation. The crowd parted to create a path, everyone kneeling on either side. While Yi Zun strolled in casually, he has finally arrived. Yi Xiao had anticipated this. I have seen father. Yi Zun glanced at him and smiled. It seems I only instructed you to investigate Wang Cheng's death. I have clarified the matter and believe Lu Sanner should not face death. Hence my argument here. Yi Zun's gaze turned cold as he looked at Zhao Haiyong. What else do you have to say? I have nothing to say. Zhao Haiyong, sensing the shift in the atmosphere, bowed deeply. Yi Zun coldly stated. You are guilty of corruption and misconduct. Your crimes are numerous. The office of the town protector has already gathered evidence. Yet, I acknowledge your years of service and some merit, granting you an opportunity to adjudicate this case. I did not expect you to lack any sense of responsibility. Using the law as a shield, I am very displeased with you. You are hereby dismissed from your post and will be detained in the celestial prison, awaiting further action. At this, he turned his gaze to Lu Sanner and continued. As for Lu Sanner, while there are reasons for his actions, they cannot justify his act of murder. He shall be spared from death, but sentenced to 10 years of labor at the northern border. Upon finishing, Yi Zun took a deep breath and proclaimed loudly. Today, upon leaving the palace and witnessing the people's sentiments, I have realized the law contains unreasonable aspects. From this day forth, I shall have individuals amend the laws regarding the unique circumstances of gentlemen and common folk. With these words, Lu Tong raised his voice. The emperor has decreed Lu Sanner to 10 years of labor at the northern border, and the magistrate of Tangan, Zhao Haiyong, is dismissed from his position to be detained in the celestial prison, awaiting further action. The laws concerning gentlemen shall be amended. His voice resonated powerfully. Outside, the common folk erupted in cheers. The shouts of "Long live the emperor" echoed endlessly. Yi Zun sighed and softly said to Yi Xiao, Return to the palace with me, as you command. Yi Xiao bowed in acquiescence. Yi Zun's gaze swept over Yi Yuner, but did not linger as he turned to depart. With Yi Xiao quickly following, as the two left, the sight erupted in applause. Those who had hoped to delay were caught off guard by the emperor's sudden arrival. Seeing his demeanor, they appeared utterly stunned. In truth, the third prince truly stands up for the common people. When he confronted Yi Xingyuan, I thought it was merely a coincidence. I never expected him to cause such a stir over a mere laborer. This is a virtuous person, willing to voice the concerns of us common folk. Zhao Haiyong was still there, weaving flowery words, and I was initially deceived. But upon hearing the third prince, I finally realized. Truly, it is the third prince. Previously, There were rumors that he had a personal vendetta against that old man, which was utter nonsense. Such a person as the third prince would never commit such acts. It must have been the rumors spread by those scholars. How detestable! The people murmured among themselves. In the Qian imperial palace, Yizun dismissed the remaining officials, leaving only Xiao. He scrutinized Xiao and said solemnly, "Is this your choice? To create such a ruckus for a mere loose sanner?" "I do not fight for loose sanner, but for countless commoners," Xiao replied earnestly. "The impoverished are oppressed. If they do not reach their breaking point, how could they dare to resist? Just like Lu Sanner, had his beloved daughter not been coveted by Wang Chong, would he have acted thus? I spared his life to tell the countless commoners of Qian that if they truly cannot endure, they may still rise against oppression. It is also a warning to those who oppress others to tread carefully." Yizun's eyes flashed with a hint of admiration. "For this, you are not afraid of offending the scholars? The common folk are merely commoners, but the scholars hold significant power in the court." Xiao scoffed. "Ha ha ha! Those who resent me are but the scum among scholars, mere petty individuals. True scholars with integrity would not despise me for this. Rather, they would applaud my actions," Yizun sighed. "However, such talents are rare as phoenix feathers. Those who seek personal gain are like a flood of river fish. How will you respond? From this day forth, I will be adored by the masses, wielding military power and unmatched martial prowess. What is there to fear?" Yi Zhao's eyes sparkled with confidence. He was acutely aware that from this moment forward, his image among the people was firmly established. The voice of the people could influence many matters. As he said this, Yi Zhao glanced at Yizun, smirking. "Moreover, I say, dear father, do not feign concern for me. When you used this matter to amend the law, it seemed you were targeting those individuals, and you did not consider that they would harbor resentment towards me." The father and son exchanged glances, and Yizun suddenly laughed. "Since you are to offend them, it matters little if you offend them a bit more." Yizun picked up the Qian law book on the table and casually opened it. Scanning its contents, he softly remarked, "These laws were all drafted by scholars, and throughout history, these officials have consistently sought to expand their own privileges. Regarding the law that prohibits killing gentlemen, it has existed for nearly 200 years. Initially, it was established to protect common scholars from being murdered by violent individuals, safeguarding their rights. Yet over time, many scholars have exploited this to oppress others. The Qian laws contain numerous unreasonable articles pertaining to scholars. I wish to amend them but lack a suitable pretext, as most officials in the court are scholars. You, my son, have leveraged the people's momentum to compel me to issue an edict. I shall also use your influence to bring this matter to light." At this, he appeared quite pleased. "After today, many will likely harbor jealousy towards you, and seeking opportunities to undermine you will become commonplace." Xiao grinned. "To target me, they must first grasp a handle on me. I neither covet wealth nor rebel. What can they accuse me of?" Yizun did not respond, merely waving his hand, signaling for Xiao to depart. After Xiao left, he stretched lazily, satisfied as he gazed at the Qian law book, whispering to Lu Tong, "Excessive power among officials leads to chaos. Likewise, if scholars wield too much influence over the common folk, the same applies. It is time to strike a blow and weaken them. Only then can we achieve lasting peace." "Your Majesty is wise," Lu Tong replied, while Yizun sighed. "Alas, my fourth son, suffering a painful loss today, will likely feel it keenly." As he spoke, he wrote 2 characters on paper. Literature, martial. Gazing at the 2 characters, Yizun fell into contemplation. Meanwhile, Xiao could distinctly sense the imperial crown within him gathering immense public sentiment. Now, all of Tengan City was abuzz with discussions about this matter. Tens of thousands of common folk, yet only a mere fraction in Tengan City. After all, not everyone is inclined to join the fray. Many must toil for their livelihoods. Nevertheless, the multitude witnessing today's events can swiftly disseminate the happenings far and wide. In this world, those who are willing to speak up for the common people are exceedingly rare. Moreover, Yi Zhao's actions were motivated by the plight of a mere laborer. Along the main road, one could observe individuals animatedly recounting the events. In truth, only a few hundred witnessed the entire ordeal. Yet every one of them who followed Yi Zhao today felt a sense of pride, for they had participated. In their words, Yi Zhao's image looms large, embodying righteousness and valor, earning him the admiration and reverence of countless citizens. This intangible respect and affection will be gathered by the imperial cauldron. transforming into the very power that fuels Yi Xiao's growth. In the realm of consciousness, Yi Xiao sat beneath the imperial cauldron, the royal energy surging rapidly within him, continuously elevating his cultivation. At this moment, Yi Xiao's deeds were being shared among the populace. The popularity gathered by the imperial cauldron transformed into royal energy at every moment. Previously, Yi Xiao's cultivation had reached the 4th level of the sacred body realm. Yet, within the short span of 5 days, he broke through 2 levels, ascending to the 6th level of the sacred body realm. Such a terrifying speed of cultivation, once spread, would undoubtedly leave many astounded. However, this pace began to decelerate after 5 days. Meanwhile, within the court, a wave of turbulence ensued. Wei Zhuan ordered officials to revise the laws. Although some voices of dissent emerged, the reality remained that, for all officials, regardless of their private grievances, they must present a facade of propriety and morality in official settings. With tens of thousands of common folk rallying behind Yi Xiao, the people's will was evident. Yi Zhuan leveraged this matter as a pressure point. Even if these individuals were reluctant, they had no grounds for rebuttal and could only acquiesce. Naturally, the amendment of laws encompassed numerous issues, necessitating time and a process for refinement. Thus impatience was unwarranted. At this moment, having absorbed the last remnants of royal energy from the imperial cauldron, Yi Xiao remained seated, his eyes firmly shut. Suddenly, a golden sword pattern illuminated atop the imperial cauldron. Following this, specks of golden light surged forth from within. Concurrently, a technique previously unknown to Yi Xiao manifested in his mind. The divine power of popularity, the royal sword seal. Yi Xiao was taken aback. Typically, martial arts techniques are only accessible after breaking through the 4 realms of martial arts. Even he, at this moment, possessed no martial arts techniques. Yet, the royal sword seal belonged to the realm of popularity, free from restrictions of cultivation, allowing him to activate it presently. This technique was ignited by the imperial cauldron through the gathering of the people as favor, illuminating the sword pattern atop the cauldron. Only with sufficient popularity could the sword pattern be activated. Over the past 5 days, Yi Xiao's deeds spread throughout Tang'an, garnering the respect of at least 1 million citizens. Such a vast base permitted him to barely illuminate the golden sword pattern on the imperial cauldron. This technique does not consume one's cultivation, but rather the popularity